Chapter 1. Escaping the shark's maw, binding the island's dull-witted pill merchant. Ding! The populace has successfully traversed. The young ones are temporarily sealed and not released. Those over 30 have been reformed into 30-year-old bodies, and the injured and disabled have been restored to health. This world is perilous. Please strive to survive. As Muyu Male opened his eyes, an expanse of ocean surged towards his nostrils, the waves threatening to engulf him. He hastily emerged above the water, drawing deep breaths amidst the tumultuous currents. Thank goodness I know how to swim, otherwise I would have been done for. Just as he was reveling in his fortune, Muyu's expression abruptly shifted. Not far off, a triangular fin emerged from the surface of the water, swiftly gliding towards him with serpentine grace. Muyu pondered. With my exceptional intellect, years of experience, and unparalleled analytical skills, that must be a famished shark, eager for takeout. And he was undoubtedly the meal. In a panic, Muyu frantically swam in the opposite direction. Huff! Huff! Within moments, he was breathless. Glancing back sent a chill down his spine. The black fin, once 100 meters away, now loomed just a few dozen meters behind, racing towards him with alarming speed. Muyu's heart raced, disregarding his fatigue, urging himself to move faster. The seconds felt like an eternity as he raced against death. Yet no matter how hard he struggled, he could not match the shark's velocity. He could distinctly feel the water surging behind him, as though it were a tidal force, a sensation akin to needles pricking his skin. The metallic tang of blood filled the air, and he envisioned the gruesome scene of being devoured by the gaping maw of the predator. Am I doomed? As he imagined the shark's jaws widening behind him, weariness overtook Muyu, and he was ready to surrender. But in that critical moment, he felt a solid surface beneath his fingertips. In that life-or-death crisis, an unknown strength surged within him, and Muyu clawed his way up the shore, only to feel a sudden chill beneath his feet crack. It's over. The sound of serrated teeth snapping echoed, and Muyu turned to see a small black shark with crimson eyes clamped onto his shoe. Damn it! Muyu yanked his sneaker off with one foot, simultaneously stomping on the shark's eye, using it as leverage to leap onto the shore, collapsing in a heap. The small black shark, now teary-eyed, circled the deserted island a few times before reluctantly departing. Ha ha ha! Muyu lay sprawled on the ground, relishing his narrow escape. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned the title, Survivor of the Shark's Maw. Beginner swimming skill, Agility 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned the title, Shark Provoker, Strength 1, Physique 1. Ding! A first-tier island has been discovered. Would you like to bind it? The voice echoed in his mind, and suddenly, a warm current flowed through his limbs, rejuvenating his once leaden body. After resting for a while, Muyu rose to survey his surroundings. He found himself on a deserted island measuring only a few dozen square meters, gazing into the distance where an endless expanse of blue stretched before him, a vast and desolate sea, the golden sunlight pouring down upon the island. Slightly blinding, uncertain of the reason, a voice from another realm echoed in Muyu's mind. In an instant, he transitioned from idly passing time at the office to nearly being ensnared by a fish. Presently, he could only resign himself to this unforeseen fate. Since I am here, I must find peace. I wonder how my parents are faring. Muyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. However, pondering such matters was futile. All that surrounded him was an endless expanse of ocean, and survival was paramount. It was then that he recalled the prompt he had just received. Bind. With a mere thought, a panel materialized in his mind. Announcement, personal, island, channel, backpack. Muyu focused on the announcements, and a plethora of information unfolded before him. Announcement 1. The temperature fluctuates significantly between day and night. Please dress warmly. 2. A 7-day novice protection period is in effect. It is highly unlikely that creatures will invade the island. Avoid reckless behavior to ensure survival. Make the most of your time to develop. 3. After nightfall, the ocean will be shrouded in mist, posing great danger. Plan your daytime activities wisely. 4. After 7 days, basic natural disasters will commence. The island's level is crucial for survival. This marks a new cycle and beginning, as well as your final opportunity. The announcements conveyed a wealth of useful information. Prioritizing warmth was essential, even though the current temperature on the deserted island was somewhat stifling. Muyu then shifted his focus to the personal and island details. Name, Muyu. Age, 24. Strength, 41. The average value for adults is 5 agility, 41 physique, 41 spirit, 7 charm, 6 talent, unassigned. Passive skill, basic swimming title, shark escapee, sharp provoker combat power, mediocre evaluation. The elevated spirit attribute may suggest that the new generation is more resilient under pressure. As a recent graduate, Muyu had spent a few years in the workforce, often sacrificing exercise for work. Consequently, his physical fitness fell short of that of an average adult. Having frequented swimming pools during summer vacations and visited the beach a few times, he had managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. At this moment, he felt no inclination to venture into the water, as it had left him with a psychological scar. His attention was drawn to the striking red talent displayed on his personal panel. Ding! Would you like to select a talent? Select. Ding! Selection successful talent. Evolutionary critical hit. Evolutionary critical hit epic unique. Refreshes at dawn. 3 times daily, any action capable of a critical hit will indeed yield one. Current critical hit rate 200/10 required for advancement. Indeed, surviving a great calamity often brings unforeseen fortune. I wonder if all epic talents are unique or if only a select few are. Muyu mused, feeling a sense of relief as his heavy heart lightened somewhat. This talent appeared to be quite formidable. Moreover, it could be advanced, boasting both epic and unique qualities, which significantly elevated its prestige. Island name, unnamed level, Tier 1 deserted island area. Approximately 30 square meter structures. None resources. Ordinary coconut tree 1 special yield. Resource rod owner. Muyu advancement requirements. Soil 50, stone 20. Muyu then noticed a coconut tree on the tiny island, bearing 2 ripe brown coconuts. It seemed that the water supply had finally arrived after these past few days. Simultaneously, Muyu discovered a blue fishing rod nestled in his 10-slot system backpack. Upon retrieving the fishing rod, he found that its line did not end in a hook, but rather in something resembling a suction cup, instantly prompting a surge of information about this rod in his mind. P.S. Critical hits can occur through crafting items, opening chests, elemental attacks, etc. However, constructing buildings cannot yield critical hits. Critical hits may randomly enhance the quality or quantity of items. The author encourages feedback should any issues arise. Please the author. Upon noticing any problems, modifications will certainly be made. Kindly refrain from excessive criticism. Chapter 2. Crushing a Foolish Bird. Tier 1 Resource Rod Island Specialty. Progresses with the island. Usable 5 times within a day. Air Force 20. Decayed Wooden Chest 70. Solid Wooden Chest 9. Black Iron Chest 1. Special Chest 0.001. Note: nighttime fishing may not guarantee chests. Exercise caution. Air Force indeed. As the sole resource for the early stages, the unfortunate must be in despair. Muyu thought to himself. Yet he refrained from hastily fishing for resource chests, instead contemplating the other functionalities of the interface. After all, there's a limit on usage. Sooner or later, he'll have to go for it. The channel also featured a trading platform, though it currently bore no items for exchange. Muyu glanced at the communications section. World channel ding. Not yet open. Regional channel 785410000. Could a region truly hold 10,000 individuals? Over 2,000 have perished in such a short time. This is perilously alarming. However, if the starting conditions are as dire as mine, it truly is plausible. Recalling his own beginning, Muyu shuddered. His clothes were still damp, yet under the scorching sun, his skin began to feel a burning sensation. The regional channel resembled a large group chat, where every participant had a genuine avatar and name, unalterable, resembling a vast reunion scene. Zhang Yin, son, where are you? Mother is here. Niela Zhang, mom, dad, can you see me speaking? Chai Xiaolu, mom, I'm so scared, please come save me. Rong Chung, who is making such a joke? Is this the Truman Show? Director, come out. Qin Honda, the person above must be foolish. People from all over the globe have gathered. Is this something humans can manage? LV Fei Bai, a massive bird is flying above my head. It appears to be 3 to 4 meters long. I'm terrified. What should I do? Songhai, everyone, remain calm. Trust that the authorities will soon come to our aid. Qin Honda, The person above is utterly clueless. Everyone starts on a deserted island. Do you expect the government to send air to rescue you? Nye Jianjun. Son, I'm here, are you alright? I feel younger. Chose. Where did this deserted island star come from? Wasn't it self-inflicted? I just swam ashore from the sea, and now my body aches terribly. Muyu never anticipated that amidst this vast crowd of 10,000, someone would successfully reunite with their family. The odds of such an occurrence are undeniably fortunate, especially considering that the population of the Xi'an nation prior to his transmigration was a staggering 1.7 billion. With this thought in mind, Muyu composed a message and sent it forth. Muyu, Mom and Dad, please contact me as soon as you see my message. Ding, remaining messages for today, 9. To his surprise, there were limitations on speaking in the regional channel, effectively curtailing the possibility of spamming. Muyu did not remain fixated on the channel. He believed that if his family noticed his message, they would surely apply to connect as friends. For now, he realized everything relied on his own efforts. However, it appeared that each individual's starting point was quite distinct. Most individuals seemed to commence their journey on a deserted island, while only a fortunate few began their adventure at sea, seeking out an island. This was akin to a hellish beginning, as those unable to swim would inevitably meet their demise upon landing. Yet, out of adversity came opportunity, as he had acquired 2 exceedingly useful titles, likely hidden rewards. After absorbing this information, Muyu approached the edge of the island. Although it was merely a few steps away, he gazed down and noticed the ground of the island was less than half a meter from the sea. Even a slightly larger wave could submerge the entire island. It seems imperative to upgrade the island swiftly. Muyu placed all his hopes on the resource rod he held. After deliberation, he decided to utilize his talent to open the box shortly, as employing his talent could potentially yield aerial rewards. He could not afford to take chances. Splash! The resource rod plunged into the sea with a crisp sound, the suction cup-like fishhook disappearing beneath the surface, the white line steadily descending into the depths. After an estimated 4 or 5 minutes, Muyu observed the white line come to a halt, accompanied by a faint tug. Realizing he had caught something, he promptly tightened the line and began to pull. Thump! The resistance from below was not substantial, and as splashes erupted at the surface, Muyu easily drew the object onto the island. It was an old wooden chest, its surface rotting and damp. Ding! Congratulations on fishing up a decaying wooden chest. Would you like to open it? Decline. Muyu resolved to open it later all at once. Suddenly, a cacophony of bird calls echoed from above, and he recalled someone mentioning something in the channel, causing Muyu to startle and quickly look up. Upon closer inspection, Muyu realized he had merely overreacted. The sky was graced by a few larger white seabirds circling above. There was nothing to fear. How dare you frighten me? With this thought, Muyu was filled with exasperation, angrily scouring the island, but found nothing but 2 small stones behind a coconut tree. This island was pitifully barren. Whoosh! The stone traced an elegant parabolic arc beneath the blue sky, failing to graze even a feather of the seabirds. Caw! Caw! The seabirds noticed Muyu's actions, and a few white objects plummeted from the sky. Caught off guard, Muyu felt something land on him, only to discover it was bird droppings. You pests, just wait. I will roast you soon enough. Enraged, Muyu flung another stone. Originally, the stone was a considerable distance from the seabirds, yet one of the birds foolishly collided with it and promptly fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the other seabirds were instantly thrown into a state of panic, scattering in every direction. Rushing to the spot where the seabird had fallen, Muyu found a sizable white seabird lying stiffly on the ground. Without hesitation, he approached and swiftly broke its neck to prevent it from awakening later. Ding! Gained feather 10. Muyu plucked the feathers from the seabird, unexpectedly receiving an additional delight, before tossing the now naked bird into his backpack, preparing to return and roast it for a meal. As he began to remove the bird droppings from himself, Muyu was astonished to discover that the droppings contained item information. Bird droppings could be used as fertilizer to enhance soil nutrients. Come back and gather some more. Muyu, feeling a pang of regret, no longer hesitated to collect the droppings into his backpack. Ding! Gained bird droppings 5. Glancing at his now soiled and foul-smelling clothing, Muyu could hardly contain his dismay. Since no one is watching, what's there to fear? He muttered to himself as he removed his shirt and began rinsing it in the seawater. I suppose seawater isn't ideal for washing clothes? Oh well, it doesn't matter, I might as well go shirtless. After cleaning his shirt, he hung it on a coconut tree and continued his fishing, bare-chested. Ding! Congratulations on catching a wooden chest. Do you wish to open it? No. Muyu felt a surge of joy. No wonder this chest was heavier than the previous. Once it was made of solid wood. Ding! Congratulations on catching a wooden chest. Do you wish to open it? No. Ding! This time no resource box has been caught. Keep up the effort. He soon realized that if he did not catch a resource box within 10 minutes of casting his fishing rod, the line would automatically retract, resulting in an empty catch. On his final cast, after about 7 or 8 minutes of silence, Muyu could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, a powerful tug pulled at his line, igniting a spark of excitement in Muyu, only to be swiftly followed by a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the force was overwhelming. Muyu was unsure of what would happen if the resource rod fell into the sea, but he dared not take the risk. He could only cling tightly to the rod, leaning back to counterbalance the pull. Fortunately, the weight of the chest beneath the water remained constant. Muyu carefully controlled the force and gradually reeled it in, revealing an ancient black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Do you wish to open it? P.S. Equipment rarity. Common, excellent, rare, uncommon, outstanding, supreme, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical. Combat power and box rarity. Decayed wood, solid wood, black iron, silver, gold, outstanding, supreme, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical. Land rarity, barren, common, fertile, abundant, rare, outstanding, supreme, extraordinary, legendary, epic. Skill rarity, low-level, intermediate, advanced, superior, extreme, exquisite, absolute, legendary, epic, mythical corresponding to equipment. Chapter 3. Blueprints for Micro Water Wells Now. As always, with a smile, Muyu took a moment to rest, replenishing some of his energy. Though he felt a slight dryness in his throat, the burning sensation on his body intensified, and his upper arms had begun to exhibit a faint redness. Although the current temperature was not excessively hot, the prolonged labor had revealed his lack of physical conditioning. Furthermore, having developed dermatitis, he realized that without fresh water for cleansing, he would be in quite a predicament. He decided to inspect the contents of the boxes before resorting to harvesting a coconut for sustenance. Muyu felt fortunate for having visited the seaside in the past, knowing how to open a coconut with bare hands. This old coconut was still accessible, otherwise he would have been left anxiously gazing at it. Before him lay 4 boxes of similar size, and Muyu opted to open the black iron box first, activating his talent, evolutionary critical hit. With a thought, he opened the black iron box. Ding! Black iron box opened. Critical hit successful. Micro Water Well Construction Blueprint 1. Random Basic Skill Book 1. Excellent Redberry Seeds 3. A surge of joy filled Muyu. At present, water and food were paramount. If he succeeded in constructing a micro water well, he would surely secure an ample supply of water resources. Micro Water Well Construction Blueprint. Stone 10, wooden plank 10. Iron block 2, rope 5. The required materials did not seem excessive, and the most challenging component, the iron blocks, could be obtained by dismantling the black iron box, which yielded 5 pieces, bringing him a sense of relief. He then retrieved the Random Basic Skill Book. Basic Skill Book. Upon use, randomly acquire 1 basic skill. Without hesitation, Muyu activated it, leaving the outcome to chance. Ding! Random skill acquired. Basic sea fishing technique. In an instant, Muyu felt a wealth of knowledge about fishing in the sea flood his mind. It was a practical skill, especially with its bonuses for fishing. He planned to fashion a fishing rod later, though he lamented that the resource rod was unsuitable for fishing. Muyu had previously tested the resource rod. Once its uses were exhausted, it returned to his backpack, awaiting cool down. Excellent red berry seeds. Requires fertile land or better for planting, maturing within a week at the latest. Possessing special effects. He placed the seeds into his backpack, as he currently lacked a method for constructing farmland. For now, they would be stored away. Muyu then utilized his talent to open the 2 wooden boxes. Ding! Wooden box opened. Critical hit successful. Lighter 2, windbreaker 2, casual pants 2. Ding! Wooden box opened. Critical hit successful. Bread 500 G2. Mineral water 500 milliliters 2. Cedar seed 6. These were not particularly valuable items, yet they were all essential. The lighters were sturdy, encased in a layer of metal, appearing quite durable. The black and red windbreakers featured a subtle fleece lining, while the casual pants were a solid black. Muyu promptly donned the new attire, tying his former pants to the coconut tree to dry in the sun. Vacuum-packed bread can be stored for a considerable duration, accompanied by 2 bottles of sparkling mineral water. Muyu cast a final glance at the cedar seeds. Cedar seeds can be cultivated in ordinary fields or better, maturing in 5 days and dying in 7, yielding 1 to 2 seeds. Though their immediate utility is limited, they represent an invaluable renewable resource for future development. Muyu envisions a grove of cedar trees flourishing on the island. After dismantling 2 wooden boxes, he acquired 10 units of timber. A notification chimed, revealing the contents of a decayed wooden box, 10 units of timber, 10 units of hay, and 5 ropes. Upon opening the last decayed wooden box, a plethora of resources sprawled across the small island. He swiftly added the items to his system backpack, filling its 10 slots in no time. Consequently, Muyu had to extract food, water, and a lighter, as these items occupy minimal space. With 1 wooden plank in hand, he thought, every morsel counts, and without hesitation, he dismantled the decayed wooden box. He voraciously consumed half a loaf of bread and half a bottle of mineral water, finally feeling a sense of satiety. After a brief respite, Muyu set a goal, to construct a well today, followed by upgrading the island. However, he currently lacks sufficient stone and soil, leaving him unable to pursue other tasks and reliant on the trading platform for solutions. Turning his attention to the regional channel, he noticed no one had requested to befriend him, leading Muyu to suspect that his family was likely absent from this area. After several hours of reflection, the regional population had dwindled by dozens. The discussions in the channel had shifted from searching for relatives to more pragmatic topics. Zhang Sun Wu remarked, everyone should refrain from venturing into the sea lightly. Without adequate fresh water to cleanse their bodies, one risks dermatitis. Que Jiansheng expresse de gratitude. Thanks to Zhang Sun for the informative advice. Zhou Jin added one. LV Fei Bai chimed in, 10086. Zhou Wenbin lamented, what should I do if I swam from the sea? My body aches terribly. Does anyone have fresh water to spare? I beg you. Chu Jianqing responded, there's no choice but to endure. I too seek fresh water. Yo Wenbin tried out. Wah wah wah. Peng Shui lamented, oh dear, I'm so hungry and thirsty. Is there a kind gentleman willing to share some food? I have a set of private photographs to trade. Qin Hongda quipped, the one above is quite the opportunist. The assessment is complete. Muyu shook his head, acknowledging the woman's cleverness. As the food shortage worsens in the coming days, many women are likely to imitate her, leading to fierce competition where boundaries may be disregarded. Nevertheless, LV Fei Bai's survival after encountering such a large bird suggests that the 7A safety period for newcomers is indeed quite secure. Qin, as ever, remained irritable. Muyu chuckled softly, shaking his head, continuing to observe the group discreetly. Zhu Feizhong exclaimed, does anyone understand? I'm left with nothing. Today, I can only eat dirt. Zhizhan responded, haha, what misfortune. 1. Shun Jin lamented, don't say that. I too have 3 empty slots, wah wah wah. Mo Shu Xian timidly inquired, what happens if resources fall into the sea? Zhizhan replied, another unfortunate soul. Then it can only be left to the tides. Shunjian, why are you looking at me? Serve yourself. Mo Shu Xian, boo-hoo, I beseech you, kind-hearted young man, to take me in. Tang Yu, I have opened 5 decayed wooden chests, yet they contain nothing but rudimentary resources, devoid of any sustenance or refreshment. Is there a benevolent soul willing to share some food? I can trade resources in return. Zhu Feizhong water? One can simply scoop some from puddle. Dai Chengwen. Is that even potable? The item description suggests that drinking it relies 3 parts on one's stomach and 7 parts on luck. I dare not consume it. Songhai what? You all have puddles while I do not? Is this some conspiracy? I must lodge a complaint. Zhizhan, I too lack such a resource. Shunjian, I also do not possess any. However, my island boasts 2 trees. If I had an axe, I would fell them. Elfei Bai, my island has a pear tree bearing 3 juicy pears. which appear quite hydrating. Mo Shuxian, could you spare me a pair, dear sir? I can privately show you a glimpse of the lovely maiden. Tang Yu, brother, I can trade resources. Would 10 units of soil suffice? El Feibai, those in need should privately message me with their resources. Do not come seeking handouts or insults. It seems each island possesses a random assortment of basic resources. Yet everyone remains cautious, aware that not all words spoken in this channel can be taken at face value. In this new era, no one is a fool. Muyu couldn't help but sigh, suddenly realizing there was news that could benefit him. Wang Yang, I am willing to pay handsomely for coconut shell carbon. Those with it, please message me privately. Dai Chunwen, wow. Are you planning to create a filter, esteemed one? Tang Yu, esteemed one. May I pre-order some filtered water? Zhizhan, I too wish to partake. Shun Jian, so do I. Wang Yang. Chapter 4. Trading coconut shell charcoal. The channel area had been silent for half a day without any responses. Muyu opened Wang Yang's friend request and added a note. Indeed, Muyu intended to provide coconut shell charcoal. He was unperturbed by the prospect of others vying for water resources. After all, the market was vast, and clean freshwater was perpetually scarce. It was better to seize the opportunity while others were in need to expedite the construction of his well. In less than a minute, Wang Yang approved the request. Upon clicking on his profile, Muyu saw a mature, middle-aged man. Wang Yang, you have coconut shell charcoal? What do you require? Muyu, stone blocks, just 10 stone blocks. Wang Yang, that is quite a bit. Would 5 suffice? I can offer you priority access to a certain quantity of purified water. Muyu, no, I only want the stones. Such verbal agreements tested human nature, and moreover, Muyu had no need for purified water. He would soon become a major supplier himself. After a brief silence, another message from Wang Yang arrived. Understood. Give me 10 minutes. Muyu, no rush. I will need about half an hour. Wang Yang, all right. With the transaction confirmed, Muyu hesitated no longer. He swiftly climbed a coconut tree and plucked one of the coconuts. Using a stone, he crushed the fibrous shell until it was fluffy enough to peel away easily. He then secured the pointed end of the coconut upright and struck it vigorously against the stone. The shell began to loosen, and, eventually, he flipped the coconut upside down and gave it a forceful smash, effortlessly breaking open the shell. The sweet, refreshing coconut water flowed down Muyu's throat, instantly invigorating him. He then tore off a piece of the snow-white coconut flesh and savored it. The rich coconut aroma lingered delightfully. For some reason, he found this to be more delectable than any coconut he had ever tasted on Blue Star. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Muyu picked up a lighter, ignited a bundle of dry grass, and tossed it onto a piece of wood, finally adding the coconut shell. Once the flames roared, he covered it with a bit of soil he had prepared earlier. After half an hour of effort, he unearthed the soil pile and indeed discovered a portion of coconut shell charcoal and charcoal. Un coconut shell charcoal, inferior subpar, filtering material. Charcoal, inferior, a low-quality filtering material suitable for burning. Perhaps due to its homemade nature, both items were of inferior quality. But since they were not for personal use, Muyu promptly initiated a trade with Wang Yang. Ding! Trade successful. Coconut shell charcoal, inferior. -1, stone blocks 10. Wang Yang, received. Happy trading. Smile, closing the communication channel. Muyu checked his supplies. Wood 19, stone blocks 10, ropes 5, iron blocks 5. With sufficient resources, Muyu took out the blueprint for a miniature well, and a thought crossed his mind. Ding! Miniature well construction completed. Wood -10, stone blocks -10, ropes -5. Iron blocks -2. The blueprint disappeared from his backpack, and before Muyu, a small patch of land became enveloped in swirling smoke. Moments later, the smoke dissipated, revealing a tiny, pristine well. The well had a diminutive diameter, estimated to be less than half a meter. Its mouth and inner walls were lined with stones, and a wooden bucket tethered by a rope hung at the well's opening. At that moment, the well contained only a shallow layer of water. It resembled more of a slightly deeper puddle than a true well. Micro water well, occupying an area of 1 square meter. It generates 5 liters of well water every 2 hours, ceasing production once it reaches a storage capacity of 30 liters. Upon reading the description, Muyu realized that he must extract the water from the well within a maximum of 12 hours to avoid wastage. However, lacking the means to construct a water bucket for storage posed a considerable inconvenience, prompting a sense of urgency to enhance the island's resources. Muyu found himself idly awaiting the well's water production, akin to cradling a hen that lays golden eggs. He took a moment to rinse his body with some well water, gradually alleviating the stinging sensation. Lying on the island, he peered at the screen for over 6 hours, witnessing the channel's transformation from a lamentation of grievances to a plea for sustenance. The complaints about the scarcity of loot shifted to desperate requests for food and drink, with various online beggars employing an array of unique phrases. At that moment, Muyu stretched and lifted his gaze. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the horizon, the undulating sea glistening as if adorned with gold, splendid and majestic. A gust of sea breeze swept through, causing Muyu to shiver involuntarily. Who had surreptitiously shown them the footage? Approaching the coconut tree, he felt the stiff, sun-dried fabric of his shirt and pants, which bore numerous white salt stains, prompting a wry comment from him. Resigned, he donned a windbreaker, which provided a modicum of warmth. Despite having seabird meat, Muyu lacked suitable cooking utensils, forcing him to settle for leftover bread from earlier as his dinner. After 6 hours of waiting, he gazed at the clear well water that had risen within. He opened the channel and clicked on a person's avatar. Muyu, how many wooden cups do you have? I'd like to exchange water for them. This individual was someone Muyu had become acquainted with while observing the channel. They had acquired a blueprint for crafting wooden cups and had traded for various resources on the trading platform, as there were still few items capable of holding water. Jing Yuechong, dirty fresh water, right? 1 liter for 1 cup. Muyu, well water, the drinkable kind. Jing Yuechong, young man, no, Mu big shot. How many 100 milliliters do you want? With a light chuckle, Muyu noted that although the girl's avatar depicted a striking beauty, it did not hinder his bargaining efforts. 10 for 100 milliliters. Jing Yuechong, big shot. Your price is too harsh. I'm not producing cups without loss. The wood consumption is significant. At most, I can offer 3 for 100 milliliters. After persistent negotiation, they eventually settled on 5 cups for 100 milliliters each, culminating in a direct transaction of 50 cups, leaving Muyu with 14 liters of well water. Inferior wooden wine cup, capable of holding a maximum of 500 milliliters of liquid. The wooden cup was modest in size, with an estimate that 1 unit of wood could create 3 to 5 cups, indicating a considerable profit for the seller. Currently, the market price for 100 milliliters could exchange for at least 5 units of wood. Alas, the seller held a monopoly. 100 milliliters of purified water, 7 units of soil, or 3 stones 100 milliliters of purified water. For stones 100 milliliters of purified water, 10 units of soil. Muyu searched the trading market, discovering that only a small quantity of purified water was priced at 5 basic resources per 100 milliliters, while demand far exceeded supply. Most prices were significantly higher, requiring 7 to 8 resources, with some reaching upwards of 10 or more. Typically, an adult should consume approximately 2 liters of water each day. However, in this dire situation, even conserving 1 liter remains essential. The evident scarcity of water resources in the market has led to exorbitantly high prices. Consequently, Muyu resolved to seize this opportunity to accumulate initial capital. He decided to fill 40 cups with 100 milliliters of water each and list them on the platform, exchanging each cup for 5 units of soil or 2 stones. Do not question the low price. His strategy is based on volume. Just as he prepared to promote this in the channel, he discovered that the discussion had erupted into chaos. Hui Tang exclaimed, "Cao Xuiyu, how dare you mix urine with the water? I swear if I ever see you again, there will be consequences." Shun Jian responded, "The previous comment is highly inappropriate." "What a pitiable child," Zhu Feizhong remarked. "Indeed, that is quite unethical. Such actions are disgraceful." Zhao Shuiyo retorted, "You amuse me. What you purchased is just contaminated water, and what I provide is also tainted. How could you possibly know what you wish to drink? With your limited intellect, spare us your barking." Chui Ting angrily responded, "You." Chapter 5. The Ascension of the Island. It is astonishing how low some individuals can stoop. This child is indeed unfortunate, yet fortunately, there exists a benevolent soul, like myself, to rescue you all. Muyu felt a wave of satisfaction as he disseminated the edited information within the channel. Muyu, I'm currently offering a substantial supply of 100 milliliters certified pure well water, absolutely devoid of any additives. It is refreshingly sweet and pure. Merely 5 units of soil or 2 stones are required. First come, first served. If you possess other items, feel free to message me privately with images. Tangyu, is this for real? So inexpensive? Chin Hongda, while others are racing ahead, you are still lagging behind. Within mere seconds, it was all snatched up. I managed to acquire 200 milliliters. You truly are impressive. Zhu Feizhong. Mu, you are remarkable. I secured 600 milliliters. Ha ha ha. Tangyu, it's over. I've suffered a tremendous loss. Ping Yin, why impose a charge? Given the abundance of water, shouldn't it be freely distributed to assist everyone? So many are still parched. Where are your traditional virtues? What has happened to your spirit of altruism? Shunjian, ignore the foolishness above. Zhizhan, the person above is truly despicable. At that moment, Muyu paid little heed to the debates within the channel. In just a few seconds, his well water had been completely depleted, and numerous individuals continued to request private conversations. Disregarding those seeking handouts and mere images, Muyu engaged in dialogue with the 2 most sincere individuals. Xiaozhe, esteemed one, I offer 3 excellent apple seeds in exchange for 500 milliliters of water. Muyu, the cultivation conditions are too demanding. I can only offer 200 milliliters. Xiaozhe, these are exceptional seeds. I obtained them from a black iron box. Muyu, precisely because they are exceptional. Otherwise, I would have granted you 500 milliliters. Alternatively, if you possess blueprints, I can offer you 1L. Xiaozhe, very well, 200 milliliters it is. Had they been ordinary, I would not have made the exchange. Such is the current state of affairs. Ordinary items are valued higher than exceptional ones, as the common variety is easier to cultivate, while the superior strains prove challenging to grow. He clicked on another individual's profile to converse, trading 300 milliliters for a wool blanket and a pair of casual shoes. He also spent 5L acquiring some genuinely offered supplies, leaving him with 8L. Once his water cups were exhausted, he ceased trading. At this moment, Muyu glanced at the basic resources within his backpack. 100 units of soil, 74 units of wood, 40 stones, 10 ropes, 10 mud, 10 bird droppings, and 9 hay. Time to upgrade the island. Muyu thought. The upgrade was successful. Soil -50, stones -20. A veil of white mist enveloped the island, dissipating shortly thereafter. The previously cramped island now appeared significantly more spacious, prompting Muyu to marvel at the extraordinary craftsmanship of this world. Island name, nameless level, 2nd tier small island area, approximately 100 square meters construction, micro water well resources, ordinary coconut tree 1 herbal field 1 special output, 2nd tier resource rod buildable, wooden house, fields, wooden fence, raft dock, affiliation, Muyu advancement requirements, soil 1000, stone 800, mud 600. Rare construction 1, extraordinary element stone arbitrary addition. Muyu was both elated and troubled. The joy stemmed from the island's advancement, which granted an additional herbal field and expanded the backpack's capacity to 20 slots. The concern arose from the exorbitant resources required for the next tier, which had increased over 20-fold. However, contemplating that was premature. At this moment, the clock had already struck 7, and night had long enveloped the land, with the silvery light of stars casting its glow upon the island. The absence of the moon created an eerie atmosphere, and the sea breeze carried a biting chill, causing Muyu to shiver even while clad in 2 windbreakers. Construct the wooden house. A notification chimed, wood -50, iron block -3, wooden house construction completed. The familiar recipe and its comforting essence persisted. As the smoke dissipated, a modest wooden house, occupying 20 square meters, emerged, claiming 1/5 of the island's territory. The newly expanded island took on an oval shape, with a coconut tree positioned to the left front of the wooden house, and the water well not far ahead. Upon entering the wooden abode, darkness enveloped the space. Muyu ignited some dry grass in the center of the room and added 2 pieces of wood, igniting a roaring campfire, illuminating the interior's layout. The small house contained but a single room, with a workbench to the left and a narrow wooden bed to the right. making the space feel cramped yet efficiently utilized. The floor remained packed with raw earth, and Muyu first gathered stones to encircle the campfire, preventing flames from escaping. Then propped open the solid wooden windows to avert carbon monoxide poisoning. As the fire crackled, warmth gradually enveloped the room, prompting Muyu to inspect the workbench. Wooden house workbench, capable of crafting all basic items, such as stone axe, stone pickaxe, wooden table, bench, wooden barrel, wooden cup, rope, fishing net, fishing rod. Wood -10, rope -10, rustic wooden barrel 2. Without delay, Muyu fashioned 2 wooden barrels, which were not overly large and portable. Bound around the exterior with spirals of rope. Rustic wooden barrel can hold 15 liters of liquid, but lacks durability. Carrying 1 barrel, Muyu approached the water well, filling it with 10 liters of water and transporting it into the wooden house. Although intrigued by the fishing rod and net, Muyu decided to postpone that exploration until daylight, as the moonless night and howling winds rendered it unwise. With the last 12 pieces of wood, Muyu crafted 48 cups, filled them with well water, and stored them in the backpack. Finally, wrapped in a woolen blanket, Muyu nestled warmly on the wooden bed, embarking on an adventure of plunder and a night of intrigue. Muyu was astonished to discover that after the island's upgrade, the speaking limit in the regional channel had increased from 10 messages to 20. At this moment, the most fervent discussions were not about food and water, but rather about methods to keep warm and tools for igniting fires. Chen Kong exclaimed, "This is my last matchstick. I need 20 basic resources, those in need. Come and trade quickly. It will only get colder as the night progresses." Song Hai retorted, "What a profiteer." Hong Yangjiang lamented, "I'm freezing like a popsicle. It must be nearing 0 degrees, right? Could any generous soul spare a piece of clothing?" Zhu Feizhang added, "I drank some contaminated water during the day, and now with the cold wind blowing, I feel feverish. My head is spinning, and my stomach aches. Am I on the verge of death?" Gao Yu offered, "Brother, I shall pray for your soul." Heng Shui chimed in, "My sister has been sweating all day. I wish to exchange my original flavor for a thick coat. Gentlemen interested, please message me." Muyu clicked on Peng Shui's profile picture, not out of any peculiar inclination, but merely out of curiosity. To his surprise, the woman possessed a striking beauty, with a face reminiscent of a refined supermodel and an alluring maturity that stirred his senses. It seemed that this woman had adapted remarkably well on her first day here, suggesting she was no ordinary person back on Blue Star. While scavenging for resources, Muyu rose to create additional water cups, successfully converting 10 liters of water into resources before preparing to rest. Despite the high demand for fire-starting items in the channel, Muyu harbored no intention of trading a lighter. Primarily, he wished to keep it as a backup, and secondly, there were limited valuable goods to exchange on the first day. As the first night unfolded in this new world, Muyu felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. However, as the warmth in the room increased and fatigue washed over him, he soon succumbed to slumber, the sounds of his gentle snoring filling the air. Chapter 6. The exceptional crossbow the following day, as the first light of dawn painted the horizon with a delicate hue of pale pink. The warm rays of the morning sun filtered through the wooden cabin, gently rousing Muyu from his slumber. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the enchanting scenery of the island at dawn. The vast expanse of cerulean ocean stretched endlessly, with waves perpetually crashing against the shore, sending frothy sprays of white foam into the air. Even the sea breeze had taken on a gentler demeanor. Were it not for the fact that he found himself in a foreign realm, this place would indeed be a paradise to relish. Glancing at the time displayed in the channel, he noted it was already 7 o'clock, with the number of participants now totaling 7,804. The thought that several individuals had vanished from this world stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Just as Muyu was lost in contemplation, a sudden cascade of water doused his head. The foul odor that followed left him momentarily bewildered. Looking up, he spotted a massive white seabird, over 10 feet in length, circling overhead. Could this be the parent of the bird from yesterday? A peculiar expression crossed Muyu's face as he realized the gigantic avian was seemingly mocking him from above. Yet, it appeared to harbor a fear of the island, refraining from swooping down to attack. Perhaps this was the so-called protection afforded during the novice phase, which offered him some solace. However, being scrutinized by such a creature was far from pleasant. The thought of being bombarded with its droppings was unsettling. True to his apprehensions, a sizable mass fell from the sky, prompting Mu Yu to hastily evade, his expression darkening with an intense desire to retaliate against the bird. Yet, hurling a small stone at it was undoubtedly futile. After a period of circling, the seabird begrudgingly departed, leaving behind a token of its presence. Bird droppings. 1. With his mood slightly lightened, Mu Yu resigned himself to the necessity of wasting well water for a thorough cleansing. He quickly prepared a simple breakfast of fresh bread, readying himself for another day of endeavors. By 8 o'clock, he had extracted all the water from the well, allowing him to collect it precisely every 12 hours. His water reserves had now reached 30 liters, which he intended to utilize for resource gathering on the platform later in the afternoon. Upon returning to the island's edge, Mu Yu noticed that his island had risen considerably in elevation. He retrieved the resource rod from his backpack, its blue hue deepening significantly after his recent advancement. Second-tier resource rod. Island specialty, progresses with the island's tier. Usable 6 times within a day. Air Force 10, decayed wooden box 40, solid wood box 40. Black iron box 9, silver box 1, special box 0. 001. Note: fishing at night may yield items other than boxes. Please proceed with caution. After perusing the description, Mu Yu felt a surge of joy as he cast the resource rod. Ding, caught. Ding, caught. Ding, caught. After 6 casts, Mu Yu's mood had returned to calm. He had successfully secured 1 black iron box and 4 solid wood boxes, with only 1 Air Force item, which he deemed a satisfactory outcome. Without hesitation, he activated his talent to open the boxes. Ding! Opening the black iron box. Critical hit successful. Crossbow manufacturing blueprint 1. Iron ingots 10. Premium rope 1. Elated, Mu Yu's gaze fixated on the crossbow manufacturing blueprint. Light crossbow manufacturing blueprint. Iron block 3. Wooden plank 5. Rope 1. Crossbow bolt 10. Iron block 1. Wooden plank 1. Feather 10. Requirement: level 1 workbench. It is fortunate that it is a light crossbow. Had it been a bow and arrow, the situation would have been troublesome, as I lack the skill to wield them. Truly, what a critical hit. This chest appears to possess a certain adaptability upon opening. Indeed, it is as if a pillow is delivered just as one begins to doze off. Silly bird, just wait for me. Mu Yu sharpened his blade, his resolve firm against the great bird. He quickly adjusted his plans, deciding to reserve 1 critical hit for the creation of the light crossbow. Ding! Opening the solid wood chest, critical hit achieved. Barbecue grill 1, cumin powder 100g, cutlery set. A complete barbecue set has emerged. Now I can feast on roasted bird. Mu Yu felt a surge of excitement. Merely the 2nd day since arriving here, and he could indulge in roasted meat. The quality of life is indeed exceptional. It is worth noting that even a single loaf of bread on the trading platform commands an exorbitant price. Ding! Opening the solid wood chest. Corn seeds 3, potato 1. Luncheon meat can 1. Ding! Opening the solid wood chest. Rocking chair 1. Mineral water 500 milliliters 1. Blanket 1. Ding! Opening the solid wood chest. Bandage 1. Alcohol 1. Herb seeds 3. Although there were no critical hits, this series of chest openings was truly profitable. Not only was there food, but also alcohol, a miraculous remedy for disinfection and survival. However, my backpack was already brimming with resources. After dismantling the iron chest, other than placing the rocking chair outside, Mu Yu stored the remaining items in the solid wood chest and carried them into the small cabin. Once everything was organized, Mu Yu decided to plan the fields, as this would determine his future food supply. Cultivating the land is ingrained in the very essence of the Chinese people. Having previously obtained a potato, Mu Yu intended to keep it until it sprouted for planting. First, he proceeded to the herb garden, located in the front right of the cabin. Mu Yu plucked the 3 mature herbs and discovered that beneath them lay a patch of ordinary soil. Thus, he casually planted the 3 herb seeds. Ordinary herb. When crushed and applied to wounds, it can accelerate scabbing and healing. The effects of the herbs were indeed as Mu Yu had anticipated. After preserving them, he began to examine the construction of the fields. Field. Each occupies 1 square meter. Soil 5. The application of manure or fertilizer can enhance the field's level. Ding. Soil -10, fields 2. 2 patches of cultivated land appeared beside the herb garden. Upon inspection, Muyu found them to be barren. He proceeded to apply bird manure. Ding. Bird manure -10, ordinary field 1. Ding. Large bird manure -1, ordinary field 1. Gradually, Muyu discerned a pattern. At least 10 units of bird manure were required to upgrade a barren field to an ordinary field, whereas only 1 unit of large bird manure sufficed. He planted the corn seeds and cedar seeds, sprinkling some well water. With that, Muyu turned his attention elsewhere, as it would be some time before they matured. Currently, he could not cultivate superior crops without higher-level fields. Returning to the small cabin, Muyu sat before the workbench, preparing to utilize his final critical hit of the day to manufacture the light crossbow. Iron block, 3, timber, 5, premium rope, 1. Critical hit success. Excellent crossbow, 1. Excellent crossbow. Crafted from premium rope and enhanced through critical hit techniques, this weapon exhibits a significant increase in overall performance, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Damage. 10 as the blueprints and materials vanished. A meticulously crafted crossbow materialized upon the workbench. Muyu could hardly part with the exquisite crossbow, admiring its design. Although labeled as a light crossbow, its iron and wood amalgamation lent it a certain weight and intimidation. Even a fully grown man would find it challenging to wield for extended periods. Regrettably, the weapon blueprints dissipated upon use, unlike the infinitely producible blueprints for everyday items, thereby severing his prospects of profiting from a sale of crossbows. Iron block, 1, timber, 1, feathers, 10, crossbow bolts, 10. Additionally, he utilized the complementary blueprints to craft crossbow bolts, granting him the capability to engage aerial targets. Chapter 7. The hunt for the great cloud bird, with time slipping away and the act of merely observing the flock proving futile. Muyu resolved to forge a new path of discovery, fishing. He had contemplated the use of nets, but from the vantage point of the island, the water level was too low to yield any catch. Moreover, venturing out to sea was perilous and beyond his skill. How he wished for a blueprint for a fish basket, enabling him to reap the rewards effortlessly. Muigreku mused contentedly. Wood 2, fishing line 1, iron block 1, ordinary fishing rod 1. He examined the freshly crafted ordinary fishing rod in his hands. The main body was constructed of wood, reinforced with several iron rings. A fishing line, 4 to 5 meters long, dangled with an iron hook devoid of any adjustable features, lacking the refined quality of a resource rod. After crafting numerous wooden cups to store water, Muyu took his fishing rod and rocking chair to the shoreline. With only 200 grams of luncheon meat, he reluctantly tore off a small piece to bait the hook, feeling a pang of regret. He then cast the rod into the vast ocean. After an hour of patient waiting, the rod remained motionless. Resigned, he settled for his remaining luncheon meat paired with bread for lunch. Reclining in his rocking chair, he grasped the fishing rod with one hand while shifting his focus to the chat channel. Muyu, new stock, 200 cups of 100 milliliters well water in exchange for basic resources. If you have other items, DM me with images. Supplies are limited. First come, first served. LV Fei Bai. Wow, the big spender has arrived. Chen Kong. Everyone don't buy. I bought his water yesterday and ended up with a stomachache. His water is contaminated. Shenzhen, stop spouting nonsense. So many people bought it yesterday, and you're the only one complaining. If you don't want it, others will. Come on, Muyu, stock up more before it runs out. Kyusha, dude, your water is the real problem. Selling it at such a high price, and it's still not clean. I trusted you and drank your water. And now I'm suffering from diarrhea? Why try to reach you? You blocked me. Everyone, avoid buying his water. Chen Kong, you misunderstood me. What I sell is a manure-based growth stimulant, a divine remedy for farming. Hing Yin, Muyu, since you have such abundant water resources, why not share them freely? Where's your spirit of generosity? So many are struggling just for a sip of water. Qin Hongda, hey, stand up there. Could you donate some water and food to me? I'm on the brink of starvation. Muyu was well aware that his abundant water supply would incite envy, bringing forth both slander and support. He possessed a resilient spirit and chose not to waste time on detractors, simply blacklisting those who defamed him to prohibit any further transactions. If he did not distribute water in ample quantities now, it would soon lose its value. Without his competitively priced water, the market price would inevitably rise, rendering it unaffordable for many. Muyu could only respond, I am not a water deity. Kong, what's your deal, Muyu? You've blacklisted me? It's just a bit of lousy water. What's there to be proud of? There are plenty of others selling water. I don't need your pitiful supply. Kong, if you're so impressive, then lift the blacklist. Songhai, you really deserve this, still trying to provoke him. Muyu, don't fall for it. Moments later, the entire stock of water cups was completely consumed, and Muyu joyfully gazed at his backpack. Soil, 680, wood, 260, stone, 166, rope, 50, iron block, 20, mud, 70, hay, 27. In addition, Muyu had exchanged 5 liters of water for the blueprints of a bloodletting saber, a set of ironwood combined armor, and 3 seeds, each of cotton, cedar, and excellent white radish. Do not inquire. The price of water is exorbitantly high at present, and many items are of no use at this stage, forced to be sold off at a loss. He retained 5 liters for personal use, regretting only that he had not acquired manure to cultivate new fields, likely because many have already discovered the wondrous utility of manure. It appears he would have to produce it himself in the future. At that moment, Muyu's fishing rod suddenly jerked, an immense pulling force surged forth, and he instantly leaped from his rocking chair, beginning a contest of strength with the creature beneath the water. Possessing rudimentary sea fishing skills, he refrained from hastily yanking the marine life from the depths, instead engaging in a test of endurance. After a brief interval, the creature beneath seemed to tire, its force weakening significantly. Now was the moment. With all his might, Muyu swiftly pulled it ashore. Lo and behold, it was a vibrant Red Sea fish, measuring about 20 to 30 centimeters in length, unmistakably not of Earth's species, adorned with multiple sharp spines and possessing exceedingly sharp teeth. Even after being landed, it attempted to leap and bite at Muyu. Undeterred, he swiftly smashed its head with a rock, finally holding it in his grasp to examine. Were it still in the water, he would have surely been no match for this creature. Red-spiked spirit fish, excellent edible raw, consumption enhances physical constitution. Muyu was overjoyed, promptly retrieving a small wooden table, a dish, and utensils from his wooden cottage. He rinsed the red-spiked spirit fish in well water, slicing off a translucent piece of fish flesh to savor. A wave of sweetness and freshness erupted from his taste buds, leaving Muyu utterly satisfied, unable to stop himself. Moments later, having indulged heartily, Muyu felt no sense of fullness. Rather, a warm current surged from his stomach throughout his body. After about 10 minutes, the warmth subsided, and Muyu realized his strength, agility, and physique had all slightly improved, making him feel considerably more nimble. With a beaming smile, he deliberately saved the mushy fish head and tail as bait, continuing his fishing endeavors with hopes of further success. At that moment, a white figure appeared in the distance. Muyu's eyes sharpened, and he cautiously retreated towards the center of the island, his crossbow materializing in his hand, an arrow ready to be fired. The returning giant seabird circled above without descending to attack, clearly harboring ill intentions. To lower its guard, Muyu decided against evasion, knowing that one must risk something valuable to catch the wolf. As anticipated, another black figure soon plummeted from the sky. Just as the dark figure was about to land on Muyu, the crossbow in his hand emitted a crisp sound. Whoosh! The released arrow whistled through the air, striking with lightning speed through the seabird's outstretched right wing. Crack! A black feather descended upon Muyu's windbreaker, causing him to suppress his revulsion as he gazed skyward at the soaring seabird. In that moment, the creature had lost its previous elegance. Blood dripped incessantly from its right wing. With a sharp cry, the enormous seabird, evidently infuriated, succumbed to agony, its pain rendering it irrational. No longer intimidated by the island's presence, it dove downwards like a bolt, aiming directly at Muyu. Undaunted by the imminent peril, he remained resolute. After all, he was a man who had escaped the jaws of a shark. Swiftly, he readied his crossbow and continued to fire at the avian menace. The sound of the expertly crafted string reverberated violently, followed by the crisp release of 2 arrows that struck true, embedding themselves deep within the creature's flesh. Its momentum faltered, and it plummeted from skies. The giant seabird emitted a pained wail, a pool of crimson blood pooling beneath it, evoking a sense of pity. Yet Muyu harbored no compassion. He aimed once more at its head and released another arrow. The screech abruptly ceased. Ding! He achieved his first tier advancement by slaying a black, iron-level great cloud bird, earning the title of Hunter. Hunter, Agility 2, Enhanced Reflexes, 5 increased damage to avian targets. Chapter 8. The silver chest. Miyu stepped forward, astonished to discover a black iron chest materializing beside the great cloudbird. It turned out that hunting beasts could yield resource chests. He collected it, intending to unleash a critical strike on the morrow, while simultaneously attending to the great cloudbird. The decomposition was successful, yielding 30 exquisite feathers, 500 milliliters of cloudbird essence, and 20 gene of cloudbird meat. Cloudbird essence contains a trace of extraordinary wind properties, a precious special material. Cloudbird meat, infused with a slight extraordinary element, extremely nutritious. Consumption can moderately enhance agility. Even Matewan delivery could not match the treasures that arrived at his doorstep. Deeply moved, Muyu resolved, with tears in his eyes, that this would be the main course for dinner. He collected 3 crossbow arrows and the bird droppings, rinsed himself with well water after shedding his tactical jacket, and donned a fresh garment. Upon reaching the designated agricultural area, Muyu utilized the large droppings to cultivate the 4th patch of ordinary land, planting cotton seeds. After a day of acclimatization, the channel had returned to a state of normalcy. Besides a prominent figure named Chong Sun Wu, who frequently shared survival techniques, the remainder of the discourse revolved around trading supplies. Life had settled into a tranquil rhythm. Though many were lacking in water and food, the daily catch could still provide a modicum of sustenance, albeit leading to persistent poverty. Only a handful of unfortunate souls faced untimely deaths, and the current mortality rate remained relatively low. In the blink of an eye, the setting sun cast its crimson glow across the horizon. Glancing at the spoils in his wooden bucket, Muyu felt a pang of regret. He had indeed caught 2 red-spined spirit fish, but they were merely 4 to 5 centimeters long, yielding scant flesh, along with 3 ordinary sand fish measuring 10 centimeters. Their flavor paled in comparison to the spirit fish. Yet, Muyu chuckled softly to himself. What need have I for a bicycle? I shall return to feast on grilled fish and meat. After tidying up, he returned to his chambers, skewering the sandfish and small cloud bird onto the grill, sprinkling a hint of salt and igniting the campfire. While the grilled sandfish did not possess the sweetness and delicacy of the red-spined spirit fish, it offered a unique flavor, accompanied by a gentle surge of warmth within. The fish's description hinted at a slight enhancement of physical prowess, though the 3 small sandfish did not suffice to warrant any substantial gains. If only I had the blueprint for a pond, how I would cherish raising you. With a sigh of resignation, Muyu transformed the 2 small red-spined spirit fish into sashimi and savored each bite. Moments later, he felt a point of physical enhancement, followed closely by increases in strength and agility, invigorating his entire being, though not satiating his hunger. At this juncture, the small cloudbird was nearly ready. Muyu seized it and began to gnaw. Its meat was substantial and chewy, and even with minimal seasoning, it was a rare delicacy. After finishing the cloudbird, he felt a lightness throughout his body, glancing at his stats to find agility had risen yet again. Seizing the moment when his body felt as though it were pulsing with vitality, Muyu engaged in a vigorous workout. As the clock struck 8, drenched in sweat, he concluded his exercise and proceeded to the well, drawing all the water he could. After a simple cleansing, I kept the drinking water I needed and hung the remaining 25 liters on the platform. Whether it was due to the warmth and comfort of the combination of a cotton blanket and a woolen throw after a satisfying meal, or perhaps the exhaustion from intense exercise, Muyu fell into a deep slumber early that night. Ding. Soil 450, wood 240, stone 180, mud 70, rope 30. The night was silent, with waves lapping gently, and beneath the vast, lonely starry sky, a jungle island slowly drifted from the distance, coming to a halt about 100 meters from Muyu's island. Awakening naturally at dawn, Muyu instinctively glanced at the channel area while checking the time, only to find that the group chat was in an uproar. Ho Wei Kai. I woke up this morning to find an island appearing on the sea. What's going on? Rong Chung. I saw it too. Is it the same one? Xiao Zhe. It should be a different one. I've seen it. And it doesn't seem particularly large, perhaps around 10,000 square meters. It's unlikely that so many people would see it. Is anyone going to the island to take a look? Rong Chung. How do we get there? Swim over? That seems too dangerous. Xiao Zhe. Isn't there a way to craft a raft and dock since the island has leveled up? We can paddle over. Rongcheng, ah. I haven't gathered enough resources to level up yet. Chu Ze. Qin Hongda. Wait for me an hour. I'll be back quickly. Zhizhan, brother Qin, good job. Gao Yu. I'll go take a look too. Muyu hurriedly exited the wooden house and, as expected, a new island had appeared not far from his own. This island was vastly larger than his, appearing lush and vibrant from a distance. However, Muyu had no immediate plans to set foot on it. Others were already preparing to explore, and it was wiser to first gauge the situation through the group chat. Caution is paramount. Life is singular, and the enjoyment of living should not be jeopardized. In the morning, after consuming some roasted meat, Muyu was surprised to find that even after devouring 2 pounds of it, he still felt unsated, as if his appetite had achieved an epic enhancement. To alleviate this feeling, he plucked the last coconut and drank its refreshing water, finally feeling content. Although he felt lighter, his agility had yet to improve. By 8 o'clock, he drew out 30 liters of well water. After distributing the 25 liters into containers, he ceased to pay attention. Knowing that everyone would be fishing resource boxes in the morning, expecting it would be midday before they were fully sold out. Today, Muyu chose to fish for resource boxes on the opposite side of the island, hoping for new fortunes. Ding! Fishing yielded a solid wood box. Ding! Fishing yielded another solid wood box. Ding! Fishing yielded a black iron box. Ding! Fishing yielded another black iron box. Today was indeed a fortuitous day, auspicious in every way. Muyu hummed a tune, expressing his joy, noticing that the black iron boxes, which had previously required considerable effort to haul in, were now easily brought ashore. Ding! Fishing yielded a solid wood box. On the final cast, Muyu felt that familiar strain once more. He was not angered but rather delighted, gritting his teeth as he dragged the box from the sea onto the shore. Its silver sheen dazzling brilliantly in the sunlight. Ding! A silver box was reeled in. Yet, before he could revel in his joy for long, an announcement resonated throughout the entire area. Chapter 9. The Black Diamond of the Sea. Congratulations to Lu Feibai from this region for being the first to fish out a special chest, earning additional rewards. Muyu glanced at the silver chest before him and found himself less than elated. Could it be that his talent was akin to that of a fortunate monarch? At this moment, the regional channel buzzed with excitement. Shunjian, Feibai, you are incredible. Kyusha, indeed, Feibai is amazing. I am curious about what lies within that special treasure chest. Zhizhan, I too am curious. Would it be possible for you to share, Feibai? We would love to broaden our horizons. Lu Tung, yes. I am so intrigued. What could possibly be inside such a rare chest? A divine artifact? A submarine, perhaps? Lu Feibai, all right, it is quite extraordinary, but it is not as exaggerated as you might think. You'll see for yourselves. Lu Feibai shared the interface. Mu Igriku, filled with curiosity, clicked to take a look. Friday, Chief, Kenrui, age, 29 strength, 14 agility, 11 stamina, 13 spirit, 3 charm, 1 talent. Intermediate brute force skill, frenzy combat power, black iron level evaluation, the chief among Fridays. Possessing low intelligence and extreme loyalty, suitable for heavy labor such as mining, logging, and transporting, but incapable of delicate tasks. A chorus of admiration erupted in the channel, and Muyu could not deny his envy. With a strength score of 14, bolstered by title bonuses, he could barely match half of that, which was already a feat beyond human limits. Choosing to ignore the distractions, Muyu closed the channel and turned his gaze to the silver chest before him, beginning to pray in silence. Ding! Opening the silver chest, critical hit success. Kraken's feces 1. Muyu stared at the dark, jelly-like substance before him, momentarily stunned. Was this what the silver chest yielded? Kraken's feces, enriched with extraordinary nutrients, revered as the black diamond of the sea. It can enhance the quality of fields or serve other mysterious purposes. After stowing away the unsightly item, Muyu resolved to experiment with it later. He then opened another chest. Ding! Opening the black iron chest, critical hit success. Basic weapon enhancement scroll 2, basic knife skill book 2, strength potion 2. Ding! Opening the black iron chest, critical hit success. Mudhouse blueprint 1, excellent tomato seeds 3, excellent wine 1. Ding! using the basic weapon enhancement scroll. The excellent crossbow is now enhanced. Damage 1. Miyu picked up the crossbow once more, observing its texture, color, and design. It was identical to its former self. Had it not been for the changed data, he would have thought it utterly unchanged. Ding. Using the basic knife skill book, obtain basic knife skills. Ding. Using the basic knife skill book, basic knife skill experience increased. To Muyu's astonishment, he discovered that identical skill books could be reused. A wealth of knowledge regarding the use and understanding of knives flooded his mind, subsequently reinforced by a deluge of information. Exceptional wine, crafted from superior grapes. This elixir not only enhances beauty, but also improves sleep and subtly elevates one's intellect and charm. It may pique the interest of some extraordinary beings, but one must be wary of overindulgence. This is indeed a remarkable item. Muyu contemplated saving it for a time when his sleep faltered or perhaps trading it later, recognizing its undeniable allure for women. Strength pills can enhance strength by 1 point, limited to 3 uses. As he consumed 2 strength pills simultaneously, a searing warmth surged within him. Muyu glanced at the interface, noting that his attributes had yet to change, the effects presumably still in the process of manifesting. Enduring the discomfort, he gritted his teeth and opened the remaining wooden chests, leaving only a black iron box to be opened tomorrow for maximum benefit. Ding! Opening wooden chests 3 yielded. Phoenix brand bicycle 1, stones 10, granite 5, clay pot 1, and 100 g of salt. What need have I for a bicycle? Muyu seethed, feeling the pain in his abdomen intensify. His island spanned merely 100 square meters. Even walking felt cumbersome. As for the other items, the resources were fairly standard. Yet the clay pot and salt were indeed valuable, perfect for concocting a hearty broth later. Moments later, drenched in sweat, Muyu finally regained his composure, the burning sensation having subsided. It was ill-advised to consume them together. It nearly cost me my life. He felt a twinge of fear, but acknowledged that the fruits of his suffering were bountiful, prompting him to review his personal information. Name, Muyu. Age, 24. Strength, 8. A human limit, 1 agility, 7-3 physique, 6-1 spirit, 7-1 charm, 6 talent, evolutionary crit passive skills, basic swimming, basic sea fishing, basic knife skills titles, shark escapee, shark provoker, bird hunter equipment, superior light crossbow combat power, mediocre evaluation, congratulations. With your weaponry, you pose a significant threat to weaker black, iron-level creatures. He gently clenched his fist, the muscles in his arm prominently bulging as Muyu savored the power coursing through him. Should he return to Earth, he would effortlessly claim the title of weightlifting champion, capable of delivering a single blow that could transform Mike Tyson into a mere shadow of his former self, 18 years hence. After tidying up the items he had acquired, placing those meant for indoors inside, and carelessly discarding the bicycle outside, Muyu ventured into the fields to cultivate his 5th plot of land. Ding! Soil -5. Kraken dung -1. Exceptional field 1. Exceptional field. Nutrient-rich and infused with extraordinary energy, significantly accelerating crop growth, with a chance to enhance the quality of crops below rare grade. Suddenly, Muyu felt less repulsed by the dung, contemplating as he planted the 3 berry seeds he had initially obtained. After watering them with well water, he was astonished to witness green sprouts emerging from the dark soil at a visible pace. However, no matter how swift their growth, maturity would still take time. With nothing else to occupy his day, he resolved to continue fishing, cut the meat of the cloud bird into egg-sized pieces, and hang them on the fishing hook. Muyu's strategy is precisely to avoid catching small fish. He has also discovered that even when stored in a backpack, the meat deteriorates. The optimal method for preserving cloudbird meat is through salting and drying. Initially, it seemed impossible, yet the advent of the clay pot has ignited a glimmer of hope. Though a substantial amount of sand is still required, which he has already sought to procure on the platform. Muyu then turned his attention to the communication channel, where the predominant topic of discussion was the new island, and it was then he learned that Gaoyu had already returned. However, he had yet to reach the island, as his raft had been inexplicably sunk by some fish, and by sheer luck, he had managed to swim back swiftly. As for the irascible Qin Laoch, just as Muyu thought of him, a message arrived. Qin Hongda, damn it, I'm back. Once I left the island, the channel board became useless. The island is perilous. I almost couldn't make it back. Xinjian, what happened? Are you all right, brother? Songhai, do tell us more. Qin Hongda. Upon my arrival at the island, I was greeted by a sandy beach, followed by dense thickets. As I ventured deeper, I heard the howl of wolves. Hoeikai, wolf howls? That's not too bad. Wolves aren't that terrifying, are they? Zhijian. Indeed, whatever wolves or tigers. I could easily handle them with a swift slide. Qin Hongda, let me finish. From a distance, I caught a glimpse of that wolf. And it was nothing like those on Blue Star. Over 2 meters long, its robust physique resembled that of a calf. And it leapt effortlessly onto a tree 4 or 5 meters high. Even if you brought a Blue Star tiger, it would only serve as a mere side dish. Chapter 10. The Centenary Stalactite Elixir Chiozei. Is it really that dangerous? I was planning to go have a look, but now I shall refrain. Xinjian. If you're not going, then I shall not go either. Howei Kai. Since neither of you are going, I shall also abstain. Chong Sun Wu. That is unnecessary. In fact, I believe the emergence of the island is a boon for us. The sand from the island serves as excellent material for both salt production and water purification. We can simply excavate the soil and chop wood from the periphery to avoid encounters with the ferocious beasts lurking deeper within. This represents a considerable resource. Rong Chung. Chong Sun's words ring true. For those of us who rely on resources for sustenance, and who cannot even gather enough materials for island advancement, we should indeed take a chance. Is anyone willing to lend me a raft? I promise to return thrice the resources I acquire. Chung Kong, you're dreaming. Chong Sun Wu's words undoubtedly ignited a fervor for island exploration, yet they did not stir any waves in Mu Yu's heart. Selling water is immensely profitable. Why would one risk their safety to collect resources that hold little appeal? As for the influx of sand and its implications for filtration, Mu Yu harbored no significant concerns. Without blueprints, the efficacy of a homemade filter remains uncertain. Furthermore, the water in the puddles will only diminish with use, and there likely remains but a scant supply. Moreover, the influx of basic resources into the market is likely to drive water prices even higher. Most individuals venturing to the island are primarily after timber and soil. The number of those seeking sand should be minimal. Contemplating this, Mu Yu promptly uploaded an offer on the trading platform. 500 milliliters of water in exchange for 25 gene of sand, suspecting that many would be inclined to trade. At that moment, new information arrived. Jian Yuchong, Muda Lao, are you there? Since individuals began advancing to the island in succession, the monopoly on water cups has shifted to mere earnings from hard work. This lady consequently vanished from the scene, though she had profited handsomely in the earlier stages. Mu Yu felt a flicker of curiosity regarding her motives for reaching out today. Mu Yu, I'm here. Jian Yuchong, I wish to propose a substantial business deal, and I wonder if you can handle it. Jian Yuchong, 1 unit of Centenary Stalactite Elixir, a rare treasure. An exceptionally gentle elixir that significantly enhances the body upon oral consumption, with effects varying according to individual circumstances. Mu Yu, what do you desire in return? Jian Yuchong, I possess only 1 unit, but I can provide 1 unit daily in exchange for 50 L of clean water each day, available only for this week. Mu Yu struggled to contain his excitement, furrowing his brow. A discerning individual could deduce that he would be listing 50 L of well water daily on the trading platform. Yet, this woman sought to monopolize all of his water, a truly formidable opponent. Mu Yu, that is impossible. My daily water supply is limited. Jian Yuchong, Muda Lao, you understand the value of this item. It is worth its weight in gold. Mu Yu, I do not dispute its value, but there are very few in the district who could consume it. If you wish to maximize your profits, you can only turn to me. This is the prime time for accumulating water resources. To catch the express train of development, you must seize this moment. I can offer you half of the water I produce each day in exchange. In the vibrant exchange, Jian Yuchong insisted on a minimal offer of 45 L. Yet Mu Yu remained unresponsive despite the relentless persuasion. Jian Yuchong, undeterred, proposed a further concession to 40 L, hinting that she would not sell to another. After persistent attempts, Jian Yuchong conceded once more, suggesting a split deal, but insisted on receiving information about the well to guard against deceit. Mu Yu provided the details of a mini well, confirming a transaction at 8 in the evening, questioning if she would still be awake. Jian Yuchong cheerfully affirmed her anticipation. At this very moment, on a rectangular island spanning 100 square meters, a young girl, her eyes gleaming with excitement, murmured to herself about the prospect of 30L, equating it to 300 units of 100 milliliters, a foundational resource of 1,500. However, she reminded herself to reserve some. As she and T washed her hair in days, the dust that clung to her did little to obscure her astute gaze, which was directed toward a peculiar structure with an entrance behind her. With a swift motion, Muyu cast a line, successfully landing yet another fish on the shore. Marveling at the effectiveness of cloudbird meat as bait, noting that the catch was consistently impressive. In the span of 2 short hours, she had reeled in a third fish, each measuring 30 centimeters. Although they lacked the excellence of superior quality, Muyu felt content. The variety would at least enhance her culinary experience. Even these lesser catches contained subtle elemental properties that could augment her attributes with sufficient consumption. Suddenly, a growl from her stomach reminded Muyu of her hunger, prompting her to indulge herself. She skillfully gutted and cleaned the 3 sizable fish, chopping them into segments and placing them into a clay pot, with the clear, sweet well water submerging the fish. She covered the pot and ignited a fierce fire beneath it. Meanwhile, she prepared 2 pounds of cloudbird meat, skewering them for grilling over an open flame, seasoned with cumin and salt. The sizzling sound of the meat crackling under the flames filled the air, releasing an irresistible aroma. After some time, Muyu savored the crispy cloudbird meat, allowing the rich flavors to explode on her palate, relishing every bite. Once the grilled meat had been devoured, she felt a slight heaviness and turned her gaze toward the clay pot. Lifting the lid, a wave of fragrant steam enveloped her. As the milky white fish soup bubbled gently within, she drank deeply, feeling invigorated and utterly satisfied. The energy from the food surged through her body, subtly enhancing her physical capabilities. Seizing the moment, Muyu decided to engage in some laborious tasks. She began by using a stone pickaxe to excavate a small puddle, then lined its base with stones for stability, followed by digging a connecting drainage ditch. During her work, she noticed that the well water she had listed on the trading platform had been exchanged for sand. Finding a flat area on the island, Muyu laid down a wooden plank and evenly spread out most of the sand, drenching in seawater to ensure it absorbed ample sunlight. With her tasks at hand, she returned to her old pastime, fishing. Occasionally, she checked on the sand to see if it was drying. When it was, she would pour more seawater over it, repeating this process throughout the afternoon. As the evening glow painted the sky in hues of red, the sand had begun to crystallize, a promising sign of her efforts. Muyu poured everything into the water pit and then drenched it with seawater, allowing the saline water to flow into the wooden barrels he had prepared in advance through the drainage ditch. He then added the accumulated plant ashes to the barrels. The primary component of these ashes is potassium carbonate. Muyu patiently awaited the precipitation of calcium carbonate and magnesium carbonate from the seawater. During this time, he checked the trading platform and found that the water he had listed was already sold out, with numerous individuals messaging him to request transactions. However, as his water resources were somewhat limited at the moment, Muyu concluded his resource collection and closed the channel, taking stock of his current supplies. Soil, 1530, wood, 610, stone, for 80, rope, 120, iron blocks, 30, mud, 210, linen, 20. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Red Dragon. To her astonishment, Muyu realized the abundance of resources at her disposal. She had no doubt that if she withdrew a substantial quantity from her backpack, the island could be entirely blanketed in them. The soil had already exceeded its limits. Tomorrow, she must prioritize the collection of stones and mud. With the water level reduced by half, meticulousness was imperative. Speaking of mud, Muyu could not help but lament the inadequacy of her newly constructed mud manufacturing hut. It required a mixture of soil and fresh water to function, and given the current scarcity of water resources, this structure would have to remain dormant for the time being. As the high-salinity seawater began to settle, Muyu fashioned a conical filter from wood, stuffing the bottom with burlap, layering it with charcoal ash, followed by coconut shell activated carbon, and topped with clean grains of sand. Pouring the saline seawater over this assembly allowed for a gradual filtration process, yielding a relatively clean brine devoid of solid impurities. Setting a pot over the flame, Muyu poured the concentrated brine into a clay pot, vigilantly maintaining a low heat to prevent boiling. Upon noticing the initial crystallization of salt, she scooped out 1/10 of the seawater into a wooden barrel. The remaining brine was then boiled down to produce a batch of coarse salt. Despite the prior interaction with the plant ash, it still contained a significant concentration of calcium and magnesium ions, along with elevated levels of potassium ions. Collecting the coarse salt, she placed it into the barrel. At this juncture, Muyu heated the previously extracted seawater until it was nearly boiling, then poured a portion into the barrel to mix with the coarse salt, stirring to wash it before discarding the water. She repeated this process multiple times, with the insoluble salt remaining as refined salt, while the drained water became brine, poisonous and lethal if consumed. Ultimately, she procured nearly 600 grams of refined salt, setting aside some cloudbird meat while curing the excess 12 pounds of meat, hanging it on a recently constructed wooden rack to air dry. Having completed these tasks, Muyu let out a long sigh and glanced at the channel, suddenly realizing it was already past 8. Jin Yuechang had sent her several messages. Mu igreku, epalides. I lost track of time while producing salt. Shall we trade now? Ding. Trade successful. -30 well water, 1 unit of spirit milk. Jin Yuechang, I'm quite upset right now. Unless you provide me with 100 g of salt, I will remain in a state of extreme anger all day. Muyu, haha, that's fine. Just tell me how you acquired this spirit milk. Jin Yuechang, in that case, I shall continue to be angry. Muyu, cloudbird meat, if you share this information. I'll treat you to 2 pounds of roasted meat seasoned with cumin and salt, a feast for the senses. After a brief silence, Muyu suspected that the girl on the other end of the channel was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Jin Yuechang, the origin of the building is related to my talent. I shan't divulge further specifics. You'll have to figure it out. Jin Yuechang, rare, centenary stalactite cave, produces 1 unit of stalactite spirit milk every 12 hours. The cravings of a foodie ultimately triumphed over rational thought. Muyu, very well, prepare for a delightful meal. It appears this girl possesses quite an impressive talent as well. Mu igreku mermered softly, trading the golden roasted meat to Jin Yuechang, realizing that his culinary skills had become increasingly refined. Jin Yuechang exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious. Will I be able to indulge in such delicacies again tomorrow night?" Muyu replied, "I'm afraid not. These items are quite valuable. Unless you trade me another vial of spirit liquid." Jin Yuechang scoffed, "How greedy you are! A mere morsel cannot entice me." Muyu pondered for a moment, devising a plan to acquire her spirit liquid. Perhaps he could offer her a little of his excess tomorrow to gauge her response. After all, spirit liquid held significant value for him. If it weren't for the assistance this woman provided, he would not be so generous. Resources were exceedingly precious now, and unsolicited kindness was reserved for those closest to him. Take this woman, for instance. She would not have willingly exchanged such a rare item with him if it were not for her desire for water resources. Soon, Muyu cast aside these thoughts and consumed the spirit liquid. It slid down without a hint of sensation, leading him to question whether it had evaporated. Yet soon after, he felt a gentle wave of vitality permeate his entire being, an ethereal sensation that left him yearning for more. Glancing at his personal attributes, he was taken aback to discover an increase of 2 points in his overall constitution, with even his spirit and charm rising by 1 point each. By this calculation, trading 30 liters of water for the spirit liquid was indeed a remarkable gain. With no water available for sale that night, Muyu found himself with ample free time. Conversations in the chat channel revolve around the new island. How much would have been chopped? How much soil had been dug? Endlessly competitive despite no longer being on Blue Star. However, the death toll had noticeably risen today, with over 300 individuals lost. Muyu could only lament the dangers of venturing out to sea, cautioning that landing on an island required vigilance, and that improper rowing could lead to tears shed by loved ones. As the sun rose, as it did every day, Muyu found himself reminiscing about the days when he was roused each morning by an alarm clock. He often questioned whether he was merely dreaming, for aside from the absence of one moon, the day and night in this world mirrored those of Blue Star perfectly. Just as he stepped outside, stretching languidly, he suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Was it an overcast day? Looking up, he was gripped by a chill. A a colossal red dragon, several dozen meters long, soared above. The dragon descended upon Mu Yu's small island, creating seismic tremors that forced him to flatten himself against the ground, paralyzed by fear. The fiery red body dominated the entire island, extending beyond it, with its forepart resting heavily upon the land, toppling even his wooden cabin. Mu Yu could clearly see the ancient, massive dragon scales, each shimmering like precious rubies, exuding an overwhelming dragonic majesty that left him breathless. He suspected that any movement on his part might earn him a title, but cold sweat poured down his brow as he desperately hoped the red dragon would overlook him. The dragon's arrival was abrupt, yet its departure was swift, vanishing into the horizon within minutes. Mu Yu waited half an hour, ensuring no unusual occurrences before rising. Feeling utterly drained, awaiting your grandfather, I shall certainly surpass you in due time. Mu Yu's disposition has always been one of fierce tenacity, even when faced with adversity. After having constructed the wooden cottage, she surveyed the island. Aside from the broken coconut trees, the pickled cloudbird meat had vanished, and even the vibrant berry branches in the remarkable field had succumbed to withering blooms and fallen leaves. With no other recourse, Mu Yu uprooted them and planted superior apple seeds instead. In her exploration of the island, she also stumbled upon a mound of clay, radiant and crystalline in its crimson hue. Dragon dung. It contains an abundance of fire elements, capable of transforming into miniature crystal or when buried underground with 10 stone blocks for 7 days, or serving as fertilizer, among other uses. Chapter 12. Advancement of Talent. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Lord Long visits frequently. Upon realizing he had not incurred any loss, Mu Yu quickly adopted a different demeanor, reflecting thoughtfully before arriving at a decision. I already possess a remarkable piece of land. Acquiring another would be less advantageous than obtaining an additional red crystal mine. Mu Yu dug a pit beneath the broken coconut tree, burying the excrement of the red crystal dragon along with some stones. Once he completed this task, Mu Yu was struck by a grave realization. He had no breakfast left. He found himself devoid of any stored food. This served as a stark reminder to him that he must always diversify his food storage. After some contemplation, Mu Yu resolved to fish for boxes, hoping for a delightful surprise. Although he had exchanged half of his water resources, the quality of his life must not diminish. He preserved the water necessary for washing and drinking, allocating the remaining 20 liters of well water for other uses before heading to the seaside. Ding! Congratulations! You have fished out a decayed wooden box. Ding! Congratulations! You have fished out a decayed wooden box. Surely, my casting technique must be flawed. I shall try again. Ding! No resources were caught this time. Keep trying. Ding! No resources were caught this time. Keep trying. Mu Yu's face darkened with frustration. Had all his luck been exhausted for the day? Perhaps a change of location would yield better results. Ding! Congratulations! You have fished out a solid wooden box. I am willing to exchange a decade of my life for a stroke of good fortune. Mu Yu fervently prayed as he cast his line for the final time. Ding! Congratulations! You have fished out a black iron box. Indeed, changing one's position can be life-saving. It seems I must acquire some knowledge of feng shui to enhance my fishing luck. Mu Yu's expression softened slightly as he retrieved the black iron box he had saved from the previous day. Before him lay 5 boxes of similar size, and he promptly selected a decayed wooden box. His talent was on the verge of advancing, and today he reserved the black iron box for last. Ding! Opening the decayed wooden box, critical success. Rope 10, mud 10, burlap 10. Ding! Evolution critical hit has advanced. Current count has been refreshed. Evolution critical hit. Epic, unique refreshes at dawn. For attempts daily, actions capable of critical success will inevitably yield critical hits. Current critical hit rate, 300, 040 required for advancement. The next opportunity for advancement would not arise for another 10 days. While it may seem lengthy, it is not excessively so, and Mu Yu chose to disregard any further thoughts on his advancement status. Ding! Opening the decayed wooden box. Stone 5, plank 10, mud 5. Casually opening another decayed wooden box, Mu Yu then employed his talent on the subsequent solid wooden box. Ding! Opening the solid wooden box. Critical success. Excellent meat spirit mushroom seed 1. Excellent meat spirit mushroom seed. a miraculous plant that requires fertile or better land for cultivation. It absorbs nutrients from the soil daily, yielding a meat-like vegetarian product. Due to its high yield, delightful taste, and rich nutrition, it serves as an ideal food source for many carnivorous herbivores. Muyu was astonished that such a splendid item could be found within the solid wooden box. Indeed, the power of critical hits after advancement was overwhelmingly potent. This item must be exceedingly rare even within the black iron boxes. In response, Muyu's anticipation for the opening of the black iron box intensified. With a chime, the black iron box was unlocked twice, resulting in a critical success: 1 rare fire spirit jujube tree seed, 1 blueprint for the Hylon 100-foot rod, 10 premium fishing lines, and 1 bionic fish hook. Rare fire spirit jujube tree seed. A precious spiritual tree, a heavenly treasure, can be planted on land rated fertile or higher, maturing in 7 days and wilting in another 7, yielding fruit once a day. The prospect of such an extraordinary seed emerging from the black iron box left Muyu at a loss for words. Yet the subsequent blueprint made him, already enamored with fishing, nearly leap for joy. Hylon 100-foot rod. Materials required: 1 wood, 20 iron blocks, 10 fishing lines. Although no food had been procured, Muyu felt no disappointment and hurriedly approached the workbench to commence crafting. Wood -1, iron block -20, premium fishing line -10, bionic fish hook -1. Critical success. Rare Hylon 100-foot rod. Rare Hylon 100-foot rod. A high-quality fishing rod forged through critical crafting techniques, significantly enhancing comfort, hook setting capability, and durability for sea fishing. The adjustable rod paired with the bionic fish hook is among its distinctive features. Muyu took out the Hylon 100-foot rod to admire its robust iron body, capable of extending several meters. The rod's guides and reel were already affixed, with a wooden bobber on the line and an astonishingly lifelike bionic fish hook, which could probably fool fish even without bait. Arriving at the seaside, Muyu set up a pot to boil water, casting the hook deep into the sea. As soon as a fish was caught, it would be a thorough gutting and cleaning affair, followed by a refreshing bath in the boiling pot. Before long, Muyu sensed movement at the end of the line and quickly reeled it in, bursting into laughter upon discovering a large lobster he had never tasted before on Blue Star. A 30-centimeter-long crimson lobster clamped tightly onto the bionic fish hook, making Muyu salivate. He flung the lobster onto the shore, but it attempted to flee. Muyu couldn't allow that, so he swiftly crushed it with a stone, cleaned it, and tossed it into the pot. Crimson sea shrimp. Excellent. Consuming it can enhance physical strength. Such intelligence is classified as excellent. I hope it won't make me foolish. Muyu felt a twinge of concern, but the protest from his stomach prevailed as the tender, white shrimp meat entered his mouth, bursting with flavor as it slid down into his belly. By afternoon, upon receiving the system notification that all the water he had sold was exchanged, Muyu finally ceased his sea fishing and began to assess his haul. Wood, 530. Stone, 180. Rope, 40. Iron block, 3. Mud, 90. Linen, 10. Indeed, it was all acquired through wood. Next time, I shall cease collecting wood, he muttered to himself, glancing at the 2 large barrels beside him, his face alight with joy. He had caught no less than 10 sizable fish along with a large prawn. The fruits of his days fishing with a new rod. Even the finest seafood has its share of flaws, as evidenced by the 2 fish in the wooden barrel. Muyu's urgency for the pond's blueprints intensified, yet despite numerous attempts to acquire information through the channel, he remained empty-handed. Seizing the remaining hours of the afternoon, Muyu set aside 5 large fish and a sizable prawn, taking the rest to prepare and cure, stockpiling provisions for the future. This, however, led to a rapid depletion of his salt supply. It seemed that tomorrow would necessitate salt production once again. Yet, the platform had begun to showcase a smattering of available salt for sale, hinting that some individuals had successfully mastered the art of salt making. Indeed, this group should not be underestimated. While Muyu was lost in thoughts of the next day's plans, a colossal cloudbird, its wings spanning over 30 feet, descended upon him with a furious gust, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the breaking of the sky. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Muyu as he hastily raised his crossbow towards the cloudbird, feeling an absurd sense of trying to down a plane with a slingshot. The cloudbird, engulfed in a tempest, approached menacingly, only to halt abruptly as it neared Muyu's island. After a moment of hesitation, it turned and departed, allowing Muyu to exhale in relief. Perhaps the lingering aura of the crimson dragon from the morning had prompted the giant bird's retreat, yet this was hardly a sustainable solution. The appearance of such a massive cloud bird instilled a sense of urgency in Muyu, akin to a Damoclean sword hanging precariously above him. As his labors concluded, he lifted his gaze to witness the orange-red sunset painting the sky, harmoniously mingling with the flames of the clouds, a breathtaking sight that he could never tire of. With dinner still some time away, Muyu glanced at the channel, only to discover it was once again ablaze with activity. Scrolling back, he unraveled the unfolding events. Wang Yang. For those heading to Jungle Island to gather resources, do not, under any circumstances, stay overnight on Jungle Island. Do not. Chapter 13. The Perils of an Overnight Stay Gaoyu. What is happening? Can someone elucidate the situation? Rongcheng. I was preparing to spend the night on Jungle Island. Traveling back and forth is a waste of time and fraught with danger. I intend to toil through the night. Wang Yang. A friend of mine spent the night on Jungle Island, and when he returned the next day, he was no longer himself. I messaged him, and this is his response. Wang Yang. Screenshot. Wang Yang. How many resources did you gather last night? I collected soil and stones. Li Kai, where are you? 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 Muyu glanced at the screen, filled with frantic inquiries. A sense of dread creeping over him. Shunjian. I just added him. He only knows that one phrase. Has he lost his mind? Dai Cheng Wen. I tried too. And it's true. Rong Cheng. I was so frightened that I didn't dare to go during the day. Zhou Kai. I have a friend who is also like this. I told him the island's coordinates. What might happen? Shunjian. I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be anything serious. After all, with a vast ocean. Can he really find you on a small raft? Zhou Kai. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Muyu peered through the window of the wooden cabin, observing the thick white fog that had spread across the sea under the night sky. It surged until it reached the edge of the island, dividing the world into two realms. The island lay solitary and silent, instilling a sense of insecurity within Muyu. He felt as though something terrifying lurked within the mist, poised to emerge at any moment. After all, humans tend to envision the unknown as the most fearsome of entities. He tightened his jacket, finding solace only in the warmth and brightness of the small cabin. After preparing a delightful dish of fish and shrimp, Muyu sent a picture to Jianyuechang. In less than 3 seconds, a reply arrived. Jianyuechang, it looks delicious. Can you share a portion with me? Muyu, what do you think? Jianyuechang, let us trade again, shall we? Muyu, I'll think about it. Jianyuechang, please, I could trade with you tomorrow or the day after. How does that sound? Muyu, I'll consider it. Jianyuechang. A moment later, Jianyuechang sat on her wooden bed, savoring the hard-earned dish of fish and shrimp, her ears flushed, clad in an ill-fitting tight sweater that accentuated her graceful figure. With Muyu's ambiguous stance, the transaction with Jianyuechang proceeded smoothly. After relishing the exquisite dinner, he consumed a vial of stalactite essence, allowing a moment for it to digest. He effortlessly performed 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 push-ups, and 1,000 squats, breaking only a light sweat. Muyu felt invigorated, his face aglow, devoid of any discomfort. At this moment, he glanced toward the chat channel. It was nearing dawn, with a few night owls still conversing. Suddenly, a message caught Muyu's attention. Zhou Kai, I sense something is bored in my island. I'm feeling a bit frightened. Tang Yu, don't be afraid. It's probably just the wind howling. Zhou Kai, no, it's knocking on the door. It's asking where I am. This is the voice of Ming Zhihui. He spent the night on Jungle Island yesterday. This is bad. He has broken through the door. What should I do? Dai Cheng Wen, Zhou Kai, you can't be joking, can you? Tang Yu, Zhou Kai, how are you? For several consecutive minutes, Zhou Kai did not send any further messages. Muyu estimated that his situation was dire, which served as a wake-up call for him. Indeed, the fog was eerily unsettling. He would never leave the island at night, and he must not disclose his coordinates. Zhou Kai, where are you? 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 Jiang Yinghua, where are you? 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 Sang Yuding. Where are you? 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 The screen was filled with repeated phrases. No one dared to speak in the channel anymore. Muyu held his breath, feeling an unsettling presence outside the door. Ding, an emergency patch has been implemented. The public channel has been restored for normal communication. Compensation notice. Do not leave your island after nightfall, and refrain from responding to strange messages. Qin Hongda, what happened? I was sleeping soundly when the system woke me up. Zhizhan, look at the number of survivors. Suddenly, many have disappeared. Muyu glanced over and indeed saw that only 6,000 remained. Nearly 1,000 had perished overnight, with many not surviving even their first week. Subsequently, a night rat shared the events in the channel, and Muyu felt drowsy, slipping into a deep slumber. The next day, even after just 6 hours of sleep, Muyu felt invigorated and full of energy, perhaps due to the enhancement of his attributes. He prepared a pot of white soup using 2 salted fish. Finishing his nutritious breakfast, at 8 o'clock he set up the water resources and returned to the seaside where he had fished yesterday, skillfully casting his rod. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a solid wood chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a rotting wood chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a solid wood chest. Ding! Congratulations on catching a black iron chest. Muyu was in high spirits. Silver chests were rare, but at least today there were no aerial threats, and he had gathered 3 black iron chests. After some contemplation, Muyu decided that in the future, he would only invest his talents in chests of black iron quality and above. Last night's events had served as a warning. He needed to bolster his combat capabilities. It was time to craft some equipment with critical strikes. Ding! The black iron chest is opened, and a critical success is achieved. Luxurious 2-story villa blueprint 1. Ding! The black iron chest is opened, and a critical success is achieved. Small water reservoir blueprint 3. Filter faucet blueprint 3. Ding! The black iron chest is opened, and a critical success is achieved. Chi nurturing scabbard blueprint, rare. 1. Advanced magnetic stone 2. Advanced whetstone 2. Luxurious 2-story villa blueprint. With 200, stone 100, mud 100, glass 20, iron 20, linen 20, rope 20, granite 10, occupying an area of 70 square meters. Featuring a 40 square meter basement and a 50 square meter poultry yard. This undoubtedly represents the most material-intensive construction that Muyu has encountered, and it is evident that it is not intended for his current use. The footprint of a single house surpasses that of his current island, necessitating its temporary storage. Small water reservoir blueprint, stone 30, mud 30, wood 10, occupying 12 square meters, capable of storing 70 tons of water. Filter faucet blueprint, iron 5, wood 5, linen 2, charcoal 2, gravel 1. The small water reservoir alleviates Muyu's immediate concerns, serving as a pond for now or as a means to collect rainwater. However, the past few days have been splendidly sunny, likely a privilege afforded to novices. Otherwise, many would lack shelter from the elements, and a single downpour could spell disaster for numerous participants. The filter pipeline is presumably intended for use in conjunction with the reservoir, where he eventually resides in the villa. This apparatus will be indispensable for accessing convenient running water. Chi nurturing scabbard blueprint, rare iron 2, magnetic stone 2, whetstone 2, extraordinary materials, any number of extraordinary materials. Chapter 14. The rare wind, cloud, nourishing blade, sheathed treasure chests yield only the finest. Muyu could not help but exclaim, especially since he possessed a portion of extraordinary elemental cloud, bird blood. Once he had opened the chests, he intended to craft something and behold the results. Ding! Opening solid wood chests X2 yielded chili seeds X3, a stone mortar X1, a flashlight X1, a safety helmet X1, and a reflective vest X1. What a delightful surprise. While Muyu did not consider himself a connoisseur of spicy food, he felt that dishes lacking in spice were devoid of soul. Now, the seeds of soul had arrived. However, the scarcity of fertilizer was a significant regret, preventing him from cultivating new fields, despite having amassed a plethora of plant seeds. Finally, upon opening a decrepit wooden chest, He acquired some meager resources. Muyu returned to his wooden cabin to store the precious items securely, retrieving 500 milliliters of cloudbird blood from storage. He approached his workbench to begin crafting the nourishing blade sheath. The ingredients included 2 iron blocks, 2 high-grade magnetic stones, 2 advanced whetstones, and 500 milliliters of cloudbird blood. With a successful critical strike, he produced the Rare Wind Cloud Nourishing Blade Sheath. Rare Wind Cloud Nourishing Blade Sheath. Crafted using superior materials infused with wind attribute extraordinary elements. This exceptional weapon is forged using a triple critical technique. Upon inserting a long blade, it can nurture a gust of blade aura within 2 hours, with a maximum nurturing time of 72 hours. Drawing the blade will unleash an attack. Note: a blade of inferior quality may shatter upon drawing. Damage: 3,720. The blade sheath was dark and weighty, yet it exhibited a subtle glimmer of azure light, indicating its extraordinary nature. Utilizing the last of his primary weapon enhancement scrolls, Muyu subsequently forged a standard bloodletting long sword, which he placed into the sheath, eager to test its efficacy. Having completed these tasks, Muyu made his way to the fields, where only 3 apple saplings had matured. The exceptional soil required merely a day to cultivate superior seeds. He harvested a total of 9 plump red apples, realizing that he could only fell the apple trees for timber and subsequently plant the rare fire spirit jujube trees. Exceptional apples. Consuming one enhances physical strength and alleviates fatigue. Indeed, they were fine goods. Muyu promptly picked up a large apple to savor its taste. It was sweet, juicy, and crisp, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Resources collected included stone X60, mud X60, wood X20, and small reservoirs X2. Next, Muyu constructed the 2 small reservoirs together near the seaside, creating a sizable pond covering 24 square meters. He then excavated a water channel connecting to the ocean, erecting a fence at the channel's mouth with wooden planks, which soon allowed seawater to fill the pond. After completing these endeavors, Muyu began to sprinkle seawater over sand, fishing in the gaps to stock the reservoir, and before long, it was time for lunch. Rubbing his stomach, Muyu used the freshly crafted fishing net to retrieve 2 ordinary large fish from the reservoir and set up a barbecue grill. Ding! Well water, 20 L, stones 200, ropes 20, mud 220, burlap, 30, iron blocks, 10. The resources set up in the morning were swiftly consumed. Upon collecting the remaining materials, Muyu discovered that, aside from the mud, he had sufficient resources to elevate the island. However, there is currently no news regarding the rare architectural blueprints, and fretting serves no purpose. After indulging in grilled fish, I also savored an apple, which instantly alleviated the fatigue brought on by the morning. Seizing the opportunity during the lunch break to digest my meal, I turned my gaze towards the channel and discovered someone I seemed to recognize. Wu Jiangwo. I seek a disinfectant potion. I can exchange it for pork. Consuming it can enhance attributes. Chiozei Wow pork. It can also boost attributes. I desire it so much. Where did the esteemed one hunt for this? Qin Honda. Where else but Jungle Island? Yet, why is it that the Jungle Island I discovered has only wolves and no pigs? Tangyu. Esteemed one, if there are no disinfectant potions available, can resources be exchanged instead? Wu Jiangwo. I just need the disinfectant potion. I can also divulge an important secret. Tangyu. What a pity. I possess nothing but resources. Zhao Shuiyo. All this talk is frivolous. Disinfectant potions are exceedingly precious now. They are strategic resources. Who would part with them? And as for that important secret, who knows if it's genuine? I clicked on Wu Jiangwo's avatar, revealing a middle-aged man with a determined expression, bearing a prominent scar that traversed his face, evidence of a fierce struggle against a cheetah. He was a master of outdoor hunting back on Blue Star, hailing from the same hometown as I, Ningshui Town. Hence, I paid him considerable attention. His reputation in the town was quite commendable. I found his words largely credible, so I accepted his friend request and left a note. Inside a modest wooden cabin, Wu Jiangwo leaned against the wooden wall, drenched in sweat, his face contorted in pain. 3 thick quills, as robust as chopsticks, were embedded in his thigh, the wound showing slight discoloration. His pallor was striking as he composed a message for the regional channel, his expression tinged with despair. He clutched a silver blueprint and gazed at it with reluctance, finally summoning the resolve to act. At that moment, he received a message. Muyu, I have disinfectant alcohol. Do you need it? Wu Jiangwo. Yes. How much pork would you require? Is 30 pounds sufficient? Muyu, no rush. You use it first and tend to your wounds. I poured out 1/3 of the alcohol and added a portion of crushed herbs, initiating the trade. Muyu, is this enough? Wu Jiangwo. It is sufficient. Thank you. Thank you. After a while, I received another message. Wu Jiangwo initiated a trade. 30 pounds of Gongshan porcupine meat in exchange for 1 wood. I did not refuse and promptly received a substantial chunk of pork, marbled with fat and lean. Gongshan porcupine meat. Regular consumption can enhance strength and physique. My menu had become more varied, and simultaneously, Wu Jiangwo sent another message. Wu Jiangwo, young man, I truly appreciate your help. That pig was too large for me to bring back. Once my wounds heal, I will procure some for you. Muyu, it's no trouble, Uncle Wu. I am Mu Jie's son. Wu Jiangwo, ah, so you're old Jie's son. No wonder you look so familiar. It slipped my mind for a moment. Have you managed to contact your father and the others? Muyu, not yet, but I am confident that I will in due time. Wu Jiangwo, you certainly will. Muyu, by the way, Uncle Wu, what was the important secret you mentioned earlier? Wu Jiangwo, at the heart of Jungle Island lies an altar. If you slay the guardian beasts of the island and offer their severed heads, you may obtain rare architectural blueprints, exceptional beast eggs, randomly selected advanced skill manuals, extraordinary elemental spirit stones, or a choice of one from selection of basic totems. Chapter 15. Entering Jungle Island, Wu Jiangwo warned, the guardian beasts on the island possess strength far surpassing that of the large wild animals on Blue Star. You must exercise utmost caution. If necessary, I can teach you to set traps. A tumult of emotions surged within Muyu. He was grateful he had aided Wu Jiangwo, for he might have otherwise missed this revelation. It is crucial to note that he had not initially intended to venture to Jungle Island. Perhaps the need for my island's ascension lies within this very venture. Muyu murmured to himself, feeling thoroughly equipped. As long as he remained vigilant, his critical strike talent might allow him a significant chance to confront the guardian beasts. Although his hunting skills did not match Wu Jiangwo's, his equipment was undeniably extravagant. Thank you, Uncle Wu. I will be cautious, Muyu replied earnestly. Very well, do not hesitate to reach out if you require assistance, Wu Jiangwo said, concluding their conversation. Muyu turned his gaze towards the lush expanse of Jungle Island, a resolution forming within his heart. It was not that he feared taking risks. Rather, the potential rewards had not been substantial enough. With sufficient motivation, he could brave even the most perilous of situations. Perhaps the aura of the red dragon from his previous encounter had genuinely frightened the colossal cloudbirds, granting Muyu ample time for development. With a swift motion, Muyu drew his blade toward the sea, unleashing a streak of azure blade energy that sliced through the air like a wind blade, crashing against the ocean's surface. The impact sent splashes of water soaring, creating waves several meters high. Excellent, Muyu exclaimed, gripping the scabbard of his wind and cloud blade with satisfaction. This was undeniably a manifestation of extraordinary power, which bolstered his confidence for the upcoming journey to the island. Reinserting the long blade into its sheath, Muyu resolved to let it gather energy overnight, anticipating the fierce blade energy it would unleash by dawn. As the twilight painted the horizon in hues of crimson, Muyu spent the afternoon in his usual manner. Perhaps having surpassed the novice protection period, he had not succeeded in catching any superior-grade seafood. He deftly produced a pound of salt and set aside some porcupine meat while preserving the majority. Muyu remained acutely aware of the impending disasters that would follow the 7-day safety period. When the time came, he would have to rely on the food he had stored in advance. At 8 o'clock that night, as was customary, he exchanged a unit of stalactite essence with Jianyu, providing her with some delicacies. However, Muyu remained astute and refrained from offering porcupine meat, instead presenting ordinary fish soup and fish flesh. Even so, this delighted the young girl immensely, as he consumed the porcupine meat alongside the stalactite essence. A continuous surge of power coursed through his body, leaving him feeling ablaze, as though he were breaking through some shackles. After a considerable time, Muyu shed a layer of foul, oily residue, and his demeanor transformed dramatically, shedding the frail appearance he once bore. Name: Muyu. Age: 24. Strength: 11-1 agility, 10-3 constitution, 9-1 spirit, 9-1 charisma, 8 talent. Evolutionary critical strike equipment: excellent light crossbow, rare wind and cloud, chi, nourishing scabbard. Passive skills: beginner swimming, beginner sea fishing, beginner swordsmanship. Titles: Shark's Mouth Escapist, Shark Provoker, Burr Hunter. Combat power: Black Iron. Level evaluation: there is nothing that cannot be solved with a single strike. If there is, please wait for 72 hours. Surprisingly, he has broken through to Black Iron level. Observing his personal panel, Muyu's expression brightened, filled with confidence for the day's endeavors. After washing himself with the well water he had collected during the day, Muyu soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, the sun rose punctually over Muyu's bedside, bringing an end to his lingering dreams. Today marked the 6th day, with only 2 days remaining until the calamity. Alongside the excitement, a sense of urgency surged within him. Muyu hastily finished his breakfast and approached his workbench. Wood: 5 iron blocks, 5 rope, 5 crafting successful. Ironwood armor. Ironwood armor, a full-body armor crafted from iron blocks and wood. Characterized by high defense, but limited mobility. Defense 6, Muyu stored the ironwood armor in his organized backpack, placed the well water onto the trading platform, and made his way to the coastline. Wood: 20 rope, 10 raft. Dock 1 as the white smoke dissipated, a modest dock spanning several square meters was completed. Wood: 10 rope, 5 a simple wooden raft appeared at the raft dock with several logs secured by ropes, accompanied by a paddle, exuding a certain rustic charm. Muyu packed some roasted fish jerky, the light crossbow along with bolts, and the wind and cloud, chi, nourishing scabbard, then leaped onto the raft, preparing to set sail towards Jungle Island. Indeed, the reason for his early departure to Jungle Island was the fear of being delayed. Unable to return to the island in time, the terrifying prospect of spending the night outdoors was still fresh in his memory. Huff. This was Muyu's first venture beyond the island, akin to a blind person losing their cane, instilling a sense of unease. Even as the sound of paddling and the salty sea breeze created a soothing melody, Muyu found no joy in it. Instead, he quickened his paddling pace. After a short while, Muyu successfully approached Jungle Island, grounding the raft on the sandy beach. He stepped off the raft, secured it to the nearest banyan tree, and finally took the time to survey the island. On the beach, the fine grains of sand shimmered like golden brocade under the sunlight, radiating brilliance. Beyond the beach lay countless towering trees, creating an illusion of being deep within a primeval forest. Muyu donned the ironwood armor. With his current strength, its weight was negligible, while significantly enhancing his defense. Cracked the dry branches beneath his feet snapped, and Muyu held his breath, listening intently as the only sounds in the forest were the undulating chirps of insects, with no sign of guardian beasts yet revealed. According to Wu Jiangwo, the altar lies at the heart of the island. Muyu is not afraid of its absence, but rather fears its sudden emergence. Clutching the light crossbow in one hand and the scabbard of his dagger at his waist, he derives a modicum of security from these cold weapons as he cautiously advances towards the island's center. Suddenly, a striking azure figure leaps into view before Muyu. In that instant, the tension etched on his face dissipates. With a swift motion, he releases an arrow that pierces a half-meter-long azure serpent, pinning it firmly against a sturdy tree trunk. To his astonishment, he realizes how remarkably swift his reflexes have become. At that moment, the digitized attributes manifest in a tangible way for Muyu. Alas, his heart leaps into his throat as he looks up to see a formidable silhouette charging towards him, accompanied by a foul wind. With a thunderous crash, the towering trees are toppled by the oncoming dark figure. In the blink of an eye, Muyu discerns that it is the tyrant of the forest, a bear. With a series of swift motions, the premium ropes tremble violently as arrows are loosed in rapid succession, embedding themselves into the bear's massive frame. Yet, despite the wounds inflicted, the bear's size seems to swell. Rising to over 10 feet tall, its presence overwhelming, akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. The stench emanating from its gaping maw precedes its advance. Chapter 16. The Altar of Critical Rewards, Evolutionary Critical Strike. In this moment of peril, Muyu found it hard to believe that his frail physique, clad in ironwood armor, could withstand the ferocious assault of the bear. At this juncture, only the wind and cloud chi blade sheath, nurtured for 20 hours, bestowed him with confidence. Empowered by the talent of evolutionary critical strike, Muyu unsheathed his bloodletting blade, and a crescent-shaped azure blade aura surged forth like a waterfall, reducing the sword to mere powder in an instant. Swish, it was as if the very air trembled. The sharp and swift blade aura cleaved through the black bear with the ease of slicing tofu, reducing its entire form to a pulp. Boom, boom, boom behind the bear. Countless towering trees collapsed, extending to a horizon unseen by Muyu. What a tremendous loss. Muyu felt a pang of regret. The bear's several hundred pounds of flesh had now transformed into sustenance for this forest. He had not anticipated the overwhelming power of the blade aura, enhanced by the evolutionary critical strike, which had carved a magnificent path through the woods. Wait, what a beast's head! Panic surged through Muyu as he suddenly noticed the bloodied bear skull on the ground. Phew, what a fright! Releasing a sigh of relief, Muyu, undeterred by the skull's foul odor, cradled it and made his way to the central altar. At the heart of the jungle island stood a rudimentary altar constructed of stone, adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns that exuded an aura of mystery. Muyu placed the bear's head upon the stone altar, and the patterns glimmered with a radiant white light. Activating the primary altar, he was prompted to select a reward. 1. Rare level building blueprint. 2. Advanced skill book. 3. Rare level beast egg. 4. Extraordinary elemental spirit stone. 5. Primary totem. Though each option made Muyu salivate with desire, for the sake of the island's development, he resolved to choose the rare level building blueprint. He pondered whether the evolutionary critical strike could apply to the reward selection. As his thoughts shifted, the evolutionary critical strike activated. Please select 3 rewards. Everything can be critically struck. In that moment, Muyu truly grasped the formidable nature of the evolutionary critical strike. He selected the building blueprint, beast egg, and primary totem. After making his choices, the white light from the patterns faded and the bear skull vanished, replaced by a silver blueprint, a pristine beast egg, and a flag emblazoned with the image of the bear. Boom! Just as Muyu retrieved his rewards, the stone altar collapsed with a deafening crash. It appeared to be a one-time use. Feeling fortunate, Muyu harbored little regret as he turned his attention to his newfound treasures. Lightning Tower Blueprint, Rare Building Iron Block 50, Lightning Stone 5. With 40 iron blocks remaining, he believed that once he returned and gathered this wave of resources, it would suffice. However, he was somewhat apprehensive about acquiring the lightning stones, as they were not derived from a chest, lacking accompanying materials, and he was uncertain if they could be exchanged on the trading platform. Silver Lion Egg, Rare level once bound with blood. It can hatch into a silver lion within a day, reaching black iron combat power in 7 days. Adequate nourishment can expedite its growth. Without hesitation, Muyu pricked his finger, allowing his blood to fall upon the egg. Alone on the island, he felt a profound loneliness. Even having a pet would provide much-needed companionship. Bear Totem. Beginner level. Planting this totem on the island bestows the blessings of the bear god, enhancing strength by 10. The imposing figure of the black bear atop the totem, reminiscent of a war deity, grants a commendable buff, though the bear god's presence unsettled Muyu somewhat. Collecting wood 20, collecting wood 20, collecting wood 20. After securing his spoils, Muyu harvested wood from the colossal fallen tree, amassing a total of 2,000 units before ceasing his efforts. From the searing sunlight, Muyu deduced it was now midday. The jungle island housed only one guardian beast, with no other resources of significance to him. Thus, he resolved to head towards a raft. Upon reaching the beach, Muyu was taken aback. Only a severed rope remained on the tree trunk, his raft having mysteriously vanished. Splash! A small black shark leaped from the water, casting a taunting gaze at Muyu. Whoosh! A bolt from his crossbow shot through the air, vanishing into the depths. Splash! The small shark resurfaced, as if mocking his aim. In the vast ocean, the small shark moved with remarkable agility, remaining out of reach of Muyu's crossbow. Moreover, each shot diminished his limited supply of bolts, causing him a pang of regret. He realized he could not afford to let the shark linger. Nightfall would spell disaster for him. Frustrated, Muyu noted that his bloodletting blade was broken. Otherwise, He would have taught the creature a lesson with a swift strike. Seeing the shark continue to circle, Muyu retrieved several hefty stones from the jungle, each weighing dozens to hundreds of pounds. With his impressive strength a tribute of 11, he hurled the stones into the water, creating towering waves. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the relentless bombardment, the small shark hesitated to show itself again. After consuming 3 apples from his stock, Muyu continued until every stone was cast. At last, the sea lay calm, and the small shark had not reappeared. After a brief wait without any sign of the creature, Muyu finally felt relief wash over him. He gathered a few pieces of wood and secured them with rope, crafting a rudimentary raft of his own. Observing the simplicity of his makeshift vessel compared to the one constructed at the dock, Muyu scratched his head in bemusement. Yet, he reasoned, having something was better than nothing. Removing his ironwood armor, he pushed the raft into the ocean and climbed aboard, taking a wooden plank as a paddle to embark on his journey home. The tranquil sea resembled a vast mirror, reflecting the azure sky and the delicate drift of clouds. In the distance lay the island that was his home, and Muyu's heart swelled with the warmth of a returning wanderer. Thud! Muyu's initially joyful spirit swiftly plummeted as he felt the impact beneath his feet. Suddenly, the sound of snapping rope echoed, and the raft disintegrated with a resounding crash, sending Muyu plummeting into the water. A small black shark, baring its fearsome teeth, surged towards him. "I'll make you regret this." Muyu's courage surged in the face of danger. He retrieved a stone from his backpack and hurled it into the shark's gaping maw. The sound of shattered teeth reverberated in his ears, and the shark, in a frenzy, darted away beneath the surface, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Seizing this moment, Muyu hastily swam towards the island, anxious that the scent of blood might attract piranhas. At this moment, his rudimentary swimming skills proved effective. He felt as though he were gliding through water, far more effortlessly and swiftly than ever before. Just as Muyu was nearing the shore, the small black shark, its eyes aflame with rage, charged at him like a missile, determined to drag him down with it. Chapter 17. The special box. Swish, swish, swish. The crossbow had only 5 bolts remaining, and Muyu, without a moment to lament, swiftly released 3 bolts in succession. The bolts pierced through the water surface, splashing droplets as they deeply embedded themselves into the flesh of the black shark. With each penetration, the black shark's movement slowed, while a copious amount of blood surged forth, staining the sea red. As the black shark drew nearer, the power of the bolts intensified. One bolt struck deep into its skull, causing the creature's speed to falter significantly. In a fleeting moment, the black shark was merely a few meters away. At this instant, Muyu felt an unusual calmness, his fingers steadily squeezing the trigger. The final bolt accurately found its way into the black shark's eye socket. Crack! The sharp sound of shattered bone echoed as the black shark, propelled by inertia, lunged toward Muyu. Blood gushed from its eye socket, and it had already lost all signs of life. Simultaneously, a black iron box materialized beside the lifeless creature. With his backpack already brimming, Muyu could only embrace the black iron box and ascend to the island. Pain! Only after escaping the life-threatening ordeal did Muyu become aware of the agonizing pain from his injuries. 3 or 4 piranhas clung tightly to the base of his thigh. Had they ventured a mere 10 centimeters higher, the consequences would have been dire. He forcefully yanked the piranhas off and smashed them to the ground, then hastily glanced at the sea, his heart sinking. A swarm of piranhas feasted upon the remains of the black shark, and Muyu hurled a few stones to scare them away, managing to salvage the remaining carcass onto his makeshift raft. In mere minutes, only a small portion of the black shark's body remained. Dissection successful. Black shark fins X2, black shark essence blood X 200 ml, black shark meat X 100 gene, crossbow bolts X5. Black shark fins, rich in nutrients and trace extraordinary elements, a delectable ingredient that enhances agility and affinity for the ocean. Black shark essence blood contains a hint of extraordinary water element, a precious special material. Black shark meat, flesh imbued with trace extraordinary elements. Yet its flavor is unremarkable, not recommended for cooking except for those with a strong palate. Gazing at the bloody shark meat, Muyu felt a deep sense of regret. Even the description stated it was unpalatable. As a connoisseur of fine cuisine, he naturally would not seek discomfort. After organizing his belongings, Muyu casually planted the bear totem on the island, and an air of ferocity enveloped the land, making him feel a surge of power. Subsequently, Muyu washed himself with well water and cleaned his clothes with bathing water. Perhaps due to his robust physique, the wound at the base of his thigh showed signs of healing. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he applied alcohol to the injury. After attending to these matters, Muyu collected the resources available on the trading platform. Ding! Well water -20L, stones 100, mud 255, hemp cloth 17, iron blocks 20, glass 8. Thus, all materials required for upgrading the island had been gathered. Everything was in place, awaiting the final impetus. Meanwhile, Muyu searched for a long knife on the trading platform in exchange for a low-priced, subpar long knife blueprint. After all, as a disposable weapon, it did not need to be of exceptional quality. Regrettably, there were no transactions for thunderstones on the trading platform, leaving Muyu with no choice but to seek assistance in the chat channel. Muyu, oh benevolent crowd, I am willing to pay handsomely for 5 thunderstones. Please message me with your price if you possess any. Zhijian, what is that? Can it be eaten? Shenzhen, clearly, it is used for pickling vegetables. Songhai, while we all seek water, food, and resources, the big shots have begun to acquire rare materials, truly deserving of their status. Dai Chengwen, I can only guess that this is a material for constructing rare buildings. Is the esteemed one aiming to advance to a third-tier island? Tangyu, are you all so idle? Why not go to the island and dig? Dai Chengwen, I just returned. I shall go again this afternoon and aim to gather 100 units today. Muyu, I am earnestly seeking 5 thunderstones. If you have any, please message me with your price. After sending several messages, Muyu closed the chat channel. It seemed there were many astute individuals in this area. His intentions had been swiftly discerned, but it mattered little. He had no intention of concealing his desires. Faced with the allure of substantial rewards, the owners would naturally be disinclined to hoard their treasures, for only at opportune moments do they fetch appropriate prices. While awaiting the arrival of materials, Muyu crafted a wooden sword and sheathed it in the wind and cloud chi sword sheath. Subsequently, he resolved his hunger with a combination of roasted meat and fish soup, then ventured to the seaside to fish for resource boxes. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a decayed wooden box. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a decayed wooden box. Ding! Ding! You did not catch any resource boxes this time. Keep trying. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a decayed wooden box. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a decayed wooden box. With a deep breath to stave off frustration, Muyu cast his line one final time. The sensation on the rod was different this time. It felt neither heavy nor light, but undoubtedly he had hooked something. With all his strength, he pulled, and a red box glimmered brightly in the sunlight. At that moment, it was the treasure of Muyu's dreams. Second-tier special box. 100,000 casts may lead to an encounter with the luckiest of souls. Ding! Opening the second-tier special box. Critical hit successful. Fire Spirit Stones 9. Fire Spirit Stone. Contains powerful fire elements, highly stable, and is a rare extraordinary material. To hesitate for even a moment would be to underestimate such a special box. After the critical hit, Muyu now possessed 9 of these items, typically attainable only after opening a basic altar. Each Fire Spirit Stone glowed like a blazing flame, vibrant and intense. After securely storing the Fire Spirit Stones, Muyu took out the black iron box obtained from hunting the little black shark. Ding! Opening the black iron box, critical hit successful. Small Iron Mine Blueprint X1. Small Iron Mine Blueprint. When placed, it occupies an area of approximately 30 square meters, automatically replenishing 1/10 each week. Now, the island was too small to accommodate this iron mine, so Muyu decided to store it away. After opening the remaining 4 decayed wooden boxes and acquiring a meager collection of resources, Muyu finally received a private message. El Feibai, does the esteemed Mu require 5 thunderstones? I have some available. Muyu, Brother L, you're being too modest. Please name your price. El Feibai, 200 units of soil, 200 units of stone, and 200 units of mud. Given that you have been trading water resources for quite some time, these demands should not be deemed excessive. Gazing at El Feibai's quotation, Muyu furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. Elfei, what say you, esteemed one? Muyu, we can proceed with the exchange, but I can only offer 20 liters of water resources in return. You may scour the trading market within an hour. You should be able to acquire the necessary resources. After sending the message, Muyu observed a moment of silence from Elfei's end. Elfei agreed. After a brief interval, Elfei sent the exchange confirmation. Subsequently, Muyu prepared 20 liters of well water, carefully stored it in a wooden barrel, and completed the transaction with Elfei. Minus 20 liters of well water, 5 lightning stones. As for the evening's transaction with Jian Yuechong, Muyu speculated that after reaching the third tier of the island, there should be a method to procure purified water. If all else fails, he could always prepare a delightful meal to distract, for tomorrow's trading would remain unchanged. The construction of a lightning tower has been completed. Minus 50 iron blocks. Minus 5 lightning stones. At this moment, time was of the essence, and without a trace of hesitation, Muyu erected the lightning tower in the vacant space. As the white mist dissipated, a hollow iron tower, occupying 5 square meters and standing 10 meters tall, materialized before him. The entire structure was painted in black, topped with a lightning rod, and the base featured a platform. Chapter 18, Advancing to Tier 3 Island. Fire Dragon Island, Thunder Tower, rare actively attracts lightning within a radius of 100 meters, approximately 30,000 square meters. By placing iron or copper blocks and other metals on the platform, one can convert them into rare materials such as lightning iron blocks and lightning copper blocks. Other materials for storing lightning can also be placed here. With an additional source of rare materials at hand, Muyu promptly extracted 10 iron blocks and filled the platform beneath the Thunder Tower. It was time to upgrade the island. With a mere thought, Muyu submitted 9 fire spirit stones, signaling the commencement of the main event. The upgrade was successful. Soil minus 1,000, stone minus 800, mud minus 600, fire spirit stones minus 9. The resources accumulated over many days were now nearly exhausted, resulting in an announcement throughout the region. Congratulations to Muyu for being the first in this area to advance to a Tier 3 island, receiving an additional reward and unlocking the island ranking. Additional reward. Wonder Level 1, 9 Revolutions of Fire. 9 Dragon Fire. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring an area several times larger than the entire island. Moments later, a new island was born. To Muyu's astonishment, a nearly 100 square meter hollow emerged at the center of the island, from which a fiery plume ascended, as if 9 fire dragons were entwined within, soaring majestically. Island name, Fire Dragon Island Level. Tier 3 Small Island Area. Approximately 3,000 square meters buildings. Miniature water well, small cabin, mud hut, raft dock, thunder tower. Water reservoir, X2 resources. Ordinary fields, X4. Exceptional field, X1. Miniature red crystal mine. Small firestone mine special outputs. Tier 3 resource rod. 9 dragon fire, rare wonder. Fire therapy hot spring, rare building. Fire melting furnace, rare building. Fertilizer catalysis room, rare building constructible. 2-story small cabin. Wooden boat dock, pressure well, furnace, stone wall, wooden watchtower. Ownership. Muyu advancement requirements. Pass the advancement trial. Soil 10, 000, stone 10, 000, mud 10, 000, rare wonder X1, rare building X10. Uncommon building X1. Extraordinary element stone can be added freely. This update contained a wealth of information, and Muyu, unable to contain his excitement, found his private messages buzzing incessantly like a machine gun. Tangyu. Wow, the first Tier 3 island has emerged. Kyusha, incredible. I haven't even seen a hint of a rare building yet. Songhai, don't even mention rare buildings. I'm still missing a significant portion of resources. Shenzhen, to put it bluntly, tomorrow is your last day. Chengkong, those who made their fortune selling black water. I'm not convinced. Zhao Shuiyo, not convinced Wen Zhizhan. The two above can be dissatisfied all day long, but I must ask, did Muyu manage to snag a rare building from Silver Chest? I'm so curious to see it. Muyu image. Yotbe Zhizhan, Mu Igriku. You're amazing. Do you need any accessories? Shenzhen, Muyu, you're amazing. Do you need any accessories? Tangyu, Muyu, you're amazing. Satisfying the curiosity of the crowd, Muyu opened the private chat channel. Wu Jiangwo, little you, congratulations. Jian Yuechong, congratulations. I never expected you to be the most formidable presence hidden by my side. El Fei Bai, gritting my teeth in frustration. Congratulations to El Fei Bai from this region for being the second to promote to a third-tier island, earning additional rewards. Congratulations to Wang Yang from this region for being the third to promote to a third-tier island, earning additional rewards. No wonder someone is gritting their teeth. Muyu is in high spirits, nearly missing the top spot. However, Muyu is taken aback, as he presumed the third promotion would be Jian Yuechong or Wu Jiangwo. With El Fei Bai having the Friday Chief as a shield, defeating the Guardian Beast is quite reasonable. Yet Wang Yang seems to possess some hidden prowess as well. After responding to everyone's congratulations, Muyu finally has time to delve into the intricacies of the island. 9 Dragons Fire, rare wonder and exceedingly rare high-grade fire. Infused with extraordinary fire elements. It requires a weekly discharge of flames, either passively or actively, and can be utilized for defense. Damage, 1,000 to 700. Possessing the 9 Dragons Fire equates to wielding a trump card. However, once this power is unleashed, it is feared that enemies would be left with naught but ashes. The Fire Dragon Island boasts 3 rare constructions, presumably due to the presence of the 9 Dragons Fire. Due to the existence of the 9 Dragons Fire, the materials for these constructions are limited to mere ordinary resources. The fire furnace and fertilizer catalysis chamber require a substantial amount of iron blocks, which must be temporarily set aside until tomorrow's mining is complete. As for the fire therapy hot spring, it necessitates 500 L of purified water. If Muyu had such an abundance, he would undoubtedly clear the entire trading market first, utilizing 2 L of water to procure 15 iron blocks and 5 rubber pieces. Muyu erected a water well beside his cabin. Ding! Water well successfully constructed. Iron blocks -10, rubber -5. Water well can extract 20 L of well water per hour. Upon viewing the water well's description, Muyu understood that water resources were on the brink of a glorious climax before fading into obscurity. Perhaps this transition occurred even more swiftly than Muyu had anticipated, as El Fei Bai and Wang Yang were already selling vast quantities of water resources on the trading platform. Many would soon comprehend that achieving water freedom on a third-tier island necessitated holding resources for advancement, even if it meant abstaining from immediate consumption. Muyu promptly engaged in a further trade, exchanging water for 5 iron blocks and 5 rubber pieces. Tonight, he intended to wield his 20-plus years of singlehood as a Kirin's arm, paving his path to divinity. Water God! Thump! 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 Muyu firmly believed that water could never be exhausted. With each pressing and releasing, the crashing water flow resonated, sending forth vibrations as a plethora of purified water surged into the wooden barrels through the iron spout. When it comes to stamina, Muyu held no fear, for he possessed 5 red apples to alleviate his fatigue. From the afternoon until the approach of dawn, he toiled for a total of 9 hours. Upon placing the final batch of water onto the platform, after deducting the 30 L traded to Jian Yuechong, he had listed a total of 400 L of water. Through Muyu's relentless efforts, a miracle unfolded, surpassing the water well's typical output. As night deepened, the 9 Dragons Fire at the island's core continued to emit a blazing glow, alleviating Muyu's trepidation towards the mist that enveloped the island's exterior. The thought that all of this had been constructed step by his own hands filled Muyu with immense pride. Adhering to the principle of conservation, Muyu executed his final evolution critical strike today, focusing on the creation of crossbow bolts. With 1 iron block, 1 piece of wood, and 10 exquisite feathers, he achieved a critical success, the Wind Crossbow Bolt. Wind Crossbow Bolt, rare, damage 20. After carefully placing the crossbow bolts, Muyu consumed 5 pounds of porcupine meat and ingested the stalactite essence, yet his arms still throbbed with a tearing pain. As soon as he touched the bed, he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he experienced a delightful reverie, where he entwined with a stunning woman with white hair, sharing tender kisses with one another. Chapter 19. Little first snow, a sharp pang of discomfort stirred Muyu from his slumber, causing him to roll over, yet he soon found himself startled awake. An unsettling realization washed over him. He was stranded on a deserted island. How could there possibly be anyone else here? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. At that moment, a delicate, pink tongue grazed his cheek, eliciting a faint sting. Turning his gaze, he was met by the innocent visage of a snow-white lion cub. Its fur as pristine as freshly fallen snow. With large, glistening eyes, it regarded him with a pitiful gaze, devoid of the regal air one would expect from a lion. The little snow lion squatted at the edge of the bed, its stomach grumbling audibly. Ah, so it was merely hungry. Muyu reached out to stroke the cub's fluffy head, feeling a twinge of guilt. The cub nodded eagerly, blinking its eyes as if on the verge of shedding tears, stirring a sense of remorse within Muyu. Unnamed species. Rare snow, silver lion strength, 3 stamina, 3 agility, 3 spirit, 3 charm, 5 current stage, juvenile talent, none combat power, insignificant contractor, Muyu. Since you are a snow lion, I shall call you First Snow. Observing its dismal attributes, Muyu resolved to keep it merely as a pet. Little First Snow, it's time for breakfast. He beckoned to the snow lion, slicing off 5 pounds of porcupine meat to wash away the saltiness, which he then placed in a wooden basin. Little First Snow hopped outside, resembling a lively little ball, utterly adorable. Tentatively, it leaned its head into the basin, and upon receiving Muyu's approving nod, it began to feast with unrestrained delight. Meanwhile, Muyu prepared his own breakfast and opened the system interface to discover a newly added island ranking. Island Rankings, Zone 2222. The island rankings evaluate islands based on construction, military strength, prosperity, and potential, symbolizing the foremost echelon of the region. Islands that make the list receive special rewards every weekend. Fire Dragon Island, Rare Muyu, Floating Island, Rare El Fei by Whale Island, Rare Wang Yang, Tortoise Island, Uncommon Chong Sun Wu, Treasure Island, Uncommon Jinyu Chong, Beast Hunter Island, Uncommon Wu Jianghua, Cherry Blossom Island, Common Peng Shui. Overturn Island, Common Xin Hongda. It seemed he had inadvertently disturbed the nest of a third-tier island. 4 or 5 new islands had emerged overnight. Although his island held the top ranking, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss regarding the prestige of Floating Island. A sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to hastily check the trading platform. Ding well water 400L, soil 8,000, stone 2,000, mud 3,000, rope 500, iron block 100, cloth 500, rubber 50, glass 50. Fortunately, all his water reserves had been depleted, allowing Muyu to also check the market price for water resources. 1 L well water trades for 2 wood, 1 L well water trades for 2 soil, 1 L well water trades for 1 stone. The water trade was no longer viable. Muyu suspected there was still room for a price decrease, ultimately resigning himself to the meager returns of his efforts. Wood 1100, soil 8530, stone 2160, mud 3155, rope 650, iron block 100, hemp cloth 590, rubber 50, glass 58, silver block 5. After accounting for the resources in his backpack, Muyu's breakfast was also perfectly cooked. After finishing the braised pork in the clay pot, Muyu first drew water from the micro well, as the hot spring treatment required an additional 500 liters of water. He then proceeded to the seaside to fish for resources, with the eager Chushue following closely behind. The waves crashed against the shore, sending up white foam that shimmered in the sunlight, creating a mesmerizing array of colors, akin to a dreamlike realm. At this moment, the island's edge had risen, now more than a meter above sea level. He took out the resource rod from his backpack, deep blue like the ocean, its texture elevated to a new level. Tier 3 resource rod. Island specialty, advancing with the island usable 6 times within a day, rotten wood box 30, solid wood box 40, black iron 27, silver box 3, gold box 0, 1, special box 0, 001. Note: night fishing may not yield boxes. Caution is advised. An epic enhancement, indeed, a boon for the Air Force. Muyu was overjoyed and cast his line, filled with confidence. Ding! Congratulations on catching a rotten wood box. It must be my technique that is off. Ding! Congratulations on catching a rotten wood box. It must be my direction that is wrong. Ding! Congratulations on catching a rotten wood box. It must be my breathing that is incorrect. Ding! Congratulations on catching a rotten wood box. Muyu felt a sense of helplessness. This was purely a matter of luck. Strength mattered not at all. A woo! Chushue extended her front paws, pointing to the left. You mean to cast over there? Chushue stared with bright eyes, puffing her snow-white chest, exuding an air of fierce determination. Very well, Muyu exclaimed with delight, casting toward the left. Ding! Congratulations on catching a rotten woodbox. Muyu turned back in anger, seeing little Chushue leisurely strolling along the shore, as if all that had transpired had nothing to do with her. You better point me in the right direction. If I do not catch a high-grade box, you'll be punished with no food, Muyu said fiercely. Little Chushue, her eyes brimming with tears, pointed timidly to the right before retracting, trembling slightly, and finally indicating the correct direction. Ding! Congratulations on catching a silver box. In that moment, Muyu felt as though all his losses had been redeemed, and Chushue instinctively raised her head, wearing an expression of pride. Very well, today you shall have a feast. Upon hearing this, Chushue's proud head tilted upward even more, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, embodying a delightful arrogance. Ding! The silver chest has been opened, and a critical success has been achieved. Blueprint for the Mother and Child Teleportation Tower X1. Blueprint for the Mother Teleportation Tower. Rare Mother Tower. 50 stone blocks. 50 mud, 10 silver ingots, 3 spatial spirit stones. Child Tower. 30 stone blocks, 30 mud, 5 silver ingots, 1 spatial spirit stone. Holding the blueprint for the Mother Tower and 3 for the Child Towers in his hands, Muyu fell into deep contemplation. It was extraordinary. It was phenomenal. Words eluded him. This structure bridged the gap between islands and fostered connections among people. However, its sole drawback lay in the requirement of spatial spirit stones, which are already elusive, compounded by the necessity for a specific spatial element, making the endeavor even more arduous. Suddenly, a notification shattered Muyu's reverie. Ding Chong's son was invited you to join the group chat First Brigade. Would you like to join? Huh? Has the group chat channel been activated? With a spark of thought, Muyu opened the chat channel and discovered that it was filled with familiar faces. First Brigade, 5, Chapter 20. The proposal of Chong's son Wu Chong's son Wu. There is currently no group chat channel. This is a special item I acquired to initiate a group chat. LV Fei Bai. Such an item exists? How extraordinary. Wang Yang. Everyone is quite busy. Oh, you must have summoned us for a particular reason. Chong's son Wu. Indeed, we have all ascended to the third-tier islands, and I trust you are all aware of the secrets of Jungle Island. Jian Yuechong. The secrets of Jungle Island? What secrets? Chong's son Wu. Are you not aware? Without relying on Jungle Island, ascending to a third-tier island is inconceivable. Knowing or not knowing it matters little. Wu Jiangwo, what do you mean? Chong's son Wu. Have you all noticed that we belong to the 22 region? Muyu. So there are other regions. Chong's son Wu. Precisely. Our region began with only 10,000 people, and considering the population base of Blue Star, there are at least 600,000 regions. Sooner or later, we will encounter other regions. Wang Yang. The relationship with other regions remains to be examined. Chong's son Wu. Indeed, if our interactions are peaceful, that would be ideal. However, I fear potential conflicts of interest. I believe our friends within the same region are more reliable than those from outside. Chong's son Wu. Furthermore, as individuals within the region prosper, the benefits of mutual support will be more substantial. In a word, one reaps what one sows. This is why I have dedicated myself to disseminating survival knowledge within the channel. LV Fei Bai. So you intend to reveal the secrets of Jungle Island? Chong's son Wu, yes. Not only to disclose the secrets, but also to instruct them on how to deal with guardian beasts, craft traps, and provide assistance through weapon sales. LV Fei Bai. Then you should proceed with it directly. Why consult us? Chong's son Wu. I seek your consent to establish a mutual defense alliance, guiding the development of the 22 region together, preparing for the future. What are your thoughts? Wang Yang. It may be premature to discuss this, but I agree to reveal the secrets of Jungle Island. Wu Jiangwo. I concur. LV Fei Bai. One Muyu. One at this moment. Jian Yuechong resembled a disgruntled little wife. Jian Yuechong. You rascal. How could you not inform me of such a significant matter? Jian Yuechong. I've been thinking of your well-being daily. Jian Yuechong. I even hope to continue trading stalactite essence with you. Clearly, I misjudged your character. Muyu. Calm down. He ventured into Jungle Island at great peril for rare architectural blueprints. You already possess them. What more do you seek? Muyu, do you think such rewards come easily? You, a petite girl, can hardly contend with large beasts. You would barely be a morsel for them. Jian Yuechong, I am certainly not after rare architectural blueprints. I seek a beast egg. Being the sole inhabitant of such a vast island is rather lonely. I long for an animal companion. Muyu glanced down at the snow-white creature at her feet, which was now spinning in circles, aiming to bite its own tail. Upon noticing Muyu's gaze, it tilted its head, staring back with innocent, wide eyes. Muyu, very well, pursuing a beast egg is indeed worth the effort. But you must prioritize your safety. It would be best to possess extraordinary weapons. Jian Yuechong, extraordinary weapons? Are you suggesting you possess some? Muyu, indeed, there is. But I could never lend it to you, so do not harbor any thoughts of that. Just joking. The Fengyan Qiang knife sheath is undoubtedly his strongest weapon. If Jian Yuechong were to encounter unforeseen circumstances or succumb to greed midway, she would have no place to lament her misfortune. Jian Yuechong, blueprint for automatic iron arrow tower, standard, rare, Jian Yuechong. 9-loop broadsword, rare. Muyu, let's exchange. Let's exchange. At this moment, Muyu envisioned a rain of arrows akin to a Katyusha. Jian Yuechong, you think too highly of yourself. The arrow tower blueprint is collateral with you. When I return, I shall gift you the 9-loop broadsword blueprint, provided your weapon meets my satisfaction. Otherwise, it is not up for discussion. Muyu felt a sense of disappointment. This girl was no fool and would not allow herself to be taken advantage of. Muyu, Fengyan Qiang knife sheath, uncommon. Muyu, plus 3 units of stalactite spirit essence, 1 unit daily. Jian Yuechong, deal. The weapon trade would only reveal the most basic information and values, so Muyu is untroubled by the potential exposure of his talents. After concluding the transaction with Jian Yuechong, Muyu gazed fervently at the blueprint for the iron arrow tower. Perhaps it was best to let it go. The knife sheath held considerable value, and this girl possessed numerous treasures. It would be unwise to create animosity now. Having securely stored both the teleportation tower and arrow tower blueprints, Muyu opened the group chat channel, which erupted without fail. Zhang Sun Wu, based on discussions, validations, and confirmations with the leaders of the previous 5 islands, I have uncovered a significant fact. Slaying the beasts on Jungle Island and placing their heads upon the central altar can activate the altar, yielding rare building rewards. Zhang Sun Wu, the beasts encountered by each individual vary, yet they are all, without exception, far more formidable than the large beasts found on Blue Star. Everyone should assess their strength wisely to avoid needless demise. Dai Chengwen, thank you, esteemed leader, for sharing this knowledge. Shen Jian, 1 Tangyu, 1 Qiu Zhe, 1 Songhai 1. Chen Kong, wait a moment. I noticed that Jian Yuechong and Peng Shui have also advanced to the 3rd-tier islands. Surely, these 2 ladies cannot have slain large beasts. Is there something you're not disclosing? Peng Shui, huh? I am unaware. I obtained the blueprints through other channels. Xiao Yueza, Peng Shui, my love, I adore you. Chu Jun AI, Peng Shui, my love, I adore you. Qin Hongda, I can attest that what Leader Zhang Sun said is true. My strength reaches 10 points, and I barely managed to kill a large chicken after a near-death experience. Wang Yang, presenting iron weapons and water explosive balls for sale. Limited quantities available. First come, first served. Lu Fei Bai, offering iron weapons for sale and renting out several Zhang Kong swords to assist everyone in slaying beasts. Wu Jiangwo, I am a master of outdoor hunting, having specialized in it for 40 years. I can formulate tailored hunting strategies and provide guidance on trap manufacturing at favorable prices. The first 3 consultations are half price, first come, first served. Zhao Shuiyo, what leaders? They're merely a bunch profiting from disaster. Zhizhan, we are all adults here. There is no such thing as free lunch. If the roles were reversed, you would be even more cunning, selling urine while exuding a sense of superiority. Hing Yin, why can't we assist and support one another, fostering mutual affection? Those possessing weapons could lend them to those in need, and those with an abundance of food might share with the hungry, allowing us all to weather this storm together. Qin Hongda, do not provoke me to utter harsh words. The self-righteous individual above is still among us, and everyone present bears responsibility. Currently, our stock of iron blocks is quite meager, and the number of iron weapons is woefully insufficient. Muyu sensed a business opportunity. He possessed a blueprint for a small iron mine, and if fully harvested, it could yield a considerable amount of iron blocks. He unearthed his long-forgotten bicycle, preparing to survey the island in search of a suitable location to establish the iron mine. Finally, there was a purpose for his efforts. As Muyu set off, Chushue eagerly followed behind. Perhaps due to having eaten, Muyu noticed that Chushue had visibly grown larger. The original structures were in close proximity to the wooden cabin. To the left, the miniature red crystal mine was yet to take shape. Departing from the right, passing by the lightning tower, he arrived at the agricultural area. At that moment, in the agricultural sector, a jujube tree stood tall, towering over a person, with 7 branches gently swaying, adorned with vibrant green leaves. One of the branches bore a single deep red fruit, resembling fire. The fire spirit jujube tree, which typically required 7 days to ripen and bear fruit, had yielded its harvest in just 2 days, thanks to the nurturing of the exceptional soil. Muyu plucked the fiery red fruit, which emanated a searing warmth in his palm, and its effects astonished him greatly. Chapter 21. Fertilizer Catalysis Chamber and Earth Fire Furnace. Fire Spirit Date. Rare consuming, it grants 2 strength, 1 agility, 3 constitution, enhances affinity with fire elements, and a slight chance to comprehend fire-related skills. A maximum of 3 can be consumed if 1's base attributes are black iron or lower. Under the covetous gaze of Xiao Chushue, Muyu swallowed the fire spirit date. The searing heat cascaded down his esophagus and into his stomach, unleashing a torrent of fervent energy that coursed through his internal organs and limbs. Muyu sensed a fiery essence coalescing within his heart. Yet despite his utmost effort to contain it, it ultimately dissipated with a thunderous silence. Alas, the failure to grasp any fire-related skills left Muyu with a tinge of regret, but contemplating his remaining 2 opportunities, he dismissed the thought. Perhaps due to his recent indulgence in porcupine meat, Muyu noticed a subtle increase in his strength. Coupled with the enhancements from the stalactite essence and the fire spirit date, his base attributes soared to an astonishing 16 points. At that moment, Muyu felt robust enough to engage in an arm wrestling contest with the bear. Stone -50, iron block -50. The construction of the fertilizer catalysis chamber was successful. As the white mist dissipated, a square iron room materialized from thin air, covering an area of over 30 square meters, devoid of windows and featuring only a grand door, which Muyu had deliberately constructed beside the fields. Upon opening the iron door, he discovered a ground paved with stones, the atmosphere stifling, infused with vibrant fire elements. Fertilizer catalysis chamber, rare toss in meat or plants, and after 24 hours, they could be catalyzed into fertilizer. Could it be that I am on the brink of achieving agricultural freedom? Muyu exclaimed with delight, suddenly recalling the hefty piece of shark meat he had stored on the island. He promptly dragged the now odorous black shark meat into the chamber, sealing the door tightly. As for the other 4 ordinary plots, where the plants had yet to mature, Muyu chose to divert his attention and continued pedaling forward. Before long, Muyu stumbled upon a gently rising mound of earth, a few fiery red stones peeking out from the surface. Small firestone mine, 100 units. This was an ideal site for a mining area. Muyu mapped out the region and retrieved the blueprint for a small iron mine. Placing it into the soil, a mound more robust than the firestone mine swelled, with some iron blocks emerging from the earth. Small iron mine, 300 units, stone -80, iron block -20, mud -20. The construction of the earth fire furnace was successful. A furnace, primarily composed of stone, settled onto the ground. Unlike a conventional furnace, its flames surged forth from the depths of the earth, sharing lineage with the 9 Dragons earth fire. Earth fire furnace, rare, primarily fueled by earth fire, items produced possess superior quality. Capable of crafting metal shovels, picks, axes, knives, swords, shields, and can also refine into rare metal blocks. Iron block -10, manufacturing successful, excellent iron pickaxe. With a pure iron pickaxe in hand, Muyu set forth to mine the firestone. Damn! Ding firestones X10, firestone, rare, a precious material infused with fire elements, utilized for crafting weapons, fire-based energy, and special items. Based on the recovery rate of the ores, Muyu had only extracted 10 of the firestones before turning his gaze toward the iron mine. Blast! Blast! No longer showing restraint, Muyu unleashed his full might upon the iron ore with his pickaxe, wielding a formidable strength of 18. 6 enhanced by his attributes, causing the iron pickaxe to soon succumb. Iron blocks -10, crafting successful. Excellent iron pickaxe. Blast! Blast! Ding iron blocks 300. As an unremarkable resource, the iron ore's weekly recovery was simply not worth the effort. It was far more beneficial to deplete it in one go, especially since it was currently peak demand for iron. Iron blocks -100, crafting successful. Excellent iron dagger 10. Excellent iron dagger. An exceptional dagger, forged with the fire of the 9 dragons, inflicting 10 more damage than others of the same quality. Damage 11. Iron blocks -100. Crafting successful. Excellent iron shield 10. Excellent iron shield. An exceptional shield forged with the fire of the 9 dragons, providing 10 more defense than others of the same quality. Defense 11. Iron blocks -90. Crafting successful. Excellent iron sword 9. Excellent iron sword. An exceptional sword forged with the fire of the 9 dragons, inflicting 10 more damage than others of the same quality. Damage 11. Iron blocks -10. Black shark blood -200 milliliters critical success. Rare black shark blade. Rare black shark blade. Crafted with the fire of the 9 dragons and triple critical techniques. It can be submerged in water for 1 hour to gain a layer of water blade. Damage 20 to 30 soon. Muyu had forged 29 standard weapons and 1 extraordinary weapon. Opening the trading platform, the market price of iron blocks had surged from the original 5 basic units to 15. The crafted iron items could fetch double the price. Only Lu Feibai and Wang Yang were selling iron weapons, albeit mixed with a few excellent grade items. Even with prices tripled, their stock would be instantly cleared upon listing. Unable to compete with Muyu's consistently superior creations, it could be said that Muyu's weapons could dominate the market. Muyu, now listing a batch of excellent grade weapons, each priced at 30 iron blocks, accepting mixed resource trades, with a minimum guarantee of 10 iron blocks. Additionally, selling a rare weapon, DM for details, first come, first served. Muyu, rare black shark blade, Chui Tongue. Incredible. This weapon is something I would cherish if I had it, yet Mu Daolao is offering it for sale. Tang Yu, Wah, I've already rented Lu Daolao's slashing sword. Qin Honda, far superior to mine. Please leave me a chance, great one. Shun Jian, I trust Muyu to produce exquisite items, and indeed I have found it. It's 10 stronger than weapons of the same quality. Haha, I'm off to hunt tigers. Chen Kong, jealousy, pure jealousy. Everyone, don't believe it. Unless Muyu can release me from this dark room. Song Hai, you bunch of fools, crying poverty every day. Yet you snatch them all away in the blink of an eye. Chu Jiansheng, great one, please release another batch of weapons. Meanwhile, Muyu's private messages incessantly chimed. Yet a cursory glance revealed no item that piqued his interest. Muyu's attention was drawn to a message from a middle-aged man with a crew cut. Zhong Junfeng, esteemed Muyu, I hail from a lineage of martial artists and have trained since childhood. My strength has now reached 10 points. Might I borrow a weapon from you? I can offer 2,000 basic units as collateral. Once I slay that colossal wolf, I am willing to surrender all its flesh to you. Muyu, that is agreeable. But I require only 100 pounds of meat and 500 milliliters of the wolf's essence. The remainder you may manage as you see fit. Zhong Junfeng, understood. Subsequently, Muyu and Zhong Junfeng finalized their transaction. Even if Zhong Junfeng were to perish on Jungle Island, Muyu would incur no loss. While others might profit marginally, Muyu is assuredly in the clear. Ding Wu Jiangwo has initiated a trade. 20 pounds of red-eyed rabbit meat for 1 unit of wood. Ding Wu Jiangwo has initiated a trade. 20 pounds of 2-headed dog meat for 1 unit of wood. Ding Wu Jiangwo has initiated a trade. 20 pounds of burrowing mole meat for 1 unit of wood. Ding Wu Jiangwo has initiated a trade. Chapter 22. The Iron Market. Muyu. Uncle Wu, what are you doing? Gazing at the 5 pieces of fresh meat containing trace elements before him, Muyu inquired. Wu Jiangwo, little you, this is the meat I received as a token of gratitude from someone I assisted in dealing with a wild beast. It is far too much for me to consume alone, so I thought you could help me out a bit. Muyu, How can I accept this? I should compensate you according to the market value of this meat. Wu Jiang Wo. If you say that, I must express my displeasure. Were it not for you, I would still be waiting for death. This world is perilous, and we both hail from the same town, fortuitously situated in the same district. In the days to come, we must rely on one another for support. Muyu. Very well, then I shall not be polite. Wu Jiang Wo. Indeed. Uncle Wu is quite kind. The variety of salt available on the platform is increasing, and with ample meat, it can be preserved without the worry of spoilage, as in the past. Observing the drooling Chu Shue, Muyu tossed a 20-pound piece of meat before it. Here you go. This is your reward for today. With eager bites, Chu Shue devoured the meat, while Muyu stored the remaining pieces and checked the trading platform. Soil 800 with 600, stone 170, iron 290. Although the prices were steep, the rewards from slaying guardian beasts with weapons included altar offerings and entire carcasses of wild beasts, prompting many to grit their teeth and make purchases. The continent of Blue Star has never been devoid of gamblers, even in the face of all-or-nothing stakes. Some argue that it is a display of wisdom. After repeatedly listing 3 batches of weapons, the daylight began to fade, prompting Muyu to cease further crafting. Soil 2600, wood 1800, stone 310, iron 290. These fundamental resources could all be obtained from the jungle island, hence the current trade was reliant on these materials. Consequently, Muyu's stockpile of soil had surpassed 10,000 units. The reason for halting weapon forging was that purchasing weapons and logging into the jungle island had become time-prohibitive, resulting in a decline in buyers. Around midday, Zhong Junfeng returned with 100 pounds of wolf meat and 500 milliliters of residual wolf blood, trading the black shark blade for 2,000 units of basic resources. Muyu subsequently rented out the black shark blade. At this moment, the second borrower of the blade returned, trading the same amount of 100 pounds of wolf meat and 500 milliliters of residual wolf blood for an equivalent 2,000 units of basic resources. Thus, Muyu's meat supply had reached over 280 pounds. So, have you consumed all 20 pounds of meat? Oh, woo. Chu Shue howled in response, nodding its head. Do you mean you wish to eat more? Oh, woo. Chu Shue nodded again. You do appear quite delectable yourself, Muyu remarked through gritted teeth. Instantly, Chu Shue's demeanor wilted. It lowered its head and shook it, casting a resentful gaze upon Muyu, akin to a girl who had encountered a scoundrel. Seeing Chu Shue in such a state, Muyu felt a pang of sympathy. Oh, very well. Eat up then. After all, I cannot finish it myself. Who told me to raise you? Muyu mounted his bicycle and called to Chu Shue. Let us return and indulge in some meat. With a spirited howl, they completed a brief circuit. After a day filled with activity, Muyu finally arrived back in front of his quaint wooden cabin. He methodically removed all items from the cabin, leveled it, and then scavenged for the necessary materials from the trading platform. Wood 200, stone 100, mud 100, glass 20, iron 20, linen 20, rope 20, granite 10. Construction successful, luxurious 2-story villa. As the Forgeon-long white mist dissipated, an elegantly antique 2-story wooden house emerged. Basking in the glow of the setting sun, its silhouette becoming increasingly graceful, akin to a 3-dimensional painting. The faade of the house faced the magnificent spectacle of Jiolong's fiery ground, while the rear overlooked an endless expanse of ocean. To the left, a chicken coop encircled by wooden railings had been added. Upon opening the grand entrance, Muyu was greeted by a spacious hall, featuring a wooden dining table and chairs at its center. The hall's ceiling soared high, offering an expansive view. Additionally, the first floor housed a kitchen area, a workspace, and a hygiene zone. The kitchen, approximately 10 square meters, was semi-open, separated from the living area by a wooden bar. Inside, a stone-built stove emitted flames, eliminating the need for firewood. Level 2 workbench, capable of crafting pipes, taps, glass, ropes, rubber, linen, paper, clothing, and animal garments, etc. The workspace contained a Level 2 workbench, unlocking a plethora of everyday items and spanning 22 square meters. It also provided space for miscellaneous storage. As for the bathroom, it was equipped with a flushing toilet, though Muyu contemplated that once the hot spring was constructed, it would hardly be necessary. From the adjacent bathroom, Muyu ascended the solid stone steps to the basement, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of direct sunlight, and maintained a cool temperature, making it an excellent storage place for food. After exploring the first floor and the basement, Muyu and Chushu ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor. They traversed the corridor and opened the door to a spacious 40-square-meter bedroom. A grand wooden bed, 2 meters in length and width, was accompanied by a desk and wooden chair. The window above perfectly aligned with the scene of Jiolong's fiery ascent, providing light around the clock. In this perilous world, Muyu found it unsettling to sleep in complete darkness at night. The bedroom also featured front and back balconies. One side offered a view of the ocean while sipping red wine, and the other allowed for the enjoyment of culinary delights with a view of the island he had constructed. Furthermore, there was a fireplace extending from the first floor to the second, capable of being heated by the ground-s flames. Stone, 30 mud, 30 wood 10. Construction successful. Small water reservoir. Muyu utilized the last water reservoir blueprint beside the house, connecting pipes to establish a water supply system, pouring all well water into the reservoir. Iron 15, wood 15, linen 6, charcoal 6, gravel 3. Returning to the workbench area within the wooden house, Muyu crafted 3 water filter taps using the filter tap blueprint, each accompanied by a filter hose exceeding 1 meter in length. Muyu entered the kitchen area and replaced the faucet with a filtered one, ensuring that the tap water could be utilized at any moment, regardless of the cleanliness of the water in the reservoir. Subsequently, he began to simmer a fish fin soup as a reward for his diligent efforts, while also slicing off 10 pounds of leftover wolf meat to toss to his ever-following companion, Xiao Chuxue. Gazing out the window at the horizon, soon to be shrouded in mist, Muyu felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Where was Jianyuechang? She had yet to return. Could she have encountered some misfortune? Although he had profited from altering her Arrow Tower blueprint, Muyu firmly believed he could derive even greater benefits from her, and he did not wish for her life to be so carelessly extinguished. Chapter 23. Natural Disasters. Storm. Ding. Just as Muyu was engulfed in sorrow, a message arrived through private chat, alleviating her worries. Jianyuechang, I almost couldn't make it back. Muyu, why did it take you so long to return? Did you acquire the beast egg? Jianyuechang, there's a rumor circulating in the channel that the guardian beasts on Jungle Island are categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier includes tigers, lions, bears, and crocodiles. The second tier consists of dogs, wolves, leopards, and snakes. And the third tier encompasses rabbits, chickens, ducks, and rodents. Jianyuechang, I encountered a one-eyed tiger, but fortunately, my sheath was reliable, and I dispatched it with a single strike. Muyu, that is quite impressive. Jianyuechang, however, my luck was abysmal. An eagle passed by and descended to feast on the one-eyed tiger's carcass, and it lingered even after satiating itself. Jianyuechang, thankfully, I had prepared an extra knife and lay in wait among the grass for over 6 hours, until I finally seized the opportunity to slay it with a decisive blow. I nearly couldn't return in time. Woe is me. Upon hearing this, Muyu felt a wave of shame wash over her. Had she prepared an additional blade, she would not have been so defenseless against the little black shark. Muyu, as long as you returned safely, you now possess 2 beastly forms, which is quite a boon. Ding. Jianyuechang initiated a trade. Rare wind and cloud chi nourishing sheath. 9-ring broadsword blueprint, rare, for 100 pounds of one-eyed tiger meat. 300 pounds of eagle meat in exchange for a standard automated iron arrow tower, rare. Mu igreku. Looking at the 2 large piles of meat before her, Muyu's expression turned perplexed. Jianyuechang, the meat is for you. Henceforth, you shall cover my 2 meals, and I shall skip lunch. The reward is a daily supply of 1 unit of stalactite spirit liquid. Will you accept? Muyu, I accept, but what kind of beast egg do you have? It should also require meat, right? Jianyuechang, it's a pangolin, an omnivorous creature. I've reserved some meat. Please keep an eye out for bamboo seeds if you happen to see any. Muyu, all right, but I have already prepared dinner. Shall we commence the trade now? Jianyuechang, your speed is truly remarkable. Muyu, just tell me if you're trading or not. If not, I shall devour it all. Jianyuechang, I will trade. Without delay, Muyu served a bowl of shark fin soup and traded it to Jianyuechang, simultaneously indulging in her own. The exquisite broth slid down her throat, and the tender fish meat burst with a delightful sweetness in her mouth. Afterwards, Muyu swallowed the stalactite spirit liquid. Once she finished her meal, Muyu felt as light as a feather, noticing that all her attributes had increased, with agility receiving an additional boost. Satiated, Muyu affectionately patted Chushue's fluffy head. There will be plenty for you to eat from now on. Awoo. Chushue gently pushed Muyu's greasy hand away with its paw. As night deepened, the white mist outside the island thickened to the point of obscuring everything beyond it. As if the wind was whispering secrets, and the mist seemed eager to break through its confines, enveloping the island. Observing that she still had 2 critical strikes left to utilize, Muyu made her way toward the fire furnace. Little Chushue followed closely behind, mirroring her trepidation as it gazed at the ominous white mist beyond the island. Upon arriving at the molten furnace, the searing and brilliant flames dispelled the gloom that enveloped Muyu's heart. He retrieved all the iron blocks and commenced the process of purification. Iron block -300. Purification successful. Excellent refined iron 30. Refined iron -10. Critical success. Rare secret iron. Rare secret iron. A metal block formed from extensive purification of steel. One of the exceedingly rare metals, possessing exceptional hardness, significantly enhancing the durability of any weapon it is melded with. Upon reading the description of the secret iron, Muyu nodded in satisfaction and took out the blueprint for the 9-loop broadsword. Refined iron -19, secret iron -1, firestone -10, remnant wolf's blood -1000 milliliters. Critical success, bloodthirsty fire ring blade, rare. Muyu withdrew the tempered bloodthirsty fire ring blade. Its hefty blade shimmered with a dark, blood-like hue, while the 9 loops on its back glowed a fiery red. Grasping it felt akin to wielding a 1,000-pound weight, and even with his current strength, holding it with one hand proved somewhat taxing. Bloodthirsty fire ring blade, crafted from a blend of refined iron and secret iron, augmented with substantial remnant wolf's blood and firestones, forged through the activation of a 9 dragon's earth fire and critical craftsmanship. This rare-grade broadsword can unleash explosive flames, significantly amplifying lethality. Special trait, upon contact with a wound, it rapidly absorbs blood, enhancing the blade's malevolence. Lethality, 5,999. Although the bloodthirsty fire ring blade appeared similar to the wind and cloud chi blade sheath, the latter required 2 hours to deliver a single strike, whereas the bloodthirsty fire ring blade maintained its damage output continuously. Regrettably, the blade size was too substantial otherwise. It could have been sheathed within the wind and cloud chi blade sheath, alleviating the need to carry several useless blades daily. Muyu sighed. At that moment, the price of iron blocks on the trading platform had stabilized, prompting Muyu to sweep away some iron blocks and forge a few iron swords to store in his backpack. Upon returning to the wooden loft, Muyu spread the salvaged blankets and comforters across his large bed. Initial snow eagerly climbed onto the bed, rolling and frolicking atop it. Never mind. Muyu, who had contemplated crafting a nest for initial snow, abandoned the idea and lay down on the wooden bed instead, as there was ample space. According to the announcement, new challenges were imminent the following day, so it was time to rest. Soon, Muyu slipped into a deep slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, jolting Muyu from his dreams. Gazing out the window, he beheld a scene that filled him with dread. In an instant, a colossal flash tore through the darkness, surging forth from the depths of the vast expanse, beyond the 8 extremities, clashing like swords and knives, akin to mountains collapsing and earth shattering, as if the wrath of the divine stirred the very world. The skies seemed to shatter, and the shackles appeared to break free, instilling an inexplicable unease within Muyu. Lightning pierced through the dense white mist, revealing a pair of eyes as grand as mountains, fleetingly visible beneath the night sky. Resembling the source of chaos, the abyss of sin, or perhaps the malevolent deity heralding the apocalypse, instilling lifelong terror. Following this, countless silver serpents danced wildly through the air, like a stampede of horses, accompanied by thick dark clouds and a tempest connecting heaven and earth. Torrential rain cascaded down like a waterfall, and Muyu felt as though the entire island swayed with the crashing waves. It was as if the harbinger of the world's annihilation had arrived. Are you suggesting that this is merely a minor calamity and not the end of the world? Muyu swiftly retrieved the announcement, only to discover that its contents have been altered. Announcement: 1. Minor calamity storm has been initiated. 2. The protective period has elapsed. Beasts and sea creatures may launch assaults on the island. 3. The island is no longer safe after nightfall. Unknown pollutants may infiltrate, necessitating vigilance during the night. 4. A more terrifying disaster will descend in 7 days. One must seize every opportunity to enhance oneself to glimpse a glimmer of hope in this brutal world. Muyu felt a jolt in his heart as he gazed upon the revised announcement. In comparison to the previous one, this new proclamation was akin to a hellish decree, and it was likely that most would meet their demise upon the island. Chapter 24. The Fire Sun Jujube. As the communication channel was opened, it erupted in a cacophony of distress signals. With no soul capable of experiencing a moment of tranquility this night. Chi Hongjun, esteemed leaders, please save me. My wooden cabin has been overturned, and the entire island is submerged in seawater. Yu Jingsheng, why is my island, now a second-tier one, still being inundated? This is unbearable. Chiozei, my third-tier island is trembling violently. I fear it may not withstand the night. That last bolt of lightning was terrifying. Zhang Sunwu, we are at a critical juncture of life and death. Second-tier island owners must abandon any illusions. Exchange your treasure possessions for resources to upgrade your islands swiftly. Zhang Sunwu. Moreover, I implore those island owners on the brink of demise to trade their resources for cooked food on the platform, so they may enjoy one last hearty meal. Third-tier island owners should refrain from trading resources, allowing others to seize a chance at survival. Chu Tsaija. I have not had a decent meal in days. I am ill-suited for survival in this world. Rather than starve to death, I would prefer to perish satiated. 300 resources for a meal. Let us do this. Qigong. I, too, will trade 400 resources. Hurry, the seawater has reached my ankles. Dai Chung Win, Zhang Sun, esteemed leader, you and the others inspire my utmost respect. In the next life, may we be kin once more. Shen Jian, I feel the same. Zhong Dantong, let us carry our hopes forward and uncover the true face of this world. Forgive me, dear parents, for I cannot find you and fulfill my filial duties. 250 resources come quickly. Zhao Shuiyo, a third-tier island is a safe haven. More resources mean more paths. Failing to trade would be foolish. Qin Hongda, do not let me catch you, or your fate will be dire. Zhizhan, such scum. Mom, Dad, how are you faring now? In that moment, Muyu's concern for his family surged. Where were they? Were they helpless? And were they on the brink of death? How? Just then, sensing Muyu's despondency, Chushua licked his cheek with its pink tongue. Do not worry, I shall gather my spirits for myself and to reunite with them, providing them a safe harbor. Muyu gently patted Chushua's head, self-soothing. With such fierce winds and rains, what would become of my fields? Suddenly, Muyu grasped the gravity of the situation. Beyond all else, there was a precious fire spirit jujube tree. If it were to be uprooted, the loss would be immense. Stay in the room. I shall return at once. Muyu instructed before hastily descending the stairs and flinging open the door. Whoosh, the tempestuous winds and torrential rains surged into the living room, even shifting the chairs slightly. Muyu braced against the resistance as he made his way toward the fields. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated in his ears. A flickering silver light illuminating his face as a silver serpent descended upon the lightning tower beside him, slithering down its structure into the platform. Drenched to the bone, Muyu jolted, his heart racing fiercely. Had that lightning struck just 10 meters off course, it would have landed upon him, leaving him bruised and battered. With utmost caution, Muyu passed by the thunder tower, collecting all the iron blocks infused with the essence of lightning, and replacing them with 10 new ones. He then continued his journey towards the agricultural district. Upon arriving, Muyu was struck by despair. Apart from the resilient fire spirit jujube tree, swaying defiantly in the tempest, the other green plants had been uprooted, vanishing without a trace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fortunately, the fire spirit jujube tree had borne fruit. 6 jujubes were neither too many nor too few. At this rate, however, the tree would soon be uprooted by the raging winds. Muyu plucked the jujubes one by one and, with a swift motion, severed the tree, thereby hastening its demise. Fire Spirit Jujube 3, Fire Yang Jujube 3, Fire Yang Jujube with 10. The rain blurred Muyu's vision as waves surged dozens of meters high, crashing upon the island. heralding the arrival of the storm and thunder. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, he hastened into the wooden building without pausing to check his attributes. With a resounding click, he closed the heavy door behind him, and his heart lightened upon seeing the gentle snowfall descending from above. After changing into dry clothes, he prepared a hearty pot of tiger meat soup, drinking it in one go. The warmth enveloped him, dispelling the chill, and he finally reclined comfortably on his bed. The thunder continued to rumble in the heavens, ensuring a sleepless night for Muyu, as it would for most inhabitants of this island world. The chat channels buzzed with life. Jian Yuechang exclaimed, "The thunder is terrifying. Thankfully, I have Xiao Tuan to keep me company." Muyu replied with a laugh. "Are you really afraid of thunder?" "Ha ha," Jian Yuechang retorted. "Is that amusing? I'm not just afraid of thunder. I also fear straight men." Perplexed, Muyu scratched his head, uncertain of what had provoked her ire, and decided to disregard it. He took out 6 fire jujubes and jujube wood, noticing that 3 of them were exceptionally warm to the touch. Fire Yang Jujube, rare, consuming it grants 5 strength, 3 agility, 6 constitution, increases affinity to fire elements, and significantly enhances the probability of comprehending advanced fire skills. Only 2 may be consumed by those of silver rank or below, can be used to break through bottlenecks. Fire Yang Jujube wood rare infused with fire elemental essence. Radiating Yang aura, it is remarkably effective in exorcising evil and purifying pollution. It appeared that, under the nurturing of the extraordinary soil, the fire spirit Jujube tree had evolved into the rare fire Yang Jujube tree. Had it been given a bit more time, the Jujubes could have ascended further. Muyu carefully placed the precious fire Yang Jujube wood aside, pondering the malevolent beings that lurked in the mist. It was inevitable that he would have to confront them in the future. He swallowed a fire spirit Jujube, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his body, invigorating him from head to toe, as if flames would erupt from within him. Yet, this sensation soon faded. Still, he failed to comprehend any new skills. Taking another fire spirit Jujube, he noted that this time the warmth was considerably milder, yet his affinity for the flames had notably increased. A small flame flickering to life in the palm of his hand. With a snap, the flame extinguished almost instantly, and Muyu realized his strength and constitution were stuck at 19 points, shrouded by an invisible barrier that he could not breach. It appears that this is what is known as a bottleneck period. Ordinary attribute enhancements have become futile for me, and only exceptionally rare items can facilitate my breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyu consumed the fire yang date. After a brief interval, it had no discernible effect. Muyu swallowed another fire yang date, and suddenly, he felt a surge. If the fire spirit date was merely a trickling stream, then the fire yang date was akin to a mighty river. Its torrid currents relentless and ceaseless, scorching and refining the limits of Muyu's body. Muyu's entire being felt as if it were a scalded shrimp. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, soaked the wooden floor, and wisps of white smoke curled from his hair, exuding a savory aroma that captivated Chushue, who watched with brightened eyes. I'd felt as though a fiery branding iron were pressed repeatedly against his entire body, each inch of skin pierced with excruciating pain. Muyu howled in anguish, releasing the torment. As his consciousness reached its utmost limit, all the searing heat surged anew, flooding towards his head. At that moment, his skull erupted. Chapter 25. The fiery eyes, his gaze, more fervent than the stars, erupted like a dormant volcano awakening after centuries of silence. 2 blazing, golden beams shot forth from Muyu's eyes, piercing through the heavy clouds and dispersing the thick mist, unveiling the myriad of grotesque entities lurking beneath the shadows. All around him were deformed, unknown creatures. The mist in the air was composed of countless white eyeballs floating ominously. Beneath the ominous clouds loomed a colossal bird that obscured the sun, its neck adorned with successive segments, each head engaged in a fierce struggle, entangled in chaos. Many of these heads were already lifeless, rotting, ensnared by black tendrils, filled with malevolent orbs. In the vast expanse of water stood an octopus the size of a mountain, its back adorned with unformed wings stretching 1,000 feet, its body an ominous shade of green, covered in tumors, each using a black liquid that tainted the ocean. Countless other mutated creatures swirled around, embodying chaos, cruelty, and terror. Yet, none of this instilled fear in him. After the fiery outburst subsided, Muyu withdrew his gaze, tightly closing his eyes to process the sights he had just encountered. Ding! You have earned the title, Senior Pollution Source Observer. Senior Pollution Source Observer. Mental Power 50. Ding! You have glimpsed a portion of the world's essence, detected sufficient potential, and may join the Sequence Candidate program. Would you like to participate? A sudden notification echoed in Mu Yu's mind, and to his astonishment, the tone of this voice, though still cold, bore an unmistakable difference from its previous emotionless demeanor. What is the Sequence Candidate program, and what exactly did I just witness? Mu Yu inquired, not expecting an answer. Yet the system responded. Joining the Sequence Candidate program will assign tasks that confront pollution sources directly, allowing you to enhance your sequence ranking through task completion. Achieving a position within the top 10 will grant you true sequence status, enabling you to wield partial system authority and access preferential resources. What you beheld were the myriad heads of one of the many malevolent deities, an abominable bird and the Kelu creature. These are slumbering higher pollution sources. Once this region is eroded beyond a certain point, they shall awaken and annihilate all. Such terrifying entities. What do we possess to resist them? It seems futile. Had it not been for that fierce gaze moments before, Mu Yu suspected that merely glimpsing those monsters would have led to his contamination. To become part of the sequence means to gain the power to slay these malevolent deities. I shall join, with a glimmer of hope for survival. Mu Yu hesitated no longer. Death was a mere possibility. Ding, you have joined the Sequence Candidate program. Your sequence ranking, 1999. In 3 days, the first task will be issued. Please prepare yourself. Your identity must remain confidential, lest you fall victim to the malevolent deities. Ding, you have earned the title, Sequence Candidate. Sequence Candidate. All attributes 3, skills below high tier increase by 1 level. The voice in his mind fell silent. Glancing at the concerned Shui, Mu Yu gently patted its head. It's all right. This world is far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Now that he had unearthed a sliver of truth, he would unravel it step by step. Unexpectedly, the number of candidates joining the sequence program exceeded Mu Yu's expectations. Perhaps, those who joined the program were not solely human. Mu Yu couldn't help but think of the Red Dragon, a creature of immense power and untainted essence. To which faction did it truly belong? Shaking off these thoughts, Mu Yu understood that everything depended on himself. He assessed that the mission in 3 days would undoubtedly be perilous and began to examine his newly acquired skills. Fire Eye, supreme at the cost of mental energy, the eyes emit a ray that can reach for miles. With damage calculated based on current combat power and consumed mental energy, doubling damage to contaminated beings. Damage, 300? Characteristics. Observe high-level sources of contamination without being tainted. The Fire Eye was a growth-type ability that consumed mental energy with each use. Once mental energy was significantly depleted, it could only be slowly restored through rest. Unless in critical situations, Mu Yu had no intention of utilizing it. For engaging in battle without mental acuity was a perilous endeavor. Simultaneously, Mu Yu scrutinized his personal status panel, noting a remarkable surge in attributes. Name, Mu Yu. Age, 24 strength, 29-7 agility, 21-6 physique, 31-4 mentality, 2014 charisma, 10-3 sequence number, 1999, can be concealed, island ranking, 22-22, zone 1 talent, evolutionary critical strike, unique epic, equipment, light crossbow, excellent, wind and cloud, chi blade sheath, rare, bloodthirsty fire ring blade, rare, active skill, Fire Eye supreme, passive skills, intermediate swimming technique, intermediate sea fishing technique, intermediate swordsmanship titles. Shark escape artist, shark provoker, bird hunter, observer of high-level contamination sources, sequence candidate. Up to 5 can be equipped. Combat power, mid-tier black iron. Evaluation, luxurious equipment. Astonishing potential. Young man, do you aspire to be a savior? In that moment, Mu Yu felt an unprecedented sense of strength. Yet the thought of the malevolent deity quelled his elation. Why had my mental energy increased so significantly? Could it be that my previous lack of mental energy necessitated such a painful ascension? The abrupt surge of 10 points in raw mental attributes instilled doubt within Mu Yu. And recalling the agony of his advancement, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. After a refreshing shower, the clock struck 7 in the morning, prompting Mu Yu to prepare breakfast. The meal consisted of pan-seared tiger steak, stewed chicken soup, and roasted wolf meat, as Jian Yuechang had generously provided meat and stalactite essence, allowing for a slightly more lavish repast. He packaged a portion for Jian Yuechang and returned to the second floor, tossing a 20-pound piece of wolf meat to Chu Xue. It seemed that food rich in trace elements no longer affected him. He planned to send most of the meat to the catalysis chamber shortly. After finishing breakfast, Mu Igreku lamented softly. With the fierce winds howling, rain lashed against the window like a whip. Muyu glanced outside at the newly replaced window. The white mist beyond the island had dissipated, yet the storm showed no signs of abating. The sun remained shrouded by heavy clouds, casting an oppressive darkness akin to that before dawn. Xiaozhe, did you truly not see it? A beam of golden light shot up into the sky from afar. Why deceive you by claiming I am a fool? Shunjian, it seems there was indeed such a scene, but what I witnessed was it striking the sea. Zhao Shuiyo, I too saw it plunge into the ocean. Did you all catch that? Ha! Xiaozhe, get lost. You annoying creature. Dai Changwen. So many peculiar occurrences in just one day. The notice mentions that greater dangers lie ahead, yet this tempest shows no sign of abating, leaving us unable to fish for resources. Songhai, exactly. We are rendered incapable of any task. The plants I cultivated are nearing maturity. Yet last night, I helplessly watched as they were ripped away from me, leaving me infuriated. Rongcheng. I cannot fathom how many days this storm will last. I have not stored much food, and I shall be facing hunger come tomorrow. Zhang Sun Wu. If resources were ample, we could construct stone houses in the fields. Although the plants may cease to grow, their lives could be preserved. Tang Yu, let us be realistic, my friend. The value of my meager plants pales in comparison to the importance of stone dwelling. Gao Yu, my wooden house is barely holding up. It leaks wind and water from every crevice, soon to become a mere waterfall cave. Zhang Sunwu truly possesses some wisdom, but alas, it is too late. I have already felled the trees. Mu Igreku sighed. She ventured to test the wind's strength at the door, hesitating to approach the sea for fishing. Should the wind whisk her into the turbulent waters, escape from the crashing waves would be impossible. The strength of an individual pales in comparison to the wrath of nature. Little Tuan Tuan, you are gnawing on the corner of my chair once more. Chapter 26. The teleportation scroll of the Ancestors' Island within a spacious cavern. Yellow crystals are embedded in the walls, emanating a gentle glow that illuminates the surroundings. With limbs sprawled in disarray, Jian Yuechang clumsily rises to her feet. Grasping a basketball-sized iron eater, her gaze a tumultuous blend of affection and resentment, her raised hand faltering to strike. The small creature, a patchwork of black and white, nuzzled against her, instantly dissipating her anger as she enveloped it in a tight embrace. Surely the raw meat was too unpalatable. Let me treat you to some delicacies. Jian Yuechang presented a sizzling skewer of wolf meat before it, the aroma captivating the little creature, which eagerly devoured the offering. Although her composure had improved slightly, her culinary skills remained unmatched, and her strength undeniable. Little one, do you think I should trust him? Jian Yuechang pondered with a wistful expression, only to suddenly notice the small creature had ascended the table and was already attempting to pilfer her prized tiger steak. Little one, that is something I cherish. Dare you touch it, and I shall. Outside, the tempest raged, yet within the warmth of the cavern, another island faced its own struggles. No, there are insufficient resources to reconstruct the wooden cabin. If repairs are not made soon, it will collapse. Songhai, braving the storm, painstakingly positioned a wooden ladder against the cabin. The ladder trembled violently under the onslaught of the gale, and with gritted teeth, he ascended, each step sending a jolt of fear through him. After considerable effort, Songhai finally secured the roof. However, it seemed the storm mocked his toil. The ladder shook violently, threatening to give way, and his heart raced. Suddenly, the ladder could bear no more and toppled into the mire. Yet Songhai clung to the rooftop, scrambling upward. The wind howled mournfully, and the relentless rain lashed against him as he lay half prostrate on the roof, his trepidation finally subsiding. Such dire circumstances reflect the plight of many. They have exhausted all means to ascend to the third-tier islands, yet cannot muster the resources to construct a humble abode. Only a select few can languish peacefully in their beds, temporarily shielded from the external storms and food scarcity, enjoying a semblance of normalcy. Ding. A private message chimed. In the idle Mu, you clicked to open it. Wang Yang. Brother Mu, do you have time present? Mu Yu. Quite free. What's the matter? Wang Yang. Teleportation scroll of the Ancestors Island. Rare. Wang Yang. Are you interested in embarking on journey? Teleportation scroll of the Ancestors Island. Capable of transporting 3 individuals randomly to a 3rd to 5th tier Ancestors Island. Ripe for exploration of the unknown. Rich rewards may await, as well as formidable foes, or it may simply lead to a desolate, abandoned isle. Upon reviewing the scroll's details, Miyu felt a flicker of intrigue. Observing the tempest's ferocity, it seemed little else could be accomplished today. Muyu, I am interested. Do you have any stipulations? Wang Yang. Indeed, your enthusiasm is commendable. In addition to you, Lu Feibai has also consented. To prevent discord, all spoils acquired on the island will be evenly distributed. Wang Yang. I shall have the priority in selecting rewards. We will alternate our choices. Ultimately, if I acquire 1 additional item, it shall belong to me. While should there be 2, we shall share 1. If you agree, please sign here. Wang Yang. Curse of the Backstabber. Rare. Curse of the Backstabber. The signatory will be bound by the power of the oath within a day. Required to execute the written content, and should they violate this, they will be cursed, suffering a -90 reduction to all attributes at the black iron level and below. Muyu glanced at the cursed tome traded by Wang Yang. The content merely prohibited mutual combat and harm on the Island of Ancestors, which seemed innocuous enough. So he confidently inscribed his name. In a moment of intuition, Muyu sensed he was being observed, likely by the power of the oath. Muyu had signed. But what if you pay such a hefty price and we end up on a deserted island? Wang Yang, fear not. I assure you that our destination will yield great rewards, albeit with some dangers. Prepare yourself. We depart in half an hour. Muyu, very well. This promises to be intriguing. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Muyu's eyes. This was an unknown exploration. Despite his newfound strength, he dared not be complacent. As combat was not his forte, he meticulously checked his equipment. At this moment, the wind and cloud-breathing blade had been nurtured for 8 hours, and the combination of the light crossbow with wind arrows was formidable. Coupled with the bloodthirsty fire ring blade and his splendid personal attributes, Miyu felt reassured. Ding Wang Yang has chosen to share the use of the teleportation scroll to the Island of Ancestors with you. Do you agree? If no choice is made within 30 seconds, it will be deemed a refusal. Chu Xue, remain inside the house and do not venture out. I shall return shortly. If you are hungry, help yourself to some meat in the kitchen. After giving his instructions, a beam of white light flashed, and he vanished from the room. Chu Xue stared blankly at the spot where Mu Yu had disappeared, suddenly snapping back to reality. She hurried towards the kitchen where the meat was kept. Happiness arrives so unexpectedly. In a whirl of motion, Mu Yu found himself transported from the bedroom into a primeval forest. Towering trees cast intricate shadows around him, while in the distance, intertwined vines hung thickly, and lush moss carpeted the ground. To Mu Yu's astonishment, the canopy above was not the sky, but a vast expanse of azure sea. Countless fish swam freely, and a transparent glass dome separated the island's interior from the outside world. How wondrous! Mu Yu was not alone in his awe. He turned to see a young man with striking features gazing skyward. Clad in a tiger skin coat and bearing a large sword, he resembled a chivalrous figure from ancient times. Alongside him stood a middle-aged man, his face sharply defined and demeanor composed, garbed in robust black iron armor. He held a towering azure shield in his left hand and a curved dagger in his right, with several fine iron spears slung across his back, reminiscent of a knight from the medieval era. Though the middle-aged man was equally astonished by the spectacle, he quickly regained his composure, as if he had anticipated this moment. Seizing the opportunity while the two were momentarily distracted, a flicker of light flashed imperceptibly in his eyes. Didn't they say I was the protagonist template? Why do these two seem so extraordinarily formidable? Wang Yang's thoughts questioned in his mind. Chapter 27. The Aberrant Lion Beast. Ah, what a stroke of fortune you possess. Within this realm, you have randomly summoned 2 individuals. One, a being of exceptional attributes in the same phase, imbued with the essence of the sun. The other, a floating life sword body, a master swordsman, a prodigy among prodigies in the art of combat. It is indeed perplexing whether to deem your luck fortunate or unfortunate. However, do not be disheartened. Brilliance does not necessarily equate to being the protagonist. With my guidance, you shall surely surpass them in due time. This underwater island marks the commencement of your surging ahead. Listening to the resolute voice echoing in his mind, Wang Yang felt a sense of reassurance and took the initiative to greet the two. Brother Lu, Brother Mu, it is a pleasure to finally meet you today. Brother Wang, Lu, you're the first living beings I have encountered in this past week. Indeed, Brother Wang, the same applies to me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Yang continued, please refrain from calling me Big Brother. It feels awkward. As I am merely a tad older, you may call me Wang Ge. There are numerous matters awaiting our exploration on this island. Let us familiarize ourselves with one another and set off. Very well. We shall heed your words, Wang Ge. You may call me Fei Bai. Lu Fei Bai nodded and added, I am but an ordinary swordsman. You may regard my skills as enhanced in swordsmanship, with commendable close combat prowess. I consider myself a half-swordsman as well, proficient in both melee and range combat, Muyu replied, raising his light crossbow to indicate his unexpected emergence into the realm of professions, claiming to be a half-swordsman due to his intermediate blade skill enhancement. Brother Mu, why do you carry 2 swords at your waist? Lu Fei Bai inquired curiously. Have you heard of the dual-wielding technique? Lu Fei Bai's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Wang Yang unconsciously leaned closer. Indeed, but that is unrelated. Both Lu Fei Bai and Mu Yu were momentarily taken aback. Seeing your tension, I thought to lighten the mood. Haha, Mu Yu chuckled. Yes, there is no need for unease. This shield of mine is a rare-grade giant shield, crafted with great effort, serving as my bulwark against damage while you focus solely on dealing it. Wang Yang interjected. After their introductions, the trio felt a measure of ease as they officially ventured deeper into the forest. Swish, a flash of white light cleaved through the air, bisecting a rabbit adorned with nodules on its chest, black blood dripping onto the ground with a soft hiss. Brother Wang, what tier is this island? We have traversed for quite some time, yet remain within this forest. Lu Fei Bai sheathed his sharp longsword, its blade emanating a chilling aura devoid of any blood. Clearly a remarkable weapon. This is a Tier 5 island. The vastness of high-tier islands is astonishing. One must procure resources independently, hence the expansive forest is to be expected. Wang Yang, leading ahead with his enormous shield, left imprints upon the ground with each step. Brother Wang, you seem well acquainted with high-tier islands. Is this island known as the Island of Ancestors? Could it be that others have entered this world before us? Mu Yu pondered aloud, walking behind Wang Yang, suddenly breaking the silence. Wang Yang turned around, his eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Upon noticing Mu Yu's merely inquisitive demeanor, he began to explain, I once encountered related content in a book. Although it is referred to as the Island of Ancestors, it may simply be an editorial fabrication of the island world, rather than a genuine existence. Be cautious, Mu Yu admonished sharply, as a grotesque creature, part lion and part serpent, dangled from a tree branch. Its pupils shimmered with an eerie glow, and from its decaying, blackened body, it leaped down from above. Lunging dowared Wang Yang. Water flow, 1,000 curtains. The alarm on Wang Yang's face vanished in an instant as he raised his massive shield, enveloped in radiant blue waves of water. Boom! The abominable creature landed upon the azure water, the tremendous impact causing Wang Yang to momentarily crouch down. Swish! A glimmer of cold light surged forth as Lu Fei Bai, wielding his long sword, leapt into action, seemingly merging with the blade, piercing toward the grotesque lion creature like a swift arrow. Sensing the imminent threat, the abomination evaded, darting to the right, but Lu Fei Bai swiftly adjusted his sword, transitioning from a vertical to a horizontal stance, inflicting a deep gash across the creature's body, causing dark blood to spurt forth. At the very moment the creature landed, a powerful crossbow bolt, propelled by a gust of wind, hurtled toward it. Mu Yu had already predicted its landing spot the moment it leaped and pulled the trigger, releasing the wind-enhanced bolt. With no option to evade, the abomination twisted its head away, but half of the bolt lodged itself in its thick neck, unleashing a violent burst of wind that splattered a gruesome mix of flesh and black liquid. This undoubtedly enraged the creature, which exuded a noxious stench as it expelled a dark water orb. Hud, 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 hud. Wang Yang sprang to his feet with rapidity, his steps heavy yet swift, raising his massive shield to protect Mu Yu. Crash! The black water orb collided with the shield, and Wang Yang braced himself against the force. The orb shattered, releasing a foul odor. Its contents, black water mixed with indistinguishable chunks of flesh and entrails, spilled onto the ground, bubbling as if boiling, releasing a thick black mist into the air. The trio's coordination was remarkably seamless, their movements flowing like water. As elite members of Zone 2222, their combat responses had evidently been significantly enhanced, fostering a deep synergy after just a few exchanges. Muyu once again pulled the trigger, launching another wind-enhanced bolt. The grotesque lion creature regarded it with disdain, leaping to the left to easily evade the shot. Yet, a smile crept onto Muyu's lips as Fei, like a coiled serpent, seized a moment to exploit the creature's vulnerability. He leaped high, his sword enveloped in a shimmering white light. Rip! The grotesque creature's body was cleaved in two as Fei's sword sliced through it like soft tofu, spilling its entrails and dark liquid, the innards rendered unrecognizable. Ding! Collection successful. Unknown contaminated meat x 300 pounds, contaminated blood x 500 ml, contaminated scales x 30. Mugu, these pollutants are toxic. They are neither edible nor usable, Fei cautioned, recalling his previous encounters with several contaminated small creatures and their peculiar characteristics. I understand. I merely wish to take it back for an experiment, Muyu replied, recalling the purifying properties of his Fire Sun Jujube wood and preparing to test it. Let's continue onward. After a brief moment, the dense thicket of trees before Muyu began to dissipate, revealing a seemingly expansive area in the distance. At last, we are about to escape this accursed forest, teeming with pollution beasts, and yet yielding nothing of value, Fei exclaimed with palpable excitement, akin to a gambler catching sight of a casino. Racing out of the forest only to halt abruptly. Startled, Muyu and his companion hurriedly followed suit. As Muyu traversed the forest, free from the overhead canopy of leaves, a breathtaking vista unfolded before him. Beneath the cerulean sky lay thousands of acres of level farmland. This is the essence of a fifth-tier island. Just look at all this land. How many plants could be cultivated here? Fei mused to himself, clearly enchanted by the scene that mirrored his aspirations. With just this farmland, one could strike it rich. Wang Yang's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Do not celebrate too soon. Observe how these fields bear no vegetation, and the soil appears rather yellow. Having lain fallow for so long, it may have regressed to a state of barrenness. Muyu cautioned, dousing their exuberance with a dose of reality. Fei and Wang Yang swiftly approached to inspect the land, only to lift their heads with a somber expression moments later. Look at the center of the field. There stands a withered tree. Perhaps the quality of the soil remains. Upon Muyu's words, the two followed his gaze and, indeed, spotted a desiccated tree towering over a high. The trio hastened towards it. Beside the lifeless wood, now dry enough to serve as firewood, they stood in astonishment, for three densely frosted ice blocks hung from its branches, through which they could discern blue fruits encased within. Chapter 28, Slaying Friday. The commander had the ice blocks been preserved? Wang Yang stepped forward, deftly plucking 3 ice blocks from their resting place. He then bent down to examine the moist, dark soil of the field, his eyes lighting up with joy as he felled a dry tree and began to excavate the land. Behold these fruits. Without waiting for Muyu and the others to inquire, Wang Yang eagerly shared the information regarding the fruits. Ice vein spirit fruit, rarest spirit fruit for beasts. A maximum of 3 can be consumed for those of rare grade or below. Enhances affinity for ice and water elements, evolves bloodlines, elevates potential, and has a high probability of granting advanced skills, with a small chance of bestowing silver-level talents. These fruits are indeed remarkable. However, as initial snow does not belong to the water or ice-type beasts, even if one were to awaken a related bloodline by consuming the fruit, it would conflict with my own fire lineage from the Fire Dragon Island. Thus, my interest waned. A splendid item, yet regrettably, I do not nurture water-type beasts. Lu Fei lamented, echoing Muyu's sentiments. Do not fret. This plot of land is of rare grade, rivaling the value of these 3 fruits. Muyu, you should collect it for now, and we can select at the end together, Wang Yang suggested, handing the excavated land to Muyu, whose expression softened slightly. Surely, there are still numerous treasures ahead. Let's hasten our pace. Wang Yang Urget. As Lu Feibai cast a lingering glance at the vast expanse of barren land before rejoining Mu Yu in pursuit of Wang Yang. After traversing a distance, the trio found their path obstructed by a towering wooden building, nearly 100 feet long and over 30 feet high. Is this the residence of the island's master? Quite impressive, Lu Feibai marveled. It feels overly simplistic, resembling a communal dormitory, Mu Yu remarked, her gaze puzzled by the stark simplicity of the wooden structure, which featured a lengthy corridor dividing dozens of rooms, reminiscent of a school building from Blue Star. Come, let us explore and see if there are any treasures within. Wang Yang, bearing a massive shield, approached the wooden edifice first. Just then, the entire building began to tremble. Empty, empty, empty. Dozens of burly, ragged men erupted from the wooden structure, their skin marred by black taint, their eyes devoid of any glimmer, filled only with a brutal thirst for blood. Moreover, men from the second and third floors began to follow suit, heedless of their surroundings, leaping from the upper levels as if they were dumplings being tossed into a pot. What is this? Lu Feibai felt an inexplicable familiarity. They are savages, akin to your Friday. Mu igriku koshend. So many Fridays, yet alas, they're all tainted. Otherwise, we could have liberated them. Wang Yang lamented, raising his massive shield and transforming into a human bulldozer, charging into the throng. The tremendous force instantly sent several savages flying. Swish Lu Feibai remained silent, his sharp sword energy reflecting his resolve. His form danced effortlessly, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, each swing of his sword resulting in severed heads. At this point, Mu Yu too joined the fray. Wielding her bloodthirsty fire-ring blade with the ease of slicing through vegetables, her strikes decisive and powerful. The wild men, whose wounds were cleaved open by the great blade, bled a dark liquid that quickly enveloped the blade in a rich aura of bloodshed. The trio unleashed a massacre, akin to a tiger among sheep. Despite the wild men's brute strength, their lack of combat skill led to their swift annihilation. Suddenly, a massive wild man emerged from the third floor of the wooden building, its eyes as large as bronze bells filled with an ominous darkness. Grasping a pickaxe, he leapt from the third floor. The ground trembled beneath him as he crashed down, creating a deep crater. Rising to his feet, he charged toward the trio. Is this the leader of Friday? Mu Yu inquired, observing the ferocious wild man. No, this is the commander of Friday, Wang Yang replied, a flicker of brilliance briefly illuminating his gaze. A tidal wave of azure energy emanated from his giant shield, surging forward to meet the wild commander's pickaxe, which struck heavily against the shield. The impact reverberated, causing the trio's eardrums to quake, and Wang Yang staggered back several steps, unable to contain himself. What immense power! A wind-powered crossbow bolt shot forth, aimed directly at the wild commander's eye. The commander raised his thick, calloused hand to shield himself, but the bolt penetrated 3 inches before halting, a gust of wind erupting a gaping hole in his palm. Displaying no sign of pain, the wild commander lowered his hand, while Lu Feibai, like a dart, leapt forward, aiming his sword at the commander's abdomen. Before the blade could make contact, a sharp wave of sword energy sliced through the wild man's skin, but as Lu Feibai sought to advance, the pickaxe came crashing down, forcing him to retreat. Wang Yang, lifting his giant shield, met the blow head-on, sparks flying from the collision as he absorbed the heavy strike. Seizing the moment as the wild commander momentarily released his force, Mu Yu fired another arrow, which seamlessly found its way into the commander's left eye socket, obliterating the eyeball and leaving behind a hollow cavity that oozed dark liquid. The commander appeared unfazed, seemingly immune to pain, provoking Wang Yang to scoff. Lu Feibai, seizing the opportunity once more, inflicted a sword wound upon the wild commander's belly before retreating behind Wang Yang. Wang Yang grimaced as he absorbed the blow, and Mu Yu shot another arrow, this time demolishing the wild commander's right eye. Excellent. With both eyes gone, let us see how he can fight now. However, as Wang Yang's words fell, 2 black tendrils emerged from the commander's eye sockets, each adorned with an eye that scrutinized the trio. What in the world is this? Even Mu Yu couldn't help but express his disbelief. Very well, if it's going to be like this. You're forcing me to unleash my full power, Wang Yang exclaimed, a mixture of fury and laughter as he set his shield against the ground. With a crackling sound reminiscent of popping beans, Wang Yang tightened his right arm, the the muscles beneath his armor bulging explosively, revealing a brutal aura that surged forth, as if he wielded the strength of 1,000 tons. With a resounding roar, Wang Yang hurled the finely forged iron spear from behind him, producing a series of explosive sounds as it pierced through the chest of the barbarian leader, penetrating deeply. The momentum of the impact drove the leader forcefully against the wooden structure behind him, impaling him firmly in place. With relentless determination, Wang Yang launched 2 more spears, both aimed directly at the leader's head, obliterating it beyond recognition, rendering him utterly lifeless. Chapter 29. Mineral Zone. With a deep sigh, Wang Yang finally caught his breath, gazing at the 2 astonished companions before him. "It's primarily the frustration that overwhelms me," he confessed. "I understand, I truly do. Do you need a moment to rest?" Mu Yu promptly inquired. "No need, let us press on," Wang Yang declared as he retrieved 3 iron spears, while Mu Yu collected 3 crossbow bolts, and the trio continued their journey. "I feel as though this island is becoming increasingly tangible, as if it truly exists rather than being a mere fabrication of the system," Mu Yu remarked as they advanced. "I share your sentiment. It feels too real. But where has the original island master vanished? Did he perish beyond the shores?" Lu Feibai concurred, pondering the mystery. "Stop overthinking. With the system's capabilities, even if it were to create a falsehood, we could not discern reality from illusion. What matters most is our potential gains," Wang Yang advised. Suddenly, he spotted something in the distance and exclaimed, "Look, there are numerous mounds ahead. It is highly probable that we have stumbled upon a mineral zone." Suppressing her thoughts, Mu Yu's expression brightened, and the 3 hastened towards the mounds. The undulating hills varied in height, with the tallest being a large iron mine, surrounded by 10 rudimentary furnaces, long since abandoned. These furnaces were likely utilized by the wild inhabitants for metal refinement. A 5th-tier island master would never forge weapons in such primitive facilities, Lu Feibai observed, effortlessly collapsing one of the furnaces with a swing of his sword. "Even if we discovered rare furnaces, transporting them would be impractical. Our focus must be on the minerals here." There were 6 mines in total: a large iron mine, a medium copper mine, a small fine iron mine, a small silver mine, a small water stone mine, and a miniature blue crystal mine, all brimming with resources. Wang Yang assessed the situation, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to his companions. "What do you say? Shall we dig?" "Indeed, not to excavate would be a tremendous waste. Since childhood, I have aspired to be a digger," he proclaimed. "Enough boasting. Even if we excavated for 3 days and nights, we would not deplete all the resources. We should set a time frame, and the value of each mine varies. Who shall excavate which mine?" Mu Yu analyzed thoughtfully. "Let us consider this. We can count 200 units of fine iron, 150 units of silver, 100 units of waterstone, and 10 units of blue crystal as a single haul, to be mined collectively and divided later. As for the iron and copper mines, we will each rely on our capabilities for 2 hours and extract as much as we can, for we do not know what lies ahead and cannot afford to squander too much time here," Wang Yang proposed. "Can blue crystals be transformed into water elemental stones? Is 10 units not excessively valuable?" Lu Feibai suggested. "While that is true, it requires the refinement of 100 water stones to fill a single blue crystal. To absorb water elements from the ocean, one would need to wait months to satisfy it. Regardless of its value, it remains merely a shell," Wang Yang elucidated, to which Lu Feibai nodded in agreement. "It appears that the red crystals on my island may also be converted into fire elemental stones. Utilizing fire stones for refinement seems wasteful. I wonder how long it would take to saturate them in the 9 Dragons Inferno." As Mu Yu's thoughts stirred, it became evident that these first-tier individuals possessed information unknown to the majority, and he too reaped significant benefits, nodding in agreement with Wang Yang's allocation. "Very well. Let us commence mining. We shall reconvene here in 2 hours to extract precious ores." With Wang Yang's words echoing in the air, Lu Feibai and Mu Yu swiftly retrieved iron pickaxes from their backpacks, racing towards the copper mine with fervor. Akin to a drunken man encountering a stunning beauty clad in black stockings, particularly enticing in her Valentino attire. The trio rhythmically struck the copper blocks outside the mine, sparks flying in abundance. With a decisive flick, Lu Feibai cast aside a worn-out pickaxe, halting his efforts. Had I known crafting a refined iron pickaxe would lead to the demise of 3, with so little copper extracted, I would have opted to mine iron instead. Alas, I share your sentiment, Wang Yang exclaimed, discarding his nearly useless pickaxe before turning towards the iron mine. Ding copper block 30. Observing the fruits of nearly half an hour's labor, Muyu also paused, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui, much like a man who, despite shedding his trousers, finds a lady's assets far more impressive than his own. The iron pickaxe wielded by the commander of the wild men seemed extraordinary. Could it possibly be of superior quality? Muyu recalled the scene of the wild man commander wielding the pickaxe, each heavy strike seemingly devoid of wear. With that thought, Muyu hurried back to the wooden structure, where the headless corpse of the wild man commander lay forlornly on the ground. Seizing the pickaxe tightly gripped in the commander's grasp, Muyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Steel great pickaxe, rare, a massive pickaxe forged from substantial quantities of steel, remarkably sturdy and requiring great strength to unleash its full potential. True to his hopes, Muyu clutched the steel great pickaxe and hastened towards the iron mining area, realizing that this round trip had consumed considerable time. Heaving. The sound of the steel great pickaxe striking was distinctly different from the iron pickaxe. Each blow resulted in several copper blocks being dislodged. Ding copper block 5. Ding copper block 4. Ding copper block 6. Ding copper block 3. Moments later, drenched in sweat, Muyu gazed at the 300 copper ores in his backpack, his heart filled with joy. Even though 300 copper ores were but a mere fraction of the entire medium-sized copper mine, which housed 3,000 units of copper, his labor had yielded only 1/10. Muyu gazed enviously at the copper mine, wishing it were situated on his own island. As for the colossal iron mine nearby, resembling a hill in size, he dared not even imagine its contents. It contained 50,000 units of iron, covering an expanse of several thousand square meters. Establishing his island upon such a mountain seemed almost feasible. With a bit of time remaining, he decided to supplement his iron reserves, for his supply was dwindling. Hoisting the steel great pickaxe, Muyu chose a corner of the iron mine. Let the excavation begin. Ding iron block 10. Ding iron block 10. Ding iron block 10. After a brief interval, Muyu, having extracted 500 pieces of iron, surmised that the time was ripe to cease his labors with the steel pickaxe and proceed to the agreed rendezvous. In truth, Muyu recognized that his most significant gain was this very pickaxe, which alone was worth at least 1,000 pieces of iron. The trio converged, with LV Feibai and Wang Yang exhibiting expressions of lingering satisfaction, evidently having had a fruitful yield at the iron mine. Let us hasten to excavate the rare minerals. First, we shall circle the island's center, and if time permits, we shall return here to continue our digging. Agreed, replied LV Feibai, as the three, armed with iron pickaxes, boldly advanced toward the rare mineral site. An entire hour elapsed before they had thoroughly extracted all the ores, save for the silver mine. Phew, this is unbearable. I am utterly exhausted, and we are left with scarcely a few picks, gasped LV Feibai, reclining on the ground, panting heavily. Chapter 30. The fractured elemental tower. As the afternoon waned, the urgency to return before darkness fell became palpable. The silver mine would have to wait. If time permitted, they could return later. With a shared agreement on Wang Yang's suggestion, the trio paused briefly before continuing their journey towards the center. Ahead lay a cluster of structures, indicating their proximity to the island's heart. Look, Lu Feibai exclaimed, as Muyu observed the majority of the edifices in a state of disrepair, resembling abandoned residential complexes. Let's explore. Perhaps we might uncover something of value. Wang Yang beckoned, taking the lead in his role as protector. With a gentle caress of a goddess statue, Lu Feibai inadvertently triggered a catastrophic collapse of the entire structure, leaving Muyu and Wang Yang visibly startled. How long have these buildings been neglected? They crumble at the slightest touch. There's likely nothing of worth left, Lu Feibai mused, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Indeed, Wang Yang relaxed, no longer wielding his massive shield as he pressed forward. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from the towering structure, resembling a ruinous remnant of its former self. A significant portion of its body having already fallen apart, yet it still unleashed an attack. Wang Yang swiftly plunged his shield into the ground, retreating a few paces as electricity coiled around the shield before dissipating into the earth. With a sigh of relief, Wang Yang concluded his analysis. Despite the other structures being inactive, this lightning tower retains some functionality. The source of its energy must be extraordinary, likely a spirit stone of thunder. In its prime, this tower possessed far greater power, but now it flickers like a candle in the wind. If we can withstand a few strikes of lightning, we can topple this decrepit tower. Muyu concurred in his assessment. How difficult can it be? Watch me pierce it with a spear, Wang Yang declared, gripping a long spear and launching it towards the lightning tower. With a crack, lightning struck the spear, sending forth a shower of sparks. Nevertheless, the spear continued its relentless trajectory towards the tower. Just as Wang Yang felt a surge of triumph, a wall of earth surged up around the tower, halting the spear's advance. It appears this is not merely a lightning tower, but rather a multi-elemental tower, Muyu exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless of its nature, it shall fall. Wang Yang, incensed by the perceived affront, hurled the remaining 5 spears one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Though the spears lacked the lethal force they had exhibited when vanquishing the wild chief, their impact upon the earthen wall was formidable, creating deep craters and ultimately leading to its collapse. In that moment, a lithe figure darted through the breach, racing towards the elemental tower. The previous strike of lightning had just struck the spear, while new currents were still coalescing. Yet Lu Feibai had already drawn perilously close to the tower. Under the expectant gaze of Mu Yu and Wang Yang, the elemental tower unexpectedly erupted in a conflagration, the scorching heat surging towards Lu Feibai. Caught off guard, he found himself unable to alter his course in time. Cut through the void, Lu Feibai gripped his sword with both hands and struck down towards the flames, unleashing a fierce surge of sword energy that cleaved through the roaring fire, as if creating a barrier that split the flames in two, revealing the dilapidated elemental tower behind. He leaped through the fiery passage, directing his sword at the elemental tower, gently touching it as if a dragonfly alighting on water. With a resounding crash, the elemental tower collapsed, revealing 3 dimly glowing elemental spirit stones. Impressive, Wang Yang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, and continued. The elemental essence in these 3 stones is exceedingly scarce. We might as well consider them a single reward. All right. Lu Feibai nodded and stowed the 3 elemental stones away. Most of the structures here had become non-functional, yet some still contained elemental spirit stones. Let us scour the area together. Wang Yang's suggestion received enthusiastic agreement from the other 2, and the trio meticulously searched through the debris of every building. This spring actually has water spirit stones. Wow, the water is so cold, and it hasn't even frozen. Lu Feibai marveled as he extracted a water spirit stone from flowing spring, only to find his entire hand encased in a thick layer of ice the moment it broke the surface. This water is remarkable. Wang Yang filled his water bottle with the spring water and shared its attributes with the others. Extreme cold water. Rare, this water can freeze ice blocks, create cold, and forge water. Using this water to temper ice-type weapons enhances their extraordinary effects. This spring held at least 100 liters. One could only wonder how long it took to accumulate such a quantity. It could be considered a valuable find. Wang Yang filled 50 bottles, thoroughly collecting all the extreme cold water. With their bountiful haul, the 3 continued onward, their spirits lifted with joy. There are numerous rare structures here. Perhaps this ruin was once home to extraordinary edifices. Muyu exclaimed, gazing at the bizarre array of buildings, stone columns, glass houses, water pavilions, tall towers, iron cages, and grand halls. Such a powerful island, surviving beneath the sea. Where could its master have gone? Lu Feibai echoed her sentiments. What is this? Muyu pointed to a building ahead, its base composed of a circular stone floor with a floating stone door above, the top of which was embedded with an elemental spirit stone. It bore resemblance to the structures of the teleportation towers, yet was distinct. It appeared to be foundational for future inter-island teleportation. With a thought, Muyu stepped forward and removed the embedded elemental spirit stone from the top of the stone door, causing the door to lose its power and plummet. Ding! Detection indicates you possess a spatial spirit stone. Would you like to consume it to increase your backpack limit by 100,000 units? Decline. To Muyu's surprise, the spatial spirit stone could indeed expand her backpack. But having reached 30 slots after upgrading to a 3rd-tier island, she deemed this sufficient for now. Moreover, using the spirit stone now would complicate future explanations. It's a spatial spirit stone, Muyu clarified, to which Wang Yang and the others nodded in understanding. They seemed to have anticipated this revelation. The structure before them resembled a furnace chamber, yet it was far from an ordinary one. The three individuals, akin to locusts passing through, hurriedly made their way into the furnace room, leaving no valuable artifact behind. Upon entering, they discerned that the furnace was extraordinary, equipped with 3 conduits capable of simultaneously unleashing fiery forges. However, it had long been abandoned, and the grandeur of its former might was now a mere memory. Undeterred, the trio rummaged through the ashes and eventually unearthed a fire spirit stone. While we still rely on firewood, they have already begun utilizing fire spirit stones. How infuriating! Lu Feibai exclaimed, gritting his teeth in envy. Indeed, it is quite vexing. Muyu and Wang Yang responded with peculiar expressions, nodding in agreement. Look, there are weapons and armor here, likely forged but not yet collected. Lu Feibai pointed to a room adjacent to the furnace, where 5 gleaming suits of armor hung. Each suit was meticulously encased from helmet to toe, its surface shimmering with a faint aqua hue, exuding an aura of formidable protection. Accompanying the armor were a chilling crescent blade and 3 robust azure spears. Chapter 31. Dividing the Harvest. Submersible steel armor. Rare, crafted from steel and forged in the 3-flame furnace, infused with aquastone and tempered in frigid waters. It possesses extraordinary durability. Attribute: weight significantly reduced in water, defense 20, defense 100, cold blade crescent halberd, rare, forged from steel in the 3-flame furnace. Infused with aquastone and tempered in frigid waters, it boasts remarkable strength. Attribute: absorb sufficient liquid to unleash a frostblade strike. Damage: 3110, water bomb spear, rare, constructed from steel in the 3-flame furnace. Infused with aquastone and tempered in frigid waters, it exhibits exceptional resilience. Attribute: when soaked in liquid, throwing the water bomb spear triggers an explosion. Impact 200. Damage 100. I feel as though the armor and spear I meticulously crafted pale in comparison to those casually displayed here. Wang Yang lamented. Brother Wang, have a little more confidence. Disregard your feelings. Elle fait encourage d'affirmatively. Each set of armor and weaponry here requires at least 5,000 iron blocks as a foundation, not to mention some rare materials. My entire ensemble is barely 300 iron blocks. It's truly a bountiful harvest. Wang Yang cast a resentful glance at El Fei Bai, soon replaced by joy. Had the previous Friday commander donned this set, we would likely not have resolved the matter so easily. Muyu was equally astonished by the armor, noting its comprehensive enhancements. The only requirement is considerable strength to wield it, making it perfectly suited for a savage commander. Clearly, the 5th-tier island master could not wear this set. It was likely intended for the savage commander, but had not yet been distributed, thus falling into our hands. Have you not noticed? This island is vast, and the savages we previously encountered were solely engaged in mining and farming. There must be others tasked with different duties, such as combat and guarding. If we encounter them, it could yield substantial rewards, Wang Yang speculated, to which Muyu nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. The day wanes, and we should explore further. The 3 of them collected 5 sets of armor each and exited the furnace chamber, continuing their sweep until they arrived at the exterior of a manor surrounded by blue stone walls. From a distance, they could see a cluster of palatial buildings at the center of the estate, where a robust column of water shot skyward, dispersing like waves and forming a transparent shield that enveloped the island, separating it from the sea. What is that? A rare spectacle indeed, El Feibai exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it is likely the key to this island's underwater status. It is truly magnificent. Wang Yang mused dreamily. Yet, I sense an unsettling aura within the manor. It may not be as simple as it appears. Muyu interjected, breaking Wang Yang's reverie. He quickly inquired in his mind, may I enter the manor? Can't wait, can you? I do not know if he is within the manor. If not, I could help you seize this wonder. If he is, however, you may find yourself in peril. The choice is yours. However, if you are feeling apprehensive, I can still assist you in locating this island when we acquire the ancestral teleportation array next time, a raspy voice in my mind replied. Did you not claim that I am the protagonist? Moreover, I have meticulously crafted this solid water shield. If all else fails, we can escape and fight back, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Wang Yang's gaze transformed from uncertainty to determination, mingled with a hint of madness. As he addressed Mu Yu and Lu Fei Bai, the estate harbors considerable danger. Let us divide our previous spoils here. If you prefer not to enter the estate, you may go mining instead. We shall reconvene here in an hour. Mu Yu and Lu Fei Bai exchanged surprised glances before nodding in agreement. The three then laid out all their harvested items. Ice vein spirit fruit, rare farmland, 200 units of refined iron, 100 units of water stone, 10 units of blue crystal. Elemental spirit stones of thunder, earth, and fire, water spirit stone, 100 liters of extreme cold water, space spirit stone, fire spirit stone, and 5 sets of rare armor. In total, there were 15 rare items, each one a coveted treasure sought after by countless individuals. Now, with so many displayed together, even the affluent Mu Yu and his companions felt a stir of excitement. Were it not for the cursed book restraining them, they would have long been on guard against one another. I require 10 units of blue crystal. Wang Yang was the first to claim the blue crystal. Mu Yu and Lu Fei Bai were not surprised. Given Wang Yang's island leaned towards water attributes, he surely had other means to charge the blue crystal. However, he was the one who brought them to this island. Thus they refrained from voicing any objections. I choose the space spirit stone. Mu Yu claimed the space spirit stone, eliciting surprised looks from the others before they returned to their task. Before long, the three had completely divided the 15 rare items. Wang Yang selected 10 units of blue crystal, ice vein spirit fruit, water spirit stone, and 2 sets of rare armor. Mu Yu acquired the space spirit stone, elemental spirit stones of thunder, earth, and fire, extreme cold water, and 2 sets of rare armor. Lu Fei Bai obtained a rare farmland, fire spirit stone, 100 units of water stone, 1 set of rare armor, and 200 units of refined iron. Thus, all three were richly rewarded. I intend to explore the estate. What are your plans? After the division of spoils, Wang Yang inquired of the others. Wang Gu, I will accompany you inside to take a look, Lu Fei Bai replied, his eyes glinting with excitement as he gazed toward the estate. Very well, Wang Yang smiled, turning his attention to Mu Yu. Mu Yu, do you wish to join us? Me? I think I will mine for a while first. I will find you later, Mu Yu responded, his demeanor somewhat uneasy. Mu Gu, with my damage output and Wang Ji's defense, you can merely provide cover. There's no need to be afraid, Lu Fei Bai encouraged. Enough. If Mu Yu does not wish to go, do not press him. You can return to find us in an hour, Wang Yang said, his gaze shifting away from Mu Yu as he and Lu Fei Bai leaped into the estate, vanishing from Mu Yu's sight. Mu Yu did not avoid entering the estate out of fear. Rather, he had his own plans. He retraced his steps along the path they had taken, quickly arriving at the previous mining area. The saying goes, a starving camel is larger than a horse. This island is a vast treasure trove, even though it has languished in neglect for an indeterminate time, and the word district is but a fragment of its bounty. Stones, 30 mud, 30. Silver ingots, 5. Spatial spirit stone, 1. Construction successful. Subtransmission tower. In a secluded corner of the mineral area, as the white mist recedes, a stone tower materializes. Beneath the tower lies a silver base, ceaselessly rotating, with a spatial spirit stone embedded at its center, seemingly locking onto the coordinates of this location at any moment. This aligns with Mu Yu's aspirations. Should he later acquire 3 spatial spirit stones, this would become his private garden, with all resources transforming into the nourishment for his growth. Departing from the hidden corner, Mu Yu ventured into the silver mine, where previously 3 individuals had struggled with ordinary iron picks, expending considerable effort to dislodge a single ingot, ultimately abandoning their endeavor. However, the circumstances were now transformed. Mu Yu hoisted a steel pickaxe, delivering powerful blows upon the silver ore. Chapter 32. Lesser sources of pollution with a crack, the sound of silver fragments shattering filled the air, and Mu Yu's heart soared with joy. Ding! Silver piece 1. Crack! Crack! Although each strike yielded only a single silver piece, Mu Yu, embodying the spirit of a whirlwind, soon excavated a staggering 149 units of silver with his fervent swinging of the pickaxe. Time was of the essence. He had not spent long and still had ample opportunity ahead. Muttering to himself, Mu Yu hastened towards the direction of his companions. If I had known, I shouldn't have invited Mu Yu. Just the 2 of us would have sufficed, and we wouldn't have had to share so many valuable treasures. Wang Yang lamented as he and his companion strolled towards the heart of the palace complex, fixating on the massive shield. That is not entirely fair. Brother Mu Yu has contributed quite a bit. Perhaps he is merely not adept in combat, Lu Feibai replied, gripping his longsword tightly, his demeanor tense. His instincts warned him of a lurking danger in the air. All he does is provide cover. The output relies on you, the defense on me. What use is he? Wang Yang scoffed. Let me tell you, Feibai, some people are simply fortunate, but he lacks the fate of a protagonist. The moment he heard of danger in the manor, he hesitated to come. Such cowardice is a clear sign of weakness, yet he still hopes to join us later. Revealing his greed. When we acquire the treasures, we shall keep them all for ourselves and leave him fuming. Brother Wang, enough of that. We're nearly at the center. Look ahead. Doesn't it seem there's a person lying in the black water pool? Lu Feibai pointed towards the pool, not far ahead. Half a suit of armor was visible above the surface of the water, leaving one to wonder if it were discarded armor or if someone was bathing in it. Wait a moment. Wang Yang gestured for Lu Feibai to halt, a flicker of keen insight flashing in his eyes. Just then, a sound akin to two rusted iron pieces scraping against each other pierced the air. The mask of the armor shifted, revealing a dark visage that gleamed with a pair of crimson eyes. In that instant, Wang Yang's gaze, previously absorbed in the panel information, shot up in terror. At that very moment, Lu Feibai's instinct screamed of impending peril. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their jaws clenched as they simultaneously uttered the unspoken thought. Run. The wind howled fiercely. The pair retreated swiftly, yet no speed could rival the figure lying within the black water pool. With a leap, he emerged from the depths, completely encased in heavy armor, landing upon the earth with his feet sinking into the soil, leaving deep impressions. With a swish, the armored figure, akin to a knight, unsheathed the sword at his waist, a wave of dark sword energy slicing through the air, formidable and overwhelming. Flow of water, thousand curtains. A brilliant azure ripple radiated from the massive shield as Wang Yang braced himself, shoulder and left foot planted against it, right foot pressing firmly into the ground. His arm muscles bulged, summoning every ounce of strength, embodying a stance of sheer determination. Boom! The dark sword energy collided with the giant shield, and in an instant, the azure ripple shattered, sending Wang Yang and the shield tumbling through the air under the violent force of the impact. Cough blood oozed from Wang Yang's right arm. The pain akin to a fracture, as if his very organs were misaligned, the excruciating agony spreading through him. Having merely endured a single blow, Wang Yang's once formidable defenses lay utterly shattered, reduced to that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. With a swift motion, the armored figure once again swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of dark energy, and Wang Yang could already sense the breath of death closing in. The strike missed. A piercing white energy sliced through the air from behind Wang Yang, colliding with the dark force, reminiscent of a fishing vessel crashing into a freight ship. Boom! The black energy faltered momentarily, obliterating the white force, and continued its relentless assault towards Wang Yang. Crash! Feibai positioned himself before the dark energy, his sword crashing fiercely against it. "I'll cut through," Feibai shouted through gritted teeth, a glimmer of white light enveloping his sword, the sharp energy extending forth, tearing through the air, shredding his own garments, staining them crimson. Krakha Feibai gasped for breath, his sword having forcibly severed the dark energy. "Feibai, you must flee. This creature is of silver rank. You cannot defeat him," Wang Yang cried, tears brimming in his eyes. A swordsman never retreats. Feibai's gaze was clear and resolute, his spirit ignited with fervor. "I wish to see just how great the disparity between us truly is." With that, Feibai leaped forth, charging at the armored figure. Could he prevail? In that moment, Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with hope, as if a miracle was about to unfold. Smack! A figure crashed to the ground like a heavy sack. Feibai sprawled on the earth with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The gap was far greater than he had anticipated. He was doomed. What to do now? Facing the approaching armored figure, Wang Yang frantically sought help from the voice echoing in his mind. "Fear not, the protagonist will not perish so early. See, someone is here to save you." Outside the estate, Mu Yu heard the sounds of fierce impacts emanating from within. Such commotion. I hope they haven't gotten themselves into trouble. as I am counting on them to bring me back. Alarmed, Muyu swiftly entered the estate, searching for Wang Yang and his companion. Who is it? Wang Yang exclaimed, as suddenly a figure burst into view, wielding 2 blades at his waist and a light crossbow in hand, resembling a savior crashing into his heart. Ding detected the presence of a low-level pollutant source near the sequence candidate. Mission initiated. Eliminate the low-level pollutant source. Deadline, 7 days. Complete the mission to receive a golden chest X1 and hidden sequence points X100. The abrupt system notification resonated in Muyu's mind, causing him to start. Muyi, you're no match for him, Run. Elfeibai struggled to call out. Who says I'm no match for him? Mu Igriku scoffed, tightening his grip on the hilt of the blade, sheathed at his waist. Just then, Muyu received a shared message from Wang Yang. Inferior pollutant source strength, 62-62 agility, 60-60 physique, 69-69 spirit, 99-99 charisma, 00 talent. Equipment, corrupted secret iron water armor, rare, corrupted black water sword, rare, active skills, passive skills. Trait, source of inferior pollution, exquisite. Those who gaze directly at the source of inferior pollution will experience a 20 reduction in all attributes. Non-crushing physical damage or elemental damage cannot cause death, excluding purification. Title, source of inferior pollution, all attributes are doubled, charisma reduced to 0. Combat power, silver tier, intermediate evaluation, a golden tier powerhouse completely transformed into a pollutant source. Although their strength has plummeted to its lowest point, the unique traits of the pollutant source render them even more fearsome and difficult to contend with. Hey, you all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Muyu urged anxiously. If it weren't for the necessity of relying on Wang Yang for their return, he might have fled without a second thought. What a joke. Facing someone akin to a silver-tier powerhouse with doubled attributes is tantamount to battling a boss template. Moreover, that individual has activated an immortality feature. What can we use to fight back? Our heads? Chapter 33. Return to the islands. Muyu, Brother Mu, Wang Yang, and Elfei exchanged tearful glances, their faces etched with reluctance. Ding, ding, ding. 3 arrows of the wind bow struck the black-armored figure, resonating with a sound. With a sudden movement, the black-armored warrior leapt before Muyu, his ominous sword imbued with a ghostly glow, slicing downward. Fiery fury. Muyu raised the bloodthirsty fire ring blade, cleaving upward. The 9 fiery rings behind a massive blade ignited simultaneously like a series of spark plugs. The malevolent energy surged forth like gasoline igniting, erupting in an instant. The bloodthirsty fire ring blade was engulfed by the blazing energy, its ferocity directed at the black sword. Clang! The confrontation revealed that his bloodthirsty fire ring blade matched the black water sword blow for blow, yet Muyu's strength paled in comparison to that of the black-armored warrior. A tremendous force reverberated through the blade, compelling Muyu to grip the bloodthirsty 9-ring blade tightly, fearing it might be flung away. Yet he was nearly overturned by the sheer weight of the impact. I cannot allow Brother Mu to sacrifice himself. We must flee. Elfei, propped up by his sword, struggled to his feet, aiding the limping Wang Yang as they hurried towards the manor's exit. The black-armored warrior cast a deathly gaze upon the fleeing Elfei and Wang Yang, seemingly poised to appear behind them at any moment. Wait, your opponent is me. Muyu gritted his teeth and rose, but his hands, gripping the bloodthirsty fire ring blade, trembled violently from the impact. Allow me to switch blades and engage you anew. With a swift motion, the sound of armor in rapid motion echoed. In the next instant, the black-armored figure stood before Muyu, the black water sword unleashing a torrent of sword energy like crashing waves. Evolutionary critical strike. Muyu's resolve surged as he quickly drew the great blade from the sheath of the wind and cloud nurturing sword, which had been cultivated for nearly 24 hours. Coupled with a 300 critical strike enhancement, this weapon unleashed its utmost potential. The azure blade energy surged like a tumultuous sea, cascading for several seconds and producing the sound of a hurricane sweeping across the land, enveloping the black-armored warrior entirely. Moments later, a shattered great sword clattered to the ground, alongside the marred black armor and a pool of liquid as dark as ink. Yet Muyu's brow furrowed. He received no system notification of a successful kill, nor did he behold the golden chest he so yearned for. The inky black liquid on the ground writhed like maggots, seemingly attempting to coalesce once more. Fortunate for you, I have not brought the fire Yang Zhao would. Otherwise, I would have scattered your ashes. Muyu reluctantly retracted his fiery gaze, leaving behind a stern warning as he turned to chase after Wang Yang and the others. Outside the manor, Wang Yang tore open the transportation scroll of the island's inhabitants. A circular pattern illuminating beneath his feet, radiating a brilliant white light. Standing within the teleportation array, we shall return in a mere minute. Slap, what's the matter? Wang Yi, Lu Fei Bai inquired, astonished, as he observed Wang Yang slapping himself across the face. I truly deserve this. Wang Yang suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes welling with tears. Muyu risked everything to save us, bravely entering the fray, ultimately sacrificing himself to afford us a chance at survival. How could I dare to speak ill of such a selfless person? I am utterly despicable. I wish I could. Slap, slap, in a fit of rage. Wang Yang could not help but strike himself again. What is going on? A voice interrupted, as Muyu vaulted over the estate's wall. Muyu, hurry over. The teleportation array is activating. Wang Yang urgently called out, startling Muyu, who dashed into the array. Muyu, I am not human. I am grateful you made it in time, or I would never forgive myself. Wang Yang, a middle-aged man, wept like a flower in the rain. Yernento embrace mu igreku. Brother Wang, please do not act this way. It makes me feel quite uneasy. Mu igreku swiftly stepped aside, as the blinding white light beneath their feet intensified, and in an instant, the three vanished from their location. Shortly after their departure, the armored figure burst forth from the estate. At this moment, his armor was riddled with grotesque growths, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from his back, while bloody flesh enveloped the black water sword, transforming it into a grotesque appendage, rendering him a monstrous sight. Realizing he had lost track of Muyu and the others, he rampaged, demolishing everything within his sight. A flash of white light, and Muyu found himself back in his bedroom. Outside, thunder roared and fierce winds howled, while the island lay shrouded in mist. Muyu felt a twinge of envy towards the underwater isle. Such natural disasters would hardly affect it in the slightest. Ding, a notification chimed, and upon inspection, Muyu discovered a message of gratitude from Lu Fei Bai, while Wang Yang had sent an epistle of remorse. Wang Yang had ultimately revealed his ability to probe into others' information, a talent or skill unknown. Muyu suddenly recalled the last piece of information Wang Yang had shared. This skill would significantly aid him in dealing with sources of pollution in the future. He pondered whether he could locate 3 spatial spirit stones within 7 days to construct a primary teleportation tower. If not, he would have to abandon the system task, uncertain of the consequences that might follow. As Muyu rubbed his stomach, a wave of hunger washed over him. The bounty collected today was ample for a hearty meal. I shall prepare dinner first, lest Jin Yu Chong come pestering me again. Chushue, Chushue, Muyu called out as he made his way to the kitchen, only to find a robust adult white lion sprawled on the floor, tearing into a chunk of meat, its mouth stained crimson. You beast, have you devoured my Chushue? Muyu exclaimed, a mix of fury and panic, raising his bloodthirsty fire ring blade to strike. Roar! The white lion let out a fierce cry, shrinking in size until it transformed back into Chushue. Is this the skill you have mastered? Quite impressive indeed. As Muyu beheld the sorrowful gaze of the first snow, she sheathed her great sword and took stock, only to discover that the kitchen was missing a staggering 300 pounds of meat. In that instant, a sense of helplessness washed over her, as if she could no longer afford to care for it. Go on, eat. I've noted it all down for you. When you grow up, you shall repay me with interest, a whole dragon, mind you. Now, leave me your paw print. Oh, woo. The first snow blinked her innocent eyes, as if to say, just me? Just me? After preparing dinner, she packed a portion for Jian Yuechong and sent it off, in exchange for the day's supply of stalactite essence. Jian Yuechong inquired, could you add an extra portion for me at each meal? I can provide equivalent ingredients. Muyu responded, all right, but aren't you concerned about gaining weight with such a large appetite? Why are you silent? Muyu pressed. She speculated that Jian Yuechong might have gone to take a bath, so she decided to close the private messages. Since she was supplying her own food, adding an extra portion was of little consequence, a simple task. How might one purify the contaminated fire sun jujube wood? Muyu gazed at the warm, yet tainted Fire Sun Jujube wood, alongside the foul-smelling blood and blackened flesh, and found herself at a loss. Chapter 34. Announcement of updates. Certain sources of pollution disseminate their toxins through the ocean. Perhaps I could purify the Fire Yang Jujube wood by soaking it in water. Upon this realization, Muyu constructed a sealed wooden box, placing a piece of Fire Yang Jujube wood alongside contaminated black meat and scales. Then poured clean water over the meat. To his astonishment, the clear water was instantly tainted dark as night by the black meat, yet bubbles began to rise, gradually lightening the color of the water. Indeed, it was effective. I can utilize Fire Yang Jujube wood to create purified water to combat pollutants. Muyu's expression brightened, observing that the contaminated meat would require some time to be fully purified. He promptly cautioned Chushue, the meat within cannot be consumed. If you wish for meat, please go to the kitchen. Chushue nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the black meat, which reassured Muyu, as he feared this little glutton might devour the tainted flesh. Upon leaving the wooden structure, the fierce winds of the island howled mercilessly. However, Muyu stood his ground like an unyielding stone. At this moment, his attributes had transformed entirely since last night. The winds that had made walking laborious previously now felt like a toothless tiger. Aside from refraining from fishing by the seaside, he was no longer hindered in any other endeavors on the island. He thought, what is this minor discomfort amid the storm? Dry your tears and do not question why. Battling against the tempest, Muyu arrived at the Thunder Tower, only to find that the platform beneath had been reduced to a single piece of refined iron. Thunder Essence Iron. Rare, contains a substantial amount of electrical elements. It seemed that the relentless storms had melted the iron block into essence iron. Mu-igriku surmised, gazing at the silver serpents still dancing wildly in the sky, and promptly retrieved the Thunder Essence Iron, placing the dull Thunder Spirit Stone upon the platform. He then proceeded to the fertilizer catalysis chamber, where the 100 pounds of black shark meat had transformed into 10 portions of fertilizer. However, considering the current weather, Muyu felt no urgency to cultivate new fields. Continuing his circuit, he arrived at the geothermal furnace. Contemplating that he had 3 opportunities for critical success remaining for the day, and resolved to use them for metal refinement. Ding silver block -100. Purification successful. Refined silver, excellent. 10 ding refined silver -10, critical success. Secret silver, rare, 1, secret silver, rare form from extensive purification of steel and silver. This is the most exceptional metal block among the rarest, exhibiting excellent elemental conductivity. When infused into weapons, its extraordinary effects will be significantly enhanced. The mere fact that secret silver is deemed the finest among the rarest metals attests to its scarcity. Muyu marveled at the dazzling silver light emanating from the secret silver, rivaling even the brilliance of certain gemstones. Once the Thunder Spirit Stone was fully charged, he would infuse the secret silver with thunder elements. After securing the secret silver, Muyu commenced the purification of copper blocks. Ding copper block -300. Purification successful. Refined copper, excellent. 30 ding refined copper -20. Critical success. Secret copper, rare. 2 secret copper, rare form from extensive purification of steel and copper. This is one of the exceedingly rare metal blocks, possessing formidable elemental isolation properties. When infused into armor or utilized to create cages, it effectively obstructs extraordinary elements. Upon encountering the secret copper, Muyu's immediate instinct was to forge himself a shield and armor using both the secret iron and the secret copper, thus ensuring protection against both physical harm and elemental damage. Once the weather improved, he hoped to procure a suitable blueprint. Now that everyone had surpassed the foundational stage, no one would part with valuable items for trifling gains. Muyu placed the secret copper into his backpack and deposited the Fire Spirit Stone into the furnace, maximizing the earth fire's intensity to replenish the fiery energy within the stone. After leaving the earth fire furnace, Muyu hurried towards the wooden tower, gazing at the central island where the 9 dragons' earth fire blazed unabated. Even after enduring a relentless day and night of torrential rain, he felt a surge of relief wash over him, dispelling his earlier anxieties. Upon returning to the wooden tower, Muyu cradled the initial snow and succumbed to a deep slumber. Throughout the night, the lightning tower absorbed countless silver serpents. While the flames in the earth fire furnace burned fiercely, with the fire spirit stone growing increasingly red and scorching. Gradually, the rain ceased, and the dawn's first light pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the damp earth, causing the puddles scattered across the island to glimmer like stars scattered across the night sky. Rising from his slumber, Miyu peered out the window. The storm that had raged for 2 days had seemingly served merely as a warning for the populace. A reminder not to underestimate the impending natural calamities that arrive weekly. Miyu opened the announcement panel and observed the anticipated changes. 1. The initial natural disaster, the storm, has ceased and new challenges have emerged. 2. Within this area, 3 medium-sized islands, 7 small islands, and 24 micro-islands have been refreshed, each presenting corresponding opportunities and threats. Brave adventurers are encouraged to venture forth. 3. The ocean floor conceals boundless treasures, yet also harbors fearsome maritime forces. Caution is advised. 4. A medium-level disaster will commence in 7 days. At the same time, Miyu noted that after the storm, fewer than 3,000 individuals remained in the 2222 area. It could not all consist of third-tier islands, with some fortunate second-tier islands still in existence. Song Hai lamented, the initial natural disaster nearly cost me my life. And now a medium-level disaster is on the horizon. I would rather freeze to death beneath the eaves. Shen Jian quipped, the rooftop recluse. Song Hai replied, please, spare me from that topic. Qin Honda added, I am furious. I woke up early to find a horde of wildlings invading my fields, thrusting numerous wooden spears into the ground. Zhizhan commented, there must be a newly spawned wild island nearby. I just saw a group of wildlings departing from an island by boat. Chuiting exclaimed, seriously? Now a wildling faction has emerged? Is it truly so difficult to cultivate my land in peace? Chang Sunwu interjected, have you considered one thing? Shun Jian responded, wow, Chang Sun is back with his strategies. Tang Yu praised, Chang Sun is impressive. Kyusha echoed, Ain. Chang Sun Wu proposed, previously, LV Feibai managed to capture a wildling chief. Perhaps these wildlings could be one of the resources bestowed upon us, aiding in liberating us from arduous labor. Miyu closed the group chat. Reflecting on the 5th-tier island he had visited the previous day, with its sprawling primeval forests, thousands of fields, and mountain-like iron mines. If the island master were to undertake all that labor alone, it would be a task destined to exhaust him completely. Surely, there must be a unified method to tame the wild men. It is imperative to discover it swiftly. The mere thought of commanding hundreds, even thousands, of wild men to work for him filled Miyu with exhilaration. Ding at that moment, a private message alert sounded. Wu Jiangwo, island hunting is indeed my forte. Little Mu, please pay attention to the names of the nearby islands. If we happen to be on the same island, I shall guide you and impart some hunting knowledge. Miyu, all right, I will be vigilant. After a moment of contemplation, Miyu proceeded to trade a piece of steel armor. Chapter 35. The enormous cloud bird approaches Wu Jiangwo. Xiaomu, this armor is too precious. You should keep it for yourself. Miyu, Uncle Wu, I already possess a set of armor. You may use this one. When you hunt something valuable, don't forget to share a portion with me. Wu Jiangwo, I have always regarded you as a child. To achieve the title of the island's best, and to present such valuable equipment, I have underestimated you. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Miyu, certainly, Uncle Wu. Presenting Wu Jiangwo with a set of steel armor was a decision made with careful consideration. Wu Jiangwo's expertise in this realm was exceptional, and his gratitude was evident. He was a worthy investment. The reason for not providing him with a weapon was that, as a master hunter, he would only wield the instruments best suited to his skills. Within the entire 2222 district, he was the only individual Miyu truly trusted and relied upon. In unfamiliar lands, the bonds of home became all the more pronounced. Today, the prospect of fishing brought Miyu immense joy. After rising, he prepared breakfast and packaged 2 portions to trade with Jianyu. He also set aside 50 pounds of meat for Chu Shui's feast. As long as you guide me in the right direction today, there will be plenty to eat. With a grand gesture, Miyu led Chu Shui towards the shoreline. Arriving at the coast, the salty sea breeze enveloped them. Miyu gazed out at the expanse of ocean, a boundless canvas of blue stretching infinitely before him. Aren't there supposed to be wild islands? Why can't I see any? A sudden pang of anxiety struck him as he contemplated the worst-case scenario, prompting him to circle the coast. Phew! It turned out the islands were in other directions. Muyu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that only the area he intended to fish was devoid of islands. Approximately 10,000 meters to the north lay a sizable island. About 1,000 meters to the west was an island similar to the Jungle Isle. As for the south, the furthest distance revealed only the silhouette of an island, standing majestically in the sea, likely one of the 3 medium-sized islands. Roar! Just as Muyu prepared to fish, Chu Shui let out a mighty roar, her white fur standing on end. Muyu turned to see an enormous cloud bird soaring towards them. Do not fear. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Muyu felt a surge of excitement, instinctively soothing Chu Shui. You didn't come after me before, but now that I have attained 6 divine pieces of equipment, you remember me, don't you? Are you here to offer yourself as a target? The colossal cloud bird, enveloped in a tempest, charged at Muyu with a fierce intensity, as if it bore grudge. Without hesitation, Muyu unsheathed the blade from the wind and cloud-nurturing scabbard. The blade's energy, cultivated over 8 hours, surged forth with a sharp, cutting wind, cleaving through the tempest. The gigantic cloud bird, caught off guard, could not evade the attack, and the blade's energy pierced its massive form. As warm blood rained down, the cloud bird plummeted like a malfunctioning aircraft, crashing onto the island and sliding several meters, leaving a long trail of crimson. Yet, the cloud bird was not yet defeated. It lifted its head, gathering wind elements in its mouth, slowly coalescing into the form of a wind blade. As the cloud bird contemplated a counterattack, Muyu brandished a water-explosive spear, its surface enveloped in a layer of moisture. With all his might, he hurled it forth. The water explosive detonated upon contact, doubling the spear's velocity and producing a deafening sound as it pierced the air. Boom! The water explosive spear shattered the wind blade that the giant cloud bird had just conjured, penetrating its skull and embedding halfway into the ground, staining the earth with a deep crimson hue, lifeless and cold. Suddenly, a black iron chest materialized beside the cloudbird. Ding! Decomposition successful. Cloudbird meat 500 gene. Wind blade feathers 30. Cloudbird essence 800 milliliters. Cloudbird egg X1. What does this mean? Are you offering me an egg? Muyu stared at the cloudbird egg in his hand, momentarily taken aback. Cloudbird egg. Rare grade blood binding allows hatching within a day. Can mature to iron grade combat strength in 7 days. Proper nourishment accelerates growth. So, this must be a female cloudbird. Soon, a male cloudbird will come to trouble me. After delivering the materials, it seems I'll also be receiving a child. Are you attempting to send your entire family my way? Muyu found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to feel joy or pity. If it were a chicken or duck egg, I would have consumed it without hesitation. But a bird egg, now that stirs my interest. The environment surrounding Muyu was predominantly the vast sea. If a bird were to accompany him, many tasks would become significantly more manageable. Ultimately, what harm could come from raising one more? After a moment's contemplation, Muyu decided to let his blood drip onto the egg. However, he resolved not to consume the cloud bird meat. It would be rather inappropriate. Instead, he would later use it as fertilizer. With no further disturbances from other creatures, Muyu could finally indulge in the pleasures of fishing. He cast his line 6 times in the direction indicated by the initial snow. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a solid wood chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a rotting wood chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a black iron chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have caught a black iron chest. 4 black iron chests. Despite a tinge of regret, Muyu is overall satisfied, for human nature is ever greedy. Ding! Opening black iron chest, critical success. Leafon nearshore ship blueprint, rare 1 Leafon nearshore ship blueprint, rare wood 100, iron block 30, rope 20, burlap 30. As he gazed at the shipbuilding blueprint in his hands, Muyu felt drowsiness wash over him. He had been fretting about how to navigate the seas on a simple wooden raft. Ding! Opening black iron chest. Critical success. Ancient beast vein tree seed. Rare. 1. Ancient beast vein tree. Rare, must be planted in fertile land or above. Matures in 7 days. Upon hearing this name, Muyu surmised the tree's effects, recognizing it as something he desperately needed. The island had become increasingly perilous this week. He required biological guardians while leaving the island or resting, and the current initial snow was evidently insufficient. Although it typically takes 7 days to mature, planting in extraordinary soil would yield growth in just 1 day. Ding! The black iron chest has been opened, and a critical success has yielded. Blueprint for automatic stone digger. Rare, X1, energy machine X1, track X1, automatic scanner X1. Blueprint for automatic stone digger. Rare, iron block X30. Refined iron X20, automatic scanner X1, energy machine X1, track X1. Upon gazing at this blueprint, Muyu realized that he was nearing the conclusion of his box-opening expedition for the day. The remaining critical success would be reserved for the automatic stone digger. Among the 3 fundamental resources for upgrading the island, only the soil was sufficiently abundant. Once Friday was tamed, his mud hut would also become operational. Yet the acquisition of stone still seemed a distant prospect. This contraption would undoubtedly assist him in mining stone. He opened the solid wood chest and the decayed wood chest, replenishing his meager resources slightly. It seemed to Muyu that the variety of items within the resource chests had increased. For reasons unknown, he felt this way. After securing the remaining 2 black iron chests, Muyu approached the lightning tower. After enduring a day and night of electrical baptism, the lightning tower gleamed even more brilliantly. Chapter 36. The Ultra-Automatic Stone Digger. As Muyu extracted the Thunder Spirit Stone from the platform, he could feel the tumultuous surge of electric elements within, as if they were on the verge of overflowing. Under normal weather conditions, one could only fear a limited manifestation of thunder. Muyu sighed and proceeded to place the secret silver into the Thunder Tower. Next, Muyu arrived at the farmland, where he catalyzed 500 pounds of cloudbird meat in the fertilizer catalysis chamber. He sowed the ancient beast vein tree seeds in the superior grade soil and watered them, thereby cultivating a new piece of land. Ding soil, 5 fertilizer, 10 fertile land 1. As expected, 10 portions of fertilizer elevated the land to rare grade. After some contemplation, Muyu decided to plant excellent meat spirit mushroom seeds. Given the current appetite of first snow, there was an urgent need for alternative sustenance. In the other 4 plots of ordinary grade land, he planted cedar seeds in 2 of them, while the 3rd plot received long-preserved potatoes, uncertain of their survival. As for the last plot, lacking any ordinary seeds, Muyu had no choice but to leave it fallow. Upon reaching the mining area, he noticed that the excavated iron mine had automatically filled in. Suddenly, Muyu recalled the miniature red crystal mine to the left of his doorstep. It was expected to take form by tomorrow. Entering the geothermal furnace, a wave of heat enveloped him. Muyu quickly extinguished the geothermal flames. The fire spirit stones within were scalding and vibrant. Despite being merely a rare-grade furnace, it utilized genuine 9-dragon geothermal fire, which had fully charged the fire spirit stones overnight. With a joyful expression, Muyu stored the fire spirit stones in his backpack and retrieved a substantial amount of refined iron, preparing for a hardware upgrade for the automatic stone digger. Ding iron blocks, 500 refinement successful, refined iron 50. Ding refined iron, 50, automatic scanner 1. Energy generator, 1, tracks, 1 critical success. Ultra-automatic stone digger, rare, ultra-automatic stone digger. Entirely crafted from refined iron, capable of automatically scanning, excavating, and packaging stone blocks. Powered by electric energy with a maximum strength of 99 points. In the event of encountering a destroyer, it can unleash a thunder strike. Muyu was grateful for his abundant supply of iron blocks infused with electric elements, along with a fire spirit stone. Otherwise, even if he managed to create the stone digger, it would be of little use. However, this machine could not excavate on his own island, as that would be tantamount to digging his own grave. It must be taken to the wild islands. Having tasted the sweetness of exploration, Muyu could not forego the opportunity to venture into the wild islands. Waiting at home would yield no resource income, and the gap would gradually widen between him and others. Muyu stored the ultra-automatic stone digger and approached the wooden building, constructing the final rare specialty structure. Ding stone blocks, 100 construction successful. Fire therapy hot spring. Fire therapy hot spring. Rare, a unique construction of the geothermal marvel. Soaking for an hour each day alleviates fatigue, stretches muscles, accelerates healing, expels impurities, and enhances bodily limits. After 2 days and nights of torrential rain, the water reservoir Mu you had built was now brimming with rainwater. He directly connected a filtered water faucet to the fire therapy hot spring, ensuring that even daily consumption could be replenished at any time. After preparing the fire therapy hot spring, Muyu planned to return in the evening to indulge in the soothing waters after a long day of toil. With a satisfying chime, he successfully crafted the rare Li Fan nearshore vessel using 100 wood, 30 iron ingots, 20 ropes, and 30 linen. Arriving at the raft dock, he upgraded it to a boat dock and constructed the Li Fan nearshore vessel. The Li Fan nearshore vessel, now a true ship, measured approximately 10 zhang in length, comfortably accommodating over 20 individuals. Equipped with oars powered by human strength, it was an exceptional vessel for short-distance navigation, complemented by sails that harnessed the wind for propulsion. Casting a glance at the feeble and helpless Chushue on the shore, Muyu pondered briefly before tossing a fire spirit date towards it. Delicious, eat up. Upon hearing this, Chushue promptly devoured the fire spirit date. With a resounding roar, it expelled a small flame from its mouth, which quickly extinguished. Not successful? Have another. Though these fire dates held no effect on him now, their value was extraordinary for trading. Yet Muyu, not wishing to benefit others, offered the last fire sun date to Chushue. Upon consuming the fire sun date, Chushue was instantly enveloped in a feverish heat, jumping about uncontrollably, its form expanding dramatically. Soon, flames erupted from its body, resembling a fiery lion emerging from the depths of hell, a creature poised to claim lives. With a mighty roar, Chushue's cry echoed across the island, exuding a formidable presence as the flames stabilized around it, radiating intense warmth. In an instant, the flames extinguished, reverting Chushue to its petite and adorable form. Chushue species, rare snow, silver lion strength, 15 constitution, 17 agility, 12 spirit, 10 charm, 10 current stage, growth phase talent, gigantism, black iron level, skill, sun-fire transformation, advanced, combat power, mid-level black iron contractor, Muyu. Observing Chushue's significantly enhanced attributes, Muyu felt a twinge of unease and began to search the trading platform. After a while, he exchanged the black shark blade for a building blueprint. With the materials of 20 stones, 10 woods, and 5 hay, he successfully constructed the signal fire platform. If you encounter an unbeatable foe, ignite the signal fire platform with sun fire transformation, and I shall return at once. After giving his instructions to Chushue, who nodded eagerly, he felt reassured and boarded the Li Fan nearshore vessel to embark on an expedition beyond the island. Let us first explore the miniature island, moving from near to far. Muyu manned the oars with his powerful arms, propelling the Li Fan nearshore vessel across the sea with remarkable speed, leaving a frothy trail in its wake. In no time, he approached the miniature island, which bore a striking resemblance to the previous jungle island. I wonder if there's an altar on this island. With excitement coursing through him, Muyu disembarked onto the miniature island, dragged the Li Fan nearshore vessel onto the beach, secured it to a nearby tree, and set up the automatic stone-digging machine in the vicinity. With the lightning protection of the ultra-automated stone excavator, it can also oversee the nearby Li Fan vessel, allowing Muyu to explore the jungle with peace of mind. Chugging along, the machine swiftly begins its operation upon the insertion of 10 iron blocks infused with lightning elements into the energy chamber. The 2 large shovels at its front dig industriously at the boulders, depositing them into the container above, which then tumble into the grinder. Once polished, 10 complete stone blocks emerge from its rear. After making some calculations, Muyu deduces that at this pace, the ultra-automated stone excavator can provide him with 500 units of stone in just 1 hour. Chapter 37. The reappearance of the primary altar allowing the super-automatic stone excavator to operate. Muyu donned his diving steel armor and ventured alone into the jungle. As he traversed the tranquil woods, each step left deep impressions in the decaying earth, while the lush foliage obscured the sunlight, creating a verdant realm. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the high treetops, and several sharp-edged stones were hurled downwards towards Muyu. With indifference, Muyu did not bother to evade. He merely sensed a slight force against his armor, which remained unscathed. Listening intently to the sounds, he released arrows from his wind crossbow towards the areas of greatest disturbance, causing two brown figures to plummet from above. This action seemed to provoke the unseen entities behind the foliage, resulting in a torrential downpour of stones raining down upon him. Unfazed, Muyu braced himself against the barrage, unsheathing his bloodthirsty fire ring blade, and began to cleave through the surrounding trees. With a resounding crash, he cleared a sizable area, toppling numerous towering trees and revealing the culprits behind the assault, a troop of long-armed monkeys. In an instant, clad in armor, Muyu closed the distance to the monkeys, who promptly armed themselves with stones and wooden clubs to resist him. The bloodthirsty fire ring blade absorbed most of the bloodshed, leaving behind 5 withered corpses of the long-armed monkeys, while the remaining monkeys, evidently frightened, scattered in all directions. Ding! Decomposition successful. Long-armed monkey meat, x 700 pounds. Gazing at the monkey meat, Muyu felt no inclination to consume it, intending instead to return to the catalyst chamber and convert it all into fertilizer. Continuing his journey towards the island's center, Muyu soon beheld a familiar structure in a spacious clearing, the primary altar. The micro-island comprised a mere 24 altars, and yet here he was, possessing one for himself. Muyu couldn't help but ponder if he had been blessed by fortune. However, as the altar required a head for sacrifice, he promptly placed a long-armed monkey's head upon it. To his bewilderment, nothing happened. Observing the still altar with a puzzled expression, Muyu was suddenly alerted by a disturbance in the jungle behind him. A long-armed monkey, over 2 meters in height with arms extending past its knees and a robust physique, wielded a stone club and led a group of long-armed monkeys toward him. "So, the offering is here." Muyu smiled slightly, brandishing his great sword as he charged forward. With swift strikes, Muyu found that the long-armed monkey king could barely withstand his onslaught, the stone club proving remarkably resilient, even under the weight of Muyu's heavy blows. It showed no sign of fracturing, while the other long-armed monkeys occasionally attempted to harass him. No longer willing to squander time, Muyu ignited the malevolent energy surrounding him, enveloping the bloodthirsty fire ring blade in flames, transforming it into a blazing weapon. With a resounding crack, the stone rod shattered, echoing through the air. The long-armed monkey king, perplexed by the sudden commotion, found its head severed by a flicker of flame from a long blade. Muyu spared no one, methodically slaying the 7 long-armed monkeys present. A notification chimed. Disassembly successful. Monkey meat x 1,000 pounds. Long-armed monkey essence blood x 500 ml. Long-armed monkey essence blood contains the essence of earth elements. After meticulously dismantling each long-armed monkey, Muyu severed the head of the monkey king and placed it upon the primary altar. A radiant light emanated from the altar, accompanied by a melodious prompt. Activate the primary altar. Please select a reward. Options included 1. Rare level building blueprint. 2. Advanced skill book. 3. Rare level beast egg. 4. Extraordinary elemental spirit stone. 5. Primary totem. An error notification followed. Incorrect data has been corrected. This altar's reward selection is fixed at 1. Muyu had no intention of waiting until the morrow to unleash a critical strike. The remaining individuals were likely to raise an alarm, and he feared the island might soon be discovered, leading to the altar's destruction. Yet, this blatant reduction left him somewhat discontented. He selected the extraordinary elemental stone without hesitation. A verdant, vibrant elemental spirit stone materialized upon the altar, revealing itself to be the spirit stone of wood. Although Muyu felt a twinge of disappointment, yearning instead for a spatial spirit stone, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Each spirit stone was exceptionally precious, and having the spirit stone of wood was a considerable boon. After spending over an hour surveying the island, Muyu found no further treasures. He had utterly exterminated the monkey population. Returning to the coastline where he had first arrived, he discovered the super-automatic stone excavator had amassed a pile of stones for him. Stone 750. After contemplation, Muyu decided to leave the super-automatic stone excavator on the miniature island, having neutralized all threats in the vicinity. Besides, the excavator possessed a lightning counterattack feature, alleviating his concerns. With ample time remaining, Muyu boarded his swift vessel and set sail toward the small island. As he distanced himself from the miniature island, a small boat approached the shore. A youth clad in wolfskin leapt from the vessel, wielding a curved blade, and cautiously advanced onto the beach. "Wow, wild stones!" the youth exclaimed, overjoyed at the neatly piled stones along the shore. He rushed to collect them, only to be startled by a thunderous noise emanating from ahead. Looking up, he beheld a beetle-like machine excavating the stones. "Wow, a wild machine!" The youth's expression turned peculiar, sensing something amiss as a metal probe from the super-automatic stone excavator aimed at him. With a crackle, a surge of miniature lightning erupted, catching the youth unawares. He fell to the beach, charred yet tender. What a vast island! When will my island be this large? As Muyu drew nearer, he realized just how vast the so-called small island truly was. It was at least the size of 10 jungle islands. And within its bounds were not only dense forests but also patches of earthy mounds. In the direction from which Muyu landed, there was no beach. He leaped directly onto the shore, retrieving an iron knife to firmly embed into the ground, securing a rope to its hilt. Although the vessel might face damage or theft, Muyu felt little concern, for with his diving armor, he could easily swim back home from this place, albeit in a rather disheveled state. "Ding! You have arrived at Silver Wolf Island." Muyu was slightly taken aback. The small island had already been bestowed with a name. After traversing a stretch of rocky beach, he entered a sparse grove of coconut trees, where the fruits were mostly small and green, evoking a moment of regret as he had hoped to enhance his provisions. Whoosh! Muyu fired a bolt from his crossbow, the arrow striking a small bird with a beak akin to a toothpick. Boom! 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 At that moment, a silver-horned rhinoceros charged toward Muyu from the distance, its eyes aflame with rage, toppling every coconut tree in its path. How curious it is that love can transcend species. Muyu found himself perplexed, yet he held a sense of respect and resolved to assist the silver-horned rhinoceros in its quest for reunion. Chapter 38. The Silver-Haired Wolf King with a Swift Whoosh. The wind-infused arrow soared into the tough hide of the rhinoceros, penetrating an inch deep. Provoked, the silver-horned rhinoceros accelerated its charge. Such a formidable target, with its thick skin and sturdy physique, ignited a fervor in Muyu's hands. He retrieved his water-explosive spear and doused it with a vial of water. The spear was enveloped in a shimmering water membrane as Muyu gripped it tightly, watching the rhinoceros approach with increasing speed. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Now, at that moment, Muyu could feel the gust generated by the rhinoceros's charge. With all his might, he hurled the water-explosive spear, causing the water membrane to explode with a thunderous crack, doubling its velocity. Boom! The sound echoed through the air as the silver-horned rhinoceros sensed an imminent threat. A glimmer of silver light emanated from its horn, casting a faint sheen across its entire body. Crash! The sound of breaking bones resonated as the spear penetrated its foreleg and body, the collision unleashing tremendous force that drove the spear deeper. With one leg rendered useless, the silver-horned rhinoceros lost its balance, crashing into several coconut trees before finally halting its momentum. Seizing the opportunity before the rhinoceros could recover, Muyu drew his blade. The bloodthirsty fire ring blade siphoned the creature's lifeblood, leading it to its demise. Ding! Decomposition successful. Silver-horned rhinoceros meat, 500 pounds. Silver-horned rhinoceros essence, 500 milliliters. Silver horn, rare. 1 rhinoceros hide, 1 silver-horned rhinoceros essence. An extraordinary material infused with elemental gold. Silver horn, rare and extraordinary material containing elemental gold, accompanied by the basic skill of silver transformation. Rhinoceros hide, a skin containing trace amounts of gold, possessing commendable toughness and hardness, ideal for crafting leather and soft armor. Muyu approached the nearby toothpick bird, collecting a meager amount of bird meat. He also severed the head of the silver-horned rhinoceros, contemplating its potential use at a future altar. Master, wait a moment. As he walked, Muyu suddenly heard voices calling out from a distance, jolting him into a state of alertness. Had his identity been revealed? Master, take us along. I can provide cover for you. Master, I can help absorb damage, though you might not need it. Two young men exclaimed excitedly as they rushed to Muyu's side, brimming with enthusiasm. One brandished an iron bow, while the other wielded an iron shield. Muyu was taken aback to recognize the shield as one he had crafted himself, its hue polished to a brighter shine than ordinary iron forged with a 9 dragons' earth fire. Where did you come from? Muigreku inquired. Master, I came from the south, and he came from the north, replied the youth with the iron bow eagerly. Oh, and what are your flatfish and trumpet? Muyu asked, his expression tinged with curiosity. What are you talking about, my friend? Upon our arrival, we discovered a tribe of savages and a pack of formidable wolves on this island, and we thought it prudent to gather more allies for our defense, the young man with the iron bow explained, his eyes gleaming with determination. Let us join forces. We need only a modest 2/10 of the spoils. How do you know I am the leader? Muigreku inquired, puzzled, only to be met with incredulous expressions as the two men scrutinized him from head to toe. Look at your armor. It gleams brilliantly. Now compare it to our own. It is dull and complex in composition. If you're not the leader, then who could be? Realizing that his identity had not been compromised, Muyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. After the recent skirmishes, his once pristine armor was now stained with blood, further enhancing the intimidating aura he exuded. Look, the wolves are coming, Muyu suddenly shouted, pointing behind the two men, and as they turned to look, he seized the opportunity to flee. Wait, no, they exclaimed, but by the time they turned back, Muyu had vanished from sight. What a jest! How could he possibly ally with them? Such treasures were too precious to share. Aware of the significant disparity in strength between himself and the common folk, Muyu deemed them a liability rather than an asset. As they would only siphon resources he was unwilling to relinquish. To avoid further entanglement, he spun a web of deceit and slipped away from their view. Emerging from the grove of coconut trees, Muyu was greeted by a breathtaking sight, a waterfall cascading down a cliff, resembling a silken ribbon unfurling from the mountains, creating a crystalline curtain of water. Beneath the waterfall lay a shimmering pool, its surface glistening under the sun's rays, where dozens of colossal wolves, each as large as a full-grown tiger, were drinking from the water. These magnificent beasts bore distinct fur, a gray hue interspersed with hints of silver. Among them was a wolf of extraordinary size, akin to a calf, its fur almost entirely silver, exuding an air of grace as it stood upstream, drinking. Beside it swayed a delicate silver grass, dancing in the gentle breeze, complementing the wolf's lustrous coat. At that moment, the entire pack turned their heads toward Muyu, their eyes flashing with a fierce, predatory intent. Please continue drinking. I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off, Muyu said, turning to dash back toward the grove. A thunderous howl echoed across the island behind him. Awoo! In an instant, Muyu felt as though an army was pursuing him. I said no need to see me off, he thought, his expression growing serious as he loosed the last 3 undamaged arrows from his wind bow. Whoosh! 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 The leading trio of gray-furred giants were struck, each sustaining a grievous wound. Yet this only seemed to incite the pack further, who charged with renewed vigor. I see now. You are merely a catalyst for their fury. Muyu recalled his previous encounters with a crossbow, where most outcomes resulted in enraging the beasts rather than delivering a decisive blow. As he observed the gray-furred wolves traversing the terrain with ease, Muyu understood that he could not allow them to catch up. The sheath of my wind and cloud chi blade was just utilized this morning, having absorbed energy for merely over 2 hours. My innate abilities are currently in a state of cooldown, and without any hidden techniques at my disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult to extricate myself if surrounded by a pack of wolves. Such a multitude of agile and sharp-clawed giant wolves could very well exhaust me to my demise. Perhaps this pack was intended to challenge numerous island masters collectively. Yet at this moment, they have all been drawn to me alone by Muyu. It appears that a small demonstration is warranted. Muigreku halted, thrusting 6 water-explosive spears into the ground before him, swiftly retrieving a water bottle to drench them. A layer of water film enveloped the spears. Boom! 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 In their water-explosive state, the impact of 3 spears surged dramatically, producing a thunderous sound that directly pierced through 3 rapidly charging gray-furred wolves, sending them careening backward as if deflating balloons. One fell into the earth, another collided with a rock, and the last was impaled upon a coconut tree. This astonishing scene caused the remaining dozens of gray-furred wolves to halt in their tracks, a flicker of trepidation crossing their eyes. Boom! Boom! Seeing that these gray-furred wolves remained undeterred, Miyu hurled 2 more water-explosive spears, pinning down 2 restless giants. He raised the final water-explosive spear high, and this action instilled fear in the hearts of the wolves, prompting them to retreat. With a resounding howl, a silver-furred giant wolf emerged from the coconut grove, and all the gray-furred wolves lowered their proud heads in submission. Chapter 39. Silvergrass. Miyu gazed intently at the silver-furred wolf king, his expression grave. The overwhelming presence of the silver-furred wolf king suggested it was no mere beast of black iron grade. Dozens of gray-furred giant wolves silently formed a circle around the two, creating an arena. The silver-furred wolf king fixed its piercing gaze on Miyu, prowling back and forth as if searching for a flaw to exploit for a devastating strike. In an instant, the silver-furred wolf king appeared to have found its opening. Like a streak of silver lightning, it lunged toward Miyu with astonishing speed. In a heartbeat, it was merely a few paces away. Startled, Miyu hurled his water-burst spear. With a swift motion, the spear collided with the wolf's silvery fur, producing a shower of sparks as it struck the beast's body, falling to the ground in defeat. No longer hesitating, Miyu unsheathed the wind and cloud chi blade. Having cultivated it for just over 2 hours, the blade emitted a vibrant azure aura, yet the silver-furred wolf king did not retreat. Instead, a trickle of blood flowed from its elongated head, drawing forth the frost blade crescent moon. Miyu shattered a vial of extreme cold water and prepared to strike at the leaping silver-furred wolf king. The frost blade, infused with the essence of the extreme cold, unleashed a chilling wave of blade energy, making Miyu feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss despite his steel armor. In that moment, the sun-drenched landscape transformed into a frigid winter, with the winds through the trees becoming bone-chilling. The silver-furred wolf king collided with the frost blade, turning into an ice sculpture. As it fell, the icy form shattered, and the wolf shook off the remnants of frost, shivering slightly. The wolf regarded Miyu with a newfound wariness. Its eyes filled with even greater ferocity. It seemed that only a battle to the death would suffice. Miyu brandished the bloodthirsty fire ring blade, preparing for a desperate struggle. Suddenly, dozens of spears shot forth, including wooden, stone, and even iron ones. Many gray-furred giant wolves were injured or killed, their blood staining the coconut grove. Turning to look, Miyu saw a group of wild men leaping among the coconut trees, hurling various spears as if they were divine warriors descending from the heavens. A stone spear struck his steel armor, causing him to stagger, and it dawned on him that these wild men were foes, not allies. With a fierce howl, the silver-furred wolf king retreated, leaving behind several corpses. It fled like a receding tide. Miyu pursued the wolf pack, retrieving 6 water-burst spears, barely having time to dismantle the gray-furred giants. Emerging from the coconut grove, Miyu chose not to follow the wolves any further. Instead, he seized the opportunity to climb to the mountainside and conceal himself in the waterfall's embrace. As he first gazed upon a mountain wall, he spotted a remarkable silver grass at the summit, an ideal target for theft. However, after 3 or 4 dozen wild men drove the wolf pack away, they approached the pool, carrying 7 or 8 gray-furred giant wolf corpses, and began to drink deeply from the waters. Lying low on the mountainside, Miyu covered himself with foliage, daring not to move. As he watched the wild men frolicking in the water, he observed that among the group of savages, there were 4 or 5 individuals of robust stature, significantly larger in size. The leader of this band was the most formidable, towering nearly 10 feet high. Compared to the savage chief encountered on the Island of Ancestors, he appeared even more fearsome. The iron armor he wore seemed on the verge of bursting from the sheer bulk of his muscles. After taking a hearty drink, the savage chief raised his head and, without regard for the others still quenching their thirst, unleashed a powerful stream of water between his legs. Once he finished, he did not move immediately but stood transfixed, gazing at the mountain peak, as if he had discerned something significant. This was troubling. Surely he had not discovered the silvergrass. A wave of dread washed over Muyu as he began to pray that the savage leader had not noticed anything. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the leader proceeded to the foot of the mountain and began to ascend. This was perilous. It would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. Watching the savage chief steadily climb higher, Muyu's heart raced, and he found himself at a loss for a plan. He had unwittingly become a cornered beast, trapped in a dire predicament. In light of this, he resolved to take decisive action. With no time to lose, Muyu darted forward, racing to the summit to procure the silvergrass. Silvergrass, a rare plant containing elements of gold. Consuming it grants 3 strength, 3 agility, and 3 physique, with a high probability of comprehending the advanced passive skill Silver Skin Technique. The more one consumes, the greater the effect of the Silver Skin Technique. After assessing its properties, Muyu promptly swallowed the silvergrass. Instantly, he felt a surge of fluid coursing through his body, enveloping him, while a silvery sheen emerged on his skin. Ding, you have mastered Silver Skin Technique. Advanced. Silver Skin Technique. Advance. Your body is enveloped in a layer of silver atoms, enhancing your defense. Whenever your body is about to suffer significant harm, the silver atoms will instantaneously converge at that point on your skin, augmenting your defense. The savages in the water pool and the ascending leader seemed momentarily stunned, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a person at the mountain's peak. In the next instant, the leader, regaining his composure, transformed into a human bulldozer, charging towards Muyu. At that moment, feeling the surge of power, Muyu once again positioned the 6 water explosive spears before him. The group of savages below hurled wooden and stone spears at Muyu. However, due to the high wind resistance, even if they struck his armor, they would prove largely ineffective. Muyu infused the 6 spears with water, then seized one and aimed it at the climbing savage chief. Water explosion. Boom! The spear thundered as it shot downward with tremendous force towards the savage leader. Roar! Crack! Sensing impending danger, the savage chief bellowed, his muscles bursting through the iron armor. His entire body flushed crimson, radiating a fierce heat as a violent aura surged forth. Just as the water explosive spear was about to pierce the savage chief's chest, he unexpectedly grasped the spear's tip, halting its momentum as it penetrated his skin by merely an inch. Crack! The wild chieftain clutched the water-drenched spear, seemingly feeling its weight comfortably. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he hurled it with all his might toward Muyu. In that fleeting moment, Muyu's heart surged to his throat. He hastily attempted to evade, yet the spear darted forward with astonishing speed, colliding forcefully against the armor encasing his chest. The armor fractured, and Muyu was propelled backward by the impact, tumbling into the river and swept away by the cascading waterfall. In this perilous moment, Muyu swiftly extended his right hand, grasping the rocky edge of the cliff amidst the torrent. The rushing water battered his entire body, a precarious situation hanging by a thread. Chapter 40. The wild man Abu. With a swift motion, Muyu extracted the water explosive spear lodged in the fissures of his armor. To his astonishment, he discovered that he appeared uninjured. His chest had taken on a silvery hue, and the spear's tip had merely left a faint mark. Possessing an impressive strength of 36 points, Muyu could easily wield a half-hanging weight with one hand, and with a gentle exertion, he leaped onto the cliff. However, the sight of the blood-red wild man leader sent a shiver down his spine. The leader had managed to catch the water explosive spear's impact with a single hand, indicating a strength far surpassing his own. He needed to first shatter this berserk state. As the frenzied wild man leader charged towards him, Muyu racked his brain and suddenly recalled the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. He swiftly drew 2 cold-blade crescent daggers and shattered 2 vials of extremely cold water, simultaneously executing 2 icy blade slashes with both hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The biting winter wind howled atop the cliff, causing even the river's surface to freeze, halting the cascading waterfall in its tracks. The 2 icy blue slashes collided against the wild man leader's crimson form, instantly draining the color from his skin, rendering it as pale as a wilted eggplant. A thick layer of ice encased him. Crack! 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 The wild man leader shattered the ice, trembling violently, frost adorning his brow and lashes, his eyes betraying a hint of retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Muyu lunged forward, brandishing his large blade. The sound of flesh being torn echoed as he struck the leader's blocking arm, the bloodthirsty fire ring blade greedily siphoning his lifeblood. Thud! The wild man leader, now weakened, collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as if he had a pound of foundation applied. "I submit," he uttered, his words trembling and lacking clarity, which surprised Muyu. He withdrew the bloodthirsty fire ring blade and, looking down from his superior position, inquired, "Can you speak?" "Yes." "A little bit," the wild man leader stammered, clearly struggling to communicate effectively. "What is your name?" Abu. Tell your subordinates to stop charging upwards." Muyu's tone shifted to one of ferocity. Abu shuddered, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes as he bellowed a strange command to the wild men surging from the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing his call, the wild men at the base indeed retreated like a receding tide. Observing their obedience, Muyu seized the moment and directed Abu, "Have someone bring the corpse of the gray-haired wolf to me, and then tell everyone to leave." This time, Abu hesitated, his gaze fixed on Muyu, as if caught in indecision. "Speak quickly." Muyu pressed, positioning the bloodthirsty fire ring blade against his wound, blood seeping onto the blade. Abu's expression contorted in pain as he hastily shouted a few commands down the mountain. "Ew, ew, ew," the wild men stirred, and soon two robust figures emerged, hoisting the corpses of 8 gray-haired giant wolves as they ascended. The wild man placed the carcass of the gray-furred giant wolf before Muyu, casting a lingering glance at Abu before retreating down the mountain with a look of reluctance. Subsequently, all the wild men departed from the area surrounding the pond. It appeared that the method to dominate the wild tribes lay in first subduing a high-ranking wild man. Yet, I could not glimpse Abu's panel. How could I ascertain his loyalty? Without the system's authentication, Muyu felt uneasy about harboring this ticking time bomb beside him, fearing it might erupt into violence at any moment. Ding decomposition successful. Gray-furred giant wolf meat x 2,400 pounds. Gray-furred giant wolf essence blood 4,000 milliliters. Gray-furred giant wolf pelts x8. Gray-furred giant wolf essence blood. An extraordinary material containing trace amounts of gold elements. Gray-furred giant wolf pelts. Enriched with trace amounts of gold elements, durable, warm, suitable for crafting coats or wolf fur blankets. After dismantling 8 gray-furred giant wolves, Muyu gazed toward his island, on the vast expanse of ocean, only a small black that was visible in the distance. Noting that the day was growing late and his harvest was bountiful, Muyu decided to return to the island to search for a means or an item to truly subjugate the wild man Abu. If I can win over Abu and rally this group of wild men, I can hunt the wolf pack and monopolize the resources of this island. This was Muyu's short-term plan. He bound Abu's hands with ropes, facilitating his movement. The moment any color returned to Abu's face, Muyu would inflict a wound with his bloodthirsty fire ring knife, drawing his blood to keep him in a state of perpetual weakness, which only served to intensify the terror in Abu's gaze. Upon reaching the coastline, Muyu and Abu boarded a small boat and made their way to a miniature island. Upon disembarking, the automatic quarrying machine had already fallen into a dormant phase, retaining only 3 strikes of thunderous retaliation. Ding stones 1,200. Collecting all the stones and stowing away the automatic quarrying machine, Muyu returned to Fire Dragon Island with Abu. Initial snow, keep a close watch on him. If he dares to break free, you must bite him, Muyu instructed, casting the wild man, bound with ropes and iron wire like a rice dumpling, onto the ground. Roar! Initial snow nodded, glaring fiercely at Abu, eyes gleaming as if fixated on a delectable morsel. Returning to the wooden building, Muyu discovered that the meat and scales soaking in the wooden box had shed their blackness, and even the water had reverted to a clear state. Ding purified meat 500 pounds, purified scales 30. He retrieved the Fire Sun jujube, wood from the bottom of the box, its surface now tinged with a faint black hue, yet still usable. Recalling the grotesque visage of the deformed lion monster, Muyu had no intention of consuming that meat. Entering the catalytic chamber, He separated the cloudbird meat he had placed there in the morning. Muyu set aside 500 pounds of purified meat, 1,700 pounds of long-armed monkey meat, and 2,300 pounds of gray-furred giant wolf meat, leaving 100 pounds of wolf meat for initial Snow's dinner. Having completed all his tasks for the day, Muyu reclined in the fire therapy hot spring, the warm currents enveloping every inch of his skin. Ablis, unable to suppress a soft moan, Muyu felt the warm breeze gently caressing his entire being, bringing a profound sense of comfort to both his mind and muscles. Even during his indulgent experiences of a 998-time massage on Blue Star, none compared to the exquisite pleasure he felt now. After reveling in the moment, Muyu began to search the trading platform for items related to taming wild men, but to his dismay, he found nothing. In desperation, he posted a help message in the first-tier chat, yet no one responded. The advent of a new cycle seemed to have rendered everyone exceptionally busy. Observing this, Muyu closed the chat channel and settled into the soothing warmth of the hot spring. After an hour of immersion, the sky had darkened, and he emerged from the spring, cleansing away the fatigue of the day. He stored some non-bulky extraordinary materials and furs in the wooden cabin's living room and began preparing dinner for the evening when suddenly, a system notification disrupted his rhythm. Ding Wu Jiangwo initiated a trade. Slave contract, rare, X1, trading with X1. P.S. No more today. Continue tomorrow at 5. Chapter 41. Subjugation of Abu, slave contract. Rare enables Friday to voluntarily contract. Provides attribute information. Loyalty increases to 80. Current contract 03 Muyu. Uncle Wu. It's not that I'm being overly sentimental. This is something you surely require as well. Although Muyu is quite covetous, she managed to temper her desires and inquired of Wu Jiangwo via message. Wu Jiangwo. Oh, I'm a master of hunting. Taming animals is an art in itself. Savages are rather akin to beasts. I've already subdued one. As long as loyalty exceeds 60, the attributes will be displayed. Wu Jiangwo. Friday Chief. Highstone. Wu Jiangwo. Therefore, I find this unnecessary. You may use it with peace of mind. Muyu. Thank you so much, Uncle Wu. To her astonishment, the investment made merely in the morning yielded returns by evening. After preparing dinner and delivering a portion to Jianyu, Muyu swiftly finished her own meal and consumed the day's share of the stalactite essence. Uncertain whether it was her body's burgeoning resistance or the fact that attributes no longer grew after surpassing 30 points, she found that apart from strength and physique, her other attributes had each increased slightly. Nevertheless, the essence retained its value. Muyu chose to focus on the matter at hand and sought out the savage Abu along with Chu Xue, clutching the slave contract. Presenting 100 pounds of fresh wolf meat for Chu Xue to gnaw upon, Muyu turned her gaze towards the savage Abu. Abu showed no signs of attempting to flee, though he was indeed incapable of such. Having been drained of blood and deprived of food for an entire day, he was on the verge of collapse. With a swift motion, Muyu inflicted another wound upon him, allowing the bloodthirsty fire ring blade to feast once more. Submit. Please, do not drain my blood. After unbinding the savage Abu, he spoke with a voice trembling in fear. Muyu laid before him a yellowed, sheepskin scroll alongside the bloodthirsty fire ring blade. You may either imprint your hand to sign this contract or continue to be drained of blood. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, Abu hastily bit into his fingertip and pressed it upon the slave contract. Ding slave contract completed, loyalty at 80. Friday. Chief, Abu, age, 29 strength, 41 agility, 24 physique, 45 spirit, 7 charm, 2 loyalty, 75. Falling below 60 may result in escape or rebellion. Reaching 100 will make one a staunch loyalist. Talent, advanced brutality, exceptional strength growth, capable of exerting an additional 30 of strength attributes. Active skill, high-level frenzy, all attributes 20. Significant decline in spirit, impervious to pain. After effect, all attributes minus 30, leading to weakness. Combat power, mid-level black iron evaluation. Leader among Fridays, possesses average intelligence. Suitable for heavy labor and relatively simple tasks, such as leading other Fridays, mining, lumbering, and transportation. It remained uncertain whether Abu's extreme fear of her cause's loyalty to drop by 5 points immediately after the contract was signed. Eat, mu igriku commanded. Tossing a specially prepared 20-pound portion of roasted wolf meat towards Abu. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, and, disregarding the scalding heat, Abu seized the food with fervor, devouring it hungrily. In but a moment, a hint of color returned to his face. Delicious. I've never tasted anything quite like this, he exclaimed, as if it were his first encounter with such exquisite flavor. Observing the loyalty points on the panel rising, Muyu felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing his efforts had not been in vain. Stone -50, wood -30, mud -20. Construction successful. Stone house. Muyu built a small stone house adjacent to the wooden structure for Abu to reside in, subsequently locking the door tightly. Should Abu make any noise in the dead of night, the sound of him breaking through the door would surely awaken him. Returning to his bedroom, Muyu reclined on the spacious wooden bed and began an exchange of messages with Wu Jiangwo. Regrettably, the two were not on the same island. Soon after, Muyu accessed the group chat, which buzzed with a plethora of topics amidst the fervor of island departures. Huyang Jin, did you all know? I discovered a wild robot on an island today. Shenzhen, you're joking, right? A wild robot. We're living in primitive conditions now. Who could possibly create a robot? Gaoyu, by chance, I stumbled upon Brother LV's island today. It's magnificent, suspended over the sea. Brother LV was incredibly hospitable, treating me to a meal and personally escorting me back. LV Fei Bai. Haha, it was my pleasure. Song Hai. Boss, I want to go too. Yu Hui. Compared to Brother LV, I would rather visit Sister Peng Shui's island. I'd gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life for that. Zhejiang, currently, each island represents one's home and lifeline. Speaking on behalf of Brother LV, no one wishes for their island's location to be disclosed to others. Tangyu, what is wrong with that? More people gathering creates a lively atmosphere. Zhejiang, all right then. Why don't you share your island's location in the group so we can all visit you? Zhang Sun Wu. Today, many sought help in the channel, and some reached out to me privately. They are too trusting, revealing their island locations, and now they face dire consequences. Zhang Sun Wu. In this world, there are no laws to bind us. Strength reigns supreme. Men risk having their resources plundered, becoming slaves, while women face even graver fates, suffering inhuman torment and being subjected to vile exploitation. I've even received private messages from female compatriots pleading for rescue. Yet I am powerless to assist. Tang Yu, is it truly that frightening? I've already sent my location to a friend. What should I do? Qin Hongda, what else can you do? Strengthen your abilities and confront them head-on. Xiaozhe, aside from close relatives, one must never reveal their island's location to anyone. The fervor of departing islands unveiled other perils, and Muyu pondered that even so-called friends and relatives might succumb to primal impulses and avarice. One must never challenge human nature. It is far more complex than the universe itself, unless it concerns the closest kin or the pursuit of self-empowerment. One should cultivate an aura of strength that instills fear in those with ulterior motives. For instance, he himself harbored no fear of anyone coming to his doorstep. The initial snowfall was enough to ensure that most would never return. Empty, empty, empty. The sudden sound of crashing and smashing interrupted Muyu's thoughts, startling him. He hastily descended the stairs with Chu Shui. The island at night exuded a certain tranquility, the fiery breath of Jiolong dispelling the chill. While the rhythmic crashing of waves could be heard, all that was visible was a dense shroud of white mist. Muyu beheld the stone dwelling constructed for the wild man Abu, now largely in ruins. At that moment, Abu was fiercely swinging his iron fist, aiming for the head of a mutated lobster towering over 2 meters in height. This scene was somewhat shocking to Muyu. The colossal lobster had tentacles sprouting from the gaps in its armor, resembling octopus limbs. Each tentacle spewed black ink, staining Abu's form in a dark hue. Meanwhile, its massive pincers clamped tightly around Abu's waist, mingling blood with ink. Despite Abu's considerable strength, he was unable to directly wrest the mutated lobster from its grip. It was a creature of pollution. Chapter 42. The terrain of the island Muyu, resolute and unwavering, brandished the bloodthirsty fire ring blade and struck at the back of the contaminated lobster. The sound of metal scraping echoed. The lobster's shell proved to be even more formidable than iron, and despite the blade's fierce assault, it failed to penetrate. With a surge of fiery energy, the blade, enveloped in a burning aura, cleaved through, severing the lobster's pincers with a satisfying crack. Muyu swung the blade once more, aiming for the creature's pointed head. Yet the contaminated lobster did not collapse immediately. Instead, several writhing tentacles lashed out toward him. In a swift motion, Muyu leaped, bringing his blade down from above. Cleaving the lobster in two, and a deluge of black liquid gushed forth, soaking the island. At that moment, a black iron box materialized beside the fallen lobster, causing Muyu to raise an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed that only the demise of wild creatures could yield such treasures. Noticing Abu struggling with the lobster's pincers, Muyu stepped forward to assist him in prying them off. He collected the black iron box, and regarding the contaminated lobster meat strewn across the ground, he was unwilling to let it go to waste. Instead, he cast it into the mist beyond the island, allowing the fire Yongdae would to purify the remnants. The mist churned ominously, accompanied by the cacophony of creatures feasting just beyond the island's edge. It was evident that numerous polluted beasts lurked nearby, their predatory gazes fixated on the island. Though the air was devoid of a chilling breeze, Muyu felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine. Observing Abu's condition, Muyu couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. He promptly retrieved the purified water to assist him in cleansing himself. He had no desire to see his newly allied wild man leader succumb to contamination. After his wash, Abu's skin regained its sun-kissed hue, though the wounds on his sides were still visibly severe. Muyu could not allow Abu to suffer unattended. After all, he was his first labor intermediary. After applying alcohol to the wounds, he crushed 2 herbs and smeared them on Abu's injuries. Thank you. Seeing Abu's loyalty soar to 90, Muyu contemplated and subsequently assigned him to the main hall of the wooden building. He instructed Abu to patrol the island periodically, to which Abu nodded emphatically. Excellent. Tomorrow, I will forge a set of equipment for you, Muyu murmured, returning to his quarters with Chushue. With Abu's strength, a suitable set of gear would ensure that even he would struggle to overpower him, let alone contend with that contaminated lobster. The heavy mist hung like a shroud over the hearts of all, and Muyu succumbed to uneasy slumber. Cuckoo, cuckoo. At the break of dawn, Muyu was roused by the insistent calls of birds. Gently releasing Chushue from his embrace, he stepped onto the balcony and gazed below, where Abu was in pursuit of a petite white seabird. Stop chasing. That's one of our own, Muyu shouted. Hearing this, Abu halted in his tracks, and the white cloud bird flapped its wings, landing on Muyu's hand, casting a challenging glance at Abu. Unnamed species, rare cloud bird strength, 2 physique, 2 agility, for spirit, 3 charm, 3 current stage, juvenile phase talent, none combat power, mediocre contractor, Muyu. Enough of the antics. Observing the pitiful attributes, Muyu flicked the cloud bird away and retreated to his room. The little cloud bird nearly tumbled to the ground, flapping its wings to regain balance, which elicited a chuckle from Abu. Why'd I feel like a cook? Muyu made his way to the kitchen, preparing breakfast for himself and Jianyue Chong, while also preparing meals for Chushue, the little cloudbird, and Abu. Once the island expands further, I shall definitely hire a chef to indulge in the luxury of having meals served and clothes brought to me. Muyu gritted his teeth and finished breakfast first, wandering alone to the seaside. Ding, congratulations on fishing out a black iron chest. Ding, congratulations on fishing out a silver chest. Is fortune finally smiling upon me? Muyu's face lit up with joy as he quickly cast his line again. Ding, congratulations on fishing out a decayed wood box. Ding, congratulations on fishing out a solid wood box. Ding, congratulations on fishing out a decayed wood box. Ding, congratulations on fishing out a solid wood box. It seemed his hopes were overly optimistic. However, the catch of a silver chest was still commendable. With today's haul of 1 silver and 1 black, Muyu now possessed a total of 1 silver and 4 black resource chests. Ding, opening the silver chest. Critical hit success. Island terrain editing blueprint. Rare, island terrain editing blueprint. Rare, during island advancement, it allows for reasonable modifications to the growth areas of the terrain. This is simply extraordinary Although it may not be immediately useful, Muyu couldn't help but exclaim. A terrain modifier can truly be considered a masterpiece. If he could transform the entire coastline into smooth, curved cliffs, leaving only a few necessary entrances and exits, he would no longer need to worry about marine invasions. Safeguarding this invaluable blueprint, Muyu proceeded to open more chests. Ding! Opening the black iron chest. Critical hit success. Blood purification device blueprint rare. Blood purification device. Rare, iron block 10, glass 10. Fire spirit stone 1. Muyu possessed a considerable amount of blood from the gray-furred giant wolves, and more would follow. This device has some utility, albeit its quality is rather low. It would be apt for purification, especially since he already had the required fire spirit stone. However, Muyu refrained from hastily crafting the purifier, as even if he purified the blood now, he had no immediate use for it. Ding! Opening the black iron chest. Critical hit success. Small iron mine blueprint 1. Muyu glanced at it and discovered it was a vein containing 500 units of iron ore. Although it felt somewhat meager compared to the other items, it was better than nothing. With a chime, the black iron chest was opened, and a critical success was achieved. Cultivation chamber blueprint. Rare 1. Cultivation chamber blueprint. Rare requires 10 fields, 100 stones, 50 mud, 30 glass, and 1 earth spirit stone. The cultivation chamber blueprint is undoubtedly related to the fields. Muyu planned to exchange some resources for glass and retrieve the earth spirit stone buried in the soil to see what could be constructed. After stowing away the last black iron chest, Muyu returned to the wooden building, where the 2 beasts and 1 person had already finished breakfast. Accompanied by Abu, Muyu proceeded to the mining area, placing the small iron mine blueprint on the ground, causing a mound of earth to rise. He tossed Abu a steel pickaxe and instructed him to mine the iron ore. Suddenly, a notification sound indicated a private message. Zhong Junfeng. Blood Ju Fruit Tree Seed 1. Rare. Zhong Junfeng. Esteemed 1. Do you require it? Blood Ju Fruit Tree Seed. Rare, must be planted in fertile fields or higher, maturing within a maximum of 7 days. Muyu, what would you like in exchange? With an abundant field at his disposal, a rare-grade seed held significant value for Muyu, akin to a hidden treasure of exceptional rarity. Chapter 43. The Ancient Beast Pulse Fruit. Rare. Zhong Junfeng. Esteemed 1. I wish to exchange for an extraordinary weapon. Should I possess more than 3 blood Ju fruits, I would require your assistance in obtaining one. At this stage, many have acquired extraordinary weapons, yet Zhong Junfeng finds himself without one. He is well aware that the beast blood he harvested during his last hunt served as his own reward. While Zhong Junfeng maintains a humble demeanor, he still seeks to negotiate. Muyu, the value of an extraordinary weapon is certainly not inferior to such fruit. Few possess the skill to cultivate rare-level plants. Why should I offer you another fruit? Zhong Junfeng. Then, esteemed 1, whatever you deem appropriate will suffice. Even an exceptional grade weapon would be acceptable. Seeing Zhong Junfeng's understanding, Muyu felt a tinge of embarrassment himself. Glancing at Chushue, Xiaogu, and Abu nearby, Muyu made a decision. Muyu, if you acquire more than 4 fruits, I shall gift you one. What type of weapon do you desire? I will craft it shortly for our exchange. Zhong Junfeng, would a spear suffice? If not, a blade will do. Thank you, esteemed 1. I shall forever remember your kindness, and I am grateful to your ancestors for generations. Muyu, there is no need for such formality. Muyu stepped into the geothermal furnace, searching for the blueprint to forge a spear. The spear, lacking a certain skill level, is indeed less practical than swords or knives. This indicates that Zhong Junfeng hails from a lineage of martial arts practitioners, albeit with unfortunate luck. After some deliberation, Muyu retrieved an iron piece imbued with trace amounts of lightning element. Ding trace lightning iron piece -10. Long-armed monkey blood -500 milliliters. Gray-fur giant wolf blood -500 milliliters. Forging successful. Long-armed hard iron spear. Rare. Though merely an iron spear, the infusion of gray-fur giant wolf blood significantly enhanced its hardness. Coupled with the residual lightning, it possesses slight paralyzing properties. The long-armed monkey blood allows the spear to extend unexpectedly during combat, rendering opponents defenseless. Upon completing the trade of this exquisite item with Zhong Junfeng, He expressed his gratitude profusely. Observing Abu diligently mining, Muyu returned to the entrance of the wooden building. Calculating the time, Muyu deemed it an appropriate hour. He picked up a pickaxe and began to excavate in the left front of the entrance. Ding red crystal 10 before long. He had completely mined the small red crystal deposit. Muyu proceeded to the catalysis chamber, where 500 pounds of cloudbird meat had transformed into 50 portions of fertilizer. Extracting all the fertilizer, Muyu ventured to the fields. Merely a day had passed, and the blood-red meat spirit mushroom had grown to an impressive size, weighing at least 20 pounds. Muyu severed a piece of the mushroom. Its weight and firmness were akin to fresh meat, with vibrant juices oozing forth. Bringing it to his nose, he detected an enticing aroma. This is no mere plant. It resembles well-cultivated meat. Muyu promptly resolved to substitute his basic meat supply with meat spirit mushrooms, which could be harvested at any time, ensuring freshness. The remaining meat would be utilized as fertilizer. He distributed all 50 portions of fertilizer into the plot, cultivating the meat spirit mushrooms, enriching the soil further. Though it had yet to reach a state of abundance, Muyu arrived at the extraordinary field, where the ancient beast vein tree had reached maturity, standing over a meter tall and bearing 5 fruits as pure and white as jade. After plucking all 5 fruits, Muyu deftly felled the tree and planted the seeds of the blood-dew fruit. Ding ancient beast vein fruit, rare. 5 ding ancient beast vein wood, rare. 5 ancient beast vein fruit, rare. This fruit seeks out the most noble and powerful ancient bloodline within a beast, activating it and enhancing the beast's potential, with a small chance of comprehending a new talent. Ancient beast vein wood. This wood possesses a natural allure for beasts, and prolonged contact helps to strengthen their bloodlines. The fact that the ancient beast vein tree had advanced to a rare level brought Muyu considerable delight. However, whether it could elevate the beast's rank remained uncertain, as the ancient beast vein fruit merely served as an activation tool. Ultimately, it depended on the ancestral bloodline. As for the ancient beast vein wood, Muyu planned to use 2 pieces to create nests for Chushue and Xiaogu. Ding stone -100, mud -50, glass -30, earth spirit stone -1. Construction successful. Cultivation room. As the white mist enveloping the ground dissipated, a rectangular structure made of stone emerged, its roof comprised of glass. Entering the cultivation room, Muyu found it occupied 10 plots of land and a passage, encompassing the existing fields. Cultivation room. Rare. The nutrition of the fields within the cultivation room is increased by 20, allowing for normal growth even in the absence of sunlight or under other harsh weather conditions. With the cultivation room established, Muyu felt liberated from concerns about the fields, no longer fearing that natural disasters would obliterate his harvest. He then summoned Chushue and Xiaogu to play, feeding each a piece of the ancient beast vein fruit. Burp. After a moment, Chushue burped and fell silent. In contrast, Xiaogu flapped its wings incessantly, subsequently shedding large feathers that fell to the ground, wrapping itself in a blood-red cocoon, motionless. Perhaps your formidable ancestral bloodline lies not in the ancient, but in the primordial. Next time, I shall try a different fruit for you. Muyu comforted Chushue, noticing its downcast expression. Roar. Chushue nuzzled against Muyu's chest. Even if you lack an extraordinary bloodline, I will use rare materials to forge you into a powerful divine beast. Fear not, you will have many younger brothers. As the leader, you must set an example. Muyu continued to stroke its fur, offering reassurance. Chushue nodded, leaping from Muyu's embrace to circle around Xiaogu's crimson cocoon. Are you going to protect Xiaogu? Roar. Chushue nodded again. Muyu observed with a peculiar expression, relieved that Chushue was not merely coveting the cocoon, allowing him to depart without worry. Upon reaching the iron mine, Abu had already excavated all the iron blocks. Ding iron block 500. I'm going to help you forge a wild man army. Muyu declared solemnly to Abu before stepping into the magma furnace, leaving a bewildered Abu behind. Ding iron block -500. Forging successful. Excellent iron spears 50. Exceptional iron spear. A superb iron spear forged from the flames of the 9 dragons, possessing a lethality that surpasses weapons of the same quality by 10. Damage 11. Muyu discovered that the wild men were inherently suited for projectile weapons. Their immense strength coupled with a reliance on brute force. In their hands, The damage inflicted by such weapons would multiply, and the spear was their primary armament. With over 40 wild men wielding exceptional iron spears, Mu could scarcely fathom the catastrophic impact their collective throws would have on the wolf pack. After securing all the spears, Mu crafted a quiver to be slung across Abu's back and placed 3 water-explosive spears within. He then inserted 10 red crystals into the geothermal furnace, adjusting the flames to their maximum intensity, leaving Chu Shue to guard the small island. The two set sail on the Li Fan skiff, heading out towards the open sea. Chapter 44. Journey to the Wolf's Den. Mu Yu first arrived at the miniature island, positioning the ultra-automated stone excavator upon its shores. He then placed the highly electrified thunder magma steel into the machine before setting off for Silver Wolf Island with Abu. Indeed, I jest not. There exists a wild robot here excavating stones. 3 small boats concurrently approached the miniature island, and one young man declared with utmost assurance, "Very well, Hu Yangjin, we shall trust you this once." The trio disembarked onto the beach, where they beheld the ultra-automated stone excavator diligently at work. "Indeed, Jean, you are remarkable. Be cautious. It can discharge electricity," Hu Yangjin cautioned, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Is that so? How potent is its electric charge? Could it potentially be lethal?" inquired a middle-aged man, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "Not to that extent, though the experience is quite exhilarating," Hu Yangjin replied, shaking his head. "Then what is there to fear? Surely it will exhaust its energy eventually. Let us all advance together and drain its power. Then we can take it back for further study." The middle-aged man gestured grandly, leading the charge. "Indeed, it's merely a matter of enduring a few electric shocks. A wild robot is a rare find." Hu Yangjin's resolve solidified as he followed suit. "Our doomed, let us go for broke. Charge. One more time. It must be nearing depletion. Oh, this is maddening." The air was filled with strange wails emanating from the miniature island. As a Friday leader, Chi Rue felt his intellect somewhat lacking. He had been comfortably playing the role of the second-in-command when, unexpectedly, the leader was captured, leaving him with the heavy burden of leadership on his shoulders. The heavens seemed to mock him, with his limited mental capacity. It sufficed to bully the small beasts and tease the wild women, but to lead a team? That would surely overheat his CPU. Now, he found himself being chased by a pack of wolves. What to do? "I await your guidance. Urgent." A piercing wolf howl resonated through the woods as dozens of colossal wolves howled in pursuit of the fleeing wild men. Any solitary wild man would be beset by several giant wolves, torn apart in a gruesome fashion. This harrowing scene had persisted for several hours, with the leader absent. None of the wild men could escape the lethal strike of the silver-haired Wolf King. This time, the silver-haired Wolf King set its sights on Chi Rue, moving like a silver specter among the wild men, claiming a life with each strike. As Chi Rue fled, he suddenly sensed a foul wind rushing towards him. "It's over." Turning his head, he beheld a massive maw gaping wide, closing in on him. Just as despair enveloped Chi Rue, an iron spear shot through the air from a distance, colliding with the great silver wolf's body, creating a shower of sparks. Though the silver wolf sustained no injury, the tremendous impact caused it to tumble to the ground. With a sigh of relief, Chi Rue spotted his leader waving at him from afar, and he was instantly filled with elation, shouting in excitement. With a swift movement, the wild men charged toward Abu, as several iron spears were hurled into the air, halting the pursuit of the wolf pack. A resounding howl erupted from the silver-furred Wolf King as it rose, causing the gray-furred behemoths to drag away the fallen wild men. Retreating in reluctant defeat, Abu communicated with the wild men in his unique manner, and soon after, all eyes turned toward Mu Yu. The wild men knelt on one knee, their hands raised high, bowing their heads in a gesture of submission to Mu Yu. Abu nodded at Mu Yu, who, without hesitation, placed an iron spear into each of their hands, realizing there were a total of 37 wild men. With a triumphant shout, Abu raised his spear, and the wild men rose in unison, their fervor igniting Mu Yu's spirit. The roles of offense and defense shifted as Mu Yu led the wild men into their journey of hunting the wolves. Ding! Decomposition successful. 1,500 pounds of gray-furred wolf meat, 2,500 milliliters of gray-furred wolf essence, and 5 gray-furred wolf pelts. With a gentle sigh, Muyu reflected on the results of 2 hours of labor. Aspirations were lofty, yet reality was stark. The wild men, armed with iron spears, indeed resembled a sharp blade, sending the wolf packs into retreat, but ultimately, the wild men could not outrun the wolves. Now, upon encountering a wolf pack, the wolves would flee without offering a chance for confrontation, making it quite challenging to encircle them for a hunt. Muyu pondered the vast number of wolves and questioned whether they had a den nearby. He turned to Abu, who nodded before quickly shaking his head. What does that mean? Do you know or not? Muyu asked sternly, furrowing his brow. Yes, wolves. Many wolves. Abu replied hastily, fearful of inciting Muyu's displeasure. Are you suggesting there are numerous wolves? Muyu inquired. Indeed, Abu affirmed with a decisive nod. Very well. Lead the way. Let's take a look, Muyu said, his eyes glinting with determination. As they moved toward the center of the island, Muyu and his companions soon beheld a landscape surrounded by mountains. Abu brushed aside the obstructive branches, guiding them through an uncharted valley where the trees concealed their presence. In the lower right corner of the valley lay a narrow mountain path. Though narrow, it was wide enough for 3 to 5 individuals to walk side by side. Continuing deeper into the valley, they arrived at a plain encircled by mountains, featuring a stream, a cave, and dozens of wolf cubs, alongside many adult giants of their kind. No wonder you dared not target the wolf den. It appears that the Wolf King only takes a third of his pack hunting, leaving the majority to guard the den. Observing the throngs of giant wolves below, Muyu comprehended the situation, feeling a twinge of admiration for the cunning of the silver-furred Wolf King. However, no matter how clever the prey, it cannot outwit the hunter. Gazing at the narrow mountain path, Muyu had devised a strategy to confront the challenge ahead. He promptly began issuing orders to Abu. Chi-Rue, on the other hand, found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. He had anticipated that the return of their leader would ease his burdens, only to discover that the leader had appointed another to assume command upon his return. Consequently, they were now equipped with formidable and sharp weapons, unleashing havoc upon the howling wolf pack. While this development initially seemed advantageous, their newly appointed leader harbored intentions of attacking the wolves' den. Good heavens! There lay a formidable assembly of 70 to 80 adult dire wolves. Inciting their wrath would be catastrophic. Yet, this daunting responsibility had inexplicably fallen upon Chi-Rue's shoulders, all due to his pursuit of the neighboring tribe's enchanting beauty, which had provoked the leader's jealousy. With utmost caution, Chi-Rue treaded along the mountain path, where he could faintly discern the wolf pack patrolling in the distance. Steeling his resolve, he gradually quickened his pace, drawing nearer to the wolves. Once he felt the distance was adequate, he let out a sharp whistle. The echo reverberated through the valley, capturing the attention of the vigilant wolves, their eyes glinting with a menacing ferocity. At that moment, hesitating would be folly. Chi-Rue bolted away. He could guarantee that this was the swiftest sprint of his decades-long life, even surpassing the speed he had achieved in pursuit of the alluring beauty. Testing the very limits of danger proved to be exhilarating. Chapter 45. Luring the pack of wolves, a dozen or more gray-furred giants raced along the mountain path, possessing a distinct advantage over the wild men as they closed the distance to Chi-Rue. After a brief chase, they had already ventured far from the wolf den. Yet Chi-Rue felt himself growing weary. In a thunderous moment, as the lead giant wolf leaped to pounce upon Chi-Rue, a shimmering azure spear sliced through the air, piercing its body and pinning it to the ground. Following this, several dark iron spears descended, obstructing the path of the pursuing wolves. The gray-furred giants sensed the encroaching peril and turned to flee back the way they had come. With a whoosh, more spears soared from the valley, severing their escape route. The wolves looked up towards the valley, their eyes filled with terror. The heavens rained iron spears like a tempest, howling as they fell. The sound of iron-piercing flesh echoed, and blood splattered across the mountain path. No giant wolf's corpse remained intact. They had no time to utter a cry of despair. Soon, dozens of wild men descended the mountain to retrieve the spears, gathering the carcasses of the giants and dragging them away. In a short while, a new wild leader cautiously approached the wolf den along the mountain path. Don't come out. Abu gestured to Muyu. Ding. Decomposition successful. Gray-furred wolf meat X19500. Gray-furred wolf essence X32500 ml. Damaged gray-furred wolf hide X65. Not coming out, are we? Then we shall enter. After dismantling all the gray-furred wolf corpses, Muyu sensed the opportune moment had arrived and boldly led the wild men toward the wolf den. The blood left by over 60 wolf carcasses filled the valley with an overwhelming, tragic aura. On the plains of the valley, adult wolves had ventured out in waves, yet none returned. As the numbers dwindled to a mere dozen, the remaining gray-fur giants finally sensed something amiss. Despite the wild men's taunting whistles from outside the plains, the gray-furred wolves resolutely defended their den, refusing to emerge. However, unbeknownst to them, an even greater crisis was poised to strike. With a whoosh, the first black iron spear plunged into the plains, heralding the nightmarish arrival for all gray-furred giants, soon followed by a barrage of spears raining down from above. The sounds of iron spears flying and flesh tearing intertwined, and within moments, the tranquil plains were painted in blood. 4 or 5 gray-fur giants narrowly evaded the spear assault, fleeing in disarray from the mountain path. The remaining giants were not so fortunate. They either fell or were grievously injured, howling in agony. Drive all the young wolves into the cave. Do not spare them a merciful end. Break their legs and let them wail in pain, Muyu commanded, demonstrating by shattering the limbs of a gray-furred giant, prompting all the wild men to follow suit. Why? Let them escape, Abu questioned, scratching his head in bewilderment. Do not rush. Allow the bullets to fly for a moment, Muyu replied with a smile, observing the howling giant wolves strewn across the ground, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. How had I become so cruel without realizing it? Or is it because I perceive them merely as constructs of the system, not as true beings? Yet, they possess flesh and blood. What distinguishes them from real life? As these thoughts swirled in Muyu's mind, he suddenly slapped himself. What am I thinking? At this point, the only goal is survival. I cannot afford to be a saint. Guiding the wildlings, he locked the young wolves inside a cave, and to his astonishment, he discovered a grand altar within, larger and more intricate than the rudimentary altar. It seems the Wolf King's head is required for the sacrifice. Placing the head of the gray-furred giant wolf upon the altar, it remained eerily silent, leading Muyu to ponder its significance. Furthermore, he stumbled upon a medium-sized iron mine and a small gold mine within the valley, a serendipitous find that elicited a smile from him. After a time, a pack of wolves, imbued with a mournful atmosphere, approached from outside the valley. The silver-furred Wolf King gazed upon the bloodied remnants of its kin within the valley, its eyes reddened with tears that mingled with the earth. A roar erupted as several gray-furred giants obstructed the silver-furred Wolf King's path, preventing it from advancing towards the sorrowful den of its kind. With a heart-wrenching howl, the silver-furred Wolf King, resolute in its gaze, pushed past the obstructing giants and charged towards the den. The remaining gray-furred giants exchanged glances, then resolutely followed the silver-furred Wolf King. Outside the plain, over 20 gray-furred giants, under the leadership of the silver-furred Wolf King, surged forth. Witnessing the tragic scene before them, all surviving gray-furred giants howled in despair, their legs broken. The silver-furred Wolf King, filled with fury and grief, searched for the instigator. Suddenly, the wildlings atop the valley revealed themselves, unleashing a rain of spears. Upon encountering their foes, the silver-furred Wolf King and the giant wolves dashed forward. The piercing sounds of iron spears embedding into flesh echoed through the air, as one by one, the gray-furred giants fell beside the silver-furred Wolf King, leaving it to sprint alone towards Muyu and the others. Muyu embedded 6 water-explosive spears before Abu, drenching them with ample water until a film of liquid formed. It's in your hands now. The water-explosive spears held greater deterrent power in Abu's grip than in Muyu's own. With a nod, Abu bellowed, his muscles swelling, blood boiling, and a wave of heat radiating from him, his skin turning crimson in an instant. Under the advanced frenzy, Abu seized the water-explosive spear before him, his arms swinging with explosive force, propelling the spear like a rocket through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated through the valley, as the water-explosive spear detonated mid-flight, colliding with the shimmering silver fur of the Wolf King. With a crackling sound, a cascade of sparks illuminated the scene as the water-explosive spear carved a crimson line across the seemingly impervious fur. Glimmering droplets of blood tumbled onto the plain. Boom, boom, boom. With a resounding crackle, Abu hurled 5 water-explosive spears in quick succession, tearing away large swathes of silvery fur and slicing through the argent skin, revealing the vibrant crimson flesh of the silver-furred wolf king. Observing that the silver-furred wolf king continued its relentless advance, Abu, now filled with urgency, brandished his fists and charged forth to meet the beast. Chapter 46. Slain the Silver Wolf King, although Abu possessed greater strength. The Silver Wolf King's speed proved insurmountable, leaving Abu unable to strike back and only vulnerable to the relentless assault. Each time the Silver Wolf King struck, it left a crimson mark upon Abu's body, and as the wounds multiplied, he appeared like a figure drenched in blood. If this continued, it was feared that Abu would succumb to excessive blood loss. Abu, fall back, Muyu commanded, and without hesitation, Abu obeyed, surrendering his body to gravity and collapsing onto the ground. However, the Silver Wolf King, now blinded by fury, leaped towards Abu with ferocity. Seizing the moment, Muyu drew the wind and cloud vitality blade, which he had nurtured for 13 hours. The sharp azure blade energy surged forth, and by the time the Silver Wolf King sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, it was already too late. With a swift motion, the blade energy struck the wolf's most vulnerable abdomen, tearing flesh and causing the beast to crash to the side under the immense force. Letting out a roar, the creature fought to vocalize, but blood choked its throat. A gaping wound on its belly bled profusely, exposing entrails and viscera. The Silver Wolf King gazed longingly towards the cave, its eyes dimming with a reluctant acceptance of its fate as life ebbed away. Survival of the fittest. Do not blame me, Muyu muttered, approaching the fallen beast. He had triumphed, and this victory signified his claim over the entire small island. Yet he found no joy in this achievement. Perhaps after enduring more life-and-death encounters over the next week, he would become even more indifferent, suppressing any lingering feelings of pity. Muyu crouched beside the Silver Wolf King. Ding, decomposition successful. Silver Wolf King flesh, rare, x 800 gene. Silver Wolf King essence, rare, x 1000 ml. Silver Wolf King pelt, rare, x1. Silver Wolf King flesh, rare. This flesh contains considerable extraordinary elements. Prolonged consumption may enhance agility, bolster physical defenses, and even impart the rudimentary silver skin technique with a small chance of comprehension. Silver Wolf King essence, rare. This bloodline, rich in golden elements, can be infused into armor, greatly augmenting defensive capabilities. Silver Wolf King pelt, rare. This pelt, laden with golden elements, boasts hardness superior to steel and exceptional resilience, making it an ideal material for crafting soft armor, leather, and cloth shields. What a trove of treasures! Muyu envisioned a splendid set of light armor beckoning to him. All that remained was the blueprint. After completing the decomposition of the Silver Wolf King, Muyu turned his attention to the remaining carcasses of the gray-furred giant wolves. Ding, gray fur, giant wolf flesh x 12,000 gene. Gray fur giant wolf essence x 20,000 ml. Gray fur giant wolf pelts x 40. Though these rewards appeared bountiful, they were merely the result of Muyu monopolizing the resources of the wolf pack. Had this bounty been divided among 100 individuals, it would scarcely have seemed ample. Yet, this was the fruit of his relentless struggle, and he had no intention of sharing with others. He summoned Abu to lead half of the tribesmen in hunting other creatures and driving away any intruders on the island. This territory was rightfully his and would not be shared. The remaining half would assist Muyu in mining the precious metals and iron ore. Muyu, bearing the severed head of the Silver Wolf King, arrived at the cave and placed the head upon an altar constructed from piled stones. The intricate patterns on the altar radiated a dazzling white light. A notification chimed. Ding, intermediate altar activated. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Random rare building blueprint X12. Random rare weapon blueprint X23. Random small rare or X24. Random superior skill book X25. Random exceptional seed X1. The rewards from the intermediate altar surpassed those of the primary altar, igniting a fervor within Muyu. Yet he found himself at a loss as to which option to choose. Undoubtedly, the most precious item was the rare building blueprint, as blueprints of the same grade were superior to other items. However, Muyu already possessed a rare building blueprint, and the materials required for its construction were exceedingly hard to come by, rendering it likely to gather dust instead. While the other offerings were commendable, Muyu felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Only the exceptional seed piqued his interest, for the brilliance of the word exceptional stirred excitement within him, especially since he had a plot of exceptional land at his disposal. Resolutely, Muyu made his selection. Ding exceptional seed of the Vitality Tree X1. Vitality Tree Seed. Exceptional requires planting in land of exceptional grade or higher, maturing within a maximum of 7 days. Receiving the seed, Muyu glanced at the corner where 4 or 5 young wolves were huddled, lost in contemplation. There was no immediate need to slaughter them. He was not in want of resources. Perhaps it would be best to raise them as livestock, waiting until his island advanced before relocating them. Thus, Muyu resolved to nurture this pack of young wolves on his island, aiming for ecological balance in the future. As he exited the cave, the wild men, under Abu's leadership, were fervently mining for ore. Muyu seized a steel pickaxe and joined their labor. A gentle breeze swept over the hillside, and Muyu felt a refreshing chill. Glancing upwards, he noticed the sun had shifted to the opposite side. Ding iron blocks 2,000. Ding gold stone 20. Gold stone, a remarkable material containing gold elements. When infused into weapons, it enhances physical damage, and when mixed into armor, fortifies its strength. It is time to return. After laboring for over 2 hours, Abu and his band of wild men returned to the valley, bringing with them the spoils of their hunt. Abu, you shall remain here tonight, Muyu commanded, handing the steel pickaxe to him. The goldstone was exceedingly difficult to extract. Even after 2 hours of toil, Muyu had only mined 20 units. He could not afford to squander another day on this modest island, as he had already extracted all valuable resources. He instructed Abu to lead the wild men in a night of diligent mining, leaving behind 1,000 pounds of giant wolf meat for their sustenance. Subsequently, Muyu hurried towards the direction where his ship was docked. Silver Wolf Island had already been cleared by Abu and his companions, and the journey back felt particularly tranquil. "Kraku goes there?" Muyu called out, noticing an unusual sound emanating from the coconut grove. "Ah, it is you, esteemed one. Esteemed one, you have yet to depart? Please, keep your voice down, Sho." The young man, wielding an iron shield, hastily gestured for silence, as if wary of some formidable presence. It turned out to be the llama and the mute. "What brings you two to hide here?" Muyu inquired, surprised to see familiar faces. "Esteemed one, are you unaware? The savages on this island have become remarkably cunning. It remains a mystery who orchestrated this, but they have amassed an abundance of iron spears for no apparent reason, only to have them seized by the wild men. With these iron spears in their possession, the savages have grown ferocious and have begun hunting us. The leader among them wields a spear as thick as a fist, and when hurled, it resembles a rocket in its ferocity. Just moments ago, an esteemed individual, emboldened by his iron armor, dismissed the danger and was subsequently pierced by a barrage of spears. This island is truly sinister. After a full day, we have garnered no spoils. We hide here in hopes of encountering a lone savage. If we can eliminate one, we may claim a spear as a reward. Esteemed one, would you care to join us in this vigil?" The two spoke in eager succession, detailing the unfolding events, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked towards Muyu. Chapter 47, Fire Condensation Tower, Wood Condensation Tower, Water Condensation Tower. With a formidable ally by your side, even if two wild individuals find themselves alone, we can prevail. Let's join forces to grow stronger. Huh, no need for that. They could not discern the peculiar expression concealed beneath the iron mask of Muyu, who waved them off and retraced his steps. Another self-important individual. Just wait. He has yet to witness the prowess of the wild men. Otherwise, he would understand that it takes cunning to outsmart them, not sheer brute force. The two resumed their concealment among the trees. Moments later, it seemed that fate had heeded their silent prayers, as a lone wild man wandered into the coconut grove. "Here he comes. Quickly, let us strike." They burst forth from the foliage, only to sense an unusual tension in the air. A quick glance revealed a dozen robust wild men encircling the area. The wild men regarded them with an unsettling gaze that thickened the atmosphere, and both felt a wave of dread wash over them. How could this happen? "We're doomed. Stay back, take it easy." At that moment, Muyu had already chosen a different route, boarding a leaf-fawn vessel to the miniature island. He had no desire to harm his kind, so he allowed the wild men to impart a lesson they would never forget. Ding stones 1750. Upon activating the energy converter of the ultra-automated stone excavator, Muyu noticed a slight dimming of the thunderous iron. Why does it feel like the energy consumption is unusually high today? Is it possible that the stones are consuming power as well? Muyu pondered, unable to derive any logical conclusion, and decided to dismiss the thought. In any case, he still possessed a Thunder Spirit stone, which would surely suffice for advancing to the 4th tier island stones. As dusk approached, the sea breeze turned refreshing. Such was the island's weather, with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. Upon arriving at Fire Dragon Island, Chushue eagerly came to greet him. Has Little Gu emerged? Muyu inquired. Chushue shook her head, looking down. It seemed that her awakened lineage was indeed extraordinary. Even after a full day, she had yet to complete her evolution. Muyu felt a surge of anticipation, gently ruffling Chushue's head and offering her 100 pounds of fresh giant wolf meat. After extricating himself from Chushue's affectionate clutches, Muyu made his way to the fertilizer catalysis chamber, where he needed to process the substantial amount of meat he had acquired. Ding fertilizer 400. Gathering all the blood and flesh transformed into fertilizer from the previous evening, Muyu accumulated 30,000 pounds of giant wolf meat in the catalysis chamber. The piled-up meat reached his waist, occupying nearly a third of the entire chamber. In the cultivation room, the bloodju fruit tree had developed a trunk and bore 6 green fruits, likely to ripen completely by the following morning, at which point he could plant the exceptional seeds. A fertile field paired with quality seeds, this plot had long been underutilized, and it was finally time for it to showcase its true potential. Beside him, the meat fungus appeared to swell, the crimson flesh rising from a mere 10 centimeters to over half a meter in height. Ding. Fertilizer -40. Fertile field -1. Rich field 1. After expending 100 units of fertilizer, a barren plot of land finally ascended to a state of richness, capable of cultivating even rare seeds. Muyu then turned to add fertilizer to the other 3 previously cultivated fields. Ding. Fertilizer -297. Ordinary field -3. Rich field 3. Having completed these tasks, Muyu made his way to the thermal spring, commencing today as rejuvenation. The aches from the day as vigorous activities would soon dissipate. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Muyu donned his attire and proceeded to the kitchen, where he began cooking the meat of the Silver Wolf King alongside other meats. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to share the Silver Wolf King's meat with Jian Yuechang, as they exchanged stalactite essence daily, and he had already benefited significantly. Jian Yuechang exclaimed, "Wow, the meal quality is so splendid today." Muyu replied, "It's nice to occasionally enhance our meals. By the way, have you utilized that automatic iron arrow tower blueprint?" Jian Yuechang responded, "Don't dwell on that blueprint, Brother Mu. I've used it already. I'm currently overwhelmed and in dire need of iron blocks." Muyu inquired, "Do you have any other island defense blueprints or items? I have something valuable to trade." Muyu presented, "Ancient beast vein fruit, ancient beast vein tree." Jian Yuechang replied, "This is acceptable. Allow me a moment to search." After closing the chat panel, Muyu began to relish his dinner with peace of mind. Since Jian Yuechang had exerted great effort to acquire a beast egg, Muyu was well aware of her vulnerability. Where could it be? How peculiar. Within a softly illuminated cave, Jian Yuechang rummaged through a massive wooden chest without regard for her appearance. I remember this chest. Half of her body was engulfed within, surrounded by a multitude of items, primarily mundane goods extracted from low-tier treasure chests, occasionally uncovering a few blueprints. At last, she found it. Little Tuan Tuan. Jian Yuechang rejoiced, holding up 3 blueprints. When she turned to celebrate with Little Tuan Tuan, she found it already feasting voraciously on her food. Little Tuan Tuan. A resonant cry echoed throughout the cave. Ding. Before Muyu had even finished his dinner, a message from Jian Yuechang arrived. Jian Yuechang. Fire condensation tower blueprint rare. Water condensation tower blueprint rare. Wood condensation tower blueprint rare. Jian Yuechang asked, "Which one do you want?" Fire condensation tower, rare iron block -60, silver -10, fire spirit stone, or red crystal -1. Water condensation tower, rare iron block -60, silver -10. Water spirit stone or blue crystal -1. Wood condensation tower, rare iron block -60, silver -10. Wood spirit stone or green crystal -1, Muyu remarked. Is your family in wholesale, or is the blueprint factory owned by you? Jian Yuechang replied, what are you saying? I've mentioned this before. It's somewhat related to my talent. Muyu jested, so your talent is that of a modifier? Jian Yuechang, whether to change or not. If not, then forget it, just dawdling. Muyu gazed at the information on the blueprint, a complex interplay of envy and jealousy swirling within him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally steeled his resolve and cautiously sent a message. Muyu, is it possible to change everything? Chapter 48, Ascension. The Eagle of the Firmament Ding Jian Yuechang initiated a trade. Fire Condensation Tower Blueprint. Rare, X1. Water Condensation Tower Blueprint. Rare, X1. Wood Condensation Tower Blueprint. Rare, X1. Return of the Ancient Beast Vein Fruit, Uncommon. X1. Return of the Ancient Beast Vein Timber, Uncommon. X1. Upon the completion of the transaction, Muyu let out a sigh of relief, astonished that he had acquired 3 rare defense building blueprints in one go. And 2 of them even contained core materials he possessed. Simultaneously, he developed a profound interest in Jian Yuechang's talent. While it might not rival his own epic talent, it was certainly not of ordinary caliber. Muyu inquired, given that you possess so many rare building blueprints, why do you not construct them yourself or actively put them up for trade? Jian Yuechang replied, materials are scarce, and I am shedding hair over the daily struggle for resources. As for trading, it is not as abundant as you might think. I merely have a slight surplus compared to the average individual. Muyu acknowledged her explanation, expressing gratitude. After sending the message, he closed the chat channel and swiftly consumed the silver wolf king meat, feeling an immediate lightness in his step, as though a gentle breeze accompanied him. It had been a while since he had consumed food that enhanced his attributes. Noticing a slight increase in agility on his panel, Muyu could not help but marvel as he felt a tingling sensation across his skin. After tidying up the kitchen, Muyu departed from the wooden building. On the island, only the distant sound of waves crashing against the reefs interrupted the seaside tranquility, drowning out the memories of those who listened to the sea. Muyu's thoughts soared alongside the rhythm of the waves. After a moment, he returned to the present, feeling a touch of melancholy. With a sigh, he traversed the white mist, as the cool sea breeze caressed his sorrow, dissipating his gloom, though only slightly. Suppressing his longing, Muyu selected 2 spacious areas to construct buildings that would guard the island. Ding Iron Block -60, Silver -10, Fire Spirit Stone -1. Construction successful. Fire Condensation Tower, Rare, Ding Iron Block -60, Silver -10, Wood Spirit Stone -1. Construction successful. Wood Condensation Tower, Rare, as the white mist dissipated. 2 towering iron structures emerged, each over 10 zhang in height. The crowns of the towers resembled silver hands, cradling the suspended spirit stones, radiating brilliance under the night sky. A wave of searing heat emanated from the Fire Condensation Tower, while the Wood Condensation Tower was entwined with verdant vines, imparting a sense of tranquility and comfort to those who approached. Fire Condensation Tower, Rare, an elemental tower centered around the Fire Spirit Stone, primarily gathering the fire elements that linger in the air to replenish the Fire Spirit Stone. Should any hostile entity approach the island, it will automatically conjure fireballs in retaliation. Damage: 100-300. Wood Condensation Tower, Rare, an elemental tower centered around the Wood Spirit Stone, primarily gathering the wood elements that linger in the air to replenish the Wood Spirit Stone. Should any hostile entity approach the island, it will automatically unleash vines to constrict and suffocate. Damage: 100-300. With the Fire Condensation Tower and Wood Condensation Tower as his formidable sentinels, Muyu could finally rest in peace. After contrasting with the previous white mist, Muyu was astonished to discover that the mist during construction imparted a sense of the sacred and the divine. The white mist beyond the island, though also white, subtly concealed countless black dots beneath its surface, evoking the unsettling sensation of being watched by innumerable eyes. Aware that he was not yet a match for the mist, Muyu relinquished any particular thoughts and returned to the wooden building. Upon seeing only Chushue return alone, Muyu understood that Xiaogu had not yet succeeded in its evolution. He constructed 2 small nests using ancient beast pulse trees. However, Chushue disregarded them entirely and instinctively climbed onto Muyu's bed. With a resigned sigh, Muyu collapsed onto the wooden bed. Suddenly, A piercing cry of an eagle echoed from outside the wooden building, resonating like a stone shattering the heavens. Imbued with a soul-piercing power, reluctantly awakened, Muyu stepped onto the balcony and gazed at the sky, where a juvenile eagle soared majestically upward, dancing upon the winds. It resembled a free spirit escaping its confines, its fierce gaze penetrating through layers of clouds, surveying the vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Muyu's face lit up with astonishment as he quickly glanced at Xiaogu's panel. Xiaogu species, Sky's sovereign eagle, exceptional strength, 19-9 physique, 19-9 agility, 29-14 spirit, 29-14 charm, 9-4 current stage, juvenile talent. Sky Sovereign, exceptional, possesses supreme intimidation over other avian species. With a 50 boost to all attributes while airborne, increasing with altitude. Skills: Eagle's long strike, transcendent. Hurricane tornado, transcendent. Combat power. Black iron initial stage contractor. Muyu. With a rush, Xiaogu darted towards Muyu, the fierce wind striking his face, the sunlight highlighting its muscular form and splendid feathers, instilling a sense of awe. This was the oppressive aura of an exceptional beast. If it matured, could it possibly contend with a dragon? At that moment, Muyu pondered all the beasts in his mind, recognizing that only the majestic red dragon possessed a comparable presence. With a swift motion, Xiaogu extended its steel-like claws and seized Muyu, lifting him skyward. "Stop it! Let go of me, quickly!" Muyu urged anxiously, realizing that Xiaogu was still in its juvenile phase, and if it lost its grip, he would certainly suffer from a multitude of bruises upon falling from such heights. Xiaogu, appearing perplexed, nonetheless obeyed the command and released its grip, causing Muyu to plummet from a height of several meters. Oh no! Limping back to the wooden building, Muyu prepared breakfast while Xiaogu and Chushu gnawed on the remaining 400 pounds of giant wolf meat outside. After finishing his meal with the swiftness of a tempest, Muyu immersed himself in the therapeutic hot springs, emerging shortly thereafter as if nothing had happened. Arriving at the seaside, Muyu cast out his fishing rod and began to fish. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a decayed wooden box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a solid wood box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a black iron box. As anticipated, Muyu had little to remark on the outcomes. With the addition of the 4 black iron boxes from this fishing expedition, Muyu now possesses a total of 5 black iron boxes. However, today he needs to craft a blood purification device, and he may utilize his talent at most 3 times. Ding! The black iron box has been opened, and a critical hit has been achieved. Blue Crystal X1. The translucent blue crystal, illuminated by sunlight, refracts a fantastical world. Holding it aloft, Muyu gazes skyward, as if a city in the clouds awaits him. This is splendid. The water condensation tower can now be constructed. Without hesitation, Muyu commenced the building of the water condensation tower near the other 2 towers. Ding! Iron -60, silver -10, blue crystal -1. Construction successful. Water condensation tower, rare. Water condensation tower, rare, an elemental tower centered around the blue crystal. It gathers the water elements floating in the air to replenish the blue crystal and can release mist to accelerate healing. Healing power, 0-100. As the white mist dissipated, an iron tower enveloped in a blue membrane stood proudly on the ground. Indeed, constructing the water condensation tower with blue crystals proved somewhat lacking, yet fortunately, the tower can coalesce the wandering water elements to infuse them into the blue crystal. One day, the blue crystal shall transform into a water spirit stone. Muyu felt a sense of relief and continued to open the black iron boxes. Ding! The black iron box has been opened, and a critical hit has been achieved. Element release, jet blueprint, rare, silver X5, copper X10. Chapter 49. The limitless potential of the fleshy spirit mushroom. This was something that Muyu found perplexing. Adhering to the principle that a critical hit guarantees a high-quality product, he resolved to dedicate today as critical strike to it. With a chime, the black iron box was opened, and the critical hit was successful. Blueprint for the strength training room, rare. Blueprint for the strength training room, rare. Iron blocks X30, stone blocks X30, mud X30, gravity stones X5. As a rare construction blueprint, it required a scarce array of materials. After searching the trading platform, Muyu discovered a considerable supply available for purchase. He sought the least expensive option and successfully traded 250 pounds of silver-horned rhinoceros meat for 5 gravity stones, which stirred a glimmer of anticipation within him regarding this building. Placing the remaining 2 black iron boxes within the wooden structure, Muyu proceeded to a vacant plot to the left of the wooden building. Iron blocks -50, stone blocks -50, mud -50, gravity stones -5, construction successful, strength training room. A closed chamber constructed from stone blocks now stood on level ground. Upon entering, Muyu found 5 iron weights of varying mass arranged within. Strength training room. Rare lift the iron weights in ascending order. Each successful lift increases strength by 1 point. Ineffective for silver grade and above. As Muyu approached to lift the lightest weight, he discovered it was heavier than anticipated, requiring at least 30% of his strength to raise it. It was worth noting that on the island, he had the enhancement of the bear totem. After sequentially lifting 3 weights, Muyu's face flushed as he exerted every ounce of strength to successfully raise the 4th one. He gained only 4 strength points. Feeling a twinge of regret, he surmised that only Abu, in a frenzied state, could lift the 5th weight. Let every tribesman lift them to increase their strength for mining. Muyu declared, recognizing that the primary value of this training room lay in its ability to foster collective strength growth. Upon exiting the strength training room, Muyu hurried to the cultivation chamber. The moment he stepped inside, he was astonished by a blood-red pillar that loomed before him. The fleshy spirit mushroom had grown to over 10 feet tall, towering above him. As he advanced for closer inspection, he noted the densely packed flesh petals forming concentric layers around the pillar. Detaching a single petal, he found it weighed an astonishing 10 pounds. Muyu snapped off the entire fleshy column above the root system, and to his amazement, its weight reached 1,000 pounds. This equated to the nourishment required to cultivate a bountiful field, which had regrown in just 1 day. This revelation led Muyu to contemplate the underestimated potential of the fleshy spirit mushroom. I must elevate this field to the exceptional level, allowing the mushroom to develop into a rare-grade plant. At that point, its flesh petals would surely surpass even that of the Silver Wolf King. Internally, Muyu anticipated the surprises the fleshy spirit mushroom would bring him. As for the substantial petal he currently possessed, he had already envisioned its purpose. With the smaller island's fauna nearly depleted through hunting, the food source for both the tribesmen and the young wolves had become a pressing concern. While the tribesmen could manage, it was unthinkable to feed the young wolves with wolf meat. Thus, the fleshy spirit mushroom emerged as the optimal solution. Muyu turned his gaze towards 3 plots of fertile land nearby, where 6 fully matured fir trees stood proudly alongside equally ripe potatoes. It was only natural for ordinary seeds to mature at such a swift pace. Muyu felled a few fir trees, collecting a meager amount of timber, and unearthed the potatoes, yielding over 10 pounds, sufficient for his needs, with the option to plant more should it prove inadequate. Subsequently, he sowed his remaining excellent white radish and superior tomato seeds into the fertile soil. Simultaneously, he exchanged 50 pounds of rhinoceros meat on the trading platform for a superior apple tree seed, planting it in the last remaining fertile plot. Finally, Muyu's gaze fell upon the bloodfruit tree, where 6 vibrant red fruits hung, pulsating with vitality. He plucked them all at once and then felled the tree. Ding bloodfruit, rare. 6 ding bloodwood, rare. 3 bloodfruit, rare, infused with potent vitality. Consuming this fruit does not yield immediate absorption. Instead, it lingers within the body, enhancing your recovery abilities to an extraordinary degree until its vitality is fully expended. The second fruit cannot be consumed until the effects of the first have dissipated. Bloodwood, rare wood rich in vitality. Prolonged contact accelerates recovery and strengthens the physique. Upon reading the description of the blood fruit, Muyu realized it served as a formidable safeguard. Any injury would trigger an immediate recovery. He promptly consumed one. Suddenly, Muyu felt the blood fruit burst within his belly, an overwhelming surge of vital energy coursing through his organs and limbs, saturating even the surface of his skin. He swiftly inflicted a deep cut on his arm, yet the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. This recovery was indeed terrifying. Satisfied, Muyu nodded and planted an exceptional physique tree in the field. Given the current growth rate, He estimated it would mature by the first day of the following week. Leaving the fields, Muyu returned to the wooden house and crafted 3 ornaments from a piece of bloodwood. He adorned himself with a string of wooden prayer beads and fashioned a beast enclosure for Chushue and Xiaogu, calling the 2 frolicking little creatures over. He fed each a blood fruit, leaving him with 3 fruits in hand. As for the fruit promised to Zhong Junfeng, Muyu had no intention of reneging, though he preferred to delay its delivery. If he were to reveal that he could cultivate rare fruits in a single day, and even elevate them to the rare tier, it might attract unwarranted attention. Speaking of Zhong Junfeng, Muyu approached him for a specific matter. Muyu, your blood fruit seeds were derived from the silver box, correct? Zhong Junfeng, to be honest, Mu, that is indeed the case. Muyu, then you must have 5 units of silver ingots. I need them. What would you like in exchange? Ding Zhong Junfeng initiated a trade. Silver ingots x5 for timber x1 Zhong Junfeng. Mu, you jest. The spear you crafted for me has been immensely helpful. The silver ingots are a gift. Accepting the silver ingots, Muyu, pleased by Zhong Junfeng's thoughtfulness, resolved to share some good news with him. Muyu, the blood-red fruit has already borne more than 4. In a few days when they ripen, I shall bestow them upon you. Zhong Junfeng, is that so, Mu? Thank you very much. Closing the chat channel, Muyu scoured the trading platform, exchanging silver-horned rhinoceros hide for an additional 5 pieces of silver ingots. With this, the total number of silver ingots in Muyu's possession reached 40. Passing by the Thunder Tower, Muyu retrieved the stored mithril, which shimmered brilliantly, imbued with a considerable amount of lightning elements. Although the past few days have not witnessed tempestuous storms akin to natural disasters, the maritime environment has produced a fair share of regional thunderstorms, thus affording the Thunder Tower opportunities to attract lightning. Chapter 50. Weapons of exceptional quality upon arriving at the magma furnace within the mining area. Muyu was immediately engulfed by a massive wave of flames. He hastily entered, extinguishing the ferocity of the 9 dragons' magma. Nevertheless, the temperature inside the furnace remained akin to that of a charred barbecue, unyielding in its intensity, and the stones that comprised the furnace had begun to melt. Despite this, Muyu retrieved 10 red crystals that had burned for a day and a night, though they appeared dim. Alas, it seemed the fire element was still insufficient, and more fuel was required. Muyu sighed, pondering the immense quantity of fire elements contained within a single fire spirit stone. After reconstructing the magma furnace with new stones, Muyu commenced his forging. Ding silver block -40 successfully refined. Fine silver, excellent. For ding fine silver -4, thunder secret silver -1, fine copper -8, secret copper -2, critical hit success. Element conversion ejector, exceptional. It exploded. It exploded. Muyu shouted in exhilaration, as this time he had expended his rarest materials, and with the critical hit, he had finally forged his first weapon of exceptional quality. He quickly grasped the element conversion ejector. Its appearance was reminiscent of a flamethrower, yet it bore hints of futuristic weaponry. The front showcased a silver barrel, with arcs of lightning flickering across its surface. The weapon required both hands to wield, and at the rear was an empty chamber, seemingly designed for extraordinary elemental materials. Element conversion ejector. Exceptional activates the 9 dragons magma and magma furnace. Crafted with triple critical hit technology, utilizing thunder secret silver as the core for output release, and secret copper as the core for safety and stability, resulting in an exceptional grade weapon. The conversion chamber can house extraordinary elemental materials for output transformation, with the release amplified by thunder secret silver, and the destructive power determined by the elemental materials. Destructive power, 3333. Although this weapon may not stand out among exceptional grade weapons, it nonetheless surpassed the threshold of 1,000 in damage potential. Even without a critical hit talent during combat, Muyu possessed a formidable weapon. Contemplating this, he could not resist testing the weapon's power. Placing an uncharged red crystal into the element conversion ejector. The element conversion ejector vibrated gently, and a sense of devastation coalesced at the silver muzzle. Muyu quickly halted the elemental conversion. Boom! A fire dragon-like crimson flame erupted forth, and Muyu instantly felt the scorching heat wave behind him. The fire dragon surged toward the sea, unleashing a thundering explosion that sent towering waves surging into the air, churning the water into a boiling frenzy. With mist rising toward the heavens, creating a vast, ethereal scene. Incredible. Muyu even caught a whiff of fish soup aroma. Swoosh Xiao Gu swept across the surface of the sea, seizing a half-meter-long fish to bring back to the island, engaging in a fierce struggle with the first snow. Muyu opened the conversion chamber, retrieving the red crystal inside, only to discover that the fire element had been nearly exhausted. It seemed he could not afford to use it carelessly. With a twinge of regret, Muyu stored the element conversion ejector and resumed his forging within the magma furnace. Ding iron block, 380, essence of the gray-furred giant wolf, 3,800 milliliters. Forging successful. Gray wolf armor, excellent. 38, gray wolf armor, excellent and exceptional armor crafted from the 9 dragon fire, infused with a trace of gray-furred giant wolf essence, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Defense 22, ding iron block, 370, essence of the gray-furred giant wolf, 3,800 milliliters. Forging successful. Gray wolf blade, excellent. 37, wolf blade, excellent and exceptional blade forged from the 9 dragon fire, laced with a hint of gray-furred giant wolf essence, greatly augmenting its lethality. Lethality 22, ding iron block, 1,200, forging successful. Iron spear, excellent, 120. Utilizing all 2,000 iron ores excavated yesterday for weapon crafting. Muyu prepared to arm his band of wild men to the teeth, equipping each with an iron armor, a large blade, and 4 to 5 iron spears, setting out today for the medium-sized island. Having made all necessary preparations, Muyu took 5 red crystals, leaving the rest in a molten furnace for the 9 dragon fire to recharge. After giving instructions to Chu Shui and Xiao Gu, Muyu embarked on the Li Fan nearshore vessel. Since Xiao Gu ascended to the Celestial Eagle, he no longer needed to reserve food, as it could easily catch a large fish from the sea at any moment. This time, Muyu did not head to the miniature island, but directly to the medium-sized island. As Muyu navigated the waters, a small boat swiftly approached in the distance. If you wish to live, do not come any closer. Muyu immediately donned his diving armor, brandishing a water-explosive spear, and shouted loudly, "Please help me." A cautious head emerged from the small boat, revealing a young woman. Although unadorned, her fair complexion and pebble-like pure face, coupled with her pale lips and eyes filled with terror, evoked a sense of compassion. "Who are you?" Muyu inquired sternly. "Brother, my name is Cheng Qian. I reside on the island to the east. This morning, a man stealthily landed on my island, intending to capture me. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, I would have faced a fate worse than death. Woo-woo." Cheng Qian sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she paddled closer to Muyu. Muyu regarded her with a strange gaze, but did not impede her approach. As her vessel neared, he noticed her revealing animal skin attire, which exposed her smooth abdominal muscles and long legs. The edges of her leather skirt were adorned with protruding lace, hinting at the springtime beauty concealed beneath, undeniably possessing formidable allure in the present context. "Brother, I am now homeless. Could you shelter me? If you're willing to take me in, I can do anything." "Oh, anything you say?" Muyu replied with a teasing tone. "Now that I have no home, I simply wish for an elder brother to guard and protect me. Even if it means letting me do such things, I would be agreeable." A flicker of disdain crossed Cheng Qian's eyes, quickly replaced by a sultry expression directed at Muyu as her boat drew nearer. Yet all of this was captured in the gaze of Muyu concealed beneath the mask. Chapter 51. The 11th Island Master. Chiozei Cheng Qian delicately climbed aboard Muyu's vessel, while Muyu silently observed her performance. "Brother, your ship is magnificent, and your armor is so impressive. You must be a big shot, right? Could you take it off so your sister can see your true self?" Cheng Qian boldly wrapped her arms around Muyu, her body swaying provocatively, brimming with confidence. "Watch me mesmerize you, old lecher. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Muyu's tone was tinged with agitation and hesitation, which, in Cheng Qian's eyes, was a clear display of insincerity. "Brother, don't you think this is thrilling?" She winked, leaning closer to Muyu's armor, seemingly attempting to catch a whiff of his scent. "What is that smell?" Cheng Qian detected a strong metallic odor of blood that made her stomach churn. "It's nothing, just the scent of a few monkeys and wolves," Muyu stated nonchalantly. "Ah, Brother, you truly are a big shot. How impressive. Cheng Qian suddenly felt that the intruder on her island must have departed, and she decided to excuse herself. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qian's face went pale, and she hastily released Mu Yu, attempting to flee back to her own boat. Wait, you come all this way. Mu Yu grasped her arm, preventing her escape. Big shot, please let me go. Cheng Qian's expression was one of bitterness. Don't be like that. Didn't you say you would do anything for me? Let us go. Mu Yu released her grip and steered the ship toward a small island. What immense strength. Today, it seems I've bitten off more than I can chew. But he is merely an old lecher. I'll just think of it as a mosquito bite and find another opportunity to escape, Cheng Qian thought, her expression shifting as she gazed at Mu Yu, innocence etched on her face. Moments later, Mu Yu led Cheng Qian ashore. Big shot, this isn't right. The island has inhabitants and wild beasts. It's unsafe, she said, her expression troubled. Precisely, the more people, the quicker the work gets done. Mu Igriku replied earnestly. Cheng Qian's face drained of color. Unable to believe this man would engage in such perverse antics, she pleaded softly, Big shot. I can't handle too many people. What are you talking about? Isn't it better when there are more people for mining? Mining? Cheng Qian's face flushed crimson, followed by a look of utter confusion. Mu Yu guided her through a long corridor, arriving at the Wolf's Nest Plain, where dozens of robust wild men rose to greet them. Big shot. There are so many wild men. Cheng Qian gazed at the wild men, welcoming them as if honoring a returning king, her expression dazed, unable to fathom the connection between this man and the wild men, nor how she might escape this place. Mining is finished. Abu stepped forward to address Mu Yu. Really? Mu Yu exclaimed joyfully as he approached the mining area, where two piles of ore were neatly arranged on the ground. Ding iron or 2,000, gold or 80. So, does that mean I no longer need to mine? Surrounded by fierce and menacing wild men, Cheng Qian could only cling tightly to Mu Yu's side. Indeed, it seems there are no more mines to exploit, Mu Yu remarked with a nod. Does that mean I can leave? Cheng Qian asked, her face brightening with hope. Patience, we still have one task here, feeding the wolves. Abu, take her over there. Mu Yu instructed with a faint smile. Feeding the wolves? Am I to feed them, or will they feast upon me? Cheng Qian's face turned pale, her voice trembling with anxiety. You will find out once you arrive, Abu stepped forward, his imposing physique compelling Cheng Qian to suppress her urge to flee as she gritted her teeth and followed him into a cave. Inside the dim cavern, dozens of oily green eyes flickered to life, causing Cheng Qian to gasp in fear as her legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Although Mu Yu would not initiate violence, he was equally unyielding against any malicious intent directed towards him. He produced a meat spirit mushroom, and the air was instantly suffused with its tantalizing aroma, capturing the wild men's rapt attention. Is it for eating? Abu inquired, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Mu Yu replied, nodding as he distributed the mushroom. The wild men feasted, their lips stained crimson as if they were devouring fresh blood and flesh. Once the wild men had satiated their hunger and regained their vigor, Mu Yu allocated iron armor, iron knives, and spears among them. Abu received both iron armor and Mu Yu's chilling crescent blade. Well, now we look quite like an army, Mu Yu mused contentedly, observing the nearly 40 fully equipped wild men, who indeed exuded a formidable presence. He set up a super-automatic stone digger on the plain, and with nearly 6,000 stones amassed, he was on the verge of reaching the significant milestone of 10,000. Leaving one wild leader and 7 others to guard the stone digger and the juvenile wolf pack, Mu Yu led the 30 wild men away from Silver Wolf Island, advancing towards a medium-sized island. Fortunately, Mu Yu's vessel was a rare-grade large ship, accommodating the 30-odd wild men. With several wild men contributing their strength, the ship's propulsion reached its maximum output, gradually revealing the distant medium-sized island. Initially believing the area of the small island to be ample, Mu Yu soon realized his ignorance upon approaching the medium-sized island. It could hardly be called an island. Rather, it was a sizable landmass adorned with several towering mountains. Upon reaching the island, Mu Yu and the wild men plunged into the forest. After a considerable time, Mu Yu's expression darkened. The island was far too vast, and after wandering aimlessly like headless flies, they had only managed to hunt a few small beasts. It was evident that they needed to ascertain the distribution of resources and power on this island. Just as Mu Yu felt a sense of despair, jubilant cheers echoed from a distance. That great tiger must possess at least mid-tier black iron strength. Brother Chio, did you truly take it down with a mere slide tackle? This pack of tigers has tormented us for far too long. Brother Chio, you have avenged us. Truly, you are worthy of being the 11th Island Lord, Brother Chio. You are remarkable. Ha. It is merely two little heifers standing on their heads. Quite impressive indeed, but such praise is unwarranted. Master Chio's eloquence is remarkable. I hope he can lead us to counterattack the tiger faction and establish a new power on this island to seize resources. Well said, well said. Those who can articulate should speak more. Ha. You all should conceal yourselves for now. Mu Yu instructed, observing as the wild men vanished into the forest. And he proactively approached the group, engaged in conversation. Ahem. Mu Yu cleared his throat, and 6 pairs of anxious eyes turned toward him. Upon realizing that the newcomer was also human, they finally lowered their swords and spears. Another armored figure approaches. 5 among them gasped in astonishment, as 2 fully armored individuals appeared on the scene, one being Master Chio, who was basking in flattery. Brother, shall we collaborate? I am Chio Zhe, the 11th Island Lord. Have you heard of me? The deep voice of the man in black armor resonated from beneath his mask. Chapter 52. The bronze-armored maiden Chio Zhe and Mu Yu were no strangers to each other. He was a frequent presence in the chat channel, and they had previously engaged in transactions, positioning him as a formidable player of the second tier. In one of the discussions, he had revealed that his island was situated relatively close to Mu Yu's. The individuals who frequently surfaced in the chat channel typically fared reasonably well, as the most elite figures rarely interacted in public forums, preoccupied either with survival or striving for advancement. Long Sun Wu was an exception. He could hardly be deemed a saint, but one might say he aspired to be a savior. However, the tone of this man raised Mu Yu's suspicions regarding his identity, as he bore a closer resemblance to another regular in the chat. The island rankings were not limited to the top 10. Hence, Mu Yu curiously inquired, "Why do you claim to be the 11th Island Lord?" "Of course, my strength is that of the 11th Island Lord," Chio declared confidently. "Those on the leaderboard are unmatched, and by virtue of my prowess, evidenced by my ability to slide tackle a giant tiger, I deserve the title of the 11th Island Lord. Is there any doubt about that?" "It is widely accepted." The others began to rally in defense of Chio Zhe, affirming his claim. "You see, this is the basis for my assertion as the 11th Island Lord. They have voiced it on my behalf," Chio Zhe proclaimed with an air of arrogance. He then turned to Mu Yu and inquired, "But may I ask, what is your title?" "My title?" Mu Yu pondered momentarily, ready to conjure a name. Yet a sudden unease washed over him. A series of thunderous roars reverberated through the forest, reminiscent of a tiger's fierce cry, as if the very earth trembled. All eyes turned in terror as a dozen colossal white-tipped tigers, each the size of a full-grown buffalo, burst forth from the thicket, their piercing gazes and commanding presence rushing towards them like an unstoppable torrent. "Chio, help!" A cry for help jolted Mu Yu from his state of shock. He turned to see only the retreating silhouette of Chio Zhe. Damn! Mu Yu felt deceived and bolted after him. A chilling scream echoed, mirroring the panic of the remaining 4, who scattered like startled birds. In that instant, everyone awakened their latent sprinting talents. One need not be the fastest, but merely to have someone trailing behind increased the odds of survival. In the blink of an eye, Chio Zhe was astonished to find Mu Yu had caught up with him. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, Mu Yu shadowed him like a specter. "You are quite remarkable. Who exactly are you?" Chio Zhe inquired, intrigued by Mu Yu's stamina. "Don't concern yourself with my identity. Are you not the 11th Island Lord? Why are you running?" Mu Yu retorted. "Come now, with those dozen giant tigers, even the first Island Lord would have to flee," Chio Zhe replied, somewhat exasperated. "True enough," Mu Yu conceded, unable to counter that logic. Just then, Chio Zhe abruptly ceased his flight. "Why have you stopped?" Mu Yu queried, puzzled. "We're finished. There are ferocious crocodiles with jagged teeth in the river ahead," Chio Zhe exclaimed in despair. "You seem quite familiar with this place. Then why did you run this way?" "I have been navigating this area for 3 days. How could I not be familiar with it? This is truly a moment of panic, and in my quest for glory, I find myself on the brink of death." Chiozei spoke with a tone of tragic determination, and suddenly, as if resolving to embrace a grim fate, he firmly addressed Muyu. Brother, you must break through to the east. I will divert the tiger pack for you. Just promise me that on this day, each year, you will burn some paper money for me once I'm gone. I cannot go, Muyu replied, his gaze narrowed and unmoving. Brother, do not squander this chance I have purchased with my life. If you truly refuse to leave, then I shall depart. Chiozei pleaded, his voice rising with desperation. Please, I implore you, hurry and flee. Time is running out. At last, Chiozei's entreaties brought him to the brink of tears. It's too late, Muyu said grimly, as a dozen imposing blue-faced tigers encircled them, seemingly toying with their final prey, approaching slowly rather than pouncing immediately. The inexorable approach of death, fully known, was an agonizing torment to the soul. Chiozei's expression twisted through various stages of despair until he was utterly defeated. As the two ceased their struggles, the tigers lost interest in their game and, like a storm bearing down, lunged forward with ferocity. Just as Muyu prepared to call for the wild men, a blue arrow shot forth, striking the blue-faced tiger directly. The arrow embedded itself in the beast's skull and detonated instantaneously. Flesh tore apart in a chaotic explosion, blood splattering across the forest floor. Simultaneously, several arrows rained down, creating a cloud of dust and wood chips as two thick vines descended from the trees. Run, urged a woman clad in bronze light armor from above, holding an intricately designed longbow. With no quiver in sight, she pulled back the bowstring, manifesting another blue arrow. This scene ignited a spark within Chiozei. He immediately grasped the vines and began to climb. Hurry, the woman said, her voice tinged with irritation as Muyu remained motionless. With a conflicted expression, Muyu finally seized the vines and ascended alongside Chiozei. As the three of them traversed the branches, it felt as though they had entered another realm, surrounded by a carpet of green leaves and pathways formed by intertwining branches. The bronze-armored woman led the way, her lithe figure agile as she maneuvered gracefully like a spirit of nature. My goodness, these tigers can climb trees too, Chiozei exclaimed in disbelief, prompting Muyu to glance back and witness the massive tigers leaping through the foliage. With a resonant roar, the blue-faced tigers filled the air with an overwhelming presence, causing Chiozei to falter, nearly losing his footing, but Muyu swiftly pulled him back to safety. Thank you, brother, Chiozei exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow in gratitude. Yet the tigers were closing in behind them. Gather, the bronze-armored woman called softly, and Muyu finally noticed a striped black and white bundle nestled in the white crevice of her armor. The once harmless meatball detached itself from the woman in an instant. A fierce aura erupted from within, transforming into a towering figure over 10 feet tall, reminiscent of a primordial beast. With a resounding roar, the ferocious iron-eating beast swatted away 2 charging giant tigers with a single swipe, then unleashed a thunderous growl at the approaching tiger pack. This roar momentarily instilled hesitation within the tigers, rendering them reluctant to advance further. The iron-eating beast then dashed back to the woman's side, reverting to its fluffy form, and nestled against her chest. With a swift motion, the woman launched a crimson rocket, its flames swiftly engulfing the surroundings, creating a formidable wall of fire as a barrier. I, Chiozei, express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving intervention. I'm at a loss for how to repay you, and I am willing to offer myself in your service, Chiozei declared with a respectful clasp of his fists. Offering oneself in service is indeed an option, Tuan. Devour him, the armored woman remarked playfully to the fluffy creature at her chest. Chapter 53. The Tiger King's Cave. Merely a jest. I cannot comply, as I have a beloved wife at home. Chiozei chuckled awkwardly, casting a fearful glance at the formidable weapon of the woman. If you know it is a joke, do not speak. If you gaze upon me again, I shall gouge out your eyes. The armored woman spoke with an unfriendly tone, prompting Chiozei to hastily divert his gaze, feigning indifference as he stared into the treetops, as if her words bore no relevance to him. By the way, what is your name? The armored woman directed her gaze toward Muyu. Me? I am Xinjian. Upon uttering these words, Muyu immediately sensed the peculiar looks exchanged between the two. Xinjian? The one notorious for his sharp tongue? Isn't he quite the talker online? Why does he appear so wilted? The woman inquired with a hint of skepticism. Well, I am quite the social butterfly online, but rather socially anxious in person. Muyu replied, then countered, who are you? Me? I am Peng Shui. After a moment of hesitation, the armored woman seemed somewhat embarrassed as she revealed her name. Gazing at the two masked individuals before him, Muyu had largely deduced their identities but chose not to expose them. Two old acquaintances. The chat group displayed each member's avatar, and unless one possessed a means to alter their appearance, they could only rely on masks to conceal their identities in reality. Ah, you are the one who ascended to 7th place on the rankings through selling private photographs, adored by countless infatuated fans. I have had the privilege of viewing your works. Marvelous indeed. Hey, why are you drawing your bow? Chiozei hastily interjected, as Peng Shui had aimed her bow at his head. I shall repeat myself. That was my best friend's photo shoot. Do not mention it again, or I shall tear your mouth apart. I regret rescuing you. Peng Shui said through clenched teeth. Very well, I shall not speak of it. Chiozei raised his hands in assurance, though he muttered under his breath. It was clearly your own photo shoot. Then, Peng Shui, your motive for rescuing us must not be born of altruism. Muyu ventured to voice his concern. Indeed, I prefer engaging with intelligent individuals. I require your assistance with a certain matter, but rest assured, rewards will not be lacking. Allow me to elaborate. I have discovered the lair of a tiger pack, which harbors a fruit tree bearing 4 extraordinary yellow fruits, yet it is fiercely guarded by the Tiger King. I seek your aid in slaying the Tiger King, and in return, each of you shall receive a fruit. Peng Shui declared. The Tiger King? How is that even possible? Chiozei exclaimed in disbelief. Setting aside whether we could defeat the Tiger King, the mere presence of several giant tigers could chase us away. There are likely dozens of them in the pack. Are we to risk our lives in this endeavor? From my observations, there are approximately 40 adult giant tigers in the den. Peng Shui nodded but soon shifted the conversation, continuing, I have studied the tiger's den. The Tiger King resides alone in a stone cave, which has a skylight above. If we enter through the skylight and you guard the passage that can only accommodate 3 giant tigers, I will confront the Tiger King. In that case, you will obtain a fruit of at least rare grade, along with extraordinary materials from the Tiger King. Are you not tempted? However, despite its allure, I sense something amiss. The conflict in Chiozei's voice was palpable. An adult giant tiger possesses at least mid-tier black iron strength. The Tiger King must be of silver grade at the very least. What grounds do we have to believe you can defeat the Tiger King? Mu questioned skeptically. On what basis? On the grounds that I saved you, and my pet is a rare-grade beast, along with a rare-grade formation compass I possess, which can unleash a formation that weakens the Tiger King's attributes by 30. Does that suffice? Faced with skepticism, Peng Shui responded defiantly, akin to a cat whose fur had been ruffled. Brother, I believe we can pull this off, Chiozei whispered, encouraging Muyu. All right, let us proceed. Muyu nodded in agreement, eager to witness the unfolding of events. You won't regret your decision today. Peng Shui's tone lightened upon hearing this. The trio ventured through the forest, plunging into the towering mountains. How did you discover this rugged path? Chiozei, entangled in resilient undergrowth, could not help but inquire of Peng Shui. Discover? This is the path I forged, Peng Shui retorted brusquely. If you can find a way to the Tiger King's cave from here, I can only say, you must be as clumsy as 2 heifers attempting to stand on their heads. Chiozei praised, albeit with sarcasm. Get lost. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed as the trio navigated the treacherous mountain path until they reached a deep pit halfway up the mountain, surrounded by dense trees. Looking down, a sea of green undulated, dwarfed by the valleys of smaller islands. Keep your voice down. The Tiger King's cave is just below. Peng Shui cautioned. But why do I hear the roar of tigers from below? Chiozei asked, perplexed. I hear it too. Muyu nodded in agreement. Is that so? Peng Shui cautiously raised her head to observe the deep pit, her curvaceous figure accentuated by her posture, though both men were too tense to notice her allure. Focused instead on the situation within the cave. In a fleeting moment, Peng Shui retracted her head, falling silent. What is going on? See for yourselves. Chiozei and Muyu simultaneously leaned into the deep pit. Below lay a damp cave, where indeed, a fruit tree bore 4 yellowish fruits. However, the main focus was not the fruit tree, but the Tiger King and the Tiger Queen frolicking beneath it. At that moment, the Tiger King's primal instincts surged, and the fate of the 2 female tigers appeared rather grim. given their significant size disparity. Despite their desperate struggles, they were utterly helpless against the Tiger King's grip. "This is quite a sight," one remarked. "Indeed," the other concurred. Muyu nodded in agreement. "What shall we do now? Should we wait for him to finish?" Kyusha inquired. "That wretched tiger, how dare he? I shall sever his manhood this very moment." Peng Shui's tone was frigid as she turned to draw her bow. "Let us go." Upon hearing this, both Qiu Zhe and Muyu felt a chill coursing through their bodies. They turned and leaped into the abyss, with Peng Shui following suit without hesitation. "Awoo!" The Tiger King let out a resounding roar, causing the entire cavern to tremble. It felt deeply humiliated and lunged toward Muyu and Qiu Zhe. The tigress beneath it attempted to rise, but after several futile tries, she collapsed like a puddle of mud. Roar! Another ferocious roar echoed as the group grew larger and pounced on the Tiger King. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Shui produced a black compass, which emanated dark light, revealing intricate patterns on the ground. A torrent of black mist surged forth, penetrating the Tiger King's body. "Hold the passage and buy me some time," Peng Shui commanded, her movements unyielding as she loosed an arrow that struck the Tiger King's fur. "Awoo!" The Tiger King, engaged in a fierce battle with the Iron Eater, howled in pain, only to be met with the powerful paw of the beast. With urgency, Muyu and Qiu Zhe hurried to the mouth of the passage, where the sound of rolling boulders echoed ominously from outside. Chapter 54, Slaying the Yellow Tiger King Dam. "With these 40-odd giant tigers, it feels like we are facing an army," Qiu Zhe cursed bitterly. "Fear not, in this passage, at most 3 can engage us at once. Even a true army cannot fully unleash its might here," Muyu reassured, brandishing his bloodthirsty fire ring blade at the entrance. "My friend, your great sword is quite remarkable. Is it a rare grade?" Qiu Zhe inquired curiously, drawing forth his orange long sword and glancing at Muyu. "It is indeed a rare grade blade," Muyu replied. "Cut it out, anyone can boast." Qiu Zhe scoffed, skepticism etched on his face. In a fleeting moment, the entrance was overwhelmed with tiger heads, and in the blink of an eye, 3 giant tigers lunged at the two. Qiu Zhe wielded his long sword with precision, unleashing a torrent of orange light that seared the fur of the charging tiger. This surprised Muyu. The lad possessed some skill, albeit a tad unreliable. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 giant tigers charged towards Muyu, bringing with them a stench of blood and fury. Muyu swung his great blade at the 2 tigers. The razor-sharp edge greedily drank from their blood the moment it pierced their skin. Truth be told, given Muyu's current prowess, taking on 2 ordinary giant tigers seemed somewhat unfair, yet he feigned a struggle to maintain appearances. "Are you up to the task?" Qiu Zhe asked, observing Muyu's precarious situation. "Then why not assist me with one?" Muyu retorted. "No way, you seem quite capable." Qiu Zhe hastily declined. Though the multitude of giant tigers yearned to rush forward, the passage was all too narrow. They could not simply tread over the bodies of their fallen brethren, resulting in a stalemate behind. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhe and Muyu engaged in a mock battle with the giant tigers, unwilling to slay the one before them, opting instead to exchange it for a fresher opponent. "Peng Shui, are you ready yet?" Qiu Zhe asked anxiously. Noticing the giant tiger before him was on the brink of collapse, having been charred into a mere husk by his orange glowing sword. "Just a bit more time," Peng Shui replied, her tone edged with urgency. Swish! Once more, Muyu struck back 2 of the giant tigers, feeling a twinge of embarrassment himself. The once massive giant tiger, akin to a fully grown bear, had been drained by the bloodthirsty fire ring blade to a gaunt form, barely able to stand, teetering as if the slightest breeze would topple it. Seeing this, Muyu turned to peer within. Although Peng Shui maintained the upper hand, the robust Tiger King was entangled with the iron-eating beast, proving difficult to subdue in the short term. In silence, Muyu retrieved a water-explosive spear, enveloping it in a layer of moisture, and hurled it with all his might towards the Tiger King. Boom! An explosive sound instantly captivated all attention. The Tiger King, caught unawares by the sudden water-explosive spear, found it too late to evade. Sizzle! The spear struck the Tiger King's back, tearing through its hide and exposing a vast expanse of crimson flesh. The colossal creature, akin to a mature bull, was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity to strike while the foe was incapacitated, Peng Shui was not one to be trifled with. Several arrows were unleashed, piercing the flesh of the Tiger King, causing it to writhe in agony, bloodied and torn. With a thunderous roar, the iron-eating beast leaped onto the back of the Tiger King, sinking its teeth into the creature. With Mu Yu's decisive blow, Peng Shui and the iron-eating beast swiftly brought the Tiger King to its demise. "Let us go," Peng Shui called out, tossing a rope with a hook out of the skylight. As Mu Yu and his companion glanced back, they noticed that the fruit tree within the cave had vanished, and the Tiger King had been reduced to mere remnants. They hastily retreated. "What about the two tigresses?" Xiaozhe inquired, observing that instead of expressing gratitude or relief, the tigress's eyes were filled with malice and hatred upon the death of their leader. "Forget it. Let us move." Mu Igriku Erdv, leading the way as he grasped the rope and began to ascend. As the colossal tigers roared and rushed into the cave, Xiaozhe felt a shiver run through him and quickly grabbed the rope to follow. After climbing out of the pit, Mu Yu extended a hand to pull Xiaozhe to safety. The Qingbai tigers gazed at the three escaping figures above, attempting to leap but falling short. Some departed the den to seek an alternate route, while others, consumed by rage, tore the two tigresses to shreds. Once the trio emerged from the tiger's lair, they sprinted in the opposite direction. The mountains trembled as the tiger roars echoed like relentless waves, signifying their departure from the perilous locale. "Here, this is your reward." Peng Shui handed the yellow fruit to the two. Mu Yu accepted it, surprised to see a black royal symbol on its surface. Tiger Might fruit. Rare. Consuming this fruit grants 5 strength, 5 physique, and a high probability of comprehending the advanced passive skill, Tiger Might. Without hesitation, Mu Yu concealed his expression and swallowed the fruit whole. Even a slight enhancement in attributes was invaluable. As the Tiger Might fruit settled in his stomach, a wave of warmth surged throughout his body, alongside an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a mighty tiger. In contrast, Peng Shui and Xiaozhe refrained from consuming the Tiger Might fruit in front of him. "Thank you for your assistance earlier. Without you, I would not have dispatched the Tiger King so swiftly. I shall forego the extraordinary materials. They are yours," Peng Shui declared, presenting Mu Yu with the water-burst spear and the extraordinary materials from the Tiger King. "Wait, what about me? What do I get?" Xiaozhe protested. You only dealt with one giant tiger throughout this ordeal. Just receiving a single fruit is already generous. Even without your presence, Shun Jian's strength would suffice to handle 3 giant tigers. Peng Shui speculated, suspecting that Xiaozhe's personal strength was not as lacking as he had portrayed during the spear's toss. Ding! Tiger King Flesh, Rare 1000 Gene. Tiger King Essence, Rare 1000 milliliters. Tiger King Hide, Rare 1. Tiger King Tail, Rare 1. Tiger King Flesh, Rare. The flesh contains significant extraordinary elements. Prolonged consumption can enhance strength and physique, with a small probability of comprehending the initial skill, Tiger Might, thus amplifying its effects. Tiger King Essence, Rare. Rich in earth elements. Incorporating this essence into crafting can enhance earth-based properties. The Yellow Tiger King Skin, Rare. This hide, imbued with the formidable essence of a beast, can be utilized to craft tiger skin garments and drum skins. The Yellow Tiger King's Whip, Rare. A rare and extraordinary material infused with earth elements. It serves as a potent aphrodisiac, enhancing vitality and stamina. While Mu Yu was amenable to all other materials, the Yellow Tiger King's Whip, especially after witnessing its usage, was too much for him to bear. Perhaps it might serve a unique purpose someday, he reassured himself as he accepted all the materials. "Since we've cleared everything, let us bid farewell," Peng Shui stated first. "Wait, beautiful lady, let us collaborate once more. There is still the frenzied crocodile swarm and the giant python swarm," Xiaozhe urged. "No, I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps we can enjoy a collaboration next time," Peng Shui replied, turning away without a backward glance. Once Peng Shui's figure vanished from their sight, Xiaozhe murmured to Mu Yu, "I can't shake the feeling that she is concealing something from us." "And what do you propose?" Mu Yu retorted. "Shall we follow her? Are you in?" Q suggested. "I will not. If anyone should follow, it should be you." Mu Yu shook his head. Immediatist. As a paragon of virtue, how could I engage in such foolish tailing? Let's depart," Xiaozhe quickly clarified, then waved his hand and walked in the opposite direction of Peng Shui's departure. After a brief moment, once Xiaozhe had also left his line of sight, Muyu surveyed his surroundings and pursued the direction in which Peng Shui had gone. Chapter 55. The Grand Altar Traversing Through the Lush, Verdant Forest. Peng Shui braved the rugged terrain and finally arrived at a desolate expanse. "Come forth, I see you," Peng Shui called out to the thicket behind her. The only sound resonating from the distant woods was the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, with no trace of human presence. Reassured by this silence, Peng Shui continued her journey toward the barren land. Before long, a massive altar loomed in the wilderness, its intricate and convoluted patterns adorned with an enigmatic stone sculpture of an unknown deity. With great caution, Peng Shui placed the head of the Tiger King upon the altar, awaiting its response. However, moments passed, and the white light upon the altar merely flickered weakly, far from the expected activation of the altar. How could this be? Peng Shui pondered, perplexed. "Ping girl, you have kept us in the dark for too long." At that moment, Xiao Zai's voice emerged as he approached the altar, wielding a sword that glowed with an orange hue. "You've been following me." Peng Shui's tone turned icy. "Had I not followed you, would I have discovered that you were concealing such a significant matter from us? I don't care. I want my share of the rewards from this altar," Xiao Zai asserted defiantly. "Why should I share with you? I could simply eliminate you instead." Duan, eek," Peng Shui commanded, as the fur on her chest suddenly swelled. "Wait, who said I was the only one? Shunjian, you must have come as well. Show yourself," Xiao Zai called out urgently. A gentle breeze swept across the wilderness, yet no one appeared. "Is this a joke? You truly are a paragon of virtue, and you have put me in a dire predicament." Xiao Zai's expression darkened as he retreated. "Is someone calling for me?" Just as tensions escalated between Xiao Zai and Peng Shui, Muyu emerged, interrupting the standoff. Shunjian, she has concealed such a monumental affair from us," Xiao Zai exclaimed, gravitating toward Muyu as if seeking refuge. "Peng girl, perhaps you ought to elucidate this matter?" Muyu inquired calmly, akin to a casual exchange among friends. "There is nothing to explain. It is exactly as you see. This is a grand altar, but the Tiger King's head did not activate it." Gazing at Muyu, a flicker of wariness crossed Peng Shui's eyes as she spoke. "I believe the Tiger King's head did illuminate the altar somewhat. It cannot be entirely useless. You mentioned that this island harbors ferocious crocodiles and giant pythons. Might we need their heads as well to fully activate this altar?" Upon hearing this, Peng Shui's eyes brightened. "If we require 3 beast heads, could there be 3 corresponding rewards?" Then Xiao Zai interrupted her contemplation, suddenly enveloped by a chill, as both individuals silently regarded one another. "What I mean is, could you take me along to hunt the beasts? Just share a portion of the extraordinary materials with me," Xiao Zai hastily clarified, prompting a softening of their gazes. "That is agreeable," Muyu nodded. Peng Shui concealed the head of the Tiger King, and the trio swiftly reached a consensus to depart from the desolate plains. They trekked through rugged terrain, with Muyu gleaning insights about the power dynamics of the medium-sized island from the other two. The island's true dominion lay with the tiger pack, the frenzied crocodile horde, and the colossal python group. Aside from these, there existed 2 tribes of wild men, each comprising around 100 members, perpetually embroiled in internal strife, rendering them less perilous than the beastly factions. The trio soon arrived at the forest where Peng Shui had previously rescued them. Continuing onward, they encountered a broad river, winding gracefully and enveloping the eastern expanse. In its midst lay numerous dark stones protruding from the water's surface, the very backs of the giant toothed crocodiles. "Do you see the largest black stone in the river? That must be the king of the crocodiles," Peng Shui indicated, "yet in the water. They will tumble and pose a formidable challenge." Muyu meticulously counted, estimating at least 60 to 70 giant toothed crocodiles within the waters. Although these reptiles posed minimal threat on land, their lethality escalated in their aquatic domain, given the destructive potential of Peng Shui's weaponry. Confronting these rock-skinned behemoths would be akin to mere tickling. Despite possessing powerful arms, one ought not to reveal them hastily. "Have you mastered the advanced tiger might?" Muyu inquired. Indeed, both Xiao Zai and Peng Shui affirmed. "I suspect the giant tigers are now in a frenzy." Xiao Zai used the tiger skin to lure them, instigating a conflict between the giant tigers and the crocodiles. "Amidst the chaos, we shall deal with the Crocodile King. With your formation and our combined tiger might, We should swiftly vanquish it, Muyu proposed, knowing that the tiger might could diminish the beast's attributes when confronting them. Very well, but you must ensure my timely rescue. Xiaozhe conceded, aware of his precarious position, as he tucked away the tiger skin entrusted to him and set off towards the tiger's lair. He wouldn't dare flee with the tiger skin, would he? Peng Shui voiced his concern. We can follow him. Mu Igriku replied, Ternento persu Xiaozhe. With Peng Shui closely behind. To run or not to run. If he flees, he could still gain a tiger skin. Xiaozhe pondered internally, yet moments later, his resolve solidified. Wealth and honor lie in peril. What is a mere tiger skin compared to the wrath of these two? Remaining on this island is too great a risk. Stripping away his armor, leaving only a mask upon his face. Xiaozhe felt a newfound lightness as he brandished the tiger skin and plunged into the depths of the tiger's lair. He is quite self-aware, Peng Shui remarked, slightly taken aback as he stowed away his elemental bow and arrows. Let us allow events to unfold for a while. We shall await him at our old rendezvous. Muyu suggested, and the two retraced their steps. Before long, the air resonated with the resounding roars of enraged tigers. Xiaozhe, adorned with the skin of the Tiger King, yearned for 3 legs to propel him towards the river. Chapter 56, slaying the mad crocodile king having shed his armor. Xiaozhe exhibited a remarkable increase in speed, further accelerated by the looming threat of death behind him. He swiftly reached the riverbank, and amidst the astonished gazes of the frenzied crocodiles, he cast down the Tiger King's pelt before retreating back into the forest. Come quickly, he called out, as he grasped the vine thrown by Muyu, who pulled him up. The bloodshot-eyed giant tigers emerged from their lairs, surging forth across the forest towards the river. The crocodile horde, already at odds with the tiger pack, was further incensed by the presence of the Tiger King's pelt. The giant tigers plunged into the river like dumplings, and in an instant, the water was stained crimson with blood as both sides became engulfed in a frenzied battle. The tiger pack may not endure for long. Now is our chance, Muyu urged, and the 3 quickly leaped down from the trees, making their way to the river. Due to the massive size of the giant tigers, the crocodiles found it challenging to execute their death rolls. However, this was not a concern for the Crocodile King. Its gaping maw, with teeth sharp as chainsaws, could easily crush a tiger's head. It rolled in the water, releasing torrents of blood, and soon a headless tiger carcass floated to the surface. Without the Tiger King, none of the giant tigers could stand against it. Yet at this moment, the Crocodile King faced a dire threat. Peng Shui produced a black stone array compass, inscribing patterns upon the river's surface, as dark energy surged into the Crocodile King's body. Simultaneously, 3 waves of tiger might descended upon it, making it almost believe that its old adversary had returned. Whoosh, whoosh, Peng Shui launched several blue arrows, which detonated against the Crocodile King's rock-hard skin, emitting plumes of white smoke. Its hide is even thicker than the Tiger King's, Peng Shui quickly warned. Xiaozhe brandished his orange glowing sword, radiating intense heat as it struck the Crocodile King's skin. With a sizzling sound, white smoke erupted, yet the Crocodile King's hide remained unscathed. It lashed its massive tail, conjuring towering waves that sent Xiaozhe flying. Fire Fury. Realizing the Crocodile King's formidable defense, Muyu showed no mercy. The murderous aura of the bloodthirsty fire ring knife ignited, swirling into black flames that enveloped the blade, releasing a palpable surge of malevolence. Muyu's weapon, having absorbed the blood of 2 giant tigers and a significant amount from giant wolves the previous day, was now fully unleashed. Boom! The fierce flames descended upon the Crocodile King, which seemed to sense the imminent danger. A thunderous roar erupted from its mouth as its entire body glowed with a yellowish light, swelling with ferocity to confront Muyu. Sizzle. The Crocodile King underestimated the terrifying power of the flames fueled by excessive blood, akin to a searing knife against snow. Its skin began to dissolve as Muyu effortlessly severed the Crocodile King's head, its flesh and bones incinerated by the raging flames. Ding! Decomposition successful. Crocodile King Flesh X 1,000 pounds. Crocodile King Essence X 1,000 ml. Crocodile King Teeth X 2. Crocodile King Hide X 1. Run. After defeating the mad Crocodile King, Muyu hastily called out and took the lead in sprinting away. From a moment he slayed the beast. He sensed a palpable shift in the gazes of the surrounding crocodiles, each one seemingly eager to devour him whole. What about the Tiger King's hide? Chiozei, rising to his feet, hesitated to flee immediately and glanced at the Tiger King's pelt entangled with a throng of tigers and crocodiles, inquiring aloud. Let go. Gift it to them, Muyu replied without looking back. Upon receiving Muyu's response, Chiozei hesitated for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and charging in. In the blink of an eye, he emerged, battered yet clutching the Tiger King's skin. The three regrouped, climbing vines to weave through the lush green foliage. The concealed environment swiftly allowing them to evade the pursuing titans of both tiger and crocodile. Just a mere pelt. Are you not afraid of death? Muyu asked, puzzled as they halted their flight. It's better to gift it to me than to them. And it's settled. This is mine, Chiozei exclaimed with excitement. Fine. It's yours. Now, let us divide the material from the mad crocodile king. Muyu said resignedly, producing 4 extraordinary materials from the slain beast for the others to choose. I want the mad crocodile king's colossal teeth. Give me the skin. Chiozei and Peng Shui declared their choices, and the trio resumed their journey toward the Great Python Cave. Are you acquainted with the situation at the Great Python Cave? Muyu inquired along the way. Are you new to this island? How can you know nothing? It's just in that mountain ahead. There's a cave teeming with giant pythons. I dare not venture in after just a glance. Chiozei pointed towards the distant mountain, then turned his gaze to Peng Shui. Don't look at me. I know nothing. Peng Shui shuddered slightly, seemingly filled with trepidation. Then let us proceed. Assess the situation before devising a plan. I fear the Great Python Cave is not so easily penetrated. Muyu sighed, quickening his pace. After a long day of back and forth, time was no longer on their side. Take it slow. Let us maintain our composure. As long as we are not ensnared, we can outlast it. Lure out fewer beasts. Too many will overwhelm us. Focus your ranged attacks on its eyes and the nape. Do not strike its body, as it is covered in scales. Those in the front, raise your shields. Do not fear. Retreat as it advances. As the trio approached the Great Python Cave, they heard a cacophony of sounds and the clamor of battle ahead. Do not disturb them. Let us observe the situation, Muyu instructed, and the three stealthily crept forward, spotting a figure commanding nearly 100 individuals as they coordinated to hunt the giant python. I said we've been running around without encountering anyone. Turns out they all came here, Chiozei remarked irritably. Look, don't you find the leader familiar? Peng Shui pointed out. Muyu turned his gaze to see a young man clad in light armor, standing atop a protruding rock. The man's fair complexion and sharp gaze conveyed a sense of intelligence, as he wielded a crossbow, directing the scene and providing support to those below. Isn't that the number 9 on the island's leaderboard, the strategist? Muyu asked uncertainly. That's him. Chiozei spoke with an air of confidence, as if he were well acquainted with the situation. This young man has certainly made his mark. Suddenly, a plan to confront the giant python flashed through my mind. How do we deal with it? That is something you need not concern yourselves with. Leave it to me. Gulme. Let's take a detour to the vicinity of the python's lair, Chiozei declared with firm assurance. For reasons unknown. Muyu felt a chilling undertone in Chiozei's voice, causing her to silently worry for the group ahead. The trio exerted considerable effort to reach the side of the python's den, where they observed the leader of the intelligence brigade luring a few pythons out with meat, only to then surround and eliminate them collectively. What are you waiting for? Muyu inquired of Chiozei, who was currently surveying the scene. Waiting for people. They are coming. You two stay here. Chiozei's expression brightened as he spotted several individuals approaching the python's lair, carrying fresh meat. Without hesitation, he instructed Muyu and her companion to wait and hasten towards the den on his own. Chapter 57. The Convergence of Three Heads. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions echoed from the serpent's lair, leaving one to wonder what reckless act Chiozei had committed to provoke such wrath. Dozens of colossal pythons surged forth from the cave, a chaotic torrent of scales and fangs. Just wait for the show. Chiozei chuckled as he made his way back. In the forest, 3 individuals, laden with flesh, were hurrying towards the lair when they heard the distant detonations. They exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? Are you not feeling the tremors? They asked, looking skyward to see a massive wave of serpents approaching, sweeping everything in their path like an inundation. Not good, run, a middle-aged man shouted, only to find that the other 2 had already made considerable distance. Damn it, He cursed under his breath and hurried after them. In the distance, Zhizhan spotted the trio racing towards him, pursued by an overwhelming swarm of pythons. His expression darkened. "You fools!" he bellowed to the crowd below. "Run for your lives." Before the onlookers could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Zhizhan had leapt down from the rocks and fled in haste. "Run! The pythons are coming! Help! Wait for me!" As the serpents descended upon the mountainside, the crowd snapped back to reality and began their frantic escape. "Let's enter," the three declared, making their way into the lair. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, littered with debris from the explosions, and a nauseating stench permeated the air. Gritting their teeth against the odor, they pressed forward until they stumbled upon a mountain of white snake skins. Chiozei eagerly picked up a piece of the skin and exclaimed with delight, "This snake skin can actually be used as fertilizer." However, he soon noticed that his companions were not advancing. Instead, they were retreating with alarmed expressions. A chill ran down his spine as he turned to look behind him. Hiss! Above the lair, a gigantic serpent head with slitted, triangular eyes was fixated on them, its forked tongue flicking towards Chiozei. Whoosh! Peng Shui released an arrow that struck the Serpent King's tongue, causing it to recoil in pain and allowing Chiozei to narrowly escape disaster. Panting heavily, drenched in sweat, Chiozei gazed upward to see the Serpent King coiled above, its massive body occupying a third of the entrance to the lair, its densely packed black scales exuding an aura of terror. "Peng Jia, activate your formation," Qiu Shi urged. "I've reached my limit for today," Peng Shui replied coldly. "Then I'll lead the charge." "Peng Jia, cover me." "Brother, where's that rare-grade greatsword you had?" "Use it to strike." Chiozei readied an iron shield and cautiously advanced. "The sword's capabilities have been exhausted. It lacks the lethality now. You hold the front while I provide support from behind," Muyu declared, producing 3 water-infused spears. Chiozei's expression darkened as an enormous triangular serpent's head, nearly the size of his own torso, lunged at him. He swiftly raised his iron shield. Boom! The shield instantly bore an imprint of the serpent's head, and Chiozei was sent sprawling backwards. Whoosh whoosh, the King of Serpents sought to capitalize on its advantage, but Peng Shui quickly loosed several arrows aimed at its eyes. Hiss, the King of Serpents shut its eyes, enduring the pain as it opened its massive maw, a putrid stench rushing towards the trio, as if it intended to swallow Chiozei whole along with the shield. Boom! Seizing the moment, Muyu hurled a water-explosive spear, and a resounding blast echoed, stirring a tempest within the serpent's lair, piercing straight into the King of Serpents' mouth, and emerging from its rear, embedded into the cavern wall. Hiss, a foul! Sanguine spray erupted from the serpent's maw, its body writhing in agony as it bore down upon the three. It had not perished. Chiozei gasped in shock, drawing forth his orange glowing sword and slashing at the serpent's body, releasing a thick plume of white smoke. The King of Serpents recoiled in pain, but ceased its gaping maw, coiling its form around Chiozei. "Save me!" Chiozei cried out in terror, fearing that if the colossal serpent succeeded in its embrace, his body would be crushed into a pulp. Peng Shui's furry companion leapt into action, instantly enlarging and delivering a powerful strike to the serpent's head. Boom! The serpent's head collided with the stone wall, yet it remained undeterred, tightening its grip. "Get its mouth open!" Peng Shui shouted. The iron-eating beast grasped the serpent's head, attempting to constrict its neck, but the King of Serpents flicked its tongue defiantly, refusing to part its jaws. Releasing its neck, the iron-eating beast plunged its iron claws into the gaping wound on its back, causing the serpent to stiffen and writhe violently. "I can barely hold on." Chiozei's face turned purple, even his armor contorting under the pressure. "Just a little longer," Muyu urged, as the iron-eating beast plunged both claws into the serpent's back, its body swelling as it let out a thunderous roar within the lair. Roar rip. The sound of flesh being torn echoed, the iron-eating beast bathed in a deluge of blood, its fierce aura intensifying. Ding, decomposition successful. King of Serpents flesh, rare, X1000 gene. King of Serpents essence, rare, X1000 ml. King of Serpents gallbladder, rare, X1. King of Serpent scales, rare, X200. Muyu stepped forward to decompose the King of Serpents carcass, and Chiozei's purple visage began to return to normal. To his astonishment, he discovered a vibrant red serpent fruit where the King of Serpents had coiled, its brilliance tantalizingly luscious. Muyu leapt up, plucking the fruit, suspended in midair. Ding flesh of the blood fruit, rare, X1. The king of serpents had yielded 4 extraordinary materials, and along with the pile of serpent skin and this fruit, they had a total of 6 items. Let us each choose 2, Muyu suggested. Fine, you go first, came the reply. Peng Shuai nodded in agreement and directly voiced her opinion, thereby excluding Chiozei's influence. Muyu, not one to be modest, promptly selected the flesh serpent fruit and the giant python king's gallbladder. Flesh serpent fruit, rare, consuming it grants 3 strength and 7 constitution, with a high probability of achieving gigantism. Giant python king's gallbladder, uncommon, consuming it could detoxify, providing 3 mental power but -1 charisma. Subsequently, Peng Shuai chose the giant python king's scales and, after a moment's hesitation, opted for the flesh of the giant python king. Chiozei, on the other hand, automatically acquired the serpent skin and the essence of the giant python king, his joy palpable as he beamed broadly, feeling that all his previous suffering had culminated in this moment. The significance of the serpent skin was self-evident as it pertained to the cultivation of their fields. With the fangs of the frenzied crocodile king and the essence of the giant python king, Chiozei envisioned himself gathering fine materials by selling off possessions, already seeing a rare-grade weapon beckoning to him. Chapter 58. The wild men block the cave. Don't get too carried away. Let's move. Muyu's words jolted him from his reverie. Wait a moment. There are so many treasures in the snake cave. I need to explore a bit more. Chiozei took a few steps deeper into the cave, suddenly shouting, There's even a rare mine here. Indeed, even Peng Shuai's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. The two ventured further in and soon discovered a small mineral deposit. What are you standing there for? Start digging, Chiozei urged. A peculiar glimmer flashed in Muyu's eyes as he abruptly intervened. We should leave quickly. If the giant pythons return and block the entrance, we will be in trouble. This mineral deposit will still be here for another day. That makes sense. All right then, let us witness a moment of wonder, Chiozei exclaimed with enthusiasm. It has nothing to do with you, so why are you so excited? Muyu shot him a glance. Observing is still beneficial with experience. I can replicate the process on other islands, Chiozei retorted, slightly annoyed. As they anticipated the grand altar, their footsteps quickened, carried by the thrill of the moment. What fresh air! Upon exiting the snake cave, the world outside appeared dazzlingly bright, and Chiozei felt invigorated, liberated from the foul stench of the cave. However, when the trio beheld the scene outside, they froze in their tracks, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The forest was teeming with wild men, numbering over 100, with a few leaders even more robust than oxen, resembling human-like behemoths, wielding various weapons. Moreover, several wild men in the rear were burdened with captives, including Zhizhan, who was bound and cursing at the others. Which fool ran to the wild man's tribe? Truly a talent. Zhi, stop cursing. None of us have escaped. Look at those 3 at the snake cave entrance. Do you think the giant pythons were lured out by them? Self-inflicted misfortune. Now they cannot escape either. At this moment, countless eyes from the forest were fixated on the 3 emerging from the snake cave, their expressions dark, as if about to drip water. If we charge together, can we break through? A bead of cold sweat traced down Chiozei's cheek, his lips parched as he spoke. Muyu squinted, seemingly searching for something, then pressed his lips together and spoke gravely. Do you see the leader ahead? I can only handle 1, and there are 3 now, along with so many wild men. It's a certain death. What then? Should we just surrender? Peng Shuai asked coldly. Look, the wild men have merely captured people. If we sheath our weapons, we can wait for an opportunity to escape. No, I still think we should try to break through. Peng Shuai countered, turning to Chiozei. What do you say? Gazing at the encroaching horde of wild men, Chiozei's eyes wavered indecisively, but ultimately he sheathed his orange sword. I will heed Brother Shin's advice. Charging out is a gamble, but they haven't killed anyone yet. We can find another chance to flee. Oomph. Peng Shuai let out a cold snort, her tone laced with disdain for the 2 individuals as she sheathed her bow and arrow. If the 3 of them charged together, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, alone, she was truly facing certain death. Moments later, the 3 bound individuals were swept away by the imposing band of wild men, arriving at a vast, desolate plain where a large altar stood. It was uncertain from where this group of wild men procured several large stone cages, but over 100 people were confined within. Wow, Boss Xi, there's actually a grand altar here. One exclaimed. What use is it now? We are all prisoners, unable to activate it. I've heard that wild men eat people. Perhaps they're refraining from killing us because they desire fresh meat. Sigh. I miss Blue Star, and I miss my mother. Outside the stone cage, the wild men frolicked joyfully, while within, a pervasive atmosphere of despair enveloped the captives. Hey, I'm Zhizhan. Let us have a chat. After a prolonged silence, Zhizhan addressed Muyu and the others. What shall we discuss? Life or aspirations? Xiaozhe retorted. How lacking in sincerity. I've introduced myself. Shouldn't you do the same? Xiaozhe began the introductions. I'm Xiaozhe. This stunning beauty is Peng Shui, and this brother of mine is Shunjian. Shunjian, you rascal, this reckless act must be your doing. Upon hearing the name, Zhizhan, despite his bindings, leapt forward, teeth gritted, wriggling toward Mu-Yu like a worm. How can you speak so? I believe Shunjian is a refined gentleman, possessing grace and noble ideals. Such slander is intolerable. Xiaozhe countered immediately. Who else but Shunjian would engage in such self-destructive antics? We are all doomed now. Prepare to be devoured. The night is truly beautiful tonight. Xiaozhe mused, gazing skyward, as if suddenly recalling something. It's over. Night has fallen, and we must return to the island. Even if they let you go now, you wouldn't be able to return. Resign yourself to your fate, Zhizhan coldly retorted. Rather than being eaten, it would be better to perish within the white mist. Wah! I don't want to die. Mom, where are you? At that moment, the atmosphere within the stone cage grew increasingly heavy, confronted with the torment of impending death. Some wept openly, while others broke down, banging against the cage. Rest assured, there will be no white mist on the island, Miyu suddenly spoke. Her words striking with the weight of 1,000 pounds upon each heart, drawing the gaze of everyone toward her, filled with eager hope for her reasoning. Even Peng Shui, who had been silently observing outside the cage, turned her attention. The wild men were oblivious to the tuft of fur on her chest, her sole chance of escape. Yet if the white mist engulfed them, fleeing would be futile. Why are you all looking at me? I'm just guessing. I've never stayed outside my island. Ugh. Then what is the point? All that hope for nothing. You are a devil, offering hope and then delivering despair. Muyu faced the crowd's accusations with an air of indifference. His words were indeed grounded in some truth. Both wild men and beasts had spent nights on the desolate islands without incident. Those who had been engulfed by the white mist might have fled in terror, abandoning the island in haste. Although the authenticity of these events remained uncertain, Muyu's commotion had undeniably alleviated the tension in the atmosphere. Look at what those wild men are doing. How delightful. Delightful, indeed. Perhaps it is human flesh. At some point, the wild men kindled a bonfire, casting light upon the wilderness. As they feasted on unknown meats, the aroma wafting through the air. Muyu observed the wild men's group and noticed. Aside from a few leaders, there was a remarkable individual among them. His gait was stooped, adorned with a feathered crown, his body marked with intricate black and red patterns. Even the leaders of the wild men regarded him with immense respect. He was likely a shamanic figure. Once these wild men fell asleep, we shall devise a plan to sneak away. Agreed. Roar, roar, roar. Just as they deliberated on their escape, a synchronized roar erupted from the wild men's assembly. Chapter 59. The birth of the wild king. A multitude of wild men dispersed, encircling the open space in a semicircle. The wild priest stood atop a grand altar, raising his hands aloft, while all the wild men echoed his thunderous roars, their voices resounding with formidable vigor, soaring into the heavens. How absurd! Why are these wild men making such a ruckus at this late hour? Xiaozhe exclaimed in exasperation. It seems like they are brawling amongst themselves. Why do I get the impression that a few leaders are squabbling? Strike him. Hit him in the head. Kick him where it hurts. Dig out his eyes. What a waste of an opportunity. It's infuriating. The spectators transformed into impromptu instructors, deriving amusement from the spectacle. Muyu noticed a disturbance in the tuft of fur on Peng Shui's chest and urged, do not act recklessly. Endure for a little longer. After a moment of hesitation, Peng Shui nodded in agreement. Muyu gazed into the throng of wild men, where, in the flickering light of the bonfire, two chieftains engaged in a fierce melee. A resounding thud echoed as a burly chieftain was struck in the chest, causing his body to erupt in a crimson hue, his ferocity surging. The other chieftain, marked by scars on his face, was equally resolute, his body engorged, emanating a savage aura. The two frenzied chieftains, blinded by their rage, exchanged relentless blows, each strike making their muscles quiver and bones creak. After an extended bout, the scarred chieftain was the first to succumb to fatigue, retreating from the fray. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd as they parted, allowing another chieftain to step into the circle. This new leader bore a weary visage, lacking the raw ferocity of his predecessor, yet possessing a finesse that allowed him to evade the middle-aged chieftain's powerful punches, retaliating with strikes to his face. What manner of creature is this? Remarkably resilient. He has withstood so many blows as if unaffected. Can you not see he is exerting himself to the fullest? Is he not fatigued? As the onlookers remarked, the seasoned chieftain indeed began to tire, his punches losing their previous force. Suddenly, his body failed to respond to his intent, and he was sent sprawling by a punch from the middle-aged chieftain. Despite the prolonged combat, the middle-aged chieftain remained in a state of frenzy, showing no signs of waning. Rising to his feet, the seasoned chieftain gazed at his animated counterpart with a forlorn expression before voluntarily exiting the circle. The final contender, a female chieftain, appeared slightly less formidable than her male counterparts. After exchanging several rounds with the middle-aged chieftain, she wisely retreated. The middle-aged chieftain, panting heavily, surveyed the surroundings, and not a single wild man dared to meet his gaze, nor did any step forward to challenge him, his once boiling form finally beginning to cool. The wild priest let out a triumphant roar, nodding in satisfaction as the crowd stirred, and an array of colossal tiger carcasses, savage crocodile bodies, and giant python remains were brought forth to the altar, with the resounding roars of the wild men echoing around him. The middle-aged wild man approached the shaman with reverent humility, bowing his head in solemnity. The shaman nodded once more, murmuring incantations that seemed to invoke divine favor. Before the eyes of the onlookers, the carcasses of beasts began to wither at a visible pace, their lifeblood evaporating and coalescing into a crimson essence. The shaman hunched further, gravely presenting the blood essence to the middle-aged wild man. He consumed it in a single gulp, his body radiating a sanguine glow, blood seeping through his skin as he let out a thunderous howl that reverberated through the air. This resounding cry unleashed a torrent of ferocity, his physique crackling like popping beans over a fire. A sense of unease washed over me. Surely, they were not selecting a new king among the wild men. If he was already this formidable, enhancing his power further would render even the deity Mu helpless before him. The system has unleashed such a formidable being upon us. It is madness. The spectators, initially drawn by the spectacle, began to sense the impending doom, their expressions shifting from curiosity to panic. Even Peng Shui, who stood nearby, appeared shaken, uncertain of their chances of escape. Moments passed, and the middle-aged wild man towered over 10 feet, resembling a true giant, brimming with vitality and muscle, as solid as steel. He howled again, his voice imbued with an overwhelming authority that compelled all wild men present, save for the shaman, to kneel in awe and trepidation. The atmosphere thickened with dread as the crowd began to chant, their voices rising in fervor, encircling the altar in a tight, impenetrable ring. The air crackled with an ominous energy, casting shadows of death over every heart present, and the oppressive atmosphere drove many to their knees, weeping uncontrollably. Stand up. Why are you weeping? Bowing to a horde of wild men. Do you still consider yourselves human? Surely, they do not intend to offer us as blood sacrifices. I feared for our lives. It feels as if they are going to consume us. Stop with the morbid predictions. I shall haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Someone, a deity, save us. The crowd teetered on the brink of chaos, and Peng Shui squeezed her way to Muyu, her voice laced with urgency. What do we do? If we don't make a move now, it may be too late. Follow my lead. We must wait a moment longer. Muyu replied assertively. Is this truly our fate? The wild king approaches us. Peng Jia, Brother Shun, Brother Ji, we must devise a plan quickly. Chiozei trembled with anxiety as the wild king, under the watchful gaze of the gathered wild men, advanced steadily towards them, each step echoing like a countdown to doom, pressing heavily upon their chests, rendering them breathless. What can I do? This is all your fault for disturbing the serpent's den. Was it truly necessary to provoke such a fate? and that fool who ventured into the wild men's tribe. I swear, even in death, I shall not forgive him. Zhijian's desperation manifested in bloodied teeth, yet his powerlessness remained. If we do not act now, we shall face death. Once he is upon us, we will not withstand his might. Peng Shui could no longer contain her emotions, on the verge of an explosion. No one could discern the expression beneath Mu Yu's mask. He merely observed the wild man king approach, unfazed by Peng Shui's incessant assaults. Shun, are you too frightened to respond? Will you act or not? Must we truly await our demise? Xiaozhe shouted, frantically striking Mu Yu from the side. Suddenly, the wild man king quickened his pace, his towering, muscular frame exuding an aura of intimidation, a primal ferocity wafting toward them. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he halted before Mu Yu, raising his hands in reverence, bowing his head and kneeling on one knee. Chapter 60. The MVP of the match. The arena fell into an eerie silence, with even the wild men's tribe rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief at the unfolding scene. A tempest of emotions surged within everyone. Zhijian, Qiuzhe, Peng Shui, and others gazed at Mu Yu with incredulity, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. What was happening? Had the Wild King lost his senses? My goodness, this is exhilarating. Surely, these enraged wild men wouldn't tear us apart, would they? An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the crowd. However, the wild men were indeed seething with fury. The wild priest stormed towards them, demanding answers. Why has this happened? Kill him at once. Abu rose defiantly, proclaiming, "He is my master. Friday shall never be a slave." The wild priest bellowed, addressing the assembled wild men, "Slay them. Let their blood cleanse the shame of Friday." A chorus of roars erupted as hundreds of wild men advanced, seemingly intent on tearing Abu and everyone else to shreds. What now? Is there truly no escape from death? Oh, how I wish for a swift end to this torment. Who can save me now? Just as the crowd prayed for salvation, a commotion erupted among the wild men. A faction clad in iron armor clashed with the others, engaging in a fierce brawl. Nevertheless, 3 other wild leaders, driven by rage, surged forward, leading the majority of the tribe towards the group. "I am your chieftain. Who dares oppose me?" Abu's thunderous voice reverberated through the air, momentarily halting the advance of the wild men, leaving them in a state of hesitation. "Kill him. In the name of my tribal priest, kill him. He has become a dog of the small people and is unworthy of the chieftaincy." The wild priest screamed, his voice laced with fury. "What of it? Submitting to my great master allows him to provide us with weapons, food, and freedom from the threats of beasts and the incursions of the Iron Bull tribe." Abu declared boldly. "By him? A frail little man can shield us from the Iron Bull tribe?" The wild priest retorted, his teeth gritted in disdain. "Abu, you have been blinded by the small people. The great god of the wild men will not forgive you." Just then, a disturbance arose in the distance, as the wild men parted to make way for a blood-soaked figure who rushed towards the wild priest. "What did you say?" the wild priest asked, fear etching his features. But the man collapsed before he could answer. A resounding roar echoed as a group of spear-wielding wild men encircled them. "Iron Bull Chieftain, do you truly intend to annihilate us?" The wild priest questioned the approaching faction, from which emerged a chieftain clad in tiger skin. "Where is your new chieftain of the Iron Blood tribe? Let me see him," the Iron Bull Chieftain demanded, ignoring the wild priest as he surveyed the crowd. "What is happening?" Another group of wild men approaches. Trouble has ensued. The wild man king has met with treachery, and now he faces the onslaught of rival tribes, leaving no hope for rescue. What more is there to contend with? The assembly of individuals now finds themselves in a state of numbness, resigned to the inevitability of death. Our Iron Blood tribe is without a chieftain. He is a petty tyrant unworthy of leading our clan. The wild man priest seethed with indignation. "Huh! The chieftain of the Iron Blood tribe has become a slave to the very scoundrels he despises. What meaning does the Iron Blood tribe hold now?" The Iron Bull Chieftain seemed to find amusement in the dire situation, laughing heartily before declaring with a voice laced with malice, "It is not too late to join my Iron Bull tribe and abandon your cowardice. Otherwise, in mere moments, my tribe shall annihilate the Iron Blood tribe." Even such humiliating words swayed many of the wild men to turn against their own, igniting a furious blaze in the eyes of the wild man priest. "Charge! Slay them all!" he bellowed. The Iron Bull chieftain's roar echoed through the desolate wilderness, resonating with a murderous intent that heralded yet another blood-soaked night. Just as Abu prepared to rush into the fray, Muyu finally made his move, reaching out to halt Abu, silently retrieving the elemental conversion injector and loading 5 crimson crystals into it. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Muyu aimed the injector at the Iron Bull chieftain, executing the elemental transformation, condensing and releasing in a fluid motion. A wave of searing heat washed over everyone as a fiery dragon, infused with a sense of annihilation, erupted forth, illuminating the entire island in a brilliant crimson glow as it surged forward. The Iron Bull chieftain gazed in terror at the spectacle. His imposing figure was consumed by the flames, and the wild men surrounding him met the same fiery fate. A blazing trail of fire extended into the horizon, radiating waves of heat that served as a reminder of the recent cataclysm. This was the inaugural display of an extraordinary weapon, transcending the realm of mere conventional arms to become a weapon of mass destruction. The divine strike of the fire dragon compelled all wild men to kneel in fear, raising their hands in submission. In that moment, Abu stood tall, his chest swelling with pride as he cast a glance at the wild man priest. Alas, witnessing the tide turn, the wild man priest exhaled a sorrowful sigh, gradually kneeling in submission. Yet, it was the group of Blue Star individuals who were most astonished, fully grasping the significance of the recent events. Remarkable, they exclaimed, witnessing a miracle. Is this not an extraordinary weapon? A divine intervention? Have we been saved? They wondered. Great One, please accept my homage. With one individual leading the way, many fell to their knees, overwhelmed with fear and the joy of survival. Brother, you are truly incredible. Do you need any additional support? Chiyoze stood in stunned silence, fixated on the elemental conversion injector in Muyu's hands, as if the recent display had siphoned away his very soul. You are certainly not Shenjian. At that moment, Zhizhan experienced a sudden epiphany. Who on earth are you? Hong Shui gazed at Muyu's iron mask with a complex expression, and although she had already formed a suspicion in her heart, she still yearned to uncover his true identity. Observing this scene, with all his strategies now fully reclaimed and the entire island firmly within his grasp, Muyu decided to drop the pretense. It was time to reveal the truth. He removed his helmet, unveiling his handsome visage, reminiscent of a savior, bestowing a sense of hope upon all those present. Chapter 61. The grand altar unveiled, is that not the revered Mu God? My goodness. Mu God has been with us all along. Given that it is Mu God, I am not surprised. Brother Mu, do you require your sister's company to frolic on the grasslands? Stop talking. Do you really think Mu God would take a fancy to someone of your caliber? All hail Mu God. All hail Mu God. It was then that the crowd finally grasped the situation, with some women even expressing their willingness to bear Muyu's children, prompting him to feel a wave of embarrassment. So that's how it is. I knew that brat Shenjian couldn't possibly be this impressive. Zhizhan wore a satisfied expression. You are indeed Mu Ga, my idol, Chiyoze exclaimed, nearly rushing forward to embrace Muyu. However, at a glance from Muyu, Abu stepped forward, his fierce gaze instantly dampening Chiyoze's enthusiasm. Muyu turned to Jian Yuchong, who, without uttering a word, threw down the Tiger King's head and prepared to leave. You two have concealed your identity from me. What is the reason for this? Muyu inquired, perplexed by Jian Yuchang's anger. Now everything is under your control. I feel like a mere jester subjected to your whims. After all, you were the one who slayed the Tiger King. The spoils have been returned to you. What more do you desire from me? Jian Yuchang's tone carried a hint of discontent. Do not depart just yet. I have something crucial to discuss with you. Muyu clarified, then turned to Abu, giving him a few instructions. Abu promptly called upon the wild men to rise, facilitating the release of over 100 captives. Listen to me. This island is fraught with danger and hosts many ferocious beasts. I will have the wild men ensure your safety. You may enjoy a feast of roasted meat by the bonfire and rest for the night. Tomorrow, I will have the wild men escort you off the island. Long live Mu God! Long live Mu God! Long live Mu God! Everyone radiated joy and gratitude, gathering around the bonfire to roast their hunted game, engaging in lively conversation as if they were on a vacation on the island. Mu God, may I stay here tomorrow? In a corner of the bonfire, Muyu and his companions sat in a circle, roasting fresh meat over the flames. The warmth of the fire dispelled the cold and fear. uniting them in an inexplicable bond. Zizhan turned to Muyu and asked, "What do you think?" Muyu narrowed his eyes in response, the implication clear. Feeling rebuffed, Zizhan's expression fell. "Brother Mu, may I stay as well?" Shun Jian, having removed his helmet, also inquired. "What distinguishes you from them?" Muyu countered, prompting Shun Jian to glance away in resignation. "Here, the meat is ready. This will be our dinner for the evening." Muyu offered the sizzling, oily meat of the giant tiger king to Jian Yuchang. She revealed her face beneath the mask, her elegant nose twitching as she took in the aroma. Wishing to refuse, she found herself unable to resist, relishing the meal voraciously. "Does this mean I must depart as well? How are you any different from them? Is it merely because I am female? Or is it because I possess some utility?" As Jian Yuechang posed a rhetorical question, Shun Jian and others promptly turned their gazes towards her, their expressions akin to spectators eagerly awaiting drama. "I wish to engage in a deeper collaboration with you," Muyu stated with a serious demeanor. A soft chuckle escaped Jian Yuechang's lips upon hearing this, and she inquired, "In what manner do you propose we deepen our collaboration?" Leaning closer, Muyu whispered in a tone only Jian Yuechang could discern, "Is your talent related to the blueprints?" At this, the initially playful expression on Jian Yuechang's face darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "As I mentioned earlier, mutual cooperation, with each party benefiting from the other. Iswati propose. I could divulge a hint of my talent, but for us to progress swiftly, cooperation is essential. Should you choose to depart, I shall not impede you. The decision rests with you." "I will consider it," Jian Yuechang replied, her expression contemplative as she added, "I would like another serving of barbecue." "It seems Muyu has made a significant impression. I truly feel uneasy. When I return, I shall post about this on the channel. A Man and a Woman, Secrets of the Island, or perhaps it should be titled, Muyu's Wilderness Flirtations, Barbecue and Inner Turmoil." After a day filled with tumult, everyone succumbed to a deep slumber, with the wild men taking turns guarding the group, a nightly routine on their island. Among them, Abu remained awake the entire night, vigilantly watching over Muyu. As dawn broke over the island, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the faces of the slumbering. Over 200 wild men bid farewell to the departing group, leaving only Muyu and Jian Yuechang, solitary figures amidst the wilderness. "Are you certain you wish to leave?" Muyu inquired once more. "Yes," Jian Yuechang replied resolutely. "Very well, take care." Muyu responded lightly, lacking any words of entreaty, which left Jian Yuechang feeling a tinge of disappointment. Jian Yuechang made her way to the shore, pushing the boat, its sharp, sturgeon-like prow, back into the sea, and set sail towards the depths of the ocean. Muyu silently observed the retreating silhouette of the boat, lost in thought. After a while, a dark speck appeared on the tranquil surface of the water, gradually approaching the shore. A triumphant smile crept onto Muyu's lips, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along, feeling everything was well within her control. "Why have you returned?" Muyu asked as Jian Yuechang paddled her boat across the ocean, the morning light glistening upon her dark tresses, which appeared to be adorned with a golden veil, enhancing her aura of sanctity. Her delicate face radiated joy, embodying the vibrancy of youth. "After some reflection, I believe collaboration is still the best path forward," Jian Yuechang replied, her enchanting eyes twinkling with delight. "This is the wisest choice you will ever make." The two returned to the wild plains, where Muyu placed the heads of 3 colossal beasts upon a grand altar. Instantly, the altar erupted in blinding light, and the engravings etched upon it seemed to come alive, twisting together to form several characters. Sequence 9. The deity of nature and hunting. Activate the grand altar to receive the blessings of the deity of nature and hunting. Please select one of the following rewards. 1. Blueprint for an exalted level structure X12. Choice of 10 elemental spirit stones 3. Rare level hunting set blueprint, standard X14. Supreme level soil X15. Exalted level beast egg X1 chapter 62. The gift of Jian Yuechang Ding. The fixed number of selections for the altar has been corrected to 1, and the items are immutable. It has been stated once. There is no need for further reminders. Muyu sighed in resignation, harboring a profound suspicion that the deity was simply too stingy, fearing that he might acquire more than a few items if he scored a critical hit. Faced with 5 potential rewards, Muyu unhesitatingly opted for the exceptional blueprint of the blessed structure. The intrinsic value of this blueprint surpassed that of other items of the same quality, making it the most coveted prize. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the exceptional blueprint blessed by the god of nature and hunting. Nature's Marvel Blueprint X1. Nature's Marvel Blueprint, exceptional and miracle of nature nurtured, blessed by the god of nature, can be placed directly and takes effect immediately. The fact that it required no building materials was undeniably astonishing to Muyu, with its worth far exceeding that of a typical exceptional blueprint. As the blueprint came into his possession, the large altar before Muyu dimmed, losing its divine luster. On a patch of grass on their island, Muyu and Jianyuechang sat cross-legged. A resplendent blueprint in Jianyuechang's hands radiated an extraordinary light, transforming into a dazzling array of colors as she cheerfully handed it to Muyu. Here, don't be too surprised. Upon receiving the blueprint, Muyu was struck as if by a bolt from the blue, rendered speechless for a moment. Nature's Marvel Blueprint, supreme, a miracle of nature nurtured, blessed by the god of nature, can be placed directly and takes effect immediately. Is this your gift? No wonder you possess such rare blueprints that surpass the ordinary. Indeed, Jianyuechang stated proudly, hands on her hips. This is my unique, legendary talent. The blueprints can be upgraded, and I can elevate 2 blueprints each day. Each blueprint can only evolve once, but by tomorrow, I should be able to upgrade 3 blueprints. After calculating the timeline, Muyu discovered that Jianyuechang's talent progression coincided perfectly with his own. If she could only evolve 2 blueprints daily, it indeed paled in comparison to his critical strike talent, which could grow in probability, while hers remained fixed at 1 tier of evolution. Contemplating this, Muyu promptly declared, I also possess a unique legendary talent, the evolution of critical strikes. I can utilize it twice a day, whether opening chests or forging weapons, and by tomorrow, I will also be able to use it 3 times. If you have high-tier chests, I can help you open them. I have high-tier blueprints that you can help me elevate. Our collaboration will be far more than a mere sum of its parts. All right, let us exchange once daily to start. If it proves suitable, we may increase the frequency later. Jianyuechang nodded in agreement, then added thoughtfully, I have already used my quota for today, so when we return, you must assist me in opening a chest. Agreed. Mu igreku kenkerd. Recognizing that the inception of any partnership requires a gradual approach, and he quietly tucked the blueprint away. When do you plan to return to the island? Jianyuechang inquired suddenly. I will wait a little longer. I will have Friday conduct a preliminary exploration of the island and instruct him on a few matters before heading back. If you are in a hurry, you may leave first. Having nothing further to attend to, Jianyuechang declared her intention to depart. Very well. In a gesture of sincerity, Muyu personally escorted Jianyuechang to the coast. Until next time, farewell. Seated upon the vessel, Jianyuechang waved goodbye. The waves crashed against the boat, causing her farewell to be imbued with a myriad of emotions. All right, see you next time. Muyu watched her gradually fade from view across the shimmering surface of the sea, feeling a sense of relief within. Dealing with a shrewd woman is indeed troublesome. Yet, I remain impervious. Before long, Abu arrived before Muyu, accompanied by 2 hunched wild shaman. Kneeling on one knee, Abu raised his hands high. The 2 shamans exchanged glances, their faces etched with bitterness, before slowly kneeling in unison with Abu. Observing Abu's current physique, Muyu examined his profile. Friday, Chief, Abu, age, 29 strength, 54 agility, 38 stamina, 62 blood Jew fruit, spirit, 21 charisma, 10 loyalty, 95 below 60 may lead to desertion or rebellion. Reaching 100 will ensure unwavering loyalty. Talent, superlative brute strength, exceptional growth in strength, capable of exerting an additional 40 of strength attributes, instilling a sense of intimidation in foes. Active skill, superlative frenzy, consumes breath, all attributes 30, significantly decreases spirit, renders one impervious to pain, post-effect all attributes -40, resulting in weakness. Combat power, mid-tier silver. Evaluation, the Chief in Friday, possessing normal intelligence and formidable combat prowess, capable of leading a tribe of no more than 500 wild men. Having advanced directly from the latter stages of black iron to the mid-tier of silver, Muyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction at Abu's two minor advancements in strength, which would undoubtedly enable him to dominate the wild tribe. "Rise, my friends," Muyu commanded, and the three slowly stood. Presenting the blood meat snake fruit to Abu, he consumed it, resulting in his stature increasing by half a foot, making him appear as a small mountain. The two shamans behind him gazed upon him with heightened trepidation. After parting ways with Abu upon arriving on the island yesterday, Abu had encountered a conflict with the Iron Bull tribe and the Iron Blood tribe, during which the chief of the Iron Blood tribe perished. Abu, with his wild men, rescued the majority of the Iron Blood tribe and was subsequently invited to integrate into their ranks to participate in the chief's ascension ceremony. Utilizing the blood Jew fruit he had previously consumed, Abu successfully ascended to the position of chief, attempting to sway the entire tribe to submit to Muyu. Although he did not succeed, Muyu's fiery dragon strike ultimately shattered the spirits of all the wild men. Each wild man is a personal asset at present. Only the shaman's prestige rivals that of the wild chief. Nevertheless, Muyu, harboring reservations, compelled the two wild shamans to sign a slave contract. Friday, Shaman Kenhila, age, 57 strength, 22 agility, 19 stamina, 19 spirit, 51 charisma, 19 loyalty, 80 talent, shamanic inheritance, can select a Friday inheritor whose spiritual power exceeds 10 to become an acolyte. When spiritual power reaches 50, one becomes a shaman. Upon reaching a mental prowess of 80, one ascends to the esteemed rank of high priest. Prior to one's demise, they may bequeath half of their mental strength to a subordinate known as the Friday who is beneath them. Active skill. Chieftain's right. This necessitates the participation of 3 or more Fridays in a contest, wherein they must procure 10 corpses each from 3 categories of black iron beasts of mid-tier or higher, which are then condensed into a blood pill. The victor may consume this pill to elevate their status to that of chieftain among the Fridays, a privilege that may only be invoked thrice in a lifetime, currently 2 out of 3. Combat power, black iron initial tier. Evaluation among the Fridays. The priest exhibits extraordinary intelligence and mental acuity, earning immense respect within the tribe for presiding over the chieftain's advancement ceremony. As for the other priest, named Dre, his attributes and talents are comparably significant. My lord, reported proactively, we have generally discerned the conditions of the island, which can be categorized into the forest zone, river zone, high mountain zone, and wilderness zone. The forest zone is teeming with solitary beasts. The river zone is inhabited by crocodile swarms, and the high mountain zone is home to packs of tigers and giant pythons. Additionally, there are some mining areas yet to be accounted for. Chapter 63. The marvels of nature. The crocodile, tiger, and python clans have all lost their leaders. Now is the opportune moment for you to organize the manpower to systematically eliminate them, one by one. Raise the younglings, and search each beast clan's lair for any minerals, plants, or fruits. Extract the minerals and preserve the fruits. I shall return tomorrow to collect them, commanded Muyu to Abu and the 2 wild priests. Understood, responded the 3 wild men in unison. Currently, there are over 260 Friday inhabitants on this island, with a remarkable 8 leaders among them. Even if all the wild beasts on the island were to unite, they would pose no significant threat. After conveying all instructions, Muyu, accompanied by 30 ordinary wild men, set sail on a Lifan nearshore vessel towards a small island. The moment Muyu produced the meat, Chirue and the 7 wild men stationed there were moved to tears, their loyalty surpassing 60, awakening the system panel. However, their attributes were relatively low. Only a leader like Muyu would be worth their attention. After sparing some meat, Muyu placed a mountain of stones, excavated over 13 hours, into his backpack. Stones 6,500. The total number of stones had surpassed 10,000. Now only mud and rare-grade buildings stood between him and advancing to the next island tier. Muyu was uncertain if the significantly overqualified supreme-grade buildings would meet the requirements. Should the materials come together, if the transmission mother tower could still not be constructed, Muyu planned to seek Jian Yuechang's assistance to evolve a lesser rare building blueprint. Upon inspecting the energy box of the ultra-automatic stone excavator, Muyu noted that only about a third of the thunder lava fine iron remained dimmed. He decided to remain on the island to continue mining stones. as they might still be needed post-advancement. The thunder lava fine iron, having endured the baptism of storms, infused with a full day of lightning essence, was not surprising given its abundance of electrical elements. As Mu Yu continued navigating the Lifan vessel, he had yet to reach the island when a colossal shadow surged toward him. "Do not attack," Mu Yu cautioned the wild man, spreading his arms wide. Initially, a fluffy creature, Chu Shue, was tossed into his embrace, followed by the entirety of Xiao Gu's form pressing against him. "Oh, well, I miss you all too, haha." Mu Yu gently caressed his two beloved pets as they returned to the island. In one corner of the island lay a heap of mutated fish, lobsters, and crab carcasses. Alongside an enormous cloud bird, its feathers singed and bound by vines, trembling in distress. Could this be Xiao Gu's father? That would mean I've inadvertently harmed a relative. Mu Yu's expression turned peculiar. Killing it would weigh on his conscience, so he decided to untie it, letting it choose whether to flee or remain. However, the severely burned cloud bird, with its head hung low, seemed incapable of departing anytime soon. After pushing all the mutated bodies into the sea, Mu Yu discovered that Jian Yuechang had messaged him quite some time ago. After responding, he noted that Wu Jiangwo was also seeking him. Yet after his reply, there was no further response. He likely had already left the island. Mu Yu first led 30 wild men to the strength training room, each gaining an increment of 2 points in strength. Subsequently, he constructed 3 water wells, assigning 5 wild men to fetch water while 10 others engaged in mud production at the mud hut. The work was relentless. The 30 individuals operated in a continuous cycle, maximizing their productivity to the fullest extent. Upon completing these tasks, Mu Yu retrieved the blueprint for the natural wonder and set it into motion. A verdant glow enveloped the entire island, dissipating moments later. Mu Yu sensed an invigorating vitality infusing his island, as some vegetation sprang forth, creating a pleasing sight. Simultaneously, a new entry appeared in the construction section of his panel. Natural Wonder, Supreme One. All low-tier plants on the island have a chance to automatically advance to rare status. 2. Growth rate of all plants on the island increases by 200. 3. All fields on the island gain 1 level, with a cap at exceptional, but lacking the feature for plant advancement. 4. Every 3 days, 1 seed or plant can be advanced to exceptional level. Each effect was more formidable than the last. Resembling a miraculous tool for agriculture, Mu Yu envisioned a continuous influx of exceptional grade plants beckoning to him. Moreover, he discovered that upon the establishment of his natural wonder, the island's ranking transformed into the exceptional Fire Dragon Island. The astounding effects of the natural wonder elevated the island's potential to new heights. Ding Jian Yuechang initiated a trade. Silver chest X1 for wood X1. Jian Yuechang, it's time for you to assist me. Mu Yu, am I to renege on my promise? However, this silver chest is quite dazzling. I wonder how I might keep it. Jian Yuechang, I would be quite furious if you did. Mu Igriku chuckled. Closing the chat, Mu Yu accepted the chest, fully aware that he would not jeopardize their collaborative relationship over trifling gains. With a flicker of inspiration, he opened the silver chest. Achieving a critical success, blueprint for Ocean Water Element Collection Room. Rare. After reviewing the blueprint's materials, he noted that a core component required a water spirit stone, which he subsequently returned to Jian Yuechang. It was time for my European luck to shine. Mu Yu approached the shoreline and cast the resource rod into the sea. Ding. Congratulations on fishing up a decayed wood chest. Ding. Congratulations on fishing up a solid wood chest. Ding. Congratulations on fishing up a solid wood chest. I'm such a wretched luck, Mu Yu exclaimed. Ding. Congratulations on fishing up a black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations on fishing up a black iron chest. Ding. Congratulations on fishing up a silver chest. Observing the shimmering silver chest on the shore, Mu Yu spoke with disdain. If only it had been this way from the start. You force my hand. Opening the silver chest, he achieved another critical success. Blueprint for Mountain Armor Forging. Rare. Mountain Armor Forging Blueprint. Rare Secret Iron X1, Steel X10, Fine Iron X20. Rare Leather X1. All forging blueprints merely provided the most fundamental material framework. To enhance quality, one must substitute materials with extraordinary elements. Yet the foundational materials for this particular blueprint were exceedingly precious. This heightened Mu Yu's anticipation for the mountain armor. However, The scarcity of iron blocks meant it would have to remain dormant for the time being. Upon opening the black iron chest, a critical success was achieved. Blade Master Teleportation Scroll, Rare, X1. Blade Master Residence Teleportation Scroll, Rare, X1. Upon using this scroll, you will be transported to the Blade Master Residence, where you will engage in a 3-hour duel with a renowned swordsmanship master, thereby enhancing your sword skills. This scroll appears to be akin to the scrolls from the Island of Ancestors. However, while those transport one to an island, this seems more like a trial. It would be prudent to utilize it at the earliest opportunity. Muyu's current mid-tier swordsmanship was insufficient, as victories were primarily reliant on weaponry or brute strength. The formidable weapons had their limitations, and in instances requiring genuine combat, he faltered. After stowing away the scroll, Muyu continued to open chests. Upon opening another black iron chest, yet another critical success ensued. Arm of Strength, High Tier. Chapter 64. The Teleportation Scroll of the Swordsman's Abode, Arm of Power, advance Converge Vitality into one arm, increasing its strength by 50 for 3 minutes. Afterward, if Vitality is insufficient, all attributes decrease by 10, but Vitality Recovery restores it. Muyu deemed this a divine technique for spear throwing. Instantly mastering the skill upon using the skill book, Vitality surged into his right arm, causing its muscles to swell dramatically. In that moment, Muyu felt as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This bore a resemblance to Wang Yang's skills. Suddenly, a peculiar expression crossed Muyu's face, as if he had encountered a glitch in the skills. Opening black iron treasure chests directly would yield only items of excellent quality, which held minimal significance for him. Thus, he chose to store away the remaining 2 black iron chests. Perhaps when he accumulated a sufficient number of black iron chests, he could exchange them for a silver chest. Muyu contemplated this. While others might gain a modest profit, he was certain not to incur any loss after a critical hit. He first made his way to the Thunder Tower. Over a day had passed, and the iron blocks within resonated with electric energy. Yet they had not reached the stage of fusion. Without extracting the iron blocks, Muyu proceeded to the fertilizer catalysis chamber. Ding fertilizer 3000. With 3,000 bags of fertilizer, he could cultivate 3 rare-grade fields. Coupled with the enhancement of the natural radiance, this would yield 3 exceptional grade fields. Eagerly, Muyu entered the cultivation chamber, where the meat spirit mushroom had shot up nearly 3 meters high, almost touching the ceiling. Fertilizer minus 2,700, exceptional grade, rare, fields 3. All 3 fields transformed into exceptional grade, and Muyu immediately employed the natural radiance to evolve the meat spirit mushroom. Ding meat spirit mushroom, excellent. Evolve into blood and flesh, true spirit mushroom, exceptional. Blood and flesh, true spirit mushroom. Exceptional produces 10 pounds daily, extremely nutritious. Consumption enhances attributes and potential. Comparable to the gentle exceptional grade blood and flesh. Not recommended for direct consumption unless of golden grade. May be diluted in water or other food. Muyu watched as the 3-meter-long meat spirit mushroom shrank to the size of a basin, and after harvesting, it weighed only 30 pounds, leaving him feeling somewhat regretful. Indeed, one cannot reap significant benefits without cost. However, overall, it was still commendable, exceptional grade flesh, a realm he had yet to touch even in golden grade. Yet, Muyu speculated that the red dragon encountered upon landing on the island was at least an exceptional grade organism. He gathered 10 apples, 3 white radishes, and 9 tomatoes, all of which had progressed from excellent to rare, allowing Muyu to diversify his palate. Exchanging a small amount of resources, he acquired ordinary pear tree seeds, which he planted in the soil. Given the current enhancement from natural radiance, it was highly probable that they would advance to rare grade. With the growth rate of exceptional grade fields, they would likely mature within a day. Finally, Muyu turned his gaze toward the tree of constitution, which had already grown over a meter tall but had only formed a single fruit. Thanks to the acceleration from natural radiance, it should fully mature by Sunday morning. Just as he stepped out of the cultivation chamber, Muyu recalled that he still needed a blood-ju fruit from Zhong Junfeng. Muyu, along with Abu, and the initial snow, each possessed a gem, leaving 2 remaining. Zhong Junfeng maintained a rather serious demeanor, and Muyu, unwilling to delay any further, promptly transferred the gems to him. After a moment of silence without acknowledgement, Muyu surmised that he too had departed the island and thus kept the transaction open. In this current wave of island exploration, rife with both opportunities and perils, no one wished to linger on the island and await their demise. Especially after the recent calamity served as a stark reminder. Once these matters were settled, Muyu made his way to the volcanic furnace, plunging into the searing heat to forcibly extinguish the Nine Dragons' fire. He reconstructed the furnace with stone blocks, retrieved the 5 scorching red crystals into his backpack, and placed the dim red crystal into the furnace, which he had repeatedly utilized as a power source. Returning to the wooden structure, Muyu found himself with an unusual moment of leisure. With Abu developing the medium-sized island and the other islands being too distant, he lacked direction. It was already the 5th day. Despite leveraging connections to secure a favorable location, he might not even find a bowl of soup to sip. Even the chat channel was sparsely populated, prompting Muyu to take out the Blade Master's teleportation scroll. The scroll emitted a white radiance, enveloping both Muyu and the ground beneath him, and he vanished from Fire Dragon Island. Moments later, he materialized in a spacious courtyard, where golden leaves danced in the air, infused with an aura of solemnity. You have arrived. Before Muyu sat an elderly man, draped in simple black attire. Yet his presence was overshadowed by an aura of lethal intent. The elder rose unhurriedly, lifting his head, though slightly stooped. His gaze remained as piercing as that of an eagle, and his weathered visage bore the marks of time. He drew a wooden sword from a nearby rack and tossed it to Muyu, then seized another, his grip steady as a rock. The elder initiated the assault, moving like a ferocious tiger, charging forward with the sword slicing through the air in a sharp arc. Just as Muyu prepared to counterattack, he realized a troubling fact. His attributes were inexplicably locked at 10. With a resounding thud, a blow struck his head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Enraged, Muyu scrambled to his feet, ready to retaliate. However, against the master swordsman's prowess, his own rudimentary skills appeared childlike, resulting in a hasty retreat. After enduring a prolonged beating, Muyu transitioned from rage and frustration to a moment of clarity. He began to observe the master's techniques, learning, mimicking, and unraveling the intricacies of swordsmanship, as if grasping the very essence of wielding a blade. As Muyu immersed himself in the art of the sword, he transcended into a state of oblivion, merging with the weapon itself. The master swordsman displayed a hint of satisfaction. With his guidance, Muyu's skill advanced rapidly. Yet, despite his swift progress, each time he fell just short of overcoming the swordsman, always a fraction away. The master moved like a drifting dragon, his every gesture and movement seemingly embodying a state of effortless mastery, flowing naturally and seamlessly. This realization brought a bittersweet understanding of the chasm that lay between them. This is a mastery of blade techniques honed over a lifetime by a master, not something that can be swiftly acquired in a short-term training program. After 3 hours, Muyu returned to Fire Dragon Island with a complex expression. He had engaged in over 120 duels with the Blade Master, and each encounter lasted no more than 3 minutes before he faced defeat, having been thoroughly overwhelmed for a full 3 hours. Although the experience was painful and oppressive, the gains were immense. His swordsmanship had reached a semi-advanced level, and he had learned how to practice his techniques, inevitably progressing towards the advanced stage. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the island, as if it were adorned with a layer of gold bricks, Muyu was preparing to cook dinner when a message from Wu Jiangwo arrived. Wu Jiangwo, Muyu, there exists an island in the eastern sea that bears a continuous mountain range, significantly larger than a medium-sized island, resembling a landmass. Many adventurers have set out to explore it. Muyu, larger than a medium-sized island? But the announcement didn't mention that. Wu Jiangwo, I cannot say for certain. Many people have visited the eastern islands, and I have been there myself. It is indeed a true island, teeming with countless beasts and vegetation. Wu Jiangwo, if you complete your explorations of the surrounding islands, you might consider developing that area. I could collaborate with you. Mu igriku, all right. I will inform Uncle Wu in advance if I decide to go. An island dozens of times larger than a medium-sized island? Closing the private chat, Muyu's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, his mind already forming conjectures. This island might be one that has existed in this world all along. Chapter 65. The Tiger King's flesh and the application of Lingji mushrooms after 2 days of relentless activity. Muyu found himself unable to enjoy a restful night. Now, he finally reclined into the therapeutic waters of the fire therapy hot spring, allowing the tension in his body to dissipate. The warm water caressed his skin, prompting a long sigh of relief from Muyu. As he lounged in the hot spring, he opened the chat channel and discovered that Chong Junfeng had returned, sending him numerous messages. Chong Junfeng, Mu Daolao, is it not a rare seed? How has it transformed into a scarce fruit? This revelation truly astonishes me. Chong Junfeng, Mu Daolao, perhaps I should return it to you. This single fruit holds far greater value than my seed. Chong Junfeng, are you there, Daolao? Muyu, take it and make good use of it. Enhance your strength. In the future, if the opportunity arises, you may repay me. Chong Junfeng, thank you, Mu Daolao. You make me feel as though we are family. May I call you Muge? Muigdeku. Having concluded the conversation with Chong Junfeng, Muyu noted that night was approaching. Most explorers had returned to the island, and the chat channel buzzed with activity. Sao Xuiyu, Kui Ting, Ikursiyu. How dare you betray me? Just wait. Chui Tung, you beast. Each time I see you, I will strike. Zhao Shueyo, damn you. I now regret selling you that water mixed with my urine. Chui Tung, I'll be damned. If I catch you, I'll force feed you 10 pounds of rebuttal. Peng Anren, Pu Hong Shun, come out and face your demise. Zheng Wenxing, Yi Man, my darling, forgive me. Please don't blacklist me. I didn't flee on purpose. Those wild men were terrifying. Yi Man, do you have any idea how I've endured this day and night? Get lost. Zhang Qi, who has trespassed on my island and stolen my fertilizer rebuttal. You left behind so little, thinking I wouldn't notice. Little did you know. You're truly desperate. Shun Jian, I officially report that it was Chui Tong who stole it. He just mentioned feeding Zhao Shueyo. Zhao Shueyo, get lost. I want to eat it. As interactions among the island's inhabitants intensified, old grievances and new vendettas erupted. Debts incurred through idle chatter in the chat channel were finally settled. Tangyu, the resources on the small islands have been completely exhausted, and the medium-sized islands have been claimed by the powerful. What are we ordinary folks to do? Zhizhan indeed. Tangyu, you're a fool. You are the 9th island master. I heard you were mingling with the esteemed Changsun today and gathered quite a bit of resources. Zhizhan, Changsun merely offered me a meal. Songhai, there's no way to survive. Our combat power is insufficient to fend off beasts, and we cannot seize resources to enhance our strength. Thus trapped in a vicious cycle. Dai Chungwen, we, with a modicum of strength, can still sip a bit from the pot of the powerful, but the weak suffer greatly. Unable to defeat beasts or mine for resources, they must desperately gather basic materials, only to find it insufficient to exchange for food by day's end. Changsun Wu, ultimately, the resources are too scarce to share. I am willing to relinquish a portion to those who can assist me, such as Zhizhan. However, if other powerful individuals seize islands through their own means, they will naturally be reluctant to share. Xiuzhe, Changsun Daolao, then what is our path forward? Changsun Wu, since there are no resources left inside, we shall seek resources outside. To the east lies an enormous island. We can venture there to extract resources. Tangyu, the east, you say? However, I cannot see it. What if we lose our way and miss it? Wu Jiangwo, that island is astonishingly vast. Simply head east, and you will not stray off course. Changsun Wu, in fact, that island has already been visited, but it was not disclosed for the sake of the collective. Today, I reveal it for everyone's benefit. Tangyu, long sun, long live. Xiuzhe, one Songhai, one Kongcheng, such lofty words. Is it not merely a distraction from the real issues? If it were truly for everyone's good, one could share their own occupied island. Changsun Wu, very well. You are welcome to Brown Bear Island anytime. I shall allocate you a parcel of land. Gao Yu, you are quite mad to mock the leader. Do you not fear what may happen upon meeting? Kong Chung, long sun, I have overindulged in liquor, and I speak foolishly. Please do not take offense. Perhaps I have recalled that we exist in a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak can be bullied endlessly, while the strong render the weak as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. reduced to groveling and apologizing in the dust. It seems tomorrow's Grand Island will be bustling with activity. Muyu speculates that even those who have already divided the islands will seek to claim a slice of the enormous island. No one would disdain an abundance of resources. As the gathering concluded, Muyu prepared a hot spring bath. Rising, he revealed a sturdy physique, devoid of any excess flesh. Returning to the wooden cabin, he procured 100 pounds of Tiger King meat for grilling, then sliced off a pound of blood spirit Ganoderma, grinding it into a paste in a stone mortar, which he evenly spread over the Tiger King meat. The already aromatic barbecue erupted with an even more alluring fragrance, tantalizing the senses and arousing insatiable cravings. Howl! Yao Chushue and Xiaogu arrived uninvited. Muyu sliced off 20 pounds of meat, offering 10 pounds to each beast as a treat. Gurgle, you usually have quite the appetite. Why not indulge today? Observing Chushue half-satiated, already burping and unwilling to eat more, Muyu questioned in confusion. Howl! Chushue burped again, leaving behind half a piece of Tiger King meat, and dashed outside. Muyu turned his gaze toward Xiaogu. You are larger. Eat more to grow. Yao Xiaogu stubbornly swallowed 10 pounds of grilled meat and bolted out the door, soaring into the sky. What is going on? They usually eat quite heartily. Could they have had a private feast beforehand? Muyu, astonished, sliced off another 10 pounds of meat for himself, ready to feast. The tender, juicy barbecue, infused with fragrant oils, set off a grand celebration on Muyu's palate, immersing him in delight as he voraciously devoured the entire platter of grilled meat. After finishing the 10 pounds, he felt overwhelmingly full, knowing he could typically consume 20 pounds in one sitting. Moreover, after the meal, his body began to radiate heat, as if a tremendous energy was being unleashed within him, relentlessly honing his physique. In a fleeting moment, Muyu felt as though this overwhelming energy was on the verge of bursting forth, demanding release. Seizing the ascendant surge of power, he made his way to the strength training room, gripping the final weight with both hands. Arise for me. The energy within Muyu seemed to find an outlet, surging towards his arms with fervor. Chapter 66. The advancement of critical strike talent with relentless effort, Muyu finally lifted the heaviest iron weight off the ground. Arm of strength. Feeling a lingering strain, he activated the arm of strength, channeling a considerable amount of vitality into his arms. His muscles swelled, unleashing an even more formidable force, allowing him to hoist the iron weight above his head with a single hand. Breathing heavily, Muyu finally expended the immense energy from the roasted meat. Upon checking his attributes, he noted a 3-point increase in strength, while other attributes had risen by 2 points each. Although the initial consumption yielded the best effects, the blood and flesh true spirit mushroom demonstrated remarkably potent properties, suggesting ample room for future enhancement. Drenched in sweat, Muyu jumped into the fire therapy hot spring for a refreshing bath before returning to the kitchen. He traded 20 pounds of Tiger King meat to Jianyue Chang. Jianyue Chang inquired, "Is tonight's dinner lacking because there isn't enough meat?" Mu Igriku replied, "You'll know once you try it. If it's insufficient, I'll provide more." Jianyue Chang, filled with curiosity, sent another message moments later. "Did you add something special to the meat? It tastes exquisite, but I'm feeling quite warm all over. Don't hold back. Let it out," Muyu advised kindly, leaving it to Jianyue Chang whether to heed his words. After consuming the day's share of stalactite essence, Muyu noted that compared to the energy released by the roasted meat, it felt like a gentle remedy. The stalactite essence, which no longer enhanced his strength and physique, began to do so once more. Perhaps the energy from the roasted meat had roughly tempered his body, while the stalactite essence restored it. The two complemented each other beautifully. Muyu concluded, already feeling the benefits. He stored the remaining 50 pounds of roasted Tiger King meat for breakfast the next day and observed Chushue enjoying the leftover half. Determined not to waste it, he stewed it with some ordinary meat and offered it to the hard-working wildlings, also reserving a portion for the massive cloudbird. Upon returning to the wooden loft, Muyu idly scoured the group chat. Eventually, after much playful commotion, Chushue and Xiaogu squeezed into the bedroom, falling asleep together. As dawn broke, with a hint of chill in the sea breeze, Muyu had risen early. He needed to prepare for the journey to the eastern colossal island, lest he waste precious time on the round trip. He reheated the leftover Tiger King meat from the previous night, trading 20 pounds to Jianyue Chang, consuming 10 for himself, and leaving the rest for Chuxue and Xiaogu. On the island, he ran and shouted, expending energy in a wild frenzy, outpacing even the wildlings, who looked on in astonishment. Muyu mused that if he continued like this daily, he might awaken a sound-based skill. Once calmed, Muyu ventured to the seaside to commence today's fishing. Ding, congratulations on catching a silver chest. Ding, congratulations on catching a solid wood chest. Ding, congratulations on catching a black iron chest. This rod feels exceptionally heavy. Could it be something extraordinary? Muyu's expression was one of surprise as he exerted tremendous effort to pull the resource rod backward. Despite his considerable strength, the fishing line in the sea ascended only gradually. After a prolonged struggle, Muyu finally managed to haul a chest the size of a drawer onto the shore, where it glimmered under the early sun, radiating an enchanting golden light. A notification chimed, "Congratulations on fishing out a golden chest." Had his strength been insufficient, the golden chest might have dragged both him and the rod into the depths of the sea. Gold, one of the most cherished metals among the inhabitants of Blue Star, evoked an inexplicable warmth within Muyu at the sight of the chest. First silver, now gold. If the heavens could bestow upon him yet another special chest, he would not shy away from the challenge, urging the cosmos to direct its trials at him instead of his fellow compatriots. Yet, the heavens seemingly denied Muyu's audacious wish as the next notification read, "Congratulations on fishing out a decayed wooden chest." Despite this apparent rejection, Muyu remained elated as he retrieved 2 black iron chests stored within the wooden building. Ding! Opening black iron chest. Critical success. Island elevation blueprint. Rare. X1. Island elevation blueprint. Rare allows for the overall elevation or lowering of an island once, with a maximum limit of 1 meter. Without a hint of doubt, Muyu opted for elevation. This would ensure greater safety and stability in the face of natural disasters and the relentless assault of waves. Upon using the island elevation blueprint, he felt the entire island tremble momentarily, only for the sensation to dissipate. When Muyu returned to the shoreline, he noticed a significantly broader vista. Ding! Opening black iron chest, critical success, golden crystal X1. A golden crystal? This was the precursor to the spirit stone of gold. Gazing at the transparent, golden crystal in his hand, Muyu found himself momentarily perplexed, unsure of how to replenish its energy. Perhaps he could experiment with it at the furnace later, seeing if it would react when placed alongside molten metal. With no other thoughts, he continued to open the chests. Ding! Opening black iron chest, critical success. Basic blank totem, rare, X1. Basic blank totem, rare imprints the image of extraordinary beasts to form a totem. Merging 3 blank totems of the same tier allows for advancement. Regrettably, this enhancement was only applicable on the island, and with the presence of the 9 dragons, earth, fire, and the elemental tower, his defenses were ample. There was no immediate need to utilize it, so he decided to set it aside for now. Muyu stored the blueprint and began messaging Jian Yuechang. "Muyu, do you have any chests today? I can help you open them." "Jian Yuechang, what is going on? Why so chatty today?" "Muyu, I'm just impatient. Let me open your chest first, and I'll give you any advancement blueprints I need later." Jian Yuechang, honestly, are you trying to grind for talents? Muyu, absolutely not. I've already advanced. Jian Yuechang, I don't believe you. Ding. Jian Yuechang initiated a trade. Black iron chest X1 for wood X1. Although Jian Yuechang saw through his intentions, she still sent over the chest. It seemed her luck was not in her favor today, as it was merely a black iron chest. The thought of having caught 1 silver and 1 golden chest made Muyu beam with delight, revealing his bright smile. Ding! The black iron chest has been opened, and a critical hit has been achieved. 5 rare spinach seeds. These are unexpectedly classified as rare vegetable seeds. Had it been before yesterday, Muyu might have been tempted, perhaps even bargaining with Jian Yuechang using other items. However, now, even if Muyu were to plant ordinary seeds, it is highly probable that they would evolve into rare plants, rendering them no longer precious. Returning the spinach seeds to Jian Yuechang, Muyu accessed the recent notification from the system. Ding! The evolution critical hit has advanced, and the current count has been refreshed. Evolution critical hit. Epic. Unique reset at dawn, 5 attempts daily, Actions capable of critical hits will inevitably yield a critical hit. Current critical hit explosion rate. 400, 100 can be advanced. Now, I can confidently open the high-tier chests. Glancing at the new description of the talent, Muyu felt a surge of excitement within. Ding! The silver chest has been opened, and a critical hit has been achieved. One rare flying island map. Chapter 67. Constructing the Transmission Mother Tower. Floating island map. Rare islands below the 4th tier can be relocated once within a radius of 100 kilometers. Is it truly possible to shift islands? How astonishing. What if I were to position my island right beside a colossal one? Muyu pondered, yet after some reflection, he deemed it unwise. Should a creature akin to a dragon emerge from such a massive island, would not his own island become naught but a plaything? Securing the floating island map, Muyu retrieved his final golden chest and offered a solemn prayer. He uttered incantations, invoking celestial powers, divine spirits, heed my call. May my wishes be fulfilled. Critical hit. Ding, the golden chest opened. Critical success. Space Spirit Stones X4. Marvelous! Muyu exclaimed towards the ocean, promptly locating the long-neglected Mother Tower transmission array blueprint and sought out a clear space. Fortunately, the remnants of 2 silver chests provided him with 10 units of silver ingots, sparing him the trouble of scouring the platform. Stone -50, mud -50, silver ingots -10, space spirit stones -3. Construction successful. Mother Tower of the transmission array. As the mist dissipated, a shimmering silver floating tower materialized before Muyu. Mother Tower of the transmission array. This tower can activate or deactivate the reverse transmission of sub-towers, currently in a deactivated state. With this, the underwater island was entirely his. However, there was no time to deal with the lower-tier pollutants today. They would remain there until he could address them later. Muyu felt he had much on his plate today. The advancement of his island loomed ever closer, and now there were advancement trials to consider, the nature of which remained unknown. Jian Yuechong still owed him an opportunity for an upgrade blueprint, and Muyu found himself with few blueprints to choose from. After deliberation, he decided to trade the blueprint for the Mount Armor Forging to Jian Yuechong, only to have it returned shortly thereafter. Mount Armor Forging Blueprint, Exquisite Extreme, Iron X5. Secret Iron X10, Secret Copper X10, Rare Leather X1. The foundational materials for the armor had received an epic enhancement. Without a substantial iron mine, crafting this exquisite armor would be impossible. Fortunately, there was one on the Island of Ancestors. Ding, Mud 5000. Muyu eagerly arrived at the mud hut, collecting the accumulated mud into his backpack. Coupled with the more than 3,000 units sold previously, he now possessed over 8,000 units of mud. With 10 wild men producing mud at a rate of 500 units per hour, he would surpass the 10,000 mark before evening. As for the soil required for mud production, Muyu had arranged for some wild men to excavate it before his departure last night. He merely needed to find time to retrieve it. Entering the cultivation room, he found the blood and flesh spirit mushrooms had grown to nearly 10 pounds. Muyu harvested them all and placed them in his backpack, then turned his gaze to the 3 mature water pear trees. Round, golden water pears adorned the branches, and Muyu reached out to pluck them all before felling the water pear trees. Ding, Rare Spirit Pear, Rare, 21 Ding, Rare Spirit Pear Wood, Rare, 15 Spirit Pear, Rare. Consuming it clears the lungs and alleviates cough, detoxifies and beautifies, invigorates the spirit, granting a sense of rebirth. Consuming 5 enhances mental prowess by 1. Rare Spirit Pear Wood. Regular contact maintains clarity of mind and agility of thought. If the function of an apple is to alleviate physical fatigue, then the spirit pear serves to dispel mental fatigue, preventing lethargy of the spirit. The spirit pear can be crafted into an ornament to be worn, frequently contacted. Muyu plans to gather various types of wood to create a wooden bed. Utilizing the 50 pounds of giant python king's flesh he exchanged on the trading platform for 3 ordinary peach tree seeds, Muyu planted them all in the fields. The giant python king's meat bore a faint odor, and he had no intention of consuming it. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, Muyu utilized the remaining 300 units of fertilizer to cultivate 3 plots of fertile land, enhanced by natural radiance, rivaling the rarity of exceptional fields. After sowing some vegetable seeds, Muyu ceased to monitor them, as these fields were merely of rare quality. Cultivating plants of exceptional rarity would require an additional 2 to 3 days. As for the tree of vitality, it was nearing maturity, its green fruit slightly reddening. Expected to fully ripen by tomorrow, a prospect that brought Muyu a hint of anticipation. Upon leaving the cultivation chamber, Muyu proceeded to the magma furnace in the ore district, melting down 10 ingots of iron, placing the golden crystal into the fiery molten iron. Moments latte. A trace of golden elemental essence emerged from the crystal. However, the iron transformed into useless black slag. Following this method, without a foundation of 10,000 iron ingots, one cannot completely energize the golden crystal. Such extravagance was unbearable. Feeling a pinch in his pocket, Muyu considered that he had no immediate use for the golden spirit stone, thus refraining from further melting iron ingots and instead opted for purifying the iron. Ding iron ingot minus 2,000, purification successful. Refined iron 200. Ding refined iron minus 200. Blood of gray-furred giant wolf minus 2,000 milliliters. Blood of silver wolf king minus 200 milliliters. Golden stone minus 20. Forging successful. Golden stone wolf spear. Rare. X20 golden stone wolf spear. Rare a rare spear forged from the 9 dragon fire. Infused with a fraction of gray-furred giant wolf blood and a trace of silver wolf king blood, significantly enhancing hardness, sharpness, and lethality. Lethality 120. Content with his acquisition. Muyu stored the golden stone wolf spear, then turned to reignite the 9 dragon fire, continuously energizing 5 red crystals within. Having attended to matters on the island, Muyu piloted his vessel to the medium-sized island. Upon arrival, Abu and the indigenous people came forth to greet Muyu. Master, we have discovered 3 blue water plants within the territory of the Crocodile Pack, along with blue stone mines. A red stone mine was found in the Tiger's Den, and earth-colored stone mines in the Serpent's Lair, alongside iron and copper mines on the mountain, which are currently being actively mined. Abu voluntarily reported the findings on the island, presenting the blue water plants to Muyu. Underwater grass. Rare, consuming it grants 3 agility, significantly enhances aquatic abilities, and provide the chance to comprehend the underwater breathing technique. Muyu immediately consumed one, feeling an invigorating lightness throughout his body, and successfully grasped the underwater breathing technique. Excellent work, Abu and your team. What truly delighted Muyu were the mineral veins. He observed the weary wildlings who had toiled through the night, extracted 9 pounds of blood and flesh true spirit mushrooms, and mixed them evenly in a bucket, distributing a mouthful to each individual. Roar, roar, roar moments later. The wildlings were in a frenzy, some shouting, others lifting weights, some digging, while a few succumbed to primal impulses that were too raw to behold. Once the wildlings returned to their senses, the effects were undeniably remarkable. The vitality of the entire wildling tribe surged. Each individual radiated vigor, and many wildlings even advanced in rank, with the number of wildling leaders reaching 10. Muyu entrusted the island to 2 wildling priests for supervision and allocated 20 golden stone wolf spears among the 10 wildling leaders, setting off together towards the east, departing from the medium-sized island. Chapter 68. Threats from other regions. After a considerable passage of time, Muyu finally beheld the so-called Colossal Island. The island's mountains stretched endlessly, towering majestically like a sinuous dragon. Some peaks pierced the clouds like swords, others undulated like the humps of camels. Some were blanketed in glistening snow, while others were lush and verdant. Muyu suspected that this mountain range extended for several dozen miles, rendering his modest vessel but a mere speck in its presence. Simultaneously, Muyu observed numerous small boats navigating toward this direction, most of which were standard wooden crafts. Upon sighting Muyu's vessel, the other boats kept a safe distance, wary of attracting unnecessary trouble. In the waters near the island, a dense cluster of identical boats lay anchored upon the sea, indistinguishable from one another. Hey, over here! Suddenly, a man standing on the left side of the coast waved him over. Before him was a designated docking area, notably vacant, occupied solely by a few special vessels. Muyu steered his ship into this area and inquired, "Who are you? I don't believe we have met." "Esteemed guest, my name is Jobin. It is entirely understandable that you do not recognize me. I am but a nameless individual tasked with overseeing the vessels in this region and collecting a modest docking fee. However, Rest assured, for esteemed individuals like yourself are provided complimentary supervision. You may explore the island at your leisure, and when you return laden with treasures, your beloved ship shall await you here, unharmed. Jobin spoke with utmost respect, bowing and explaining. As long as you can ensure the safety of my ship, I shall not be stingy with your reward. Muyu, not inclined to be miserly toward those struggling at the bottom, promptly handed him 100 units of stone. Esteemed guest, this is far too generous. Thank you, thank you. Jubin exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply in gratitude. Take good care of it. There will be more upon my return. Muyu instructed before calling Abu and the others to disembark from the vessel and step onto the shore. As he gazed upon the 11 imposing figures, robust and fierce, descending from the ship, Zhou Bin's eyes widened with a mix of fear and astonishment. Unperturbed by the stares of others, Muyu and his companions strode forward, only to discover the area ahead was densely packed with individuals. There were at least several hundred, if not 1,000, most wearing grave expressions. Their faces darkened with a palpable air of sorrow and anger. The presence of Muyu's group instantly drew the attention of the crowd. Some looked on in trepidation, others in terror, some with envy, some with anticipation, while a few displayed expressions of joy. Who is this esteemed individual? What a grand spectacle! Did you not see the savage by his side? There are many who bring savages with them. I am acquainted with all of them. Are you blind? Can you not see who the savage beside him is? That is the Savage King. Who else but Mu Shun could command such presence? Mu Shun saved my life. Let's praise Mu Shun. Praise Mu Shen. The crowd instinctively parted, gazing in awe at Muyu. Muyu entered confidently, his footsteps steady as he led Abu and the others inside. At the far end of the crowd, he beheld 6 lifeless bodies sprawled across the verdant grass, their flesh torn and mangled, not a single part remaining unscathed. Furthermore, 9 ominous characters were etched into the grass. Advance another step and meet the same fate. Who could be responsible for such atrocity? Muyu's voice was frigid as he scanned the crowd, horrified that such barbarity had unfolded before him. The onlookers, overwhelmed by Muyu's formidable presence, dared not meet each other's gaze, save for 4 individuals who maintained their composure, his comrades from the first echelon, who had also arrived at this grim scene. It must be the work of individuals from another district, spoke a refined middle-aged man exuding an air of sophistication. Embodying the essence of a scholar, it was Chong Sun-woo. Individuals from another district? Muyu questioned, his expression perplexed, before his tone shifted to one of indignation. Even if they hail from another district, they are still human. To take lives and then demean them in such a manner, casting their remains before us. What is their intention? They are attempting to intimidate us, to compel us to retreat and relinquish this island. A hint of derision tinged Chong Sun-woo's voice, as if mocking their plight. Why should they claim this island? It does not belong to them. Indeed, those who dare to slay our kin shall face our wrath in return. We shall not yield. We will fight to the bitter end. Strike back. Strike back. The crowd erupted in furious support, their voices ringing out in defiance. This island is vast. Can they truly consume all it offers? They risk shattering their own teeth, remarked Wang Yang with a sardonic smile. Then let us unite. When we encounter individuals from other districts, we shall boldly declare our names, and those nearby must swiftly come to our aid and vanquish our foes. Should you cower, when others are slaughtered, you shall be next. Chong Sun-woo's voice bore a weighty warning, prompting deep reflection among all present. Listen to Lord Chong's son. Listen to Lord Chong's son. They chanted in unison. In due time, the 6 bodies were laid to rest. Individuals formed groups of 3s and 5s, or larger clusters, as they ventured deeper into the plains. The occurrence of this tragedy made solitary journeys exceedingly rare. Mu brother, by brother, Wang brother, Wu brother, and Miss Jing. I shall take my leave now. Should any unforeseen event arise, call out, and if we are nearby, we will rush to your side without delay. Chong Sun-woo addressed Muyu and the others with a respectful salute. Very well. Travel safely. May fortune favor you. The 4 responded in kind. And only then did Chong Sun-woo lead his companions of over 100 into the vast plains, the largest collective within District 2222 at present. Mu brother, I bid you farewell, as do the other 2, until we meet again. Wang Yang and Lu Feibai solemnly exchanged farewells with Muyu before joining forces with several wild individuals and well-equipped island lords, disappearing into the depths of the plains. Subsequently, Muyu fixed his gaze upon a middle-aged man clad in identical steel armor. As the man removed his helmet, a face marred by a deep scar emerged. Yet it bore a benevolent expression as he regarded Muyu. I had thought I could still guide you a bit, but I never imagined you would grow so formidable. If I were to accompany you now, it would merely hold you back, he remarked. Uncle Wu, you flatter me. Your hunting skills are unparalleled. Your experience in wilderness survival is vast, and your ability to tame animals is remarkable. There is still much I can learn from you, Muyu replied with a smile. All right, no more praise. I must take my leave now. You must ensure your survival. With a wave, Wu Jiangwo mounted the back of a colossal wolf, accompanied by 3 wild men astride their own giant wolves, galloping across the plains like the very wind, as if the land were rightfully theirs. Chapter 69. The Dragon Slayer do not gaze any longer. I too harbor envy. As the souls of several wild men were lured away, Muyu interrupted their reverie. We also possess numerous wolf cubs and tiger cubs. Perhaps we could assemble a cavalry of our own and revel in the splendor. Muyu consoled himself, feeling a pang of envy toward Wu Jiangwo's remarkable skill. If I cannot achieve it myself, I shall learn from him. All right, master. The wild leaders beamed like children, brimming with joy. Muyu then turned his gaze to a woman clad in bronze armor beside him, tentatively extending an invitation. Shall we collaborate? Jiangyu hesitated for a moment before sincerely declining. There is no need. My team is capable and strong, and all the spoils belong solely to me. Being with you would only allow me to take advantage of you, and I am not one to do so. Very well. I respect your decision. Stay safe. Muyu nodded, and the two proceeded onto the plain, parting ways in different directions. Boom Rip, a magnificent porcupine, was pierced by a gray spear that glimmered with a faint silver light, firmly anchoring it to the earth. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The porcupine herd, startled, began to scatter in a frenzy. However, Muyu halted the wild leaders behind him from throwing more spears. Let us observe if they will retreat to their den. Follow closely, Muyu commanded, preparing to lead the wild men in pursuit, when a sudden wave of primal fear surged through him. Turning his head, he saw several wild leaders prostrated on the ground, trembling, with only Abu managing to remain upright. A resounding roar, filled with overwhelming power, echoed through the heavens. Muyu witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. A colossal silver dragon, forged from steel, emerged from the neighboring peak. Its immense form radiated a chilling luminescence, with impenetrable scales cloaking every inch of its body, embodying boundless strength and resilience. The silver dragon leapt from the sky, its wings unfurling, creating a powerful gust that swept across the plain. It landed with a thunderous presence, sending Muyu and the others tumbling several dozen meters away. The dragon raised its head high, its sharp fangs glinting with a cold light, as if they could rend apart any obstacles in its path. Each scale of the silver dragon shimmered with a metallic sheen, causing the porcupine herd beneath to cower in fear, paralyzed. With a cavernous maw that resembled a cascading waterfall, the silver dragon swallowed a majority of the porcupines in one gulp. Even in the face of imminent death, the remaining porcupines dared not flee. After devouring its prey, the dragon turned its head, its eyes exuding boundless majesty and dominance. Seemingly aware of Muyu's insignificant presence, it casually lifted a colossal claw. Before Muyu lay a claw as sharp as a mountain peak, descending toward him, the overwhelming pressure squeezing his heart, rendering him helpless, as if confronting the inevitability of death. Roar Abu bellowed, his entire being surging with energy, swelling to a crimson hue, an aura of bloodlust rising around him. He endured the terror within, unexpectedly lifting Muyu and casting him into the distance, leaving himself to confront the dragon's claw alone. No, far from the dragon, Muyu was violently thrown, breaking free from the oppressive force of the dragon. Watching Abu's predicament, his heart raced with urgency. After such a blow, there was no chance of survival. Abu fall. The command echoed, the familiar words resonating once more, and without hesitation, Abu obeyed, crashing heavily onto the plain. Innate talent, critical strike. Muyu's heart cried out as he drew the iron blade, nurtured for 68 hours at his waist. With a 400% critical strike, the azure blade aura surged forth like a torrent, unstoppable and fierce, charging ahead with unyielding momentum. whoosh where the blade aura passed. The air seemed to be sliced apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound, cleaving towards the silver-white dragon's claw that was about to descend upon Abu. Hiss! A drop of silver dragon blood splattered onto Abu, the silver-white dragon recoiling slightly, as if stung, swiftly retracting its claw. Ding for the first time, drawing the blade against an invincible high-tier creature and inflicting damage. Congratulations on acquiring the title Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, Strength 5, Agility 5, Spirit 5, Charisma 5. You shall possess unwavering courage, immune to the pressure of most high-tier beings. Before Muyu could revel in his joy, the silver-white dragon glanced at him, seemingly baffled as to why this insignificant creature had inflicted pain upon it, extending its claw once more. The blade aura, nurtured for so long under a fourfold critical strike, merely breached the dragon's defenses, shattering Muyu's resolve completely. Aside from the eruption of the 9 dragons and earth-fire phenomenon, he was at a loss for how to withstand it. Madu, I will fight. If I survive today, one day I shall ride you beneath me. Just as Muyu prepared to expend most of his mental energy to unleash the Fire Eye, a fiery red figure streaked across the sky, descending to pounce upon the silver-white dragon lying on the plain. Boom! The 2 colossal beings clashed on the plain, biting and colliding. The earth plowed open to reveal dark soil beneath the green grass, countless beasts trembling in fear, too afraid to raise their heads. Boom! Boom! The 2 dragons rolled on the plain, then soared into the sky to engage in fierce combat, only to plunge into the ocean, creating towering waves that surged 1,000 meters high, stirring Muyu's heart in turmoil. Muyu retrieved Abu and the 10 tribal leaders, fleeing from the battlefield of the dragons. Faced with such terrifying high-tier beings, even a mere shockwave could prove fatal. To linger here in search of scraps would be akin to courting death. After observing the 2 dragons battle for an extended period, it was evident that neither had sustained injuries. What appeared to be a fight resembled a pure contest of strength, exhausting their stamina, with neither employing extraordinary elemental attacks. Ding! The title Shark Provoker has been removed, and the title Dragon Slayer has been equipped. After distancing himself from the 2 colossal dragons, Muyu adorned himself with a new, formidable title, and an overwhelming courage surged within his heart, despite not knowing who had bestowed it upon him. He then turned his gaze towards Abu, whose skin shimmered with a silvery glow, an ethereal aura of dragonic pressure entwining him, barely perceptible. How do you feel? Muyu inquired with genuine concern. Master, I feel quite well. There's a force within me that is continuously augmenting my physique and bloodline. Abu replied with utmost respect. That's wonderful. This must be a blessing in disguise, Muyu remarked, reassured. Once you fully absorb this drop of dragon's blood, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. His heart swelled with pride, for Abu's loyalty had just reached a remarkable 100, marking him as a steadfast companion. His strength was a reflection of Muyu's own. Fortuitously, a red dragon had passed by today, leading to a confrontation that allowed him to narrowly escape with his life. However, this enmity could not simply be overlooked. While it would have to wait until a later time to settle the score, there was no harm in collecting a bit of interest first. Muyu's gaze shifted to the mountain peak where the neighboring dragon had just taken flight, a glimmer of avarice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 70. The ambush at the dragon's lair. Legends proclaim that the lairs of ancient dragons are replete with treasures. As Muyu observed the 2 dragons retreating into the distance, a surge of audacity ignited within him. He resolved to seize the opportunity and pilfer the abode of the silvery dragon, thereby compensating for his emotional distress. Without hesitation, he summoned Abu and the tribal leaders, and they sprinted towards the towering peak adjacent to them, weaving through the forest like phantoms. Upon reaching the mountainside, Muyu was struck by a revelation. The exposed iron ore spread across the slope suggested that this entire mountain might conceal a colossal iron deposit at its core. The verdant forest thinned out, revealing only a few resilient blades of grass sprouting defiantly amidst the iron fissures. As they ascended the peak, the landscape transformed. The iron was no longer merely exposed, but had given way to an expansive iron mine. How many units of iron could this be? Hundreds of thousands? Perhaps even millions? Soon, Muyu discerned the staggering quantity of iron within the mountain. Supergiant iron vein, 9,000,000,000,000. Before he could fully comprehend the enormity of this discovery, the silvery dragon could return at any moment, and he needed to hasten towards the dragon's lair. That place was the true treasury. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered a vast cavern, suffused with an overwhelming draconic aura, its exterior shimmering with a faint silvery glow. Yet Muyu understood that this was not mere silver, but rather the more precious high-purity iron known as secret iron. As he pressed forward, he noticed that the 10 tribal leaders accompanying him were increasingly trembling, hesitant to advance any further. "You may wait here. There is no need to accompany me," he urged. "Why, yes, master." The tribal leaders exhaled in relief, and Muyu bore no resentment towards them. Their fear was an innate response to the bloodline of higher beings. Even if they wished to follow, their bodies could not withstand it, unless they could surpass their limitations like Abu. "Let us proceed, Abu," Muyu urged, aware that lingering here for even a moment longer could escalate the danger. They swiftly ventured into the dragon's lair. What a lavish metallic dragon this was. Muyu's eyes widened in awe as the entire passageway of the cavern radiated with a silvery luminescence, constructed entirely from secret iron. A sizable chunk would suffice to secure him a fortune. As Muyu ventured deeper into the lair, he was greeted by an enormous dragon's nest, measuring over 10 feet in length and deeply recessed. The periphery of the nest transitioned from silvery secret iron to pure white metal, with the center displaying a small area of profoundly dark metal, embedded with numerous fist-sized spirit stones. It is noteworthy that typical elemental spirit stones are merely the size of pigeon eggs, each harboring extraordinary elemental powers. Muyu could scarcely fathom the sheer magnitude of the extraordinary elements contained within these stones before him. He felt that what lay before him transcended mere spirit stones. They should be termed spirit blocks. Furthermore, the entire value of this dragon's nest was easily composed of tens of millions of iron units. It is said that dragons are treasures in themselves, and he had not anticipated that their nests would be equally bounteous. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyu brandished the steel pickaxe and struck fervently at the dragon's lair, instantly igniting a shower of sparks. The force of the impact reverberated through his hands, leaving them numb. Upon inspecting the black metallic fragment he had struck, he was left utterly astounded. Not a single mark was left upon its surface. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped Muyu. Indeed, what significance did all these precious treasures hold, presented before him, when he lacked the ability to claim them? In his agitation, Muyu circled the entire dragon cave, hoping to unearth other items, for a thief must never return empty-handed. Otherwise, his perilous journey would be rendered a farce. Just then, he was astonished to discover a smaller dragon nest situated to the right rear of the main lair, measuring only a few paces in length, atop which rested a grayish-white metallic egg. Muyu acknowledged that the resplendent metallic fragments and spirit stones of the larger nest had dazzled his senses, causing him to overlook the true treasures within the cave. He felt compelled to extend his apologies to the metallic giant egg. Hastily, Muyu approached and caressed the egg's gleaming shell. Dragon egg of iron. Extraordinary. The extraordinary bloodline of a giant dragon can only be inherited by one descendant in its lifetime, with a profound emotional bond existing between them and the preceding dragon. Even separated by vast distances, they can sense one another. Unlike other beast eggs, it did not state that a drop of blood would suffice for a contract. Puzzled, Muyu resolutely bit his palm, allowing a copious amount of crimson blood to smear across the dragon's egg. Regardless of its efficacy, he decided to take the plunge. Whether he could become a dragon knight depended on this moment. Certainly, the dragon egg could not be taken away. The dragon would sense its location, akin to offering oneself as a sacrificial fruit upon Yama's table, a surefire path to demise. Moreover, he was uncertain how to incubate it. Yet, the thought of returning empty-handed made Muyu restless. His gaze then fixated on the smaller dragon nest. With the combined strength of himself and Abu, they pushed aside the heavy dragon egg, revealing a nest composed of secret iron and pure white metal. The nest was adorned with metallic spirit stones, and at its center lay a notably large spirit stone, roughly the size of a fist. "Abu, you take the lead. Aim for that central stone," Muyu instructed, handing the steel pickaxe to Abu, recognizing that in this endeavor, he was but a novice compared to him. Abu, aware of the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of adrenaline in response to Mu Yu's earnest gaze. His body swelled with raw power, the muscles beneath his reddened skin expanding ominously. Unlike before, a silvery sheen flickered beneath his skin. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike from Abu sent forth sparks soaring several meters high. Yet, Mu Yu was acutely aware that these sparks erupted solely from a steel pickaxe, as the metallic fragment remained unyielding. In the distance, a faint dragon roar echoed, tightening Mu Yu's chest with trepidation, prompting him to urge Abu. Hurry, Abu. He realized that should the approaching silver dragon block their exit, their fate would be sealed. Abu's eyes were bloodshot, each strike executed with utmost effort, his entire body trembling from the recoil. With a resounding crack, the iron pickaxe shattered under repeated blows, leaving Abu holding the handle devoid of its head, utterly perplexed. A booming roar akin to a dragon's echoed forth, its clarity heightened, as if it spiraled just beyond the mountain peaks. It was over. Mu Yu felt darkness enveloping him. At that moment, a sound of shattering resonated through the air. Chapter 71, Sequence 79. The demigod of puppets, Mu Yu discovered a fissure appearing on the once unified dragon's lair, grasping a fist-sized spirit stone and a metal fragment. He scarcely had a moment to glance at the system prompt before dashing away with Abu. Hurry, hurry. Once I am affluent, I shall certainly forge a supreme iron pick, a supreme iron shovel, and a supreme iron axe to carry with me. Mu Yu gritted his teeth and sprinted forth. As the light outside the dragon cave illuminated the entrance, refracting into a dazzling silvery hue, together with Abu, he leaped out. Let us go. Mu Yu called upon the barbarian leaders to descend the mountain in a frenzy. However, he suddenly caught sight of a mass of grayish-white muck nestled among the woods, emanating a rich metallic essence, with the soil beneath it glistening as if transforming into iron. Could this mountain of iron be the excrement of the iron dragon soaring above? What sight that must be! Mu Yu felt a peculiar sensation, as though he were standing atop a mountain of dung, though the dragon's droppings bore no odor whatsoever. Stealing dung doesn't sound too appealing, does it? Yet, it could represent a superior piece of farmland or 10 golden crystals. Gazing at the muck, Mu Yu hesitated, wrestling with indecision for a few moments before ultimately prioritizing profit. He promptly commanded the barbarian leaders to package the muck and take it away. Moments latte. As Mu Yu reached the foot of the mountain, he beheld the silver dragon alighting upon the peak, and a wave of relief washed over him. Before long, a resounding roar echoed from the summit, reverberating through the clouds, with emotions running high. The silver dragon soared from the mountaintop, circling the peak as if searching for something. Yet at that moment, Mu Yu had already burrowed into the dense forest outside the mountain. Phew, I ran fast enough. It would have been troublesome had I remained on the mountain. It's merely a few scraps of metal, not like I took a dragon egg. Why the excitement? In the jungle, as he caught his breath, Mu Yu began to peruse the system's notifications. Ding Golden Source Stone 1. Ding Extreme Iron 2. Golden Source Stone contains terrifying metallic elements, exceedingly stable, a remarkable, extraordinary material. Extreme Iron, exceptional iron refined to its utmost, possessing extraordinary characteristics when mixed into weapons. It can unleash unparalleled effects, an exceedingly superior material. This is akin to having unearthed a vast iron mine. Mu Yu's face lit up with joy, feeling that all his adventures had been worthwhile at that moment. Just as Mu Yu reveled in his delight. A cacophony erupted in the jungle as shadows began to encircle them. Among the figures, a man clad in azure steel armor stepped forth, wielding a crossbow in his left hand and a long sword in his right, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. How long have you been hiding here? Mu Yu inquired with curiosity. I've been watching since you ascended the mountain. Consider yourself fortunate to have survived, replied the man in blue armor, his fervent gaze penetrating through the visor, fixating on the package the barbarian leader held, his voice dripping with greed. What treasures did you procure on a mountain? Show me. Dung, do you want it? Mu Yu squinted, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Dare to toy with me? I'm the third island lord of District 2220. Though you possess some strength, I suggest you contemplate the consequences of crossing blades with me. If you share the spoils, I shall depart at once. The man in the blue armor retorted with a menacing tone. I have already stated that it is refuse. Do you desire it? Muigriku emphasized. Very well. If I do not beat you to a pulp, I shall not bear the surname Pei. The blue-armored man seethed, his hand sweeping through the air as dozens of crossbow bolts erupted from the forest, resembling a relentless downpour of arrows. Muyu pointed disdainfully at the blue-armored man, declaring, Spare him. Eliminate everyone else. Boom, boom. In the astonished gaze of the blue-armored man, 10 savage leaders hurled their stone wolf spears towards the shadows within the thicket, then raised their iron shields to absorb the incoming crossbow bolts, charging forth with iron blades drawn. Abu, even more ferocious, did not bother to raise his shield. Barreling into the woods like a frenzied bull, a cacophony of sounds following in his wake. Crack, crack, crack. Odd noises emanated from the jungle, leaving the blue-armored man astonished. He had not anticipated such ferocity from these wild men. His previous bravado dissipated, and he began to retreat cautiously. Where do you think you are going? Muyu chided, startling the blue-armored man into a panicked flight. Thud! The blue-armored man felt as if he had collided with a wall and looked up to meet a pair of large, bell-shaped eyes. Wind arrow. He aimed his crossbow at Abu's eyes, releasing a bolt infused with the azure elements of wind, propelled by a fierce gust towards Abu's gaze. Whoosh! Abu raised his left hand to shield his face. The bolt embedded itself into his palm, halting just half an inch further. He retaliated with a strike aimed at the blue-armored man's head. Slap! The blue-armored man was sent flying, dazed and disoriented, struggling to regain his footing. Meanwhile, several savage leaders returned, each dragging humanoid puppets behind them. Some bore iron shields, others wielded iron blades or crossbows, though they were now nearly disassembled. It became clear that these figures were not real people. Muyu, slightly taken aback, resolved his earlier confusion. Surrounded by Abu and the savage leaders, the blue-armored man realized there was no escape. He ceased his resistance, pleading, Great One, we are all human. Spare me. And now you call me Great One? Even if you were unaware of my strength, seeing the fierce wild chieftains by my side should have warned you that you were courting death, Muyu remarked, perplexed by the blue-armored man's audacity. Did he truly forget his wits upon leaving the island today? Great One, how was I to know these wild men were so formidable? I thought they were merely large and intimidating. Had I known their true might, I wouldn't have dared to trouble you. The blue-armored man professed earnestly. Are there no wild men in your territory? A peculiar gleam flickered in Muyu's eyes as he inquired. I have not heard of it. The man clad in blue armor appeared to be on the verge of tears, which left Muyu slightly astonished. Contemplating for a moment, he then asked, You claim to be the third island lord of your district. Have you ever activated a medium-sized altar? To which deity did you offer your sacrifices? Indeed, I have activated one, and the offering was made to Sequence 79, the god of puppets, he replied. In that instant, Muyu experienced a profound epiphany. He had not anticipated that the man before him was genuinely the third island lord of the region. It became clear why he had never encountered wild tribesmen, why he possessed such a multitude of puppets, and most perplexingly, why he was so feeble, despite being the third island lord. His strength was comparable to that of Shun Jian and his ilk. Chapter 72. Gale Crossbow. It appears that the deities revered in each region differ significantly, leading to considerable variations in local customs. However, the worship of these divine entities is not determined solely by regional codes. Otherwise, the stark contrast between two neighboring areas would be inexplicable. Muyu distinctly recalls that in his district, the altar venerates a deity of Sequence 9, namely the god of hunting, who possesses 2 official dominions. Esteemed one, have you finished your inquiries? The man clad in azure armor could not restrain his curiosity as he observed Muyu lost in contemplation. Allow me to pose one final question. Have you ever taken the life of someone from another district? Snapped back to reality, Muyu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Absolutely not. I swear, esteemed one. The azure-armored man fervently shook his head in assurance. Very well, Abu, please escort him away. There's no need for such formality. I can depart on my own accord, truly. The azure-armored man replied, taken aback. Just then, Abu stepped forward, his iron fists clenching towards the man's head. With a resounding thud, the helmet crumpled inward, emitting a sharp crack akin to a ripe watermelon bursting, splattering crimson juice as the azure-armored man collapsed to the ground. Muigriku approached, groping around but failed to locate any spatial pouch. It seems the system disapproves of mutual slaughter. Once a life is extinguished, the belongings within their possession vanish as well. Muyu lamented this loss, recognizing that this individual had undoubtedly taken lives before. Otherwise, he could have launched a surprise attack immediately rather than engaging in a lengthy conversation to intimidate him. The information Muyu gathered was substantial. The fact that he had encountered an individual from District 2220 indicated a connection with at least 4 other districts. Thus, the threat they posed likely originated from one of those regions. He swiftly dismissed District 2220. Their overall strength did not support such brazen acts. It had to be a district imbued with overwhelming confidence in its prowess, allowing for such reckless behavior. When Muyu regained his focus, the wild men had already cleared the battlefield. The puppets lay damaged, composed of mere scraps of iron and wood, rendering them impossible to transport. However, they had collected 20 fine iron shields and 20 fine iron swords, which could be bestowed upon the wild leaders as new armaments. The old equipment would be taken back for the chieftains of the wild men. Moreover, he had acquired 70 fine iron crossbows and 700 fine iron bolts, all crafted from standardized blueprints, only marginally superior to Mu Yu's outdated light crossbow. While their immediate utility was limited, they could be melted down for 280 pieces of fine iron, equivalent to half a medium-sized iron mine, or sold for a modest profit. The most significant gain was a steel long sword, a steel crossbow, and a set of steel heavy armor. Mu Yu could only remark, though the individual was inexperienced. The gifts were commendable. Ding Azure Blade, rare. 1 Ding Gale Crossbow, rare. 1 Ding Heavy Armor of the Wind, rare. 1 The Azure Blade and Heavy Armor of the Wind were rather conventional and could be traded later. But the Gale Crossbow was quite impressive, perfectly suited to replace his light crossbow for distant skirmishes. Windstorm Crossbow, rare, infused with the element of wind. This extraordinary crossbow is crafted from steel blended with exquisite silver, boasting formidable power. It can absorb stray wind elements and releases a windstorm arrow once every hour. Damage: 9,210. Muyu recalled that he had 30 wind feathers at home. If he fashioned them into bolts, their potency would undoubtedly be enhanced. After meticulously gathering his belongings, Muyu, accompanied by the wildlings, continued their expedition, seeking new treasures within the forest. After a considerable time, a hyena wandered into the area, spotting a shattered head of a naked corpse, and rushed over to lick the crimson blood, its eyes gleaming with fervor. Suddenly, without warning, a sharp sword plunged into the hyena's neck, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, it had not been devoured by the beast. With only 1 use of his talent per week, he needed to exercise caution in the days ahead. How could such a grotesque existence be possible? I was utterly defenseless against even a subordinate strike. The young man caressed his already healed head and stood up, only to feel a chilling sensation as he surveyed the remnants of puppets scattered about, his heart aching profoundly. It was as if he had returned to a time before liberation. In the dense forest, a plump elk was blissfully grazing on grass, blissfully unaware of the impending threat. Whoosh! A sharp bolt pierced through the trees, striking the elk's skull, blood spurting forth as it collapsed heavily to the ground. A wildling leader sprang forth, hoisting the elk onto his shoulder. The power was commendable. Muyu beamed as he observed the windstorm crossbow in his hands, perfectly suited for hunting weaker creatures. I am Chi Jinger from Zone 2222, requesting assistance. I am Peng Anren from Zone 2222, requesting assistance. I am Liu Kun from Zone 2222, requesting assistance. I am from Zone 2222. Suddenly, cries for help echoed from the depths of the forest. Upon hearing this, Muyu lifted his gaze and muttered with a smirk, "It seems the time to earn some extra income has arrived." He then rushed forth with the wildlings. 3 lifeless bodies lay carelessly on the ground, encircled by 7 or 8 individuals, each brandishing their weapons with anxious expressions, while only 5 stood in opposition. Shout louder. The more who call, the more will come to their doom. Among them, a young man clad in light armor wore a cruel smile, his group exuding fierce determination. Undeterred by their wounds, "Did we not warn you? How dare you set foot on this island? It appears our words meant nothing to you." so you shall be buried here." Among the five, a woman adorned in heavy steel armor led the group, her voice hoarse and chillingly indifferent. "This island is so vast. Why resort to slaughter? Wouldn't it be better to develop together? We are all compatriots from Blue Star. Must we be so ruthless?" Two women from the seven-member group trembled as they questioned. "Spare us your words. They have been forged into beasts by this world, their minds no longer human. Do you truly expect these creatures to comprehend human speech?" The leading man halted the meaningless inquiries of the two women in his team. A scar from a sword marred his cheek, staining one side of his face a crimson hue, while an arrow was lodged in his left arm. Breathing heavily, he gripped his blade tightly, fixated on the heavily armored woman before him. Kill." The armored woman's voice dripped with murderous intent. With a commanding shout, she surged forward, dragging a massive steel sword that was nearly as tall as herself, leaving a long gash in the grass as she aimed to strike down the middle-aged man. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as the man raised his large blade in defense. The immense force bore down upon him, forcing him to kneel on one knee as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Boss! Boss! The remaining members of the group rushed to assist, but four other enemies wielding their own weapons advanced menacingly. Their fierce combat displayed utter fearlessness, overwhelming the seven, leaving them in dire straits with no opportunity to retaliate. With gritted teeth, the middle-aged man felt his strength wane suddenly as the armored woman withdrew her greatsword. He exhaled a sigh of relief, but his reprieve was short-lived as she swung the sword down once more, propelled by tremendous momentum. Clang! The man's grip faltered, the blade slipping from his grasp. He lifted his gaze, his pupils contracting in terror as the massive sword descended upon his head, a harbinger of doom. Boom! Chapter 73. Another extraordinary island, a crossbow bolt shot forth from a distance, striking the descending steel greatsword with precision. The armored woman staggered, causing the greatsword to crash onto the ground beside her. Thud! The man crouched on the ground was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief at his narrow escape. Who was it? The sudden arrow compelled everyone to gaze towards its origin, as the armored woman shouted into the dense forest. Boom! 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 In response, the only sound was the thunderous whoosh of the golden stone wolf spears slicing through the air, 10 gleaming spears hurtling towards them. One individual raised a massive shield for defense, only for it to be deformed upon impact, sending him flying back, impaled by the subsequent spear, lifeless. Another turned to flee, but a spear pinned him against a tree. In short, all faced death. In the blink of an eye, only the armored woman remained of the 5-person team. The other four had been brutally pierced by spears, their fates grim. With a grave expression, the armored woman hesitated for less than 2 seconds, sheathed her greatsword, and sprinted into the thicket. Suddenly, a water-blue spear landed just in front of her, embedding itself in the ground and creating a deep crater a mere half-meter away. The armored woman recognized this as a warning and immediately halted, frozen in place. Muyu then emerged slowly with a group of wild men. "It is the god Mu. The great god Mu has saved us. We worship the god Mu. Oh, how moving. The great god Mu has rescued me once again." With the iconic Wild King's appearance, the 7-person team erupted in exclamations, tears streaming down their faces in gratitude. Muyu paid no heed to their astonishment, as several wild leaders began to collect the golden stone wolf spears and gather valuables from the deceased. Surrounding the armored woman with the remaining leaders, Muyu finally inquired, "Who are you? Which district do you hail from? Kill me if you wish, but spare me your prattle. I shall not speak." The armored woman replied defiantly, unflinching. Muyu furrowed his brow slightly, surprised to encounter such a resolute woman. "In that case, Abu, strip her of her armor. You all take turns one by one." "You despicable fiend," the armored woman retorted angrily as several wild leaders advanced, seizing her limbs. Abu yanked off her helmet, revealing the striking features of a youthful woman. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. "God Mu, may I also join the queue?" At that moment, a middle-aged man from the 7-person team raised his hand, his eyes glinting with lewdness, provoking disdain from the 2 women nearby. "Lu Kun, I didn't realize you were this type of person. How disgusting. Look at the others, then look at yourself. Peng Anren, say something." "Godmu, may I cut in line?" The man named Peng Anren chimed in. God Mu, I wish to join the queue as well. Amidst the 7-member group, 4 men expressed their intent to form a queue, leaving only the leader, whose visage bore a bitter expression, at a loss for words. To their surprise, the individuals from Zone 2222 turn out to be a band of lecherous scoundrels. The armored woman seethed with rage, her body quaking with indignation. Oomph! We are already mortal enemies. What virtue is there to discuss? Abu, move swiftly, Muyu coldly urged, observing the imposing figure of the wild chieftain ready to take action. The armored woman, realizing her defeat, gritted her teeth and announced, I am Zheng Yuezhi, hailing from Zone 2223. Abu, cease your actions. Wouldn't it have been simpler to cooperate from the outset? A hint of disdain flickered across Muyu's face, akin to a dagger piercing deeply into Zheng Yuezhi's heart. Why does your zone seek to slay those from ours? This island solely belongs to Zone 2223. No one from other zones is permitted to tread upon it. Such are the words of our leader. Upon mentioning the term leader, admiration gleamed in Zheng Yuezhi's eyes. To whom does your zone's altar pay homage? What do you mean? I know not. Zheng Yuezhi's expression was one of confusion. Have you never activated a mid-tier altar? What rank do you hold on your island? Muyu suddenly sensed the gravity of the situation. The mid-tier altar can only be activated by the leader. I am merely an inconspicuous nobody in our zone. Zheng Yuezhi's tone shifted to one of humble reverence, further tightening Muyu's furrowed brow. What are the names of the top 3 island leaders in your ranking? And what is the grade of your island? Ku Yuan, Long He, and our leader, Shi Sangtian. The island's grade is rare, and the excellence of our leader is unparalleled, even in the face of the crowd's encirclement and imminent peril. Zheng Yuezhi's expression remained one of pride as she uttered these words. It is astonishing. Our zone situation mirrors yours. The God Mu is also of exceptional quality. I firmly believe that God Mu is mightier still. You cannot fathom the events of that night. With a mere wave of his hand, a fire dragon sword. A memory that remains vivid in my mind to this very day. Upon hearing Zheng Yuezhi's words, the others began to murmur amongst themselves. But as those words reached Zheng Yuezhi's ears, it struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her in disbelief. How can it be that this demon possesses an exceptional grade island as well? Such is impossible. Only leader Shi Sangtian is worthy of an exceptional grade island. You do not comprehend the might of an exceptional island. You must be deceiving me, engaging in self-delusion. There is no hope left. Just kill me. Muigreku sighed softly. It was clear that this woman had been thoroughly brainwashed. I've said all that needs to be said. Why must you still kill me? I can ensure your satisfaction. I only plead for my life. Perhaps it was the glimmer of hope she had seen before. Or perhaps Zheng Yuezhi wished to relay this earth-shattering news back to Zone 2223. She now implored with unusual submission. I merely requested answers. I never declared an intent to spare you. Frankly, I have no interest in you. Muyu's tone was frigid, as though she regarded Zheng Yuezhi as a mere corpse. Kill her. Suddenly, Zheng Yuezhi erupted, breaking free from the grasp of the 4 wild leaders. A colossal steel sword materialized in her hands, aimed fiercely at Muyu. With a swift motion, Abu leaped into action, his powerful iron fist crashing down upon her unprotected head. In an instant, her skull exploded like a bursting balloon, leaving a headless female corpse to topple directly before Muyu. Throughout the entire ordeal, Muyu's eyelids remained unperturbed, with his current mastery of swordsmanship. Even had Abu not intervened, he would have effortlessly countered her assault. Ding steel greatsword, rare. 1 ding steel heavy armor, rare. 1 ding fine iron wolf armor, excellent. 1 ding eagle strike bow, excellent. 1 Chapter 74. The ambush coast, as the saying goes. A horse cannot thrive without midnight grass, and a person cannot become wealthy without unexpected fortune. Indeed, committing murder and plundering is the swiftest means of acquiring riches. Aside from the 2 rare items on Zheng Yuezhi, Muyu collected approximately 10 excellent pieces of equipment, prompting a heartfelt exclamation. Thank you, Great Mu. I am Zhang Yinjia. Gratitude to you, Great Mu, for your timely assistance. I am Peng Anren. Thank you, Great Mu. I am Lu Kun. With Zhang Yunjia being the first to express his gratitude, The others followed suit, overwhelmed with appreciation. It was but a small effort. What brings you here? Muyu gestured dismissively and inquired. There's a warren of rabbits nearby, and we intended to hunt for meat, but we were spotted by them, Zhang Yunji explained. Oh, a rabbit warren? Muyu's gaze drifted past them to the ground, where numerous holes dotted the landscape. Were it not for their words, he would have mistaken them for rat burrows. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt flew forth, striking a wild hare that had just poked its head out of a burrow, piercing its skull. A wild man leader promptly approached to retrieve the nearly basin-sized hare. Ding! Decomposition successful. Jumping rabbit meat X 30 pounds. Jumping rabbit for X1. Jumping rabbit meat. Contains trace elements. Regular consumption of black iron grade or lower enhances agility. Continue your hunt, but exercise caution, Muyu remarked, feeling a sense of ennui. There was no need to compete for such low-grade sustenance. He tossed the rabbit meat to Zhang Yunjia and turned to leave with the wild men. Great Mu walked slowly. Hurry, let us catch more rabbits. It's no longer safe here. We must depart swiftly. After Mu Yu's departure, Zhang Yunjia urged the remaining 7 to resume their hunt for the jumping rabbits. Looking up through the canopy, Mu Yu noted that it was just past noon. The sun still blazed fiercely, yet he had already devised a plan to return to the island. He needed to visit a medium-sized island to gather resources before advancing to Fire Dragon Island, where he would face island trials. If the time dragged on too long, pollutants might emerge, leading to unforeseen complications. Moreover, following the island's advancement, numerous matters would require his attention. Should the island be sufficiently vast, he would need to relocate all the wild men and juvenile beasts there. Uncertain if the newly refreshed islands would still exist after the week passed, Muyu retraced his steps along the route he had come, traversing dense forests, passing through Iron Mountain, and crossing the plains, soon nearing the coast. Clang! Whoosh! Crack! Crack! The sound of clashing weapons echoed from the coast, causing Muyu's heart to tighten as he urged the wild men to quicken their pace. At the shore, a middle-aged man wielding both large and small shields led a group, accompanied by hundreds of puppet dolls, mercilessly decimating the coastal guards, forcing some to flee by boat. Jubin, holy up-at! A comrade already on a ship shouted. No, we cannot leave. If we do, they will destroy all the boats. Jobin wielded an iron shield to fend off the relentless barrage of arrows, each powerful impact forcing him to step backward, nearly retreating to the very edge of the shore. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood, he mused, bewildered by the fervor of his companions. What affliction plagues you? Is it truly worth risking everything over a mere 100 basic resources? One companion, perplexed, queried. Having offended the entire region, do you truly believe you can survive if we escape back now? Zhou Bin retorted, his voice laced with urgency. The companions who had boarded the ship were taken aback, and one quickly countered, do you think they would dare to kill me? If I leave, I doubt they would swim back to seek vengeance. If it comes to it, I simply shall not return to this island. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck Zhou Bin's arm, causing his shield-bearing hand to falter. He was compelled to crouch behind the iron shield, bracing for the worst. Witnessing this, his comrades dared not argue further. They hastily paddled away from the scene. As the coast appeared on the verge of succumbing, Zhou Bin's expression turned bitter as he resigned himself to waiting for death beneath the shield. Moments later, he was astonished to observe a significant reduction in the number of arrows raining down upon him, and those who had been attacking seemed hesitant to approach for the kill. Cautiously peeking from behind the shield, he witnessed a scene that left him in shock. Over a dozen wild leaders, akin to divine beings, wielding shields in their left hands and blades in their right, ravaged through the ranks of puppets as if they were in a realm devoid of opposition. Even more formidable was the Wild King, whose thrown spear seemed to bear the mark of death. Whoever it struck met their demise. Even the foremost figure, a man brandishing dual shields, fell to the ground, incapacitated by a water-blue spear, groaning as he lay unable to rise. You hail from Zone 2220? How audacious of you to come to Zone 2222 and sabotage our vessels. Soon, Muyu stood before the dual-shielded man, demanding an explanation. Is it permissible for you to destroy our ships while we cannot retaliate in kind? At worst, it would mean death. The man on the ground seethed with indignation, as if harboring a lifetime of grievances. Sabotaging your vessels? Surely you are mistaken. Muyu, taken aback, suddenly realized that others seemed unaware that the perpetrators hailed from Zone 2223. He even left his name on the ground. Chiozei from your zone, claiming that we slaughtered your people as an act of revenge. What utter nonsense! Why have we ever taken your lives? The man spoke with fury, then added, except for just now. Chiozei? A certain individual flashed in Muyu's mind. You lot keep an eye on him. The rest of you, gather the equipment. Abu, go to the plains and call out for reinforcements. After a moment's contemplation, Muyu issued his commands. Great Mu, oh great Mu. Thanks to you, how could I ever explain this to the entire region? A rotund man rushed over, standing beside Muyu, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. You are the leader of the ship's administrators? And yet, you have not fled. Muyu scrutinized the man, recognizing him despite his disheveled appearance. He seemed reminiscent of an entrepreneur from Blue Star. Mu Shan jested, referring to himself as Chao Qiankong, feeling unworthy of such a title. With the entire region entrusting their vessels to him, how could he dare to flee? As long as the people remained, the ships remained. Once the people perished, so too would the vessels. Chao Qiankong repeatedly pounded his chest in a show of confidence. You may possess a modicum of intelligence, yet such a vast cake is beyond your capacity to consume. Wait here, Muyu replied with a cold smirk. Chao Qiankong's forehead soon glistened with beads of sweat as he stood respectfully in place. Before long, the wild men had thoroughly cleared the scene, delivering a mountain of iron shields, swords, and crossbows before Muyu. Ding mother and child double shields, rare. 1 ding earth grade heavy armor, rare. 1 ding iron shield 40 ding, iron sword 40 ding, repeating crossbow 80. Perhaps it was due to the fact that most were visiting this island for the first time that they did not delve too deeply into the situation. As Abu called out, they gradually returned to the coastline, including the other 4 members of the first echelon. What happened? Was there a surprise attack? Long Sun Wu inquired upon seeing the scattered puppets and those casually resting on the ground. Let him speak, Muyu said, tossing out a man who had been stripped bare. Under the gaze of so many onlookers, the man felt humiliated, yet he recounted the events as they unfolded. Slander. He is slandering me. A voice cried from within the crowd. P.S. The narrative is set to return to island development, as personal islands are the prevailing trend. Chapter 75. Blueprint for the construction of the Spirit Fish Pond. The crowd parted as Chiozei, clad in light armor, stepped forward, his expression one of indignation. Defamation. I did not ambush your vessels along the coast. You are Chiozei. I shall take your life. A middle-aged man, visibly agitated, lunged towards Chiozei. In a swift motion, Muyu dispatched him with a single stroke, the blood absorbed by the bloodthirsty fire ring blade. The identity of the assailant is no longer of consequence. The current reality is that apart from our own territory, all others are foes. Muyu then recounted the encounter with Zheng Yuezhi. Thus, Shi Sangtian is indeed a highly ambitious rogue, possessing a formidable talent for influencing or even brainwashing others. Long Sun Wu remarked gravely, such a perilous figure may harbor further schemes. We must remain vigilant, Wang Yang interjected. Indeed, at this juncture along the coast, one of your group must remain on guard. Otherwise, even a few powerful individuals could sever your escape routes entirely, Muyu advised. Very well. I shall stay behind for the remainder of today. Zizhan, you shall continue with our prior strategy. Starting tomorrow, the 5 of us will take turns guarding the coast. If anyone is unwilling to rotate, they may choose another, Long Sun Wu instructed Zizhan, while summoning Chao Qiankong to issue further orders. From tomorrow onwards, vessels that arrive will be charged per head, 10 units of basic resources for each individual. You will oversee the vessels, but must surrender 80 of the profits. 80%. Long Sun, with so many ships, I will need to recruit additional personnel to keep watch. Isn't that a bit excessive? Our district still has over 3,000 people. Even if 2,000 arrive daily, that amounts to 20,000 basic resources, a sufficient sum for one person to advance to a 4th-tier island. Is 4,000 resources a day too little? If you are unwilling, there are plenty others who will take up the task, Long Sun Wu replied, his eyes narrowing with a hint of a smile, exuding an unspoken pressure despite his refined tone. I will do it. I will do it. That is enough. Chao Chin Kong repeatedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded in agreement. Muyu concurred with Long Sun Wu's proposal. With such a significant resource allocation, those initially reluctant to guard the coast would likely be eager to do so. For most, it was a favorable arrangement. Spending 10 units of basic resources could greatly secure their return home, allowing them to explore islands without concern. Having resolved the matter, Muyu exchanged farewells with the others and led the wildlings towards the sea, preparing to return to the island. Muyu, are you leaving now? Suddenly, elle fait bien incroyable. Yes, is there a problem? Muyu responded suspiciously. Elle Bai hesitated before finally asking, are you returning to upgrade your island? Indeed. Upon hearing Muyu's answer, Elle Bai's expression momentarily fell before becoming resolute. I will catch up with you tomorrow. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Muyu smiled faintly, perceiving the boy's childish demeanor. Continuing forward, he spotted Zhou Bin resting on the ground, his arm wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing Muyu approach, Zhou Bin hastily attempted to rise. Mugot, you need not stand. Please remain seated. Muyu's tone carried an undeniable authority, prompting Zhou Bin to comply instantly. Looking up, he observed his leaf fan sailing vessel intact by the shore. Well done. You have performed admirably. This is your reward. Muyu smiled gently, leaving behind a finely crafted iron crossbow and 10 bolts. The bolts, manufactured in Zone 2220, had plastic fletchings, which, while advantageous for mass production, lacked any extraordinary enhancements, offering only basic damage. God, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Zhou Bin exclaimed, taken aback, swiftly declining the offer. It may be precious to you, but it is of little consequence to me. Take it and seize your opportunity. Remaining here to guard the ship offers no future, Muyu counseled, departing without a backward glance, leaving Zhou Bin stunned in place. Moments later, Muyu's figure vanished from sight, and Zhou Bin clutched the iron crossbow tightly, as if it were a treasure of immense value. Muyu, accompanied by the tribal leaders, arrived at the wilderness of the medium-sized island, where mounds of ores, beast carcasses, and soil awaited his collection. Ding! Decomposition successful. Giant tiger meat X15, 000 pounds. Giant tiger essence X15, 000 ml. Giant tiger hide X30. Ding! Decomposition successful. Giant tooth crocodile meat X15, 000 pounds. Giant tooth crocodile essence X15, 000 ml. Giant tooth crocodile teeth X60. Ding! Decomposition successful. Giant python meat X15, 000 pounds. Giant python essence X15, 000 ml. Giant python gallbladder X30. Giant python gallbladder clears heat and detoxifies, invigorates the mind, and excessive consumption can enhance physical strength and promote growth. After glancing at the dark gallbladder, Muyu deemed its effects satisfactory and decided to keep it, leaving all the giant python meat behind for the tribesmen as sustenance. Although they could hunt for themselves, it would lead to erratic meals, severely impacting their efficiency. As they had officially joined Muyu's service, he would not allow them to go hungry. Ding! Firestone 100, Waterstone 100, Soilstone 100, Iron Block 6000, Copper Block 3000, Soil 10, 000. Thus, all valuable resources on this medium-sized island were now firmly in his grasp. Muyu left 10 tribal leaders behind, taking only Abu with him to Fire Dragon Island. Upon returning and confronting the first snow along with the small gurgling creature, Muyu rewarded them with 200 pounds of Tiger King meat before sending them off. Then proceeded to the mud hut. Ding! Mud 1,500. The mud still fell short by nearly 500 units, and Muyu could no longer wait. He directly exchanged 1 unit of giant tiger meat for 10 units of mud, spending 50 units of tiger meat to procure the necessary mud, thereby surpassing the monumental threshold of 10,000. Just as Muyu prepared to advance to the island, he realized with dismay that he possessed only 9 rare buildings, falling short of the requirement by 1. Without hesitation, Muyu announced a generous reward in the chat channel, offering a set of earthbound heavy armor, a pair of mother and child shields, and an eagle strike bow, which finally procured him a suitable rare blueprint. The price of building blueprints inherently exceeds that of items of the same quality by a tier. Thus, Muyu did not consider it excessively overpriced, especially since these items were not his to begin with, causing him no pangs of regret. Basic equipment can be fused into metal blocks for reforging, as Muyu's forge produces items of superior quality. However, these extraordinary weapons cannot undergo the same process. Should they be refused, their exceptional properties would vanish entirely, leaving only fundamental metal. Blueprint for Spirit Fish Pond. Rare Stone X100, Waterstone X20. Extraordinary Ingredients X100 Gene. Chapter 76. The Island Advancement Trial. Gazing at the name on the blueprint, Muyu surmised that it was a rare structure for fish farming. He promptly chose a vacant plot near the sea for construction, facilitating the subsequent filling with seawater. Ding. Stone -100, Waterstone -20, Giant Tooth Crocodile, meat -100 pounds. Construction successful. Spirit Fish Pond. A plume of white mist wafted from the ground, revealing a deep pit pond occupying 50 square meters. Its periphery and bottom were paved with stone, while blue water stones were haphazardly embedded within, with a substantial chunk of crocodile meat placed in the center. Muyu immediately commanded the wildlings to cease the production of mud and gather at the shoreline to fetch seawater. Before long, the pond was filled with seawater, causing the crocodile meat to float to the surface. Spirit Fish Pond. By placing marine fish within and feeding them extraordinary ingredients, evolution will occur. Could it only be fish? I wonder if other marine creatures can evolve when placed inside. Eating meat daily might indeed enhance the flavor. It then dawned on Muyu that he still possessed a homemade fish pond, containing a few small fish he had caught earlier, though he had forgotten about them due to his busyness. In the early days of arriving on the island, he had enjoyed a leisurely pace, often spending time fishing, admiring the sea view, and savoring the ocean breeze. Now, however, in pursuit of advancing the island, he paused for a moment. He ordered the wildlings to catch the fish from the old pond and transfer them to the Spirit Fish Pond, thereby fulfilling all the conditions for advancement. Island advancement. Muyu softly murmured as he selected the materials required. Ding. Soil -10,000, stone -10,000, mud -10,000, gold source stone -1, island terrain editing blueprint -1. Conditions met. The island trial commences. Ding. Island rated as exceptional detected. Initiating the most formidable third-tier island trial. Muyu anxiously awaited, yet the surroundings remained utterly unresponsive. What on earth is happening? Just as his impatience grew, the previously frolicking initial snow and little goo fell silent, intently staring at the sea surface. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle. The formerly azure waters transformed into an inky blackness, surging violently like boiling water, threatening to engulf the nearly 2-meter-high island shore. As the first grotesque, large fish surfaced, the rest of the malformed creatures ceased their concealment, swarming towards Muyu's island like a flood of deformed seafood. Their presence exuded a chaotic, malevolent, and brutal aura, their bodies twisted and contorted in bizarre forms. The large fish bore pig hooves, crabs had dog heads, and lobsters were draped in sheep's wool. The chaos was overwhelming. Simultaneously, a massive dark cloud drifted from the sky, revealing black birds with serpent heads and monkey tails upon closer inspection. Roar Abu seized the frostblade crescent moon knife, rallying the wildlings to resist fiercely. Initial snow transformed into an adult lion the size of a buffalo, engulfed in crimson flames, charging at the grotesque beings. Whooshis, the fire condensation tower, unleashed flames to incinerate the abominable creatures, while the wood condensation tower's entwining vines spread relentlessly, ensnaring one malformed seafood after another, resembling a packed seafood market. As Xiao Gu was about to soar into the sky to confront the monstrous birds amidst the dark clouds, he was halted by Muyu. With a swift motion, Muyu retrieved the element conversion injector, inserting a charged red crystal within and aiming it at the grotesque avian horde. Elemental energy began to coalesce, emanating a searing heat. With a thunderous roar, a fiery tongue akin to a dragon surged into the malformed flock, erupting in a cacophony of destruction, accompanied by a foul black smoke that enveloped the island. Numerous birds were incinerated, reduced to charred remains. Muyu quickly replaced the dim red crystal with a fresh one and unleashed another blast upon the avian swarm. The second fiery barrage obliterated the remaining creatures, their charred bodies cascading like fireworks into the ocean, leaving only a thick haze of gray smoke in the sky. Chushue Abu retreat. Mu igriku commanded, and they promptly fell back, followed by the majority of the wildlings. However, some were ensnared by the tendrils of these aberrant beings, unable to break free. In response, Muyu could only hasten their end. With a resounding blast, the element conversion injector unleashed a fierce torrent of flames upon the grotesque entities crawling ashore. These monsters showed no fear of death or pain. Only through complete incineration could their onslaught be halted. The injector acted like a colossal sweeper, each discharge reducing a swath of mutated monstrosities to ash. After 5 blasts, Muyu hurried to the volcanic furnace, retrieving the remaining 5 red crystals and loading them into the injector. The scorching flames erupted continuously until the final shot, thoroughly roasting all the aberrant seafood upon the island. Before long, the inky waters began to boil again. Surely not more, Muyu exclaimed in exasperation, inserting the lightning spirit stone into the element converter. Blue lightning danced at the nozzle, resembling a playful sprite. Directing the nozzle towards the ocean's surface, the accumulated lightning was unleashed. A thick bolt resembling a tree trunk plunging into the depths, branching out into countless blue tendrils that spread across the island's periphery. The electrical storm persisted for nearly a minute before dissipating, leaving a multitude of grotesque seafood floating on the surface with the waters calming. Just as Muyu breathed a sigh of relief, a spider leg, as thick as a utility pole, emerged from the sea, piercing through the chest of a wildling and embedding into the ground. What on earth is this? Muyu's pupils contracted as a massive bubble surged from the water, revealing a colossal beast with 3 serpent heads and a spider's body. Its 6 elongated legs each spanned 10 yards. The 3 serpentine heads, each over a yard long, hissed menacingly at Muyu, who felt not fear but exhilaration. At last, you have arrived. Behold the gift I have prepared for you. With a decisive thought, Muyu activated the critical strike. 9 dragons of earth fire. The 9 dragons' earth fire was destined to erupt once a week, and today marked the 7th day. At this moment, the 9 dragons' earth fire had reached a crescendo of intensity, further amplified by Muyu's critical strike talent, bestowing a terrifying 400% increase in power. Boom! Responding to Muyu's call, the central fire of the island surged to towering heights, and Muyu felt as though he were being scorched by the searing flames. Xiaogu, take Chu Shui away first. Abu, you and the wild ones jump into the pool. With a shout, Muyu leaped into the old reservoir. Xiaogu darted into the distant sky, with Chu Shui in tow. Abu and the wild men plunged into the spirit fish pool, like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. In a moment of panic, another wild man inadvertently jumped into the fiery hot spring. Gurgle, gurgle. The scalding waters of the hot spring turned the wild man's body a bright red, and before he could emerge, he was already half-cooked. Boom! 9 vivid crimson fire dragons soared from the wondrous 9 dragons' earth fire, causing the core flames to diminish instantly, returning to their original state. Yet, all the heat coalesced around the 9-headed vermilion fire dragons. Chapter 77. Ascension achieved. The 4th-tier island with a thunderous roar. 9 heads of the crimson flame dragon collided with the grotesque giant, unleashing an inferno of searing heat. The air became parched and distorted, as the pools across the island ran dry, and even the sea was largely evaporated, sending vast clouds of steam surging into the sky. The misshapen monstrosity gradually dissipated within the blazing flames, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Ding, ding, ding. A series of system notifications rang out. But Muyu had no time to check. He felt as though his back was being scorched. Turning to glance at the still radiating fireball, Muyu gritted his teeth and hurled 10 depleted fire element crystals into it. Crack, crack, crack. The fireball erupted with a cacophony of sounds, the heat rapidly subsiding until it vanished entirely, leaving behind only 10 vibrant fire element crystals that fell to the ground. Ding! Trial successful. The island has ascended. Congratulations to District 445's Muyu for being the first to promote to a 4th-tier island, receiving additional rewards, and the Central District Island rankings are now open. Additional reward. Wonder Level 1 9 Dragons Earth Fire, Rare. 9 Dragons True Fire, Exquisite. Additional reward. Wonder Level 1 Iron Vein, Rare. Iron Secret Vein, Exquisite. Ding. The Island Terrain Editing Blueprint is now effective. Please complete the editing within 1 minute. Upon receiving the notification, Muyu had no time for elation and hastily closed his eyes. In his mind's eye, a model of the entire island materialized. Muyu gradually elevated the island to its maximum height of 9 zhong, with a central pillar resembling a colossal column supporting the entire landmass, creating the illusion of a floating island from a distance, exuding a majestic aura. Following the previous enhancement of the island's coastline, the island's body now boasted a thickness of over 2 meters above the sea surface. Muyu also designed a stone staircase leading directly to the water's edge, intended for constructing a dock for vessels, facilitating entry and exit from the island. As long as this passage was defended, it could thwart most marine creature invasions. Muyu then made slight adjustments to the terrain, delineating several uniquely styled regions, such as the construction area, mining zone, farmland, leisure area, river zone, plains, and a habitat for wild inhabitants. After completing these tasks, Muyu opened his eyes to find Xiao Gu returning with the first snow. The moment Muyu blinked, a thick white mist enveloped the island, and it trembled as it ascended to a height of 9 zhong, its area continuously expanding, welcoming newfound land. When the mist dissipated, the island appeared rejuvenated, with Xiao Gu soaring above, marveling at the transformation, while the first snow frolicked across the newly acquired land. The central earth fire had morphed into 9 vividly animated fire dragons. Muyu sensed he could control the temperature they emitted, enhancing his command over the entire island. At that moment, Muyu felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile, especially as the island now boasted 2 wonders. With a mere thought, he accessed the island panel. Name: Fire Dragon Secret Vein Island Level. Tier 4 Area. Approximately 30,000 square meter structures. Miniature water well, mud hut, wooden boat dock, luxurious wooden loft, lightning tower, rare. Water pressure well, fertilizer catalysis chamber, rare. True fire forge, uncommon. Fire refining hot spring, uncommon. Cultivation room, rare. Water reservoir, X3. Strength training room, rare. Fire condensation tower, rare. Wood condensation tower, rare. Water condensation tower, rare. Natural wonder, supreme. Teleportation array mother tower, rare. Spirit fish pond, rare. Resources, rare level fields, 1, X3. Abundant level fields, 1, X3. Excellent level fields, X1. Medium firestone mine, medium goldstone mine, small secret iron mine. Special outputs, Tier 4 resource rod. 9 dragons true fire, excellent wonder. Iron secret vein, excellent wonder. True fire melting chamber, rare. Iron element gathering tower, rare. Constructible. Tier 3 workbench, furnace, sailing dock. Various wooden houses, various stone houses, water pump, watchtower, fishing platform, automated crossbow tower. Subordinate islands. 03 owned by. Muyu advancement requirements. Full subordinate islands. Pass advancement trial. Soil 200,000. Stone 200,000. Mud 200,000. Rare wonder X1. Rare building X10. Excellent building X3. Extraordinary element stone X can be added freely. The Tier 4 island boasts a remarkable enhancement over the Tier 3 island, with the Fire Forge and Fire Therapy Hot Spring automatically upgraded to rare level structures, along with the addition of 2 rare level specialty buildings. The requirements for ascending to a Tier 5 island seem as daunting as reaching the heavens. And Muyu speculates that the Tier 5 island will serve as a critical juncture for most individuals. Concurrently, Muyu examines the modifications to the wonders. 9 Dragons True Fire, excellent wonder, a superior grade of advanced true fire, infused with terrifying fire-based extraordinary elements. The island master can control the temperature and intensity of the true fire. It requires a weekly release of flames, which can be used for defensive purposes. Damage, 7,000 to 63,000. Iron Secret Vein, excellent wonder, a superior grade of advanced earth vein, containing formidable gold-based extraordinary elements, capable of refreshing a small secret iron mine daily. The potency of Nine Dragons' true fire meets Mu Yu's expectations. Yet the iron secret vein proves equally impressive. The daily generation of a small secret iron mine signifies a value equivalent to 100,000 units of iron blocks each day. If Muyu possesses the patience to extract merely 10 secret iron pieces daily, after several weeks or months, he could amass an additional quantity of secret silver or weekly. However, Muyu considers himself lacking in such patience. After all, the current circumstances demand seizing the day, with the future remaining uncertain. Having comprehended the wonders, Muyu redirects his focus to the island's new functionality, Subordinate Islands. Subordinate Islands 03. With the consent of the Island Master, islands of the same tier or lower may become your subordinate islands. Once established as subordinate islands, this status is irreversible unless you actively dissolve it. For subordinate islands, you possess greater authority than the subordinate island masters, and the tier of subordinate islands cannot exceed that of the main island. The feature of affiliated islands is indeed a boon for island owners who lack a combative spirit yet possess reliable allies. However, for those with ambition, it serves as a means to bolster their power and exert control over others. Ding Fire Spirit Stone 10. After reviewing the island information, Muyu swiftly rose to collect the Fire Spirit Stone from the ground, noticing a piece of pitch-black flesh, the size of a fingernail, writhing on the ground. Is it not dead? Muyu was astonished as he gently picked up the small piece of black flesh, which immediately began to struggle in his grasp. Low-level pollutant source, pseudo-legendary, a small amount of flesh and blood from the evil god. High in grade, with strong contamination potential, capable of inducing genetic mutations in living beings. The factors of strength and weakness are uncontrollable. Even high-level creatures that consume this flesh cannot escape the consequences of contamination. Upon reading the description, Muyu hastily discarded the black flesh onto the ground. It then occurred to him that during the cleanup of the large aberrant beast in the Nine Dragons fire, he had received a system upgrade, although he had not taken the time to review it then. Now, he began to search through his notifications. Ding, you have slain a low-level pollutant source. Task completed. Reward. Gold chest X1. Sequence hidden points 100. Ding, congratulations. Your sequence rank has risen to 1997. Chapter 78. Settling young beasts with a savage tribe. Ding. You have achieved your first kill of a low-level pollution source, earning the title, Exterminator of Evil. Ding. Upon your second tier-defying kill, vanquishing the silver-grade polluted creature, the three-headed serpent, you have acquired the title, Supremacy. Exterminator of Evil. All attributes 3. Damage to polluted creatures 10. Supremacy. Against hostile beings exceeding your tier by 1, all attributes 5. By 2 tiers, all attributes 10. By 3 tiers, all attributes 15, and so forth. Indeed, the journey was fraught with obstacles, yet fortune smiled upon me unexpectedly. Muyu had not anticipated such substantial rewards. Initially focused on the 7-day task, he found himself completing it effortlessly. He promptly exchanged the title of Hunter for that of Exterminator of Evil. As for the title of Shark Survivor, which granted him swimming prowess, he chose to retain it for the time being, intending to switch to Supremacy when confronting formidable foes. After all, it was legendary flesh, not to be squandered. Purification should yield further benefits. Gazing at the corrupted flesh of the malevolent deity, attempting to flee to the sea, Muyu's mind whirled with ideas. He procured a wooden barrel and clean water, placing the Fire Sun Juju wood inside alongside the tainted flesh. The accursed meat exuded black ichor, instantly tainting the water into a pitch-black liquid. Gurgle, gurgle simultaneously, the Fire Sun Juju began to work its magic, releasing bubbles that purified the inky substance. Observing that the purification was lacking in potency, Muyu retrieved 4 additional pieces of Fire Sun Juju wood and added them to the barrel. The dark water within began to bubble, as if brought to a boil. Now, that's more like it. Muyu nodded in satisfaction. In another realm of boundless azure sea, the situation was considerably more dire. Shurtsantian watched the injured, retreating 9-tailed octopus, hearing the system prompt announcing the trial's completion, yet he felt no exhilaration. A choking black smoke enveloped the island. Beneath the surface, the waters had turned to ink, littered with the remains of mutated seafood and human limbs, crimson blood staining the island's ground. On the island, hundreds of well-equipped humans displayed expressions of joy, yet their faces bore undeniable fatigue. They were either grievously wounded, limping, or barely standing, having just emerged from a harrowing battle for survival. Compared to their fortune, the bodies of hundreds lay abandoned at sea. We have triumphed, boss. Under your leadership, we have vanquished evil. Hail, boss. In the face of their jubilant cheers, Shi Tsongtian, standing atop the highest point of the island, concealed his dissatisfaction. His body was smeared with a viscous black substance, his silver sword still dripping crimson, and beneath his feet lay a small segment of an octopus tentacle. With sincerity, he addressed the crowd in a voice both ethereal and intoxicating. Indeed, my beloved brothers and sisters, our family, we have bravely triumphed over evil together. Our departed friends shall become stars in the heavens, watching over us. Let us now embrace the celebration of our victory. Oh, hail, boss. Subsequently, Shi Tsongtian no longer paid heed to the fervent cheers of the crowd below. Instead, he gazed at the glaring ranking, with the Fire Dragon's secret vein island occupying the top position. In a voice audible only to himself, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "If it weren't for the necessity of gathering 20 elemental spirit stones, how could I have been defeated by you? Just wait, I shall make you my subordinate island." He lifted his gaze towards the east, his eyes reflecting a frenzied and rebellious glint. After ascending the island, Muyu did not immediately delve into the study of new constructions. Instead, he accompanied Abu down the stone steps of the island, arriving at a piece of land floating upon the sea, spanning over 40 square meters. Ding, with 200 stone, 50 rope, 50 iron, 50 hemp, 30 construction successful, sailing dock. As the mist cleared, a sailing dock emerged, nestled upon the land and seamlessly connecting to the sea. Ding, with 60 rope, 20 hemp, 10 manufacturing successful, single-mast sailboat. Ding, with 60 rope, 20 hemp, 10 manufacturing successful, single-mast sailboat. A moment later, Muyu utilized 150 gene of giant tiger meat to procure a substantial quantity of rope and hemp, ultimately crafting 40 single-mast sailboats, each capable of accommodating 7 to 8 individuals. Thereafter, Muyu secured all the sailboats with ropes to the leaf fan nearshore vessel. Together with Abu, they navigated the leaf fan towards the medium-sized island. Muyu constructed such a multitude of vessels with the intent of transporting the wild men and their young all at once. After all, sailing is fraught with peril. Minimizing the number of trips would be prudent, for each wild man represented his personal treasure. Should danger arise and the vessels capsize, these inexperienced sailors would find themselves in a dire predicament. Upon reaching the medium-sized island, Muyu instructed Abu to notify the wild men to bring all the young beasts to the shoreline. Previously, Muyu had taken away a group of wild men, leaving only 220 behind, alongside more than 30 tiger cubs, over 30 crocodile hatchlings, and more than 40 python offspring. With the leaf fan nearshore vessel and the 40 single-mast sailboats, they could comfortably accommodate over 350 individuals, making it ample to transport all creatures. Once all the young beasts and wild men were settled aboard the vessels, Muyu and Abu taught the wild men how to row in the direction of the leaf fan, steering a multitude of humans and beasts towards the small island. Upon arrival at the small island, Muyu squeezed the young beasts together, ensuring that over 60 gray-furred wolf cubs were also loaded onto the boat. Returning to his island fully loaded. Back at his island, Muyu instructed Abu to maintain order among the wild leaders. First, escorting the young beasts into the designated plain area crafted specifically for them. The plain area spanned over 20,000 square meters and was enclosed by a 1-meter thick stone wall, allowing the wild men to climb atop for feeding. The interior was divided into multiple sections by flowing rivers. Since the elevation of the island, retrieving seawater had become a cumbersome task. Fortunately, Muyu had ample laborers, having constructed dozens of wooden barrels for the wild men to take turns fetching water. Soon, the rivers within the plain area brimmed with water, and the young crocodiles joyfully splashed and rolled about in their newfound playground. However, housing such a multitude of carnivorous creatures here appears somewhat cramped, and the daily meat consumption is quite substantial. Currently, Muyu's strategy involves feeding tiger meat to the ferocious crocodiles and giant pythons. while utilizing crocodile meat to nourish the giant tigers and gray wolves, establishing a systematic cross-feeding approach. Once the polluted marine fauna on the island is thoroughly eradicated, all these young beasts will be relocated to restore the ecological balance there. Meanwhile, he will focus solely on cultivating a select group of promising, extraordinary young beasts. After accommodating the young beasts, the wild men, under Abu's guidance, experienced a strength training facility, resulting in an impressive increase of 2 to 3 points in their strength. They then relocated to the specialized living area Muyu had designed for them, which spans an impressive area of over 3,000 square meters. Ding timber minus 3,000 construction successful. Double layer 6 units simple wooden building X6. Chapter 79. The True Fire Refinement Chamber. Rare. Dingwood minus 800. Construction successful. 2 oversized simple wooden houses. Dingwood minus 400. Construction successful. 2 simple small wooden houses. Dingstone minus 100. Wood minus 50. Mud minus 50. Construction successful. 1 ordinary stone house. Muyu erected 6 two-story, simple wooden buildings in the wild man living area, each room accommodating 10 wild men. Subsequently, he constructed 2 oversized, simple wooden houses for the 10 wild men leaders, who were granted due respect along with 2 separate wooden houses for the 2 wild men priests. As for Abu, he naturally had his own stone house, where he could take a nap in the hall of the wooden buildings if he pleased. For these wild men, who had always lived outdoors, having wooden houses to reside in was undeniably a novel experience. Muyu also established 2 water wells, 3 water pools, and several cooking stations to enhance their living conditions. The settled wild men priests, taken aback, immediately conferred with Abu regarding the work for the wild men. 30 wild men continued to be responsible for producing mud, while 10 wild men leaders, accompanied by 30 wild men chiefs, patrolled the island in shifts around the clock. The remaining wild men were divided into 2 groups. One prepared roasted snake meat for dinner, while the other went off to mine. Muyu had calculated that with 30 wild men working tirelessly day and night, they could only produce over 40,000 units of mud in a week. To meet the demands of advancing to the 5th tier, 5 weeks would be necessary, prompting Muyu to explore new channels for mud acquisition. Once he dealt with the lower-level pollution sources on the seabed island, he could have Abu lead the wild men leaders and chiefs to cleanse the island of polluted beasts, while some wild men focused on resource extraction. However, with so many wild men, the seabed island lacked ecological balance, raising concerns about food sources. Muyu pondered that utilizing his island for farming was unfeasible, as the seeds planted could potentially reach rare levels, and he lacked sufficient fertilizer to cultivate high-tier fields. Once the seabed island was cleared, perhaps he could reclaim 1,000 acres of farmland to sow basic seeds for the wildman's sustenance. As Muyu contemplated this, his gaze shifted towards the sea, and his eyes sparkled with realization. He could teach the wildmen how to fish. With over 40 single-masted fishing boats at his disposal, he could utilize them in the nearby waters. He would instruct Xiao Gu to keep watch. If any danger arose, it could rescue the wild men. The more Muyu thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Although Xiao Gu was a dominator of the skies, it would be a nightmare for marine creatures. He felt reassured having it oversee the fishing, providing it with some engagement while it feasted on free food. However, as nightfall approached, this idea would have to wait until tomorrow for execution. After settling the wild men, Muyu proceeded to the construction area, located to the right of the wooden buildings, where most of the structures such as the Lightning Tower, Elemental Tower, and Teleportation Tower were situated. Muyu retrieved 10 Thunder Iron blocks from the Lightning Tower, placed the dimmed Thunder Spirit Stone within, and chose an open area to construct the True Fire Refinement Chamber. Dingstone minus 300, Firestone minus 100. Construction successful. True Fire Refinement Chamber, rare. Even as a specialty structure, it consumed a small firestone mine, much to Muyu's dismay. A grand stone abode materialized amidst the white mist. Muyu pushed the door open and stepped inside, where the crimson glow of the firestone enveloped him, as though he were immersed in flames. True Fire Refinement Chamber, rare, a specialty building of the True Fire Marvel, recommended for use once a day. After usage, one should promptly proceed to the fire refining spring for recuperation. Upon activation, The occupants within will undergo true fire refinement, evaporating their vital energy, enhancing potential, and strengthening mental fortitude. Once the user reaches their limit, the chamber will automatically shut down. Activate. The prospect of enhanced mental fortitude piqued Mu Yu's interest. This attribute had always been essential, yet notoriously difficult to improve. Suddenly, the temperature within the true fire refinement chamber soared. Fire elements penetrated Mu Yu's skin, and he felt as though he were engulfed in searing flames, his vital energy igniting, a burning pain coursing through his body. This was not Mu Yu's first encounter with such sensations. Experiencing it again was excruciating, akin to roasting his flesh in flames. As his vital energy burned and his willpower was tested, the previously consumed blood Ju fruit played a crucial role at that moment. Damn! Just as Mu Yu thought the torment was nearing its end, he felt a surge of vital energy within him, accompanied by a rush of blood essence. The external true fire seemed provoked, its temperature abruptly escalating. What was once a state of medium cooking for Mu Yu was now on the verge of being fully cooked. A thick mist of crimson blood emanated from Mu Yu's body as his consciousness was tempered in the raging fire, continuously fortifying itself, even as he endured immense suffering. After what felt like an eternity, Mu Yu, now with a crisp exterior, finally emerged from the chamber, his body ablaze with pain, his vital energy depleted, leaving him with just a sliver of strength as he crawled toward the fire-refining spring. Upon entering the spring, Mu Yu's repressed will and the searing pain began to ease. He hastily retrieved 3 divine clarity pears from his backpack and devoured them eagerly. The sweet nectar of the pears flowed into him like a gentle spirit, revitalizing his fatigued body and languid spirit. On the midst of such extreme suffering and comfort, Mu Yu experienced a transcendent sense of euphoria. Perhaps I should cultivate more divine clarity pear trees. The fruit greatly aids my recovery after using the true fire refinement chamber. As Mu Yu contemplated, he was astonished to discover that his mental fortitude had surged by 13 points in such a brief period, of which 3 points were attributed to the divine clarity pears. This significant increase was not only due to the novelty of the experience, but also related to the blood Ju fruit, which allowed him to endure for so long. Mu Yu felt a mix of love and hate towards this. While it could enhance his attributes, the accompanying agony was magnified. The recommendation for the true fire refinement chamber is to use it once a day. Having endured today's trials, Mu Yu, now at peace, examined the newly upgraded fire refinement hot spring, noting its distinctive features. Fire refinement hot spring, rare, a unique structure of the true fire wonder. Soaking for an hour each day can restore the physical depletion and mental strain induced by the true fire refinement chamber, alleviate fatigue, invigorate the flesh, and enhance vitality and potential. It seems that they indeed complement each other perfectly. Mu Yu observed that while the effects of the fire refinement hot spring had been enhanced, its greatest benefit lay in its synergy with the true fire refinement chamber. Rising from the hot spring, Mu Yu strolled around the island, first arriving at the agricultural area. The harvest from the cultivation room would only be known by tomorrow morning. For now, the beast meat was required to sustain the wild tribes and the young beasts, and thus could not be converted into fertilizer. Leaving the agricultural area, Mu Yu made his way to the mining zone, another key area for his development, spanning a substantial 2,000 square meters, though it was not yet in use. According to Mu Yu's specifications, the wild tribes had extracted 100 units each of medium firestone and medium goldstone, neatly piled in the rare or storage pit constructed during Mu Yu's terrain editing. Ding firestone, 100 ding goldstone, 100 Mu Yu collected the rare stones and noticed the wild tribesmen gathered anxiously around the secret iron mine. What happened? Mu Igriku inquired. A tribal chief stepped forward, presenting a battered iron pickaxe to Mu Yu, while gesturing towards the gleaming secret iron mine, and Mu Yu suddenly understood. Wait, Mu Yu called out, stepping into the true fire smelting furnace. True fire smelting furnace, rare utilizing true fire as the primary flame. The quality of items crafted below rare grade is enhanced by 1, capable of producing metal shovels, pickaxes, axes, knives, swords, shields, and can refine metals to exceptional quality. Chapter 80. The Supreme Iron Pickaxe approaching the furnace, Muyu cast into the flames all of the 20 exquisite iron shields, 20 exquisite iron blades, 40 iron shields, and 40 iron blades he had acquired. As for the crossbows and exquisite iron crossbows, they were crafted from standard blueprints. Once melted, Muyu would be unable to recreate them, and the materials were not solely composed of iron, rendering the melted yield scant in iron blocks. Ding exquisite iron 400, iron block 800, ding iron block minus 6,000, purification successful, exquisite iron 600. Muyu retained several hundred iron blocks for daily use, refining the remainder. Ding exquisite iron minus 1,000, purification successful, secret iron 10. Ding supreme iron minus 2, secret iron minus 3, gold stone minus 80. Critical hit successful, supreme iron pickaxe exceptional. In a bid for a permanent solution and to avert the tragedy of encountering high-grade ores without the means to extract them, Muyu forged an exceptional pickaxe with his final critical hit of the day. Supreme Iron Pickaxe. Exceptional ignites the true Nine Dragons fire, crafted with quadruple critical craftsmanship. Utilizing Supreme Iron and Secret Iron high-grade blocks, capable of chiseling refined iron above and mining Supreme Iron below, an indispensable tool for home and a remarkable pickaxe for quarrying. Emerging from the true fire furnace, Muyu entrusted the Supreme Iron Pickaxe to the tribal chief, who, with each swing of the pickaxe, was able to extract substantial chunks of secret iron. Soon, the tribal chief had completely harvested the secret iron vein, and the tribesmen diligently transported the ore to Muyu, with the chief reluctantly returning the supreme iron pickaxe. Ding secret iron 100. I shall hang the supreme iron pickaxe within the true fire furnace. Each morning, you may come to extract the secret iron and return it afterward, Muyu said with a smile. It was indeed impractical to transfer it back and forth daily. Placing it directly in the furnace room allowed for easy retrieval when needed. Roaring with joy, the tribal chief rallied the other tribesmen and departed the mining area. Ding secret iron minus 100, purification successful, supreme iron 10. Supreme iron was the pinnacle of iron blocks that the true fire furnace could purify, achievable only through critical hits for further enhancement. The materials for the 5 mountains heavy armor were now complete, save for a rare hide, which could be substituted with a lesser one, albeit at the cost of quality. Moreover, as Muyu had exhausted his critical hit opportunities for the day, he resolved to exercise patience and strive for the creation of a flawless 5 mountains heavy armor. Exiting the true fire furnace, Muyu first collected the dung of the iron dragon and buried it alongside 10 stones, anticipating its transformation into golden crystals after a week's time. After reviewing the construction materials for the iron source gathering tower, Muyu exchanged 150 pounds of king python meat for 5 silver ingots on the trading platform, leaving him with 800 pounds of king python meat. Ding silver ingots minus 5, iron blocks minus 100, gold stones minus 100. Construction successful. Iron source gathering tower, rare. As the white mist dissipated, a towering iron edifice stood firm in the mining area, its base embedded in the earth, connected to the subterranean secret veins. The iron element gathering tower, rare and extraordinary product of the iron vein, capable of concentrating the elemental iron. It can be utilized to energize golden crystals or enhance the quality of iron to mystic iron, as well as transmuting other items into iron. Unsure of the speed at which the iron quality could be improved, Muyu promptly placed 100 iron blocks in the tower, awaiting the results by the next day. Having left the mining area, Muyu ventured into the wildmen's living zone, conveniently situated for their mining activities. Presently, the idle wildmen had begun to roast giant python meat over the fire, seated at the island's edge, gazing out upon the boundless sea. It was their first experience of such a homely existence. Without disturbing the leisure of the majority, Muyu extracted 100 pounds of tiger meat and 100 pounds of crocodile meat, applying a pound of blood meat true spirit mushroom to them. He summoned Abu to organize some wild men to cut the meat and distribute it among the cubs. Despite the seemingly modest quantity, the energy infused by the blood meat true spirit mushroom rendered it highly nutritious. The cubs could be satiated with merely a pound. By nurturing this group of young beasts, Muyu aimed to eventually forge a formidable cavalry of wild men beast riders. Departing the wild man area, Muyu arrived at the adjacent plain region, where the young beasts were raised. Scaling the stone wall, he observed the carefree cubs frolicking and playing within, blissfully unaware of their surroundings. Perhaps I too am akin to these cubs within the stone enclosure, Muyu mused pensively. Leaving the plain area, he reached the intersection between the plains and the leisure zone. This was the pathway leading down the stone steps towards the sailing dock. 2 wildman leaders and the chief stood guard here around the clock, should any marine creatures approach. A single shout would alert the entire island. The leisure zone, as its name suggests, is a splendid place for Muyu to fish, enjoy the scenery, and relish the tranquility with the spiritual fish pond nestled within this area. At the island's edge, there are stone stools and tables. Muyu planned to construct a sunshade there in due time, creating an idyllic retreat. Gazing towards the sea, the sunset cast a golden glow upon the shimmering waters, cloaking the ocean in a veil of mystery that beckoned the soul. In the distance, Muyu discerned several dark silhouettes. Those must be other islands inhabited by people. Adjacent to the leisure zone stood the wooden lodge where Muyu resided. Upon returning to his abode, he reflected on the complete planning of the island. In nearly 2 weeks, Muyu had painstakingly crafted this premier island in the 445th zone, standing atop the pinnacle of tens of thousands. In that moment, he felt a significant alleviation of the burden upon his shoulders. In this fantastical world, he had carved out his own niche. Chapter 81. The Fourth Order Resource Lever. A desperate gamble. Even if he were to encounter his parents now, Muyu could effortlessly bring them into a tranquil existence. With a hint of melancholy, he mused upon this until the arrival of Chu Shue and Xiao Gu, who sought him for dinner, prompting him to suppress his thoughts once more. In the kitchen of the wooden lodge, Muyu retrieved 100 pounds of the ferocious alligator king meat, slathering it with a pound of the essence from the blood and flesh of the true spirit mushroom, and prepared a pot of vibrant tomato soup. After exchanging 20 pounds of meat for the stalactite essence, Muyu allocated 5 pounds of roasted meat to Chu Shue, 10 pounds to Xiao Gu, and kept 10 pounds for himself. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the enormous cloud bird that had vanished ever since the island's elevation. He wondered whether it had fled or succumbed to the ravages of mutated pollutants. In any case, he had no intention of slaying it. So he dismissed the thought and swiftly consumed 10 pounds of roasted alligator meat, followed by the sweet and savory tomato soup. The flavor was delightful, though it lacked a certain essence, as he had yet to encounter a living chicken. With a tinge of regret, Muyu set down the wooden bowl and swallowed the stalactite essence. Curiously, the energy that should have surged from the roasted meat, under the harmonizing influence of the stalactite essence, tempered into a gentle flow, gradually enhancing Muyu's physical condition. Given Muyu's current attributes, augmented by the title bonuses, he had reached the threshold of silver-tier combat prowess. Should he wield a weapon, that would be an entirely different calculation. After numerous enhancements to his potential, the silver bottleneck should not be as formidable as before. At present, Muyu's sole concern lay with the bottleneck he would encounter when advancing to silver tier. The last bottleneck had nearly led to his demise. After finishing his meal, Muyu approached the water well outside, retrieving a wooden box to fill with purified water. Once the box was brimming, he extracted a vial of extreme cold water, dripping it into the box, causing the water within to instantly freeze into blocks of ice radiating chilling vapors. After utilizing an entire vial of extreme cold water, Muyu produced dozens of thick ice bricks, exuding a frosty aura. He transported all the ice blocks to the basement, transforming it into a veritable icebox. Muyu then stored his 900 pounds of silver wolf king meat, 700 pounds of tiger king meat, 800 pounds of giant python king meat, and 900 pounds of alligator king meat within. These meats had been decomposing for several days. Even if stored in his backpack, they would spoil. Although the extraordinary blood meats could last a bit longer, prolonged storage would compromise their flavor, so freezing them for gradual consumption seemed prudent. Upon returning to his bedroom on the 2nd floor, Muyu opened the chat channel and discovered a new regional chat group, containing only 2 individuals, himself and Shirt Songtian. Since Shirt Songtian had not initiated any communication, Muyu opted not to lower his own status by sending a message. Closing the regional chat, he opened the channel for Zone 2222, crafting a message to offer all his crossbows for sale. Such items were of no use to the wild men, and with the current surge in island exploration, people had become somewhat affluent, ensuring he could secure a handsome price. Muyu, currently offering a batch of 80 high-quality crossbows for sale, including 69 fine iron crossbows, each accompanied by 10 bolts. Limited quantity available. First come, first served. A splendid choice for island exploration and beast hunting. Muyu, the price of a crossbow is set at 20 units of iron, while the fine iron crossbow costs 200 units of iron. Other resources may be exchanged to offset the iron requirement. Mud at a ratio of 10:1, copper at 1:5, silver at 150, and ordinary tree or vegetable seeds at 110. Dai Chengwen, I have acquired a fine iron crossbow. Mu Shen, is this the standard blueprint for crossbows? Muyu, no, that's all there is. The quantity is limited, gifted by a friend. Songhai, such a generous friend. Please, let me have 10,000. Zhizhan, there really is 10,000. You might inquire in the adjacent district. Xiuzhe, I know. This is what Mu Shan obtained from someone in another district. Chenkong, woe is me. Mu Shan, could you please unblock me? I can't see anything. Peng Anren, why has it vanished so quickly? Chui Tung, apologies, I acquired two. Alternating their use, Mu Shan is incredible. Peng Anren, you lot are beasts. At least leave one for me. Just one will suffice. Tang Yu, have I missed something again? Qin Honda, fear not, child, continue your slumber. The denizens of the district are quite efficient. Within half an hour, it was all snatched up, and Mu Yu received a plethora of commendations. Ding Mud 50,000, iron 8,000, copper 300, silver 10, various ordinary seeds 40, closing the trading platform. Mu Yu noticed that messages were once again circulating within the first echelon. Chong Sun Wu, I shall commence guarding the coast tomorrow. Next is Miss Jian, followed by Uncle Wu, and then it will be Mu Shen's turn. Is this arrangement agreeable? Wang Yang, you suffered today, so I concur. Lu Fei Bai, agreed. Wu Jiang Wo, agreed. Jian Yuechong, agreed. Mu Yu, I hold no objections. After responding, Mu Yu closed the chat channel, uncertain if he would indeed guard the coast. Should it come to pass, he would simply yield to Lu Fei Bai. He dispatched the wild men to the underwater island to excavate soil and stones, enabling him to acquire more than 20,000 units of basic resources each day. However, unbeknownst to the others, this privilege was enjoyed solely by Chong Sun Wu for a single day. The fiery glow of the 9 dragons' true fire illuminated the surrounding islands, as if it were daylight, accompanied by the elemental tower and the patrols of the wild leaders, ensuring Mu Yu enjoyed a particularly restful night. At dawn, as the sun's rays cascaded down, Mu Yu stood at the edge of the leisure area, reveling in the fresh sea breeze, tinged with the ocean's distinctive briny scent. The surface of the sea resembled a vast sapphire, serene and exquisite, captivating the heart and allowing one to forget all worries. Mu Yu produced the 4th-tier resource rod, its shaft radiating a brilliant aquamarine luminescence, its functions having been modified. 4th-tier resource rod. Island specialty, advances with the island. Usable 8 times within a day, 20 for solid wood chests, 55 for black iron chests, 20 for silver chests, 5 for gold chests, 0.01 for exceptional chests, 0.001 for special chests. Night fishing, 20 for chests, 50 for low-level pollutants, 30 for anomalous pollutants. All in, allows multiple fishing opportunities to stack, doubling the probability of obtaining silver and higher-tier chests. The removal of the 4th-tier resource rod and the decayed wooden box is undoubtedly a positive development. Every time Mu Yu fished for the decayed wood, he felt it was less satisfying than the experience of the Air Force. Concurrently, the resource rod now features a clearly defined probability for nighttime fishing, which has made Mu Yu more hesitant to attempt it. Most notably, the 4th-tier resource rod has unexpectedly acquired a skill, prompting Mu Yu to conduct an immediate experiment. A single enhancement yields a 40 probability of a silver box and a 10 probability of a golden box. Thus, after enhancing it 4 times, he anticipated a guaranteed silver box. If this trend continues, the unlucky fishermen might find themselves fortunate. Mu Yu's expression brightened with the thorough understanding he had gained. For him, even catching 8 black iron boxes would pale in significance compared to securing a single silver box. He lacked the numerous critical hits required to utilize each black iron box, and the resources contained within them had become somewhat trivial for his current needs. Although enhancing the fishing opportunity to 3 times already presented a substantial chance. A failure would render all attempts futile. To ensure success, Muyu decided to enhance it to 4 times and cast his line toward the sea. Interestingly, despite being over 10 zhang above the surface of the ocean, the white line of the resource rod plummeted straight down into the water, as though it could extend infinitely. In the blink of an eye, a box that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight was dragged out of the sea by Muyu. Chapter 82. The Bloodline Elixir of the Earth Bear, Exquisite Ding. Congratulations on fishing out a golden chest. To Muyu's astonishment, he struck it rich on his very first attempt, filling him with confidence to cast his line once more. Ding! Congratulations on fishing out a silver chest. He secured a safety net, which was still commendable, for the silver chest could yield far greater value in his hands than its inherent worth. Opening the golden chest. A critical success ensued. Bloodline Elixir of the Earth Bear, Exquisite. Bloodline Elixir of the Earth Bear, Exquisite. A pass to advance to the exquisite level. Upon use, one may attain the bloodline of the Earth Bear, with higher compatibility yielding greater effects, significantly enhancing strength and physical potential, and comprehending unique traits. Another new item? As he gazed at the brown elixir in his hand, Muyu felt perplexed. He had never acquired such a thing before. The system's production is assuredly of premium quality. Strength and physique are precisely the paths I seek to enhance. Let us proceed. Gulping down the bloodline elixir of the Earth Bear, an overwhelming hunger surged through his body, making him feel as though he could devour an entire cow. The blood and flesh throughout his body began to wither due to the depletion of vital energy. In haste, Muyu retrieved a blood jus fruit and consumed it, followed by 10 pounds of blood flesh true lingji. After a moment's contemplation, fearing he might overindulge, he limited himself to 3 pounds. As the vast energy and vitality erupted within him, Muyu's emaciated flesh swelled back to life. Fortunately, yet before Muyu could relax, his flesh seemed insatiable. His skin bulged, veins protruded, and the flesh beneath continued to expand, threatening to burst through the skin. In an instant, a sensation of tearing coursed through him, as if his flesh were being ripped apart piece by piece. Damn! Indeed, I've overdone it. Muyu cursed under his breath, disregarding the pain as he hurried to the True Fire Refinement Chamber, initiating the True Fire Refinement. At this rate, without expending this energy, my body may very well explode. After a considerable time, Muyu, now resembling a being of blood scabs, emerged shakily from the True Fire Refinement Chamber. Upon entering the fire-refining hot spring, he finally caught his breath, consuming 10 spirit-cleansing water pairs until he regained a refreshing state of mind. While feeling comfortable, Muyu sensed a robust energy coursing through him. As if he were connected to the very earth beneath his feet, standing upon the ground, he felt an inexhaustible source of strength. He immediately began to examine his status panel. Name, Muyu. Age, 24. Strength, 59-11-4. Totem, Agility, 35-12. Physique, 58-6. Spirit, 45-33. Charm, 15-11. Serial number, 1997. Can be hidden. Island ranking, for 145. First in Central Region Talent. Evolutionary Critical Strike. Unique Epic Equipment. Wind and Cloud Chi Nourishing Blade Sheath. Rare. Bloodthirsty Fire Ring Blade. Rare. Diving Armor. Uncommon. Water Explosion Spear. Uncommon. Elemental Conversion Injector. Exquisite. Swift Wind Crossbow. Uncommon. Active Skills. Fire Eye Super Tier. Arm of Strength. High Tier. Passive Skills. Intermediate Swimming. Intermediate Sea Fishing. Semi-Superior Swordsmanship. High Tier Silver Skin. High Tier Tiger Might. High Tier Underwater Breathing Titles. Escapist of the Shark's Maw. Exorcist. Dragon Slayer. High-Level Pollutant Observer. Sequence Candidate Bloodline. Earth Bear. Exquisite. Gains exceptional growth potential in both strength and physique. Standing upon the earth, your strength will be inexhaustible. Your physique will continuously recover. And your rage state will proliferate. Combat Power. Silver Level Intermediate Evaluation. You possess the potential to become the sovereign of the earth. Unleash your power. Like Abu, Muyu had also leaped directly from the black iron lower tier to the silver intermediate tier. Gazing at his formidable attributes, he finally felt that all the suffering had been worthwhile. Now, even without the use of weapons, facing the low-level pollutants of the underwater islands, he could proudly declare that he could endure a little longer. The low-level pollutants possessed a bizarre effect of 100 attribute enhancement, along with an indestructible nature. Were it not for the fact that consuming the flesh of the tainted gods would lead to grotesque mutations and a loss of sanity, Muyu might have been tempted to greedily devour the still purifying flesh. However, once tainted by the flesh of the malevolent god, one's power would become uncontrollable. Even a dragon could find itself overpowered by a mere hyena, and the reverse was equally true. After some turmoil, Akamuyu once again utilized his talent to open a silver chest. Upon opening the silver chest, a critical success revealed. Golden Blade Tang Dao Forging Blueprint. Rare. Golden Blade Tang Dao Forging Blueprint. Fine Gold X1. Secret Silver X2. Secret Copper X3. Secret Iron X4. Gold Crystal X1. The consumption of these foundational materials was even more precious than that of the previously acquired rare mountain heavy armor. Without a hint of hesitation, Muyu traded the blueprint to Jian Yuechang. Although Jian Yuechang might have been tempted upon seeing the blueprint, he lacked the sufficient resources to forge it, naturally refraining from foolishly hoarding it and jeopardizing their cooperation. Seeing that the time was right, Muyu returned to the wooden building, reheating the remaining 55 pounds of Crocodile King meat from the previous night and slicing off 20 pounds to trade to Jian Yuechang. Having just feasted, he found himself devoid of appetite, leaving the rest for Chuxue and Xiaogu. In no time, Jian Yuechang traded a unit of stalactite spirit liquid, a shimmering exquisite blueprint, and a black iron chest. After consuming the stalactite spirit liquid to improve his physique, which slightly enhanced his charm, Muyu opened the crystalline blueprint, revealing a complex expression on his face. Diagram for forging the Extreme Dao Tang Knife. Exquisite Steel X1, Extreme Silver X2, Extreme Copper X3, Extreme Iron X4. Spirit Stone of Gold X1. Such opulence, excessively lavish, so extravagant that it is unlikely to be crafted within a short span. Accepting the blueprint, Muyu assisted Jian Yuechang in opening the black iron chest. Opening the black iron chest, critical success, electric windmill, rare. Upon inspection, Muyu discovered that the construction materials required included azure crystal, capable of simultaneously absorbing wind elements and converting them into lightning elements. It lacked the brute force of his own thunder tower, but excelled in its ability to sustain a steady flow. After returning the blueprint to Jian Yuechang, he glanced at the wooden barrel that had been boiling throughout the night. Inside, the viscous black liquid, reminiscent of ink, had indeed diminished significantly, revealing strands of vibrant crimson flesh of the malevolent deity. Chapter 83. Earth Blade Physique, exquisite. However, the purification process was far from completion, so Muyu chose to disregard it and strode out of the wooden building. As he passed through the district of oddly shaped structures, he cast a glance at the thunder crystal within the lightning tower, only to find its luster had barely increased. It seemed that without a significant thunderstorm, the thunder crystal would require some time to fully recharge. With a gentle sigh, Muyu arrived at the farmland area. This vast expanse featured only a cultivation room and a fertilizer catalysis chamber. The rest was merely an empty stretch of land. Upon entering the cultivation room, Muyu was immediately captivated by the vivid red fruits hanging from the physique tree. Suppressing his excitement, he first harvested 10 pounds of the blood essence spirit mushroom. Afterward, Muyu's gaze swept across the 3 plots of fertile land, where the fruits and vegetables were still growing. Meanwhile, in the adjacent rare-grade plot, 3 peach trees bore numerous enticing, plump peaches. Muyu approached and began to pick them one by one. Ding Blood Peach, rare 30. Ding Blood Peach Wood, rare 15. Blood Peach, rare rich in vital essence. Consuming the first 3 will enhance physique by 3. It can replenish vitality after injury, protect blood vessels, and improve constitution. Blood Peach Wood, rare wood infused with abundant vital essence. Prolonged contact accelerates vitality recovery and possesses purifying properties. The blood peach was akin to a weakened version of the blood jus fruit, serving as a suitable substitute within the true fire refinement chamber. The mere thought of enjoying the blood peach while basking in the warmth of the true fire sent a shiver down Muyu's spine. As for the blood peach wood, having already crafted a bracelet from the jus bloodwood, he decided to utilize it as a diminished version of the fire yang date wood. Muyu placed all the items into his spacious backpack, consisting of 40 slots, and turned his gaze toward the final physique tree, gently plucking its soul fruit. Ding Physique Fruit 1. Physique fruit. Exquisite. Consuming the physique fruit can generate the most compatible exquisite level physique. Repeated consumption may enhance and evolve the physique. Muyu swallowed the physique fruit whole, feeling a surge of pure energy coursing through him, weaving and transforming his very being. Moments later, a sudden revelation struck him. He sensed a profound connection between himself, the blade, and the earth. Simultaneously, a new attribute appeared on his panel. Earth Blade Physique, exquisite when in contact with the earth. All attributes 10, Blade Technique Rank 1. Trait, standing upon the earth allows you to unleash the earth-shattering slash, extreme tier, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Damage, attack power blade strength. In the span of a single morning, Muyu felt as though he had been reborn, capable of effortlessly defeating 10 versions of his former self from yesterday. Just as he prepared to fell the physique tree, he suddenly noticed that it was unlike any plant he had encountered before. Physique tree, exquisite physique fruit in the process of gestation. Fortunately, he caught himself just in time. He nearly made a hasty decision to strike it down. Could it be that fruit trees of exquisite grade and above can bear fruit repeatedly? Muyu was filled with delight. What originally required a week for results, with the enhancement of natural wonders, had been reduced to merely 3.5 days. Coupled with the advantages of the cultivation chamber, a fully matured fruit of vitality would be born by dawn in just 3 days. Muyu selected 3 water pear trees to plant in the rarest of fields, and after leaving the cultivation chamber, he made his way toward the mining area. Within the mining zone, outside the true fire furnace, a pile of 100 units of secret iron lay, indicating that the wild chieftain had arrived early to excavate. Ding secret iron 100. After collecting all the secret iron, Muyu did not venture into the depths of the area, but instead approached the iron element gathering tower. Ding steel 100. In a single night, the value of 100 iron blocks had multiplied 100-fold, leaving Muyu pleasantly astonished. Such was the remarkable speed of metal element condensation, a testament to the rarity of this specialty structure. Muyu then placed the golden crystal within to charge it, preparing for the crafting of an exquisite Tang Dao. Ding iron block minus 8,000, purification successful, steel 80. Ding steel minus 180, purification successful, secret iron 18. Ding secret iron minus 120, purification successful, extreme iron 12. Upon completing the purification at the true fire furnace, Muyu now possessed 22 units of extreme iron and 5 units of secret silver. This amassed a staggering total value of 220,000 units of iron blocks, an undeniably terrifying wealth, surpassing the combined iron blocks of an entire district. This was the formidable aspect of an exquisite level marvel. Ding extreme iron minus 10, glass minus 10, fire spirit stone minus 1. Critical success, blood purification device, exquisite. This was a rare blueprint Muyu had obtained a few days prior. He had struggled to accumulate critical hits until today, when he had enough surplus to forge it. Blood purification device, exquisite, capable of purifying large amounts of bloodlines, with a maximum purification to exquisite level blood essence. Before Muyu appeared a grand hourglass-shaped device, into which he immediately placed all the blood essence of the gray-furred giant wolf and the silver wolf king for purification. Ding gray-furred giant wolf blood essence minus 46,000 milliliters, silver wolf king blood essence minus 800 milliliters, purification successful. Diamond wolf king blood essence, exquisite, 64 milliliters. Ding suspended green-white browed giant tiger blood essence minus 15,000 milliliters, yellow tiger king blood essence minus 1,000 milliliters, purification successful. Dominant mountain tiger king blood essence, exquisite, 25 milliliters. Ding giant toothed frenzied crocodile blood essence minus 15,000 milliliters, frenzied crocodile king blood essence minus 1,000 milliliters, purification successful. Songlong crocodile king blood essence, exquisite, 25 milliliters. Ding giant python blood essence minus 15,000 milliliters, purification successful. Swallowing river python king blood essence, exquisite, 15 milliliters. After purifying all the excess blood essence, Muyu gazed at the 4 bottles of exquisite blood essence before him, each radiating a potent aura of beastly might, eagerly anticipating the effects of integrating them into his armor and Tang Dao. Leaving the mining area, Muyu arrived at the wildmen's living quarters, where many of the wild men were gathered outside, roasting stored giant python meat for breakfast. He summoned Abu and noticed that the silvery sheen on his skin had completely settled. "Have you absorbed all the dragon's blood?" Muyu inquired. "Have you fully absorbed it?" "Yes, master," Abu replied respectfully, clenching his fist. Muyu opened Abu's panel to inspect it, discovering a significant enhancement in attributes, along with the addition of a new lineage. Lineage: Iron Dragon, Extraordinary, 001. Attribute enhancement: substantial increase in defense, with a certain immunity to the pressure exerted by higher-level beings. Upon complete activation of the lineage, the full benefits of the lineage will be bestowed. Excellent. After reviewing Abu's panel, Muyu nodded in satisfaction, surprised to see the nascent awakening of the Iron Dragon lineage. However, to fully activate it, one would require 1,000 drops of Iron Dragon blood, and gathering such a quantity would only be feasible if he could defeat the creature and forcibly extract its blood, which seemed rather impractical. Thank you for your support. It serves as my motivation to continue updating. Chapter 84. Farewell to the Black Armored Man. You are to arrange for some individuals to feed these cubs, and subsequently convene all commanders and the 20 most formidable leaders skilled in combat, bringing along all available weaponry to gather in the construction area. Muyu extracted 1,600 pounds of giant tiger meat and 1,600 pounds of frenzied crocodile meat, simultaneously instructing Abu. Averaging 20 pounds of meat per meal for each cub is already quite substantial. This beast meat has been slaughtered and set aside for a day. After all, there is nearly 30,000 pounds in total. To create a storage facility capable of preserving such a quantity of meat would require an immense amount of frigid water. After some contemplation, Muyu decided it prudent to allow the wildlings and the cubs to consume the provisions first before seeking new sources of food. "Yes, master." As Abu departed, the wildling priest, Kinjila, was summoned forth by Muyu. "Gather 40 wildlings who are not particularly dim-witted. I wish to teach them the art of fishing." "Fishing?" Kinjila expressed mild surprise, but promptly set about his task. In no time, 40 wildlings stood before Muyu. Excluding the 30 engaged in mud creation and the 30 tasked with cleaning polluted creatures, Muyu retained over 160 wildlings at his disposal for digging pits, collecting soil, and felling trees. Little Gu fluttered to Muyu's side. Muyu, accompanied by Little Gu and the not-so-dull 40 wildlings, descended the stone steps. Upon reaching the dock for the sailboats, the flat ground was insufficient to accommodate all the wildlings, with many still crowding the stone path. Muyu produced a fishing net fashioned from hemp rope and cast it upon the sea. The net unfurled in the water like a grand tapestry, and Muyu fixed his gaze upon the surface, where ripples soon emerged, suggesting the presence of struggling fish within. He swiftly retrieved the net, which contained merely a few small fish. Do not concern yourselves with such trifles. Your task is merely to learn the technique of capturing. The quantity you catch shall be left to fate. Muyu retrieved 40 nets he had prepared early that morning and instructed each wildling to stand on the shore and practice. Once they mastered the art of casting and retrieving the net, they would ascend the single-mast sailboats to fish in earnest. After nearly an entire morning's expenditure of time, Muyu successfully dispatched all 40 wildlings onto the vessels. He then scanned the surroundings of the island. 40 single-mast sailboats were fervently engaged in fishing. With Little Gu observing from the air, should any boat stray too far, Little Gu would guide them back. Returning to the wooden building, Muyu fetched a wooden barrel filled with fresh water and soaked 5 pieces of fire sun juju wood within it to purify the water. The golden treasure chest rewarded for eliminating low-level pollution sources remains unopened. Muyu suddenly recalled the golden chest nestled in his backpack and promptly retrieved it. Ding! The golden treasure chest has been opened, and a critical success has yielded. The blueprint for the Thunder Fishing Rod, exquisite. Thunder Fishing Rod Blueprint, exquisite 10 lightning premium iron. 1 soft premium iron line, 1 rare leather, 1 lightning spirit stone. Who in their right mind would pay such a hefty price to forge this fishing rod? After all, what a disappointment it is to find such a trinket from a golden treasure chest. I should find an opportunity to trade this with Jianwei. With a hint of regret, Muyu tucked away the blueprint for the Thunder Fishing Rod, along with the water bucket, as he departed from the wooden building. In the construction area, 160 wild men had gathered, armed with shovels and pickaxes. Muyu retrieved the premium iron pickaxe and handed it to the wild man leader he regularly worked with. Abu led 30 wild men, all fully equipped with iron wolf armor, iron wolf daggers, iron spears, and goldstone wolf spears. They exuded an air of lethal intent, and Muyu was confident they were the most formidable hunters among the wild men. Xiaoxua, keep the home safe. Abu, lead everyone and follow me. Mu Igriku instructed Xiaox, who was playing nearby, before stepping into the mother tower of the parent-child teleportation array. With a flash of white light, Muyu found himself on the seabed island. Looking up at the azure sky, refracted by the sunlight into a dreamlike palette of colors, he marveled once more. Such a vast island, thriving beneath the ocean, must surely be a wonder of at least exquisite caliber. Yet, he pondered, what could have led to the pollution of the island? With a sigh, Muyu exited the child tower of the teleportation array. In no time, the wild men emerged from the child tower, arriving at the seabed island, all equally awestruck by the magnificent scene above. You will divide into 5 teams, each consisting of 2 leaders and 4 heads, to systematically scour this island for all pollutants. Should you encounter any particularly formidable contaminants, raise a shout. Abu, you will provide support from behind. Understood, Master. Yes, Master. Abu and the leaders responded in unison, promptly springing into action, fanning out in 5 groups. Kandira, Dre. The remaining 160 wild men will be under your command. Do not stray from this area. Excavate the iron and copper ores first. Then proceed to the soil and stones. If you encounter any insurmountable dangers, retreat to the island via the teleportation tower. Yes, Master. The 2 wild men priests replied respectfully. After organizing the wild men's tasks, Muyu found an open area in the mining zone and deployed the super-automatic stone excavator. The last time the excavator worked on Silver Wolf Island for a day and night, it hollowed out the small hills surrounding Wolf Valley, yielding 500 units of stone. Now, with the seabed island at his disposal, he wondered how much stone could be extracted from it. Subsequently, Muyu set off alone toward the manor, ready to settle a debt that had lingered for 7 days. Upon Muyu's arrival at the previously visited construction site, he was taken aback. What had once been described as crumbling ruins had now transformed into a mere heap of construction debris. What on earth is this? Muyu was astonished to discover a dark, fleshy tumor at the center of the rubble. Just as he made a sound, the tumor abruptly ruptured. A pair of black, fleshy wings unfurled from within, and the gaps in the black armored figure were filled with grotesque growths. Atop these growths, numerous eyes opened, eerily scrutinizing Muyu, while his right hand had morphed into a thick, fleshy appendage. Chapter 85. The abyss of the ocean, why does it seem to have become less appealing, yet more formidable? Alas, I lack Wang Yang's reconnaissance skills. Muyu couldn't help but envy Wang Yang's ability to discern crucial information about his adversaries, enabling him to make informed decisions regarding whether to flee or confront. Upon exchanging titles to that of an overcomer, Muyu noticed that his overall attributes had not increased in the slightest, which surprisingly relieved him. Thankfully, he had not reached the golden tier, which would have posed a significant challenge. Suddenly, a tremendous gust of energy erupted from the black-armored figure, who leaped into the air and vanished from sight, only to reappear above Muyu an instant later. A stout club, akin to a telephone pole, descended upon him with formidable wind pressure. In haste, Muyu raised his bloodthirsty fire ring blade, igniting its fiery essence, as crimson-black flames enveloped the blade, forming a protective barrier above him. The colossal impact felt like a mountain crashing down, causing the ground beneath Muyu to crack, and his body sank slightly into the earth. The immense force transmitted through the bloodthirsty fire ring blade momentarily overwhelmed him. It was worth noting that with his current strength, coupled with title and physique enhancements, his power surged to an astonishing 89 points. Yet, despite this, he was still outmatched by the grotesque black-armored figure before him. The essence of the evil god's flesh was truly terrifying. The all-encompassing attribute boost transformed a silver tier being into one possessing nearly golden tier might. Fortunately, due to the Earthbear's unique trait, Muyu's strength remained inexhaustible, allowing him to barely withstand the grotesque black-armored figure's onslaught. Had it been his former self, he would have sustained severe injuries or worse from such a blow. Seizing the moment of resistance, Muyu drew forth the blade from its scabbard at his waist. The blade, nurtured for 12 hours, unleashed a surge of azure energy, its sharp brilliance cleaving into the grotesque black-armored figure's south head at close range. Crack! The black mass tumbled to the ground, devoid of any blood. The grotesque black-armored figure appeared unfazed, its immense weight relentlessly pressing down upon Muyu, threatening to engulf him entirely. This was indeed the infamous blood-locking ability, truly deserving of its reputation. Gritting his teeth, Muyu channeled his blood energy into his arms. Strength of the arms. The muscles within his arms swelled, coiling like a dragon, and his power surged, causing the grotesque black-armored figure to stagger backward. Earth-shattering cleave. A torrent of earth elements surged into Muyu's being from beneath the ground, flowing through his arms and enveloping the bloodthirsty fire ring blade. With all his might, he struck down upon the grotesque black-armored figure, unleashing a wild rush akin to a stampede of untamed horses. Boom! Bolstered by the strength of the arms, a terrifying force erupted, shaking the very ground beneath him. A wave of earthy energy exploded, instantly obliterating the black-armored figure. Ah! Truly worthy of being a pinnacle skill. It surpasses my expectations. Energy continuously surged from the ground, replenishing Muyu's waning strength, preventing him from collapsing. This was indeed the most terrifying aspect of the Earth-Bear bloodline. As long as one stood upon the earth, they embodied an indefatigable humanoid behemoth. Muyu seized the flesh of the malevolent deity and placed it into a bucket filled with water soaked in the fiery jujube wood. The clear water instantly turned black, bubbling vigorously, reminiscent of the situation within the bucket in the wooden loft. Ding! You have slain a low-level source of pollution, earning the reward. Silver, chest X1. Hidden sequence points 10. Ding! Congratulations! Your sequence rank has ascended to 1996. Although the rewards were not as substantial as those obtained upon completing a task, they were certainly preferable to none at all. Muyu accepted the silver chest, deciding to open it the following day. Ding! Polluted Black Water Sword. Rare, 1 Polluted Black Water Sword. Rare, originally a sword of exceptional quality. It has devolved to a rare level due to prolonged pollution from low-level sources. Characteristic: when strength exceeds 60, each sword swing consumes stamina to unleash a black water slash. Damage: 60 to 850. To discover that an exceptional sword had degraded was surprising. He resolved to purify it later, hoping to restore its former glory. Muyu picked up the oversized sword left by the deformed black-armored figure, slightly astonished. He stowed the black water sword in his backpack and proceeded toward the opulent manor at the island's center. Given the vast expanse of the underwater island, it likely belonged to the 5th tier. While much of it lay in ruin, the most valuable spectacle remained intact. Moreover, as the residence of the island's lord, the manor might still harbor some treasures. With a heart full of anticipation, Muyu traversed the blue stone walls and arrived at the core of the estate. A cluster of palatial structures. At the center of this complex stood an enormous well, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Surprisingly, this well was not for drawing water. It was a fountain. To be precise, it was a water column, a robust jet soaring 30 zhang into the sky, cascading like waves and forming a transparent shield that enveloped the island, separating the ocean from the land. Such a formidable spectacle compelled Muyu to reach out and touch it. Ocean well, ultimate marvel capable of extracting water elements from the ocean to create a shield encompassing the island. While excess water elements can be condensed into water essence for storage. Under normal maintenance, it generates 1 piece daily. Defense: 30,000-300,000 ding. Detecting an uninhabited 5th tier island. Do you wish to annex? Annex. The island's tier exceeds that of the main island. Annexation failed. What a farce. The sudden joy that had arisen within Muyu was doused by the system's cold reality. How could such a powerful ultimate marvel, situated in this peculiar location, have fallen to pollution when it was once inhabited by a black-armored being of golden rank? Muyu pondered in confusion. The ocean well's extraordinary defense could withstand even the peak of his island's 9-dragon true fire, coupled with a critical strike, and still remain unbroken. Let alone a low-level source of pollution. The protective shield was fully operational and undamaged. Well, enough of that. He would regard this island as a resource extraction site. waiting for his fire dragon's secret vein island to advance to the 5th tier before attempting to annex it. Muyu shook his head and then circled around the massive well. Indeed, he discovered a platform on the outer wall of the well, where deep blue water blocks were piled high. Ding Water Essence, Supreme, 300. Chapter 86. The mining area at the other end of the island on the platform. Nearly 100 pieces of water essence were left behind by Muyu, should a formidable marine creature attack this island. The absence of sufficient water essence to sustain the protective barrier could lead to catastrophic consequences. Muyu was uncertain whether the island had previously withstood any assaults. He could not ascertain how long this underwater isle had been abandoned based solely on the quantity of water essence, but it seemed to have been more than a year. Water essence, supreme, compressed from the purest water elements, containing formidable energy, can only be utilized in the forging of equipment of excellence or above, and can only power items of excellence or above. The stipulation that it could only be used for items of excellence or higher speaks volumes of its potency. And this was Muyu's first encounter with a supreme grade material. With the mindset of not letting any treasure slip through his fingers, Muyu thoroughly searched the entire estate but found nothing of value. It appeared that one should not be overly greedy. Perhaps he could arrange for the wild men to conduct a thorough search when the opportunity arose. With a sigh, Muyu returned to the mining area where the wild men were gathered. Master, we have discovered 3 more veins of ore at the other end of the island. Just as Muyu was preparing to return to the island, Abu approached him. Oh, is there another mining area at the other end of the island? Muigriku pondered. Slightly perplexed, yet considering the vastness of the island, it seemed reasonable. Lead me to see it. Following Abu towards the other end of the island, Muyu observed that the ground was splattered with black liquid, indicating a significant presence of polluted creatures on this isle. Nightfall could bring about a thick fog here. They needed to ensure that the wild men returned before darkness descended. Upon reaching the new mining area, Muyu found the roadside littered with the polluted wild men, rendered powerless and pierced through as if by a sieve. Among them, 3 polluted wild men leaders were impaled by water-explosive spears driven into the ground. They were not dead yet. With the removal of the spears, they could rise again. Unfortunately, there are no structures that merely require destructive force. Otherwise, placing these pain immune. Tireless polluted wild men within would be ideal, Abu lamented. Muyu sighed lightly, retrieving a bucket to soak the blood-tinged peach wood and placing on the ground. He instructed Abu, in a moment, pour it over them. If they survive, add some water to soak them again. A few more treatments should ensure their demise. Understood. Abu responded. These polluted wild men, despite possessing a few peculiar traits, lack the combat prowess of true wild men. Their muscles have been ravaged, preventing them from exerting their full power. The sight of the 3 mining veins within this area left Muyu astounded. Medium silver mine, 3,000. Small gold mine, 100. Large water stone mine, 10,000. The most valuable of these was undoubtedly the large water stone mine, which Muyu suspected had emerged during the island's ascension, a byproduct of the supreme marvel, the ocean well. Once the veins over there are exhausted, you shall personally escort them to mine here. Extract only 1,000 units from the large water stone mine, but deplete all others entirely, Muyu instructed Abu. Yes, master, Abu replied respectfully. Once these 2 veins are completely mined, I shall have gathered all the materials necessary to forge the supreme Tang Dao, merely awaiting the completion of the golden crystals charging. Even the desolate 5th-tier islands are filled with delightful surprises. One can never predict what treasures may be uncovered in the next moment, and each of his endeavors is marked by extravagant opulence. After departing from the underwater island, Muyu utilized the teleportation array to return to his own island. Upon entering the wooden lodge, Muyu glanced at the corrupted flesh of the evil deity being purified and noted that the process was not yet complete. He promptly placed another piece of flesh into the vessel, unleashing the purifying power of 10 fire yang juju wood simultaneously. Subsequently, Muyu retrieved a new bucket, filled it with fresh water, and immersed the tainted black water sword along with the blood peach wood, causing dark bubbles to rise in the water. Realizing that purification would take time, Muyu proceeded to the leisure area. The wild men were emptying buckets of fish into the spirit fish pond, where countless small fish eagerly devoured the floating meat of the frenzied crocodile. Do not dump them here. Pour them into the reservoir or the river, Muyu interjected. halting the wild men from further depositing fish into the spirit fish pond, for this was his sanctuary for cultivating high-quality spirit fish. To introduce so many ordinary fish at once would require an immense quantity of meat for cultivation. Nevertheless, this incident indirectly validated the feasibility of having the wild men fish. Their strength was substantial, and they could effortlessly haul in a net full of fish. Muyu's gaze drifted beyond the island. It was afternoon, and the sun blazed relentlessly, while the sea lay calm and serene, imbued with tranquility. There seemed little purpose in exploring the vast island for resources, as the round trip would consume considerable time, and Muyu rarely found himself with leisure. He approached the workbench and fashioned a sunshade from several tattered wolf pelts, planting it beside the stone table in the leisure area. He then moved a dusty rocking chair beneath the shade and placed a few crisp water pears on the table. Muyu rummaged through the wooden lodge to find the Hylon 100-foot rod, reattaching a Tinjong fishing line. Having completed his preparations, he reclined in the rocking chair and cast his fishing rod into the water. Without the playful company of Xiao Gu, Chu Xue approached, leaping into Muyu's embrace and resting quietly. As Muyu savored the sea breeze, nibbled on the water pear, and fished, he reveled in the blissful idleness. Such leisurely moments were rare even back on Blue Star. Congratulations to LV Fei Bai from District 445 for being the fourth to advance to a fourth-tier island, receiving additional rewards. Congratulations to Chong Sun Wu from District 445 for being the seventh to advance to a fourth-tier island, receiving additional rewards. Congratulations to Wang Yang from District 445 for being the eighth to advance to a fourth-tier island, receiving. In this blissful respite, Muyu dozed off, and when he awakened, it was already evening, the sunset casting its final romantic glow. His fishing endeavors that afternoon yielded no catch, not due to a lack of fish, but because the ones he did catch were devoured by the little glutton, Chu Xue. Retrieving his fishing rod, Muyu made his way to the wild men's living area, where the fishermen had returned. Abu and the others from the underwater island were back, now busily preparing a stew of python meat for dinner. 15,000 pounds of python meat is sufficient to sustain 260 wild men for 4 days. Today marks merely the second day, so they have ample time to consume the python meat. Master, the ores have all been transported to the mining area. I did not disturb you as I saw you were resting. Would you like some meat soup? Abu inquired as he approached upon seeing Muyu. Ah, no need for that. You have done splendidly. Please arrange for some individuals to deliver this meat to the young beasts, and take some time to rest yourself. Muyu responded, graciously declining Abu's offer. He then produced 1,600 pounds of tiger meat and 1,600 pounds of crocodile meat, instructing him with care. Understood, Abu replied, immediately summoning several wild leaders to distribute the provisions. Ding iron block 30, 000, ding copper, or 4. 000 Chapter 87. The mysterious invasion of the island, the medium-sized copper mine, had been completely excavated, and a significant portion of the large iron mine had also been extracted. However, Muyu estimated that it would take until the day after tomorrow to fully deplete the metallic resources beneath the underwater island. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he washed some potatoes and cut up 50 pounds of tiger king meat, preparing to make a hearty potato stew. He intended to introduce Chu Xue and Xiaogu to the delightful flavors of Blue Star cuisine, a modest reward for Xiaogu. As he added half a pound of blood meat and true spiritual fungus to the pot, the enticing aroma of the stew wafted through the air. He packaged 2 portions to send to Jian Yuechong, who promptly responded with a message and a vial of stalactite essence. Jian Yuechong, today is indeed potato stew day. Oh, Muyu, of course. Tonight heralds a new calamity. If we don't survive, at least we can enjoy a good meal. Jian Yuechong. So this is your farewell feast for me? Jian Yuechong. If you can't say anything nice, it's best to remain silent. You've completely dampened my spirits. Mu Igadaku. Closing the private chat, Muyu divided the potato stew between Chu Xue and Xiaogu before indulging himself. Momins latte. Over 10 pounds of the stew filled his stomach, and he felt energy surging within him. He promptly swallowed the stalactite essence. It was as if he had consumed a calming elixir. A pair of gentle hands seemed to soothe the restlessness in his belly, gradually calming it. Returning to his bedroom, Muyu opened the chat channel. A new week was upon them, and lively discussions erupted among the group. Dai Chunguin, I have no idea what the new calamity will be. I dare not sleep, not even a wink. Tang Yu, if I could ascend to a fourth-tier island like several of the great ones, I would sleep soundly. Zhizhan, don't stay up. Those who survive need not fear, and those that do not need not worry. Let fate decide. Shunjian, I predict a meteor shower tomorrow. Chuiting, why not suggest a resource box instead? Songhai, is it possible it might snow? Shunjian, what has snow to us? Everyone has a few animal pelts for warmth. If it does snow, that would be splendid. Qiuzhe, don't jinx it, even if it snows. It won't be the normal kind from Blue Star. Seeing their animated debate, Muyu decided to close the chat channel. The nature of the calamity would soon reveal itself at midnight. A sudden chill swept through the bedroom, stirring an inexplicable unease within him. He rose and stepped onto the balcony, where he spotted a wild man smiling at him from a distance on the flat ground below. The visage of this wild man felt profoundly unfamiliar. As Muyu focused his gaze, he realized the wild man had inexplicably drawn closer. Silently, he had transitioned from the flat land to the construction area, staring blankly and smiling at Muyu. It was only then that Muyu discerned the wild man's expression had twisted grotesquely. His smile stretched unnaturally, with the corners of his mouth reaching near his eyes, and his pupils bulging, exuding a faint crimson hue. A chilling sensation enveloped Muyu, and cold sweat broke out along his spine. Ding warning. The island has been invaded by a mysterious source of contamination. Ding warning. The island has been invaded by a mysterious source of contamination. Ding. A warning echoes. The island has been invaded by a mysterious source of pollution. Stop the incessant alerts and tell me how to resolve this. Muyu clenched his teeth and questioned, yet the system offered no further guidance. As Muyu regained his composure and sought the savage once more, he discovered it had vanished from the construction area. Xiao Gu, did you just see someone standing over there? Muyu inquired of the peering Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at Muyu. This only intensified the unease swelling within Muyu. Just then, a knock resounded from outside the bedroom, causing Muyu's expression to shift. No one had entered or exited the front door below moments ago. The entity knocking could not be human, but rather that enigmatic source of pollution. Creak, creak. After a prolonged wait for the door to be opened, the presence outside, unable to contain its impatience, gently pushed the door ajar. Let us go. Muyu called to Chu Shui and, along with Xiao Gu, leaped from the second floor. Standing firmly upon the ground, Muyu felt his strength surge, unwilling to cause harm to the wooden structure. Thud, thud. The weighty sound of footsteps resonated on the wooden floor, and soon a savage figure appeared on the balcony, still grinning at Muyu. At such a close distance, Muyu observed more clearly. The creature's cheeks quivered, as if struggling to maintain such an intense smile. Yet it could not cease. Its lips curled higher, almost touching its brow, forming a grotesque circle, with two trails of blood glistening at the corners of its mouth. Why don't you come down here? Muyu shouted, his expression grave. The savage finally erupted into laughter, a chilling sound that reverberated across the island, as it tilted its head back, trembling, its body bending almost to a full 180 degrees. Muyu, compelled by the eerie atmosphere, began to laugh as well, causing Chu Shui and Xiao Gu to tense up in alarm. Why are you looking at me? I'm just trying to lighten the mood. Muyu quickly stifled his laughter, already concocting a plan to deal with the bizarre savage. Just as he felt his composure slipping, a bloodwood talisman was hurled up to the second floor. The talisman struck the savage squarely, and a plume of black smoke erupted, causing the creature to vanish instantly. Muyu hurried back to the wooden structure, where he beheld a mysterious entity wrapped in black cloth, floating in the air, circling a bucket containing 2 pieces of flesh from a malevolent deity, hesitant yet drawn closer. Without a moment's hesitation, Muyu launched several bloodwood talismans at it. With each strike, a sound akin to flames igniting echoed, releasing a torrent of black smoke as the bizarre entity scrambled to escape the wooden building. Muyu pursued relentlessly, throwing the talismans in a bid to strike it down. It appeared the source of pollution had not anticipated the multitude of protective wood in Muyu's possession. Overwhelmed, it crashed into the white mist beyond the island's borders. Ding! A peculiar source of contamination has been detected in proximity to the sequence candidates, prompting the issuance of a mission. Eliminate the anomalous contamination source within a 7-day time frame. Upon successful completion, the reward will be 1 exceptional crate and 300 hidden sequence points. As the strange contamination source departed, Mu Yusong exhaled in relief and began to peruse the previous system notifications. A new task has arrived, he murmured. The rewards for eliminating the anomalous contamination source far exceed those for lower-grade contaminants, indicating that it presents a greater challenge. Chapter 88. The intense cold wave. It seems I must cultivate more peach and jujube trees in the future. Should the malevolent entity return, I shall simply dispatch it with the protective wood. Muyu made his way toward the wooden loft, collecting the blood-infused peach wood scattered along the path. In total, he gathered 7 pieces, each tainted with a hint of darkness, their luster diminished. It appears that the blood and flesh of the evil deity attracted it. However, with the presence of the fiery jujube wood, it dared not approach. Upon returning to the loft, Muyu gazed at the hall where the blood and flesh of the malevolent deity were still undergoing purification. He added the used blood-infused peach wood to hasten the process. Subsequently, he adorned the doors, windows, and walls of the grand hall with pieces of the blood-infused peach wood, feeling a sense of security as he retreated to his bedroom. The intrusion of the uncanny was silent and insidious, eluding even the elemental tower's detection. Yet, with the blood-infused peach wood, it would be less likely to breach his defenses. Once I acquire sufficient protective wood, I shall construct a barrier around the house, alleviating my worries of such intrusions. Muyu mused, feeling somewhat drowsy after the earlier commotion. Most individuals in the chat channel were still enduring the torment of sleeplessness, but he was not among them. If he could not survive, then the entire region would be doomed. With that thought, Muyu quietly closed his eyes. At the stroke of midnight, a wave of chill enveloped him, prompting Muyu to place the initial snow beneath his head and drape the wings of the small creature over himself. Yet, despite these measures, he could not stave off the shivers. Suddenly, a loud knock at the door jolted him awake, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing he was merely experiencing an overreaction. Master, hearing Abu calling him from downstairs, Muyu finally exhaled in relief. He tightened the woolen blanket around himself and peered out the window, only to find a blanket of white snow obscuring his view. Indeed, Songhai's prediction was correct. However, the snowfall was exceedingly frigid. Descending to the hall, Muyu saw Abu anxiously awaiting him. Ice had formed on his brows, and the frost coating his body made him resemble a statue of ice. Master, the weather is too cold. They cannot endure it any longer. Could you provide some wood for them to light a fire and warm themselves? Abu inquired hastily upon Muyu's arrival. There is no need for such trouble. Muyu thought briefly, and the true fire of the 9 dragons surged upward, radiating intense warmth. The feather-like snowflakes descending from the sky melted before they could touch the island. Simultaneously, the temperature of the entire island began to gradually rise. Though it was not as comfortable as before, it had reached a tolerable level. Thank you, Master, Abu exclaimed joyfully, relieved by the dispelled chill. Wait a moment before you leave, Muyu instructed as he descended to the basement, retrieving 200 pounds of crocodile meat and 200 pounds of wolf meat. He added 3 excellent-grade, large radishes and simmered a substantial pot of radish and meat stew, incorporating over 17 pounds of blood and flesh spirit mushrooms to dissolve into the concoction. A tantalizing fragrance wafted through the hall, enticing and inviting. Muyu indulged in a bowl of the stew, feeling a warm current surge throughout his body, so much so that he began to perspire. He set aside a portion of the radish and meat soup for breakfast, while the remainder he poured into a large wooden box. Take this back and share it, so that everyone can enjoy a sip of hot soup and a piece of meat every Friday. The leftover can be fed to the young beasts. Yes, Abu responded, visibly moved, lifting the wooden box onto his shoulder and departing from the wooden building. In the event that the wildling's young ones fell ill from the cold, it would be prudent to take preventive measures, as he would be unable to treat them. Since the establishment of the wildling tribe, Muyu's burdensome labor had been entirely alleviated, and he had no desire to witness the loss of any wildling laborers. Muyu returned to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Perhaps due to their robust constitution against the cold, Xiaogu and Chu Shui were still in deep slumber. Feeling overly warm, he pushed open the wooden door to the balcony, only to discover that the snow outside had accumulated to over a meter in height. Fortunately, The nine dragons' true fire emitted a searing heat, causing the snow on the island to begin melting, flowing down like a stream. Looking up at the skies above the island, Muyu observed a vast expanse of grayness, with snowflakes swirling in the air and the cold wind howling like a razor, intermingling with the blizzard. The night had turned white as well. It was barely an hour past midnight. He feared that by morning, or even now, the seawater might have already frozen. Muyu was certain that this cold front had arrived with alarming swiftness, plunging the temperature to such extremes in a mere short span of time, likely causing a stir within the group. Songhai, I'm so cold I can't sleep. I feel like I'm turning into a popsicle. Zhizhan, Shunjian, you cursed us. Come out and face the consequences. Shunjian, cold? That's exactly how it should be. Warmth is reserved for those with heating tools. Songhai, do you even have any heating tools? Shunjian, so I'm cold too. Peng Anren, which brother has heating tools? I'll buy them at a high price. I'm freezing to death. Gaoyu, what is there to fear? I've boiled a pot of water in my room, planning to soak in it and sleep. Tangyu, you're ruthless, cooking yourself in an iron pot. Don't forget to add some spices. Qin Hongda, when it's cold, just exercise at home. I just did 10,000 push-ups. I feel terrifyingly strong right now. Muyu, aren't you going to sleep tonight? Qin Hongde, Mushen, are you also unable to sleep due to the cold? Muyu, no, I'm sweating from the heat. I'm just enjoying the cold breeze on the balcony. Songhai, Mushen, you're simply inhuman. Tangyu, this is the gap between the elite and us. Woe is me. Qiuzhe, for sale, Firestone heaters, limited quantity, highest bidder wins. Zhangqi, you're downright ruthless, pricing it like a rare item. Why not just steal it? Chuze, brother, you yist. It's much quicker for me to sell than to steal. It appeared that everyone was somewhat troubled by the cold, with only a few in the first tier feeling slightly better. The prices of heating tools were bound to soar, yet it seemed he had no such tools to capitalize on this opportunity. On the balcony, with the cold breeze wafting through and dissipating the excess warmth within, Muyu closed the chat channel with a hint of regret, only to suddenly notice a system notification that had escaped his attention in the dead of night. Dingya ranked first on the Island Wind and Cloud list of Zone 445. This week's rewards have been settled. You have obtained a 4th grade special chest. A 4th grade special chest. Muyu distinctly recalled that it was the unlocking of a 2nd grade special chest that had bestowed upon his island the 9 Dragons' Fiery Land, thereby propelling him to the pinnacle of success. Now, with the arrival of a 4th grade chest, he felt a flicker of anticipation for the treasures it might contain. Never mind. There was no rush. He decided to wait until tomorrow to open it alongside the resource chest from fishing, especially since he also had a silver chest to unveil. Muyu stowed the special chest into his backpack and opened the announcement to peruse the latest updates for the week. Announcement 1. Intermediate Catastrophe Extreme Cold Wave has been activated. 2. This week's limited time event, the Sea Fishing Leaderboard, has commenced. Rankings are based on quality, with the highest score prevailing. Daily rewards will be settled, and a grand prize or best angler award will be determined after 7 days. 3. When the number of 4th grade islands in Zone 445 reaches 10, the Central Region's Spirit Pet, Potential Dragon List, and Unparalleled Divine Weapon List will be initiated. There is no limit on the number of entries, with the top 10 receiving relevant rewards weekly. 4. Resource islands have vanished, and the confinement of extraordinary beasts has weakened, increasing the likelihood of extraordinary beasts landing on the islands. Chapter 89. Island Rankings. Muyu selectively disregarded the other 3 pieces of information, fixating intently on the second one. He then retrieved the blueprint for the Thunder fishing rod, examining it repeatedly with a complex expression. He was merely 1 rare grade leather short, and he lacked a substantial amount of lightning elements to charge the Thunder crystals and extreme iron. Relying solely on a lightning tower without a significant thunderstorm would likely mean waiting an eternity. With a sigh, Muyu put away the blueprint for the Thunder fishing rod, resolute in not allowing Jianyuechong to evolve it further. Given the current materials, it was already a challenge to gather what he needed. Another evolution would render him incapable of forging it once the event concluded. He hoped the morning box opening would yield some pleasant surprises. Feeling a slight chill as the excess warmth dissipated from his body, Muyu returned to his bedroom, succumbing to a deep slumber. In the morning, the sky remained overcast. Muyu reheated the previous night's radish and meat soup, packing 2 portions to trade with Jianyuechong. Jianyuechong, radish and meat soup, I love it. Muyu, a new week, time for your contribution. Jianyuechong, got it. I know you always add extra to the meat. I want to shortchange you. Is 1,000 pounds sufficient? Muyu, that works, but I only want rare-grade meat. Jianyuechong, understood. After concluding his communication with Jianyuechong, Muyu indulged in another hearty bowl of radish and meat soup, washing it down with a drop of stalactite essence. Though a warmth still coursed through him, it was no longer as tumultuous as the previous night, merely sustaining a gentle heat within. After preparing breakfast for Chu Xue and Xiao Gu, Muyu departed the wooden lodge, awestruck by the devastation wrought by nature. The island was blanketed by a thin layer of ice, while the surrounding expanse remained a stark white, blurring the line between sky and sea. The biting wind whipped through the blizzard, with visibility reduced to less than half a meter. It was a chilling sight that could freeze one's very soul. Though Muyu felt no physical cold, a shiver ran through him. He approached the shore, brandished the resource rod, and cast his line, only to have it bounce back. Alas, it seems the sea has frozen over. I hope the wind and snow ease soon, he lamented, considering the significant loss if he could not fish out the resource boxes. However, he quickly reassured himself that the storm would surely pass. Otherwise, the fishing event could not possibly take place. Stowing away the resource rod, Muyu made his way to the cultivation room in the farming district. Thankfully, he had a cultivation room. Otherwise, many of these plants would have perished from the frost last night. Ding, blood and flesh true Ganoderma, exquisite, 10 pounds ding. Divine clear water pear, rare, 21 ding. Divine clear water pear wood, rare, 15 ding. Fruit cucumber, rare, 3 ding. Explosive fire chili. It was a rare, bountiful harvest. Muyu rummaged through his backpack, planting 6 ordinary peach tree seeds. He needed ample exorcism wood to construct a wooden fence for the island. Otherwise, he would be caught off guard by the next bizarre invasion. Upon arriving at the wildmen's living area, he found that the wildmen were gradually waking up to prepare breakfast. Perhaps due to the exquisite radish and meat stew consumed the previous night, Muyu observed that the wild tribesmen were radiating vitality, their faces aglow with a healthy flush and their spirits brimming with vigor. Remarkably, the tribe had gained 2 additional leaders, and the loyalty of most tribesmen had surpassed 60, resulting in the awakening of their attribute panels. The blood and flesh true Lingji was indeed an exceptional ingredient. Without it, how could the wild tribesmen have savored such delicacies? Given the current circumstances, it was evident that venturing out to sea for fishing was not feasible. After distributing the usual tiger and crocodile meat to Abu for the young beasts, Muyu led his 200 tribesmen towards the underwater island. Upon entering the underwater island, Muyu looked up and noticed the sky above the island appeared as it always had. It seemed that the severe cold from the intermediate calamity was merely a regional disaster, not a global one, indicating that this underwater island was likely situated far from their own area. With this realization, Muyu felt reassured. He feared that excessive cold within the island would hinder the tribesmen's mining efforts. Upon returning to his own island, Muyu was pleasantly surprised to find that the snowstorm had ceased. The capriciousness of the weather was indeed astonishing. He sighed in wonder, gazing beyond the island. Although the sunlight did not pierce the clouds, the brightness remained, with everything cloaked in a silvery shroud, devoid of the azure sky and sea. As he arrived at the leisure area and looked down, he noticed that the thick blanket of snow was at least a yard deep, leaving him curious about the thickness of the ice beneath it. At that moment, Muyu was astonished to discover that the fishing leaderboard had already been updated. Fishing leaderboard. 1. White lotus spirit fish rare, fisher. Shirtsong Tian, District 2223 2. Golden silk catfish excellent, fisher. Chin Honda. District 2222 3. Tricolor swallow fish excellent, fisher. Xia Chili. District 2224 4. Empty Shun Jian, Brother Chin. How did you manage to catch fish? Is there no ice where you are? I can't even reel in a resource box. Tangyu. What is going on, Brother Chin? Aren't we in the same district? Chin Honda. It's quite simple. Just break through the ice surface. Songhai. But how can one break such thick ice? Even my fine iron pickaxe yields no result. Chin Honda. That is merely a reflection of your insufficient strength. Being able to break the ice is the key requirement for participating in this activity. Songhai. Well, I'm done for, brothers. Zhejian, rather than this. I am more concerned about the rankings of divine weapons and spirit pets after the island leaderboard's top 10 are revealed. By the way, for prominent figures from our district have already made the leaderboard. Will we see another one to claim half of the leaderboard as glory? Zhejian, Jian, and Wu, esteemed leaders. Jian Yuechong, don't hold your breath for me. I estimate a 1T advance until tomorrow. Wu Jiangwo, that sounds about right. Zhejian, alas. What a pity. How swiftly 9 individuals have advanced to the 4th tier islands. Having not checked the island rankings for the Central District in recent days, Muyu casually opened the leaderboard. Central District Island Leaderboard. Fire Dragon Secret Vein Island. Exquisite District 2222. Muyu 2. Battle Bear Waterwood Island. Exquisite District 2223. Shirt Song Tian 3. Thunder Eagle Windy Island. Rare District 2224. Xia Chili 4. Golden Tiger Floating Island. Rare District 2222. Elfei Bai. 7. Earth Turtle Myriad Phenomena Island. Rare District 2222. Chong Sunwu 8. Blue Whale Swallowing Sea Island. Rare District 2222. Wangyang. A single district can produce 4 4th-tier islands. It appears that the talents of my 3 old friends are indeed remarkable. After Mu closed the island wind and cloud ranking, he gazed downward towards the island, lost in thought. Indeed, one must break through the ice surface. He had previously contemplated this as well, yet the biting cold winds and snowstorms outside rendered him incapable of taking action. Arm of strength, swallowing a blood-chi peach. His vitality surged, converging toward his arm. His iron fist swelled like a great hammer. Muyu leapt from the towering island, 9 zhang high. Boom! A point of impact. The ice surface shattered into layers, rippling like waves upon the sea. The heavy snow trembled, gradually sinking into the ocean, revealing over 100 square meters of azure sea surface. Ah, what a chill. Chapter 90. The Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber. Mu was taken aback by the stark contrast in temperature, realizing that the waters outside were nearly as frigid as those of the polar seas. Even his robust physique trembled against the biting cold. Upon returning to the island, he fashioned himself a coat from the hide of a massive tiger, which brought him some much-needed warmth. Upon re-entering the leisure area, he observed that the expansive ocean below was now dotted with only a few scattered pieces of drifting ice, showcasing the sheer force of his previous strike. Muyu retrieved a 4th-tier resource rod, employing a quadruple stacked gamble as he cast it into the sea. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a silver chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have caught a silver chest. To his dismay, both catches were merely the minimum guarantee. Feeling a touch disheartened, Muyu pondered his luck for the fishing endeavor ahead. He first took out the 4th-tier special chest, and with a focused thought, he opened it. Critical success. Blueprint for the Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber. Exquisite. Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber Blueprint. Exquisite, blessed by the elemental deity. Place it down for immediate effect. Yet again, he had acquired an exquisite level blueprint for an instantly constructible building. Muyu traded it to Jin Yu Chong, who accepted it without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, the transaction was returned, upgraded to the supreme tier. Without delay, Muyu proceeded to the construction area, selecting a spacious plot of land to utilize the blueprint. A structure emerged from the white mist, featuring 2 platforms akin to a seesaw. Elemental Conservation Conversion Chamber. Supreme. Place items rich in elemental properties up to supreme level within. They can be transformed into any of the 5 elements, including wind, cloud, lightning, and other conventional elements, without depleting the original energy grade or quantity. This development alleviated his concerns regarding the thunderous iron and thunder spirit stones. However, he found himself in need of a rare grade leather, which could only be obtained by dismantling beasts of golden tier combat strength. The thought of this made Muyu's head throb, as the silver tier was manageable. But the golden tier exceeded his current capabilities. Deciding to set aside those worries, he focused on opening more chests. Opening a silver chest yielded a critical success. Blueprint for medium-sized pure copper mine X1. A non-rare medium metal mine, with resource yields ranging from 3,000 to 5,000. It should suffice for the extreme Dao Tang knife's extreme copper requirements. Muyu's expression brightened as he continued to unveil more treasures. Opening another silver chest resulted in a critical success. Fire Sun Plant Bloodline. Rare. Fire Sun Plant Bloodline Serum. Rare. Inject this serum into plants of rare grade or below, and the plant will ascend to rare grade, acquiring the Fire Sun Bloodline with certain alterations in its fruit production. Recalling his fiery ocular abilities, which had originated from consuming the fruits of the Fire Sun plant, he felt a surge of excitement. Tomorrow, the natural miracle could elevate a plant to the exquisite level. And if he injected this bloodline serum beforehand, could it potentially yield a dual exquisite attribute plant? Muyu's anticipation grew as he stored the Fire Sun plant bloodline serum in his backpack and picked up the final chest. Upon opening the silver chest, a critical success was achieved: the Island Fortification Blueprint. Rare. The Island Fortification Blueprint. Rare states that once utilized, it will significantly enhance the resilience of your island against storms, destruction, and natural disasters. Muyu promptly tore open the Island Fortification Blueprint. After a rumbling tremor, everything around remained unchanged, leaving Muyu uncertain about what modifications had occurred on the island. Since the system indicated that the island had indeed become more fortified, he accepted this as an internal transformation. Not wanting to dwell on it further, Muyu heard a notification sound and opened the trading platform, discovering that Jianyu Chang had traded another silver chest. After accepting the silver chest, Muyu activated his talent. Upon opening the silver chest, he achieved another critical success: the Mud Pit Resource Point Blueprint. Rare. The Mud Pit Resource Point Blueprint, rare, indicates that it requires an area of 500 square meters for placement. This blueprint is likely for producing mud channels, which, while significant, occupies a considerable space. Since it is not his concern, Muyu decided not to fret over it. After reviewing the information, he traded it to Jianyu Chang. Before long, Muyu received a notification for a private message and reopened the panel to find that Jianyu Chang had sent him a message. Jianyu Chang, I evolved this mud pit blueprint once, transforming it into the mud pond blueprint, which now requires an area of 10,000 square meters for placement. How frustrating. Muyu, is that so? If you have no use for it, you can sell it to me. Jianyu Chang, but a fourth-tier island only has a total area of 30,000 square meters. This one structure consumes so much space. Muyu, don't worry about it. Consider it an act of kindness on my part. Just tell me what you desire, and I will think about it. Jianyu Chang, I would like a rare-grade fishing rod. Is that possible? Muyu, I don't even possess a rare-grade fishing rod myself. How about I trade you a rare-grade sheath instead? You need a powerful weapon, and to be honest, that elemental bow is somewhat lacking. Jianyu Chang, well, if you also include your 3 blue spears, I could use them for Tuan Tuan. Muyu, it's a deal then. Transaction confirmed. Jianyu Chang, I can't shake the feeling that I've been duped. Muyu, trading isn't merely about the value of items. It's about their utility to oneself. Jianyu Chang, thank you for enlightening me. Without giving her a moment to reconsider, Muyu swiftly completed the transaction with Jianyu Chang. The girl, being inherently sensitive and suspicious, would undoubtedly harbor doubts, even though such a trade was not detrimental to her. The Wind Cloud Chi Blade Sheath was increasingly falling behind his growing prowess and required extended nurturing to unleash a powerful strike. Moreover, it could only deliver commendable damage when utilized with his talent, rendering it less effective compared to his supreme skills and elemental conversion jet. Once he crafted the extreme Dao Tang knife, the sheath would lose its significance entirely. As for the 3 water explosion spears, they were merely rare-grade weapons that relied on his formidable strength to inflict substantial damage. Thus, it was time to part with them. After placing the mud pond blueprint into his backpack, Muyu intended to later position the copper mine and the mud pond on the seabed island. The area they occupied on his own island was excessively vast, disrupting the overall layout. The wildlings had yet to exhaust the metal mines and lacked the time to gather mud, so he felt no urgency. Returning to the leisure area, Muyu reclined in a rocking chair, retrieved his sea wave fishing rod, and attached a piece of Tiger King meat to the hook before casting it into the water. Ding, you have caught a sand fish, not on the leaderboard. Ding, you have caught a yellow-spiked spirit fish, excellent, not on the leaderboard. Ding, you have caught a hydraulic angle fish, excellent, not on the leaderboard. Despite wielding a rare-grade fishing rod equipped with rare-grade bait, Why was he only catching excellent grade fish? Chapter 91. The giant polar bear Mu was somewhat perplexed as he opened the chat channel to glean insights from the discussion, among others regarding the fishing leaderboard activity. It became evident to him that his failure to bait was the root of the problem. After observing the exchanges in the group for quite some time, he discerned where his oversight lay. The strategy was clear. First, bait the area to attract high-quality spiritual fish, and only then commence fishing. With renewed determination, Mu hurried back to the ice storage to retrieve 100 pounds of colossal python meat, which he sliced into substantial chunks before casting them into the ocean. With such an abundance of bait, he surely stood a chance of reeling in a rare, magnificent fish. With confidence restored, Mu cast his fishing rod once more. Yet after a prolonged wait, there was still no response. This was unexpected. Where could he have gone awry? Doubt began to creep into his mind, but he resolved to endure a little longer. After a moment, Mu gazed down from the island, observing that the python meat had been devoured, save for the morsel on his hook, which remained untouched. Could it be that he had overdone the baiting, leaving the fish satiated? His expression grew complex, and he resolved to unleash his trump card, the blood-flesh true lingji. Attaching 1/3 pound of the exquisite lingji to his line, Mu cast it out with renewed confidence, fixating his gaze upon the bait. Suddenly, a white whirlwind swept past, and Mu felt an immense force pull him off the edge of the island. In an instant, he was flung onto the icy surface with a resounding thud. As he lifted his head, not far away, a colossal polar bear, resembling a massive wall of snow, was gazing at him with excitement. Quickly donning his transcendent title, Mu noticed a 5% increase in all attributes. Ignoring the pain and the icy ground, he sprang to his feet and sprinted towards the island. Now on ice rather than solid ground, his combat effectiveness was diminished, and facing a golden tier beast was akin to delivering himself as a meal. The giant polar bear, despite its immense size, was surprisingly swift, resembling a white tempest as it lunged toward Mu. Realizing he could not outrun the beast, he swiftly drew the elemental conversion jet and inserted a fire spirit stone. The brilliant silver nozzle emitted a radiant glow, causing the polar bear to sense a threat and halt its pursuit. In a sudden swoop, Gu descended from the heavens, clutching Mu and soaring back to the island. With a sigh of relief, Mu peered down, only to see the giant polar bear tilting its head and baring its teeth in a provocative manner, showing no intention of retreating. Utilizing the Gale arrow, he aimed at the creature's eyes, yet the bear did not flinch or evade. It merely closed its eyes tightly, the heavy eyelids effectively blocking the arrow. With a fierce roar, the giant polar bear unleashed a chilling gust of wind laden with ice and snow, enveloping Mu and rendering him unable to open his eyes. Gu flapped its wings vigorously, carrying him skyward. With a thunderous crash, a massive ice spear, measuring over 10 feet in length, shot towards Mu's previous location, embedding itself deeply into the ground. Exhaling in relief, Mu was taken aback by the intelligence of the colossal polar bear. It had cunningly attempted to deceive him. Just as his rage flared and he prepared to unleash the 9 dragons' true fire upon it, a sudden calm washed over him. Reducing the beast to ashes would be too lenient. He envisioned stripping its hide, which would serve him well. Without delay, Mu approached the Thunderbolt Tower to retrieve a thunder crystal, then made his way to the elemental conservation conversion chamber, placing it within alongside a water element. He activated the machinery. In an instant, the chamber completed its task, and Mu extracted the fully charged Thunder Spirit Stone. Glancing at the water element, he noted its deep azure glow had only dimmed slightly. Truly, it was a premium elemental material. Even charging a single elemental stone consumed merely a fraction of its energy. Content: Mu placed the electrified Thunder Spirit Stone into the elemental conversion ejector, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his gaze. He approached the boundary of the leisure area, discovering that the giant polar bear still prowled nearby, which eased his mind. The ejector's nozzle brimmed with a terrifying aura, blue lightning crackling in anticipation of release. Sensing danger, the colossal bear hesitated, retreating slowly. Retreat? Let us see how far you can go. A pillar-like surge of blue lightning erupted, fully engulfing the bear's massive form. A heart-wrenching roar emanated from the polar bear as it collapsed to the ground, breathless and motionless, its fur standing on end like iron needles. Muyu brandished his bloodthirsty fire ring blade and leaped from the island, striking the bear's broad back with immense force. However, only a minor gash was inflicted, and a tingling sensation radiated through Muyu's entire being. The polar bear, seemingly rejuvenated, unleashed a surge of energy, swatting Muyu away and sprinting into the distance, vanishing into the vast, white expanse. Muyu felt disheartened. Not only had the blood-meat true spirit mushroom been consumed without consequence, but even an entire thunder element stone had been wasted. Sullenly, he picked up the severed line of his Hylon 100-foot fishing rod and returned to the island. The bloodthirsty fire ring blade lacked any bloodthirst, and its inherent lethality was pathetically minimal. The polar bear's resistance proved formidable, as it swiftly recovered from the energy of the thunder spirit stone. Although the ejector's damage output was limited, Muyu suspected that the bear's consumption of the blood-meat true spirit mushroom played a role. Standing once again at the edge of the leisure area, Muyu observed the giant polar bear peering cautiously from behind a snowdrift, evidently unwilling to give up yet, though too intimidated to approach. With no suitable method to eliminate it at present, Muyu could only temporarily disregard it, as long as it did not disturb his fishing activities. Reattaching the fishing line, Muyu carefully baited the rod with 1/3 of a pound of blood and flesh true Ganoderma. This time, he cast it safely into the depths. As the bait sank into the ocean, the surface erupted in tumult, and soon, crimson blossoms began to rise from the abyss. Let the battle commence. Only the mightiest fish is worthy of consuming the blood and flesh true Ganoderma. Muyu waited with a mix of excitement and anxiety. After a considerable time, the ocean finally calmed, and Muyu gripped the fishing rod tightly, his focus unwavering. Suddenly, the fishing line snapped taut. A tremendous force surged from beneath the waves, pulling the rod downward. The strength of the abyss. Muyu swiftly consumed a blood essence peach, feeling the surge of vitality flood into his arms, amplifying his strength. With all his might, he clung to the rod, engaging in a fierce struggle with the most formidable spiritual fish lurking below. Chapter 92. The opening of dual rankings. A crisp sound echoed beside the island, causing Muyu's heart to plummet. He fell heavily backward into the mud, clutching the broken fishing rod tightly in his hands. From a moment, I started with the fishing resource box. I should have known that fortune was not on my side today, though I never anticipated it would be this dire. This fishing rod is utterly useless. What a waste of time. Once I forged the extreme